Chapter 31. Jiangmi and Wiki and the others turned around and saw a group of tall and strong guys behind them. If Hardening joins the game with you, won't it reveal that she can't kill Zhanheng Python at all? The muscular man sneered. This will ruin the S-level personality that she has finally established. You are just timid and don't dare to go. A tall and thin man next to the muscular man shouted. A loser who failed the physical test can only deceive the stupid freshman. Then, he glanced at Jiangmi's shooting data and smiled more at ease. Look! He can miss the target at 25 meters. Isn't he a loser? Jiangmi didn't say anything, and quietly looked at the group of students who mocked him. Tendenmeet felt her cold gaze and looked at her with disdain. What are you looking at? What? Did I say something wrong? Jiangmi retracted his gaze. Oh! I didn't look at anything. Just, she said sincerely. Who are you? Do I know you? Tendenmeet choked. You don't know me? He pointed at himself in disbelief. Jiangmi blinked. I don't know. How about you introduce yourself? Or show your talent? Tendenmeet? Weka and Yao Xingli and others beside him saw Tendenmeet appear, as if they were facing a great enemy. But after listening to Jiangmi and his conversation, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hardening doesn't know him at all. Hardening is S-level. Is it strange that she doesn't know other scumbags? Do you really think you are famous? I have never seen such a narcissistic person. Anyway, I don't know him. Brother, how about you introduce yourself? After all, our S-level only knows S-level. Is it necessary to remember those below S-level? The face of the Tendenmeet turned pale. The girl in front of him looked at him sincerely, her eyes bright as the stars and moon in the night sky. Ho Che. Ho Che reluctantly said his name. Jiangmi still had a polite smile on his face, but the smile was a little stiff. Ho Che. He stamped his feet in anger. Didn't I introduce myself? Jiangmi. She leaned back and whispered to Wiki. Who is Ho Che? I don't know him. Wiki laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. And he didn't hide his laughter at all. He ranked first in the grade in the opening exam last year. He killed the A-level demon in the crack by himself. He is also a big shot in the school. Don't you really know him? Jiangmi smiled. Why did she know? Those who were known and remembered by her were all on her list of people to be slaughtered, such as the boss of the God's Gift Association and Mr. Ding of the Cube. Jiangmi felt that no one should want to be remembered like this. Right? At this time, the light brain sounded. It was a text message from Mu Lanchue. Jiangmi stopped arguing with Ho Che and read the text message carefully. Mu Lanchue told Jiangmi that she and the administration applied for freshmen to enter the archives room to check the information, but was rejected by the administration. Only students who are sophomores or seniors who need to write papers can apply to enter the archives room. Jiangmi felt a little sorry. It would be too long to wait for 2 years until the sophomore year. Should I sneak into the administration? The Rift administration gathers the most powerful psychics in the Federation, especially the director Zhong Zhengbowen. Jiangmi heard Mu Lanchue mention that he is one of the few SS-level psychics in the Federation. Even if you use your toes to think, you know that it is not easy to sneak into the administration. But the information of the number 32 crack is very important to Jiangmi, and the temple still lingers in Jiangmi's heart. On the opposite side, Ho Che and others saw Jiangmi take out his laptop and fell into deep thought, and were stunned. They were ignored. They were standing in front of Hardening, and she was playing with the laptop? The freshman was so arrogant. Hardening! Ho Che gritted his teeth. Don't think that you are great just because you are S-level. The school is a place where strength speaks. I know. So what do you want to say? Jiangmi lowered his head and replied to Mu Lanchue's message, and didn't even raise his head to greet Ho Che. Damn! Ignored again. The freshman would rather reply to the message than look at them straight in the eye. This is contempt. It is contempt. It is ridicule. It is disrespect for the old students. Ho Che suddenly remembered that the news of S-level admission spread before the start of school, and he deeply felt that his throne as the number 1 in the college was handed over to someone else. That's S-level. Ho Che is only A-level, barely able to kill A-level demons. How can he compare? Hardening is a real genius. New and old hatred suddenly overlapped, and anger overwhelmed Ho Che's reason. He suddenly yelled at Jiangmi. Hardening, if you have the guts, let's go to the challenge stage. Let's see who is more powerful. Everyone around was shocked. The seniors immediately surrounded Ho Che. Ho Che, Are you going to challenge your Ning? The first senior and the first freshman. Exciting. Look at your Ning's thin arms and legs. I will definitely beat her to a pulp. Isn't it? Brother Ho's fists are the most powerful. The seniors gloated, while the freshmen looked worried. Most of them stood on Ning's side. Not because they thought Ning was so powerful, but because she took the initiative to lead John Hung on the way, which made them feel that even if Ning was a waste, they were willing to accept her. So, looking at Ning's thin arms and legs, and then looking at Ho Che's tendon muscles, the freshman really broke out in a cold sweat for her. Jiangmi finished chatting with Mu Lanjue, turned off the computer screen, and looked at Ho Che. You want to challenge me? Why? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Ho Che raised his eyebrows. If you don't dare, be honest. Be a good person in school in the future. Don't make trouble just because you are S-level. Where is the challenge platform? Jiangmi interrupted Ho Che. Ho Che paused. The smug look on his face froze. Do you want to accept the challenge? What else? Jiangmi spread his hands. But just challenging PK is too boring. Let's have some prizes. Ho Che felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His eyebrows frowned. What do you want to bet? Bet? Jiangmi thought about it. And in a flash, a bold idea came up. The administration is only 2 blocks away from the school. Why don't the loser run 10 laps outside the administration? Saying I'm stupid while running? Everyone. Is Ning crazy? If you go to the administration to make trouble, aren't you afraid of being hung up and beaten by Zhongjung Bowen? What? Jiangmi tilted his head and smiled at Ho Che. You don't dare? Ho Che's hair stood up. He had seen Zhongjung Bowen in a crack exploration. But in a moment, the S-level demon species that made everyone shudder became a pile of yellow soil under Zhongjung Bowen's hands. From that day on, Ho Che knew that SS level and other superpowers were not creatures of the same dimension. So, making trouble outside the administration bureau is like dancing in Zhongjung Bowen's minefield. Ning is really crazy. It seems that you don't dare. Jiangmi saw that Ho Che didn't reply for a long time, and said another sentence. This completely angered Ho Che. Who said I don't dare? He roared desperately with red eyes. Anyway, the loser is definitely Ning. If Zhongjung Bowen wants to trouble him, it's Ning's trouble. What does it have to do with him? I'm just afraid that if you lose, you won't dare to go to the administration bureau to fulfill the bet. Ho Che sneered. Then don't bother you. Jiangmi smiled. The freshman hurriedly stepped forward to persuade Jiangmi to think twice. And even Yao Xingli frowned and told Jiangmi not to make trouble. However, a student with a promise ability stood up and used his ability on Jiangmi and Ho Che. And the bet between the two was established and must be implemented. Even if the loser after the PK is unwilling, he will be forced to run around the administration bureau under the control of his supernatural power. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered at the challenge platform. It is called a challenge platform, but it is actually a simulation training room with an area of more than 500 square meters, which allows Alice to simulate any scene for students to practice. Jiangmi and Ho Che chose the initial mode, put on combat uniforms, and stood on the challenge platform. Ho Che is nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles as hard as rocks, and he almost bursts under the combat uniform that sticks to his skin. Jiangmi is only 1.65 meters tall, which is a good height for women on Earth. But in the Crack Academy, where everyone has been fed with nutrient solution since childhood, 1.65 meters is a dwarf. The two stood together, a small mountain and a small matchstick, forming a sharp contrast. Ho Che looked down at Jiangmi and said disdainfully, Junior, don't blame me for not telling you. I am a power-type psychic. My punch is as powerful as a mountain. I can knock you down with one punch. Jiangmi looked at Ho Che's fist and saw his arm that was thicker than her thigh, and said sincerely, in this case, I suggest you hold back a little. Huh? Ho Che was complacent. What? Are you scared? Then get out of school. Don't embarrass yourself here again. Jiangmi was even more sincere. I think that if you punch her, you might die. Ho Che. This is humiliation. Naked humiliation. You think he can't beat her before they even fight? You think he will die? There was a round of booing around, and the seniors looked down on Jiangmi for being arrogant. The freshmen such as Wei Can next to him cheered for Jiangmi loudly, and their momentum was no less than that of the seniors. Wiki, We can lose the fight but not the battle. When the PK is over, I will use my supernatural power to save Ning. Old Yao. Hurry up and stop Ho Che. Don't let him kill you. Yao Xingli pouted. What does this have to do with me? Don't you know that I hate Ning? It's time now. This is a matter of honor and disgrace for the freshman. Isn't it better for Yao Qian to enroll next year? You can still hear her call you senior. Stop talking nonsense. Wiki held Yao Xingli's head. The battle on the challenge stage was about to break out. And the people in the audience were also glaring, ready to go up and save people at any time. As Alice announced the challenge begins, Ho Che roared. His fist glowed red. And he rushed towards Jiangmi. He has been a martial artist for many years. And his speed is extremely fast. In the eyes of ordinary students, he is almost just a shadow. Yao Xingli had excellent dynamic vision due to his ability of phantom beast species white tiger. He saw Ho Che's ghostly movements clearly, and he unconsciously grabbed Weika's sleeves. Tiger-striped hair appeared on his temples, and the Wang character pattern on his forehead was faintly visible. His long tail came out from his tailbone, and he was nervously raised. He was half transformed into a phantom beast and ready to rush to the stage to save people. At that moment, Ho Che punched Jiangmi in the face. Ah! Ning! Hit! The students around him exclaimed in succession, and some even covered their eyes and dared not continue to watch the fight. They clearly heard a series of crisp crack sounds, similar to the sound of some bones breaking. It's over. It's over. Can she still be saved if her skull is broken? Ho Che's punch is too fierce. Ning is still a little girl. Weika and Yao Xingli looked panicked and immediately rushed to the challenge stage. Help! Help! After the thick smoke, everyone finally saw the scenery on the challenge stage. Jiangmi stood on the challenge stage with a normal expression, holding a bubble tea that she had found from somewhere, drinking it in big gulps. Ho Che fell to the ground, hugged his right arm, and grimaced in pain. Cold sweat soaked his combat uniform, and the combat uniform on his arm was broken, revealing the terrifying red inside. Students? Jiangmi drank milk tea, looked at Weika and Yao Xingli who rushed to the stage, and then looked at Ho Che who fell to the ground with a painful expression. She suddenly realized, so you and Ho Che have such a good relationship. Sorry. I didn't know. I was a little heavy. I will let him go next time. Weika and Yao Xingli? Students watching the game? Attack? No. Did you do it? Also, who will go up to save Ho Che? We are here to save you. The change happened unexpectedly. No one knew how Ning made the move. In their opinion, Ning did not make any move at all. Maybe the move was too fast, and we can't see it. No way. It was too fast. Could it be that Ho Che had a stomachache? Ning did nothing at all? I think it is very likely. It must be like this. Only Yao Xingli saw it clearly. Ning did not make a move. But Ho Che definitely hit Ning. However, Ho Che lost. The moment his fist hit Ning, his hand bones were broken. Ho Che was in so much pain that he could not move, and the students contacted the school hospital. A few minutes later, Suchin came to the challenge platform with a medical kit. He looked at Ho Che's red and swollen arm, stretched out his hand and pinched it, and Ho Che screamed in pain. Suchin frowned, took out the painkiller injection, and injected Ho Che. I say, you kids, you can just challenge and spar. Why do you have to be so ruthless? We are all classmates. We should be united and friendly. Don't you know? Who hit you so hard? I will report it to the school. Upon hearing this, the students made way for Jiangmi, who was sitting in the audience. Then, everyone pointed at Jiangmi. Jiangmi looked at Suchin and greeted him with a smile. Hey! Dr. Su. Suchin. He was silent. Looked at Jiangmi who was intact. And then looked at Ho Che who looked sick and seemed to be dying. Then, he grabbed a repair injection and stabbed it heavily in Ho Che's arm. Ho Che. Dr. Su. It hurts. Be gentle. It hurts. Suchin said earnestly. I say to you kids, just challenge and spar. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Don't be so harsh next time. Especially when facing classmates from the same school. Be more restrained. Understand? Ho Che. Everyone. Ho Che, Dr. Su. I'm the one who got hurt. QAQ. The old students next to him also shouted. Dr. Su. Can't you be so hypocritical just because Hardening is a girl? Is the life of a male student not a life? Dr. Su. I didn't expect you to be such a doctor. Don't be hypocritical. Suchin put a plaster cast on Ho Che's arm, prescribed him a repair medicine, and then sighed. He was not hypocritical. He was just telling the truth. After completing the treatment, Suchin left. Ho Che staggered to his feet with a plaster cast on his arm. Blue Star has excellent medical technology. It has extracted medicine that can heal bone fractures from the crack creatures. Ho Che's serious wound can be healed in less than half a month. At this time, his failure in PK was a foregone conclusion. He glanced at Jiangmi guiltily and prepared to leave. Senior Ho Che, have you forgotten something? A rotating small tornado suddenly appeared in front of Ho Che, blocking his way out. Countless tiny wind blades were circling in it like countless sharp knives. If you are not careful, you can crush people into pieces. Wiki sat next to Jiangmi, drinking the same milk tea with her, and shouted, "What about the bed just now? It can't be counted. Right? Yes. Yes. Yes." The other freshmen were proud and followed Wiki to shout, "Senior, keep your word. It's just running 10 laps at the administration bureau, it's nothing." Hardening, a girl, dares to bet. You are a grown man. Are you going to cheat? You can't go back on your word. Faced with the teasing and instigation of the freshmen, Ho Che's face turned red with anger. He really wanted to break the bet. But he had the restriction of promise and had to fulfill the bet within 24 hours. Secondly, breaking the bet was not much better than shouting "I'm an idiot" outside the administration bureau. It was equally embarrassing. Ho Che took a deep breath. What else can we do? Let's go for it. At the same time, Office of the Director of the Crack Management Bureau. The assistant is reporting to Zongjung Bowen. After testing, the cafe and the aircraft have multiple traces of superpowers, the highest of which is S-level laser. We compared the previous unsolved superpower cases, and found that this S-level laser superpower has appeared many times. But he is very cunning, and we have not been able to catch him so far. But the assistant changed the subject. In the previous cases, we only knew of his existence and did not collect his biological information. But in this case, we extracted his blood from an abandoned superpower shield. Zongjung Bowen, he was injured? The assistant nodded, and then said regretfully, if the superpower shield was not too old, we would definitely catch this S-level. Let the bioinformatics department match the information, and see if we can find anything. Zongjung Bowen ordered. Oh, boss, there's one more thing. The assistant quickly flipped through the notebook. Yesterday, the Crack Academy held a freshman entrance exam at crack number 32. But an accident occurred during the exam. There was only one war rainbow python. But then 4 more escaped. Casualties? No casualties. The school reported that their S-level freshmen killed all the war rainbow pythons. Zongjung Bowen paused while signing, looked up at the assistant, and asked, Hardening? Yes. The assistant closed the notebook. Hardening is still quite powerful. The Federation thinks she is a waste, and does not want her to join the national team. What a joke. How can a superpower who can withstand energy bombs be a waste? Zongjung Bowen did not speak, but just raised his eyebrows and glanced at the assistant. The assistant choked and dared not say more. There was a noise outside the office. The assistant walked to the window and closed the window. Suddenly, he saw the students crowded outside. What day is today? So many students come to the administration? And I am an idiot? What the hell? Zongjung Bowen, I know you are stupid. You don't need to repeat it. Assistant? Boss. The assistant looked pitiful. I'm not saying I'm an idiot. I mean outside the administration. Someone is running and shouting I am an idiot. The administration is full of students from the Crack Academy. How could Wiki miss such an opportunity to watch the fun? When he confirmed that Ho Che's challenge failed, he had already posted a message on the college forum, letting everyone know that everyone should come to the outside of the administration to watch the show. Ho Che was in a plaster cast. His face flushed, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Facing the gazes of many students, he ran around the administration reluctantly, shouting out the extremely embarrassing words. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Ho Che, I'm such a fucking idiot. Why did I make this bet with Hardening in the first place? The staff of the administration rushed out. What are you doing? You dare to run outside the administration to cause trouble. How can you cause trouble? Weka shouted. This is a public area. We are just running around the administration. We didn't go in. The staff continued to block them. And the freshmen immediately went out to stop the staff of the administration. Under the protection of the freshmen, Ho-chae successfully ran 2 laps. When he ran the second lap, Zong Bowen came out. The man was wearing a windbreaker, and his whole body exuded a low pressure that kept people away. Seeing the students and the people of the administration entangled together, he waved his hand, and the thick black mucus rushed over, knocking away every student who blocked the way. The students staggered and fell to the ground. Some students wanted to fight back with their supernatural powers. But when they saw that the person coming was Zong Bowen, they instantly became silent like little white rabbits and dared not say more. What nonsense are you making? Zong Bowen scolded. The students lowered their heads, looking at each other, and no one spoke. But facing Zong Bowen's fierce eyes, they couldn't say nothing. So, an old student summoned up the courage to shout, "We are not fooling around. It was Hardening who proposed the PK prize. We are just fulfilling the bet." Yes. Another old student stood up to pass the blame. It was Hardening who came up with the idea of circling the administration bureau. What does it have to do with us? Blame Hardening. She is the one who wants to make trouble. It's her. She came up with the idea. Jiangmi was pushed out by the old students and pushed in front of Zong Bowen. Jiangmi. Fuck. A kind of plant. Explain it. Zong Bowen lowered his head and looked at the thin girl in front of him. Jiangmi was extremely embarrassed, and she felt uncomfortable standing in front of Zong Bowen. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, looked up at Zong Bowen, and said confidently, "He looks down on me, so I just want him to suffer a little. Is that not okay?" The girl looked at Zong Bowen with her neck straight, not feeling that she was wrong at all. Zong Bowen had a headache. The last time he saw Hardening was in the ruins of the pharmaceutical building. The girl was covered in dust, holding a stiff corpse, with tears on her face, and had a fragile and tough beauty. But now it seems that she is a little thorny? He knew more or less what Hardening said. When they learned that an S level appeared in District 12, the senior officials of the Federation were extremely excited. But when they learned that her mental strength was less than 100, the Federation gave up the idea of letting her join the national team and only wanted to send her to the academy. So, she didn't do well in the academy? Zong Bowen rubbed his temple. Why does he look down on you? TSK. Don't you know? Don't you real S-level people look down on me? Jiangmi exhaled from his nose, his eyes slightly red. Yes. My mental strength is not good. My shooting is bad. And my physical fitness is bad. But before I entered the rift, I was just an ordinary person. No one taught me these. Jiangmi's nose was sour and tears flowed down. They said I stole the golden blood to awaken, and said I wasted the SS level golden blood. But I had never seen golden blood before I came to school, and I don't know how I awakened my superpowers. If possible, I would also like to be just an ordinary person, without so much attention. But can this be blamed on me? I don't understand. What did I do wrong? Why do you all despise me? Look down on me? Now that I have the ability, what's wrong with me taking revenge? Have I broken the law? The girl almost yelled out the last sentence. For a moment, the students around her realized that she was not answering Zong Bowen at all. She was venting. She was using Zong Bowen to vent to everyone in the academy who had looked down on her. At this moment, all the students lowered their heads, whether they were freshmen or seniors, and they kept silent when they remembered their previous remarks on the academy forum. Zong Bowen finally understood at this moment that the little girl was wronged in the academy. Mu Lanqiu originally rated her as B level, and he changed it to S level. If it weren't for his change, she wouldn't have received so much attention, and no one would have looked down on the physical and mental strength of a B level psychic. He was also one of the culprits. That's why Hardening asked Ho-chae to run laps outside the administration bureau. Zong Bowen paused. He had never been in contact with a little girl like Hardening, and didn't know how to comfort her. Seeing the tears on her face, he had no choice but to take out a square handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe it off. At that moment, the girl's tears burst out like a dam bursting. Zong Bowen. He grabbed the handkerchief, and it was no use giving it to Jiangmi, nor was it use taking it back. After a moment, he sighed, reached out, and gently patted Jiangmi's back. Don't cry. But the girl cried even harder. And her cry echoed in the scene. No one saw that her cunning eyes were revealed between her fine bangs when she lowered her head. I'm at Zhongjungbo 1. Chapter 32. Jiangmi has been able to cry whenever she wants since she was a child. This was cultivated in the welfare home. After all, crying children get candy. If you want to sneak into the Rift Management Bureau quietly, pretending to be Zhongjungbo is the best choice. No one dares to stop the director. Moreover, Zhongjungbo's ability is SS level. There are only a handful of SS and SSS level in the entire Federation. If he steals his ability, if something goes wrong, Jiangmi's chance of escaping will be much higher. Zhongjungbo patted Jiangmi's back gently. Jiangmi cried loudly while checking the system panel. Once the theft is successful, the system will prompt, showing the level and usage of the stolen ability. And the face change will also have a corresponding record. When Jiangmi opened the system, the theft was not successful. There is no record of face change. Jiangmi? How could this be? She stood up suddenly, grabbed Zhongjungbo's hand, and carefully checked it up and down, even wanting to pry open his fingernails to check. No! Why not? Where is my theft? Where is my face changing? Why did it fail? Zhongjungbo looked at Jiangmi stroking his hand with a very strange expression. And there were gasps from the staff and students of the administration around him. Zhongjungbo's face darkened, and he immediately retracted his hand. Alas! I haven't succeeded in the theft yet, Jiangmi exclaimed in her heart. Zhongjungbo's body was stiff, and he mechanically stretched out his other hand holding the handkerchief. You're looking for this? He stared at Jiangmi with sharp eyes. Jiangmi realized his misbehavior just now. You can't blame her. Since she got theft, she has never failed. Even Lei Sei's ability can steal. So why can't SS level do it? Jiangmi was sullen, suppressed all her surprise, slowly stretched out her hand, and restrainedly took the handkerchief handed by Zhongjungbo. While touching the handkerchief, her hand very skillfully touched Zhongjungbo's fingertips again. The fingers of the two were blocked by the handkerchief, and others could not see it. But Zhongjungbo was keenly aware of it. His back was tense and his Adam's apple rolled. Still failed. Jiangmi sighed in her heart, and the clouds were hanging over her heart. Why? Is it because the leap from B-level theft to SS level is too big? Changing faces does not involve superpowers. As long as you touch, you can record the other person's facial data. There is no reason to be affected by the superpower level. Jiangmi used the handkerchief to wipe her tears pretentiously, but she couldn't help but peek at Zhongjungbo out of the corner of her eye. Why is that? Weika quietly approached Jiangmi and poked her with his elbow. Sister? You are my sister? I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Jiangmi? Weika, that's right. The director of the Rift Management Bureau is young and promising, with powerful superpowers and high mental power. And he is only 10 years older than us. Which is nothing. Jiangmi? She knew every word of Weika. So why couldn't she understand them together? Mental power. Mental power. When Jiangmi distributed magic power last time, she gained the ability to harden magic. She can cover her body with an extremely thin and nearly infinite magic layer to protect herself. Similarly, Zhongjungbo's superpowers are powerful. Can't he also control mental power and let mental power form a protective layer to protect himself? Although she has contact with Zhongjungbo, in essence, her magic power is still separated by Zhongjungbo's mental power, and she has not contacted his original superpowers. So she can't steal or change her face to record. What kind of monster is this? He should always do this, to guard against people with superpowers like Jiangmi. Right? Jiangmi pouted in anger, stopped pretending to cry, and wiped away all the tears on her face. Zhongjungbo, have you cried enough? Jiangmi, no. I really want to cry this time. If you have cried enough. Zhongjungbo turned his head and looked at the assistant next to him. Clear the detention center and lock up the students who made trouble. Assistant. Students? Boss. The assistant tugged at Zhongjungbo's clothes. The girls are crying. And you are like this now? Isn't it inappropriate? You will be alone. Boss. Is there any connection between the two? Zhongjungbo didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Jiangmi had expected this consequence. I originally thought that stealing and recording Zhongjungbo's superpowers and face would not be a loss even if I was locked up for a night. But now it seems that I have really lost a lot. Can I take the opportunity to record the faces of the staff of the administration when I am locked up? But it seems unnecessary to record the faces of ordinary employees. Jiangmi frowned even more deeply. Seeing the people of the administration coming with a shiny supernatural power, shielding handcuffs, to handcuff each student. Suddenly, a flying vehicle stopped in the parking lot of the administration. And Mu Lanxue and Ye Yin hurriedly got off the aircraft. Director? Mu Lanxue trotted to Zhong Zhengbowen and held down Zhong Zhengbowen's hand, who was about to handcuff Jiangmi. She smiled and said, Director, we are all old acquaintances. Please give me some face. The students are just making trouble outside. And they didn't really run into the bureau. Zhong Zhengbowen did not comment. Ye Yin joined in. Boss, there are nearly 100 students here. And there are other prisoners in the detention center. So they can't be locked up for the time being. Then the main offender will be held responsible. Zhong Zhengbowen looked at Jiangmi. Jiangmi. Jiangmi stretched out her hand in great sorrow. Mu Lanxue quickly held her down. Zhong Zhengbowen. It was you who changed Ning's ability level. What? You didn't do anything wrong? Zhong Zhengbowen, I was just giving an objective rating. What do I have? Mu Lanxue pinched Jiangmi hard. And Jiangmi cried in pain. Zhong Zhengbowen, wrong. Mu Lanxue's hand squeezed tighter and tighter. Jiangmi's eyes widened. And tears could not stop falling. Help. It really hurts. How could Mu Lanxue, a gentle and kind female teacher, be so cruel? There were more and more tears on Jiangmi's face. And Zhong Zhengbowen felt more and more guilty, the more he looked at her. Finally, when Jiangmi was about to cry, Zhong Zhengbowen quickly stopped her. That's enough. Go back. And don't do it again. At that moment, the students cheered. Mu Lanxue had a gentle and harmless look on her face, and smiled softly at Zhong Zhengbowen. Thank you, Director. Jiangmi, QAQ. The crowd dispersed, and the students ran away as if they were greased. Jiangmi followed Mu Lanxue and Ye Yin silently. After taking 2 steps, Jiangmi suddenly stepped on a stone on the road, and his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell forward. Zhong Zhengbowen, who had not yet entered the administration bureau, saw this scene and instinctively reached out to support Jiangmi. But the two were separated by a distance, and he didn't have time to see Jiangmi fall on Ye Yin. Jiangmi hurriedly stood up. Ah, Mr. Nia. I'm sorry. Nothing. Ye Yin glanced at Jiangmi, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Mu Lanxue supported Jiangmi. Are you okay? Jiangmi, nothing. Thank you for your concern. Mu Lanxue, I'm glad you're okay. Let's go back to school early. Jiangmi nodded. Lanxue, are you going to the opera later? Or should I take you back to school? Ye Yin asked. Mu Lanxue hesitated for a moment and looked at Jiangmi. How are you? Do you need me to take you back to school? Jiangmi glanced at Mu Lanxue and Ye Yin, thought for a moment, and said sensibly, No need. Teacher, I've already disturbed your date. I'm very embarrassed. I'll go back by myself. Teacher and Mr. Nia have fun. Mu Lanxue, okay. After saying goodbye to Mu Lanxue, Jiangmi turned around and walked towards the direction of the college. Today's plan was really not going well. But, looking at the Ability S water control that had just been stolen on the system panel, and Ye Yin recorded in B-Face change, Jiangmi suddenly felt that it was not bad. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were shining. Jiangmi, wearing a neat men's suit, sat on a bench at the maglev train station and sent a message to Mu Lanxue. Jiangmi, I'm sorry to bother you today. Mu Lanxue, I'm glad you're okay. Jiangmi, did I disturb your date? Mu Lanxue, no. We were having dinner. Jiangmi, that's good. I wish you a smooth date. Mu Lanxue, thank you, happy face. Turning off the light brain, Jiangmi raised her head. Countless tiny flesh buds appeared all over her body, constantly squirming. Her 165 centimeters figure gradually grew taller. Her muscles became stronger. And in a moment, she completely turned into Ye Yin. Zhong Zhengbowen was Jiangmi's best choice to infiltrate the administration. But as a special combat member of the administration, Ye Yin was also a good person to pretend to be. Moreover, Jiangmi remembered that last time in the coffee shop, she sent Yuan Xie away. And it was Ye Yin who picked up Yuan Xie on the aircraft outside. Jiangmi didn't know what role Nie Yin played in the cooperation between Yuan Xie and the cube, but it was definitely something that the Management Bureau did not allow. So it was not a loss to throw the blame on Nie Yin. After that, I still have to remind Mu Lanchua to keep her eyes open when looking for a man. Jiangmi completely transformed into Nie Yin and went straight to the door of the crack Management Bureau. The guard was sitting at the door, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Seeing Nie Yin, he greeted him warmly. Hey, Captain Ye. You are still working overtime so late. I have some information to check. Jiangmi answered in Ye Yin's voice. Is the director here? I got off work early, the guard said. It's so late. You should go back early after checking the information. Jiangmi, okay. She strode into the Management Bureau with a steady step. When he reached the elevator, Jiangmi stopped and looked at the floor plan of the administration displayed in front of him. Archives room 3rd floor. On the other side, a popular restaurant in Livonia. Mu Lanchua replied to Ning with thank you happy face, and then turned off the light computer. What are you talking about? You look so happy? Nie Yin asked casually. Nothing. Just chatting with students about the project. Mu Lanchua put away the light computer and concentrated on eating. Nie Yin, the female student today? Yes, Mu Lanchua said. It's so late. She is still studying the literature. Super hard. She is a good student. Nie Yin praised. By the way, Lanchua, I'm going back to the administration tonight. Mr. Nya, do you know about Ning? Mu Lanchua interrupted Nie Yin calmly. She is also S-level like you. But unfortunately her mental strength is low. So she has suffered a lot of grievances. Alas, Mu Lanchua sighed and said with great regret. Little girl, the only elder in the family has also passed away. It's not easy for a person. I thought we were in the mall and could buy her some daily necessities. Can you accompany me? On Ye Yan's light brain was a message from Zongjung Bowen, asking him to come to the administration tonight. But the beautiful woman in front of him asked him to accompany her like this. How could he refuse? Nie Yin agreed to Mu Lanchua without hesitation, and sent a message to Zongjung Bowen. I have something tonight. In a restaurant in the mall. Zongjung Bowen looked at Nie Yan's reply stiffly. The assistant glanced at him and teased. Boss, you know what kind of person Nie Yin is. He leaves work on time every day and spends every minute to pick up girls. You still expect him to work overtime. What are you thinking? Zongjung Bowen paused and covered his laptop heavily. Eat quickly, he said. I have to go back to the bureau to work overtime after eating. The assistant cried out in pain. Every cell in his body said no. But he couldn't help but speed up his eating. 10 minutes later the two finished dinner and left the restaurant. When passing by a popular restaurant in the mall, the assistant tugged at the corner of Zongjung Bowen's clothes and pointed at Nie Yin and Mu Lanchua, who were sitting by the window. Look! Look! I knew Nie Yin was picking up girls. Zongjung Bowen squinted his eyes and looked at the two people who were chatting happily, his face gradually darkening. The mall is not far from the administration bureau. Zongjung Bowen and his assistant walked back to the bureau after lunch. When they reached the door, the guard greeted them again. Hey, the director is working overtime too. The bureau hasn't been so busy for a long time. The assistant replied. I was free last month. But there are many cases recently. The murderer of the aircraft crash has not been caught yet. It's not easy for everyone. The guard sighed. Even Captain Ye is back to work overtime. Zongjung Bowen walked into the bureau and suddenly stopped when he heard the words. He looked at the guard in disbelief. Tell me, who is working overtime tonight? The guard was confused and scratched the back of his head. Captain Ye. He came so early. He has been working overtime for almost half an hour. Archives room on the 3rd floor of the Crack Administration Bureau. The archives room is managed electronically. Most people who want to enter the archives room need to write an application to the archives room administrator. Only a small number of employees do not need to. Nie Yin is such a privileged employee. At the door of the archive room, Jiangmi successfully entered the archive room after passing the 3 scans of face recognition, fingerprint recognition, and iris recognition. The archive room has complete documents related to cracks. From crack number 1 to crack number 109, which are the information of all cracks currently held by the Federation. Jiangmi successfully found the archive of crack number 32, which indeed contained the researchers' careful survey and research on the temple. According to the researchers' calculation, The temple number 32 has a history of 3,000 years. The temple was destroyed during the existence of the Crack civilization, and was attacked by Crack creatures many times afterwards. There is almost no trace of civilization on it. It is worth mentioning that the researcher collected something similar to plastic near the temple. Things of the same kind. They were made later than the temple, only about 500 years old. Therefore, the researchers inferred that more than 2,500 years after the temple was built, there was still civilization behind the Crack. The erosion of the black fog and the activities of the Crack creatures destroyed most of the information, and the researchers could only collect these useful information. Jiangmi failed to find clues to return to Earth. So, she flipped through the information of Crack number 109. Crack number 109 has not yet been formally studied. The archives only contain rough information about the Crack collected by 100 third-class citizens during the Crack test. At present, the 100 explorers who tested it were wiped out. But one photo was successfully transmitted. It was a ruin. It seemed to be a large auditorium. A reinforced concrete building, with the building volumes on both sides vaguely visible. And the middle of the auditorium seemed to be hit by something and collapsed into ruins. The photo was blurry, and there was thick black fog around, blocking the view of the camera. Jiangmi could only see a very blurry shadow. When she wanted to take a closer look, thick black mucus came whistling and attacked Jiangmi without saying anything. The metal bookcase in front of him reflected Zongjung Bowen's cold face. Jiangmi was startled, and he traced back and quickly flashed to the other side. Boss! Boss! Jiangmi looked at Zongjung Bowen and stammered. What are you doing? Boss? Zongjung Bowen sneered, and black mucus poured out from under his feet, with a sticky muddy feeling, but with a dazzling metallic luster, similar to some kind of black metal liquid. He was surrounded by this black metal liquid, which seemed to have life, spreading wantonly and waving its claws. Who are you? Although Zongjung Bowen asked, his tone was very certain. It seems that he was exposed. Jiangmi sighed. She had investigated the working hours of the Administration Bureau. They had already finished get-off work at this time. Moreover, Zongjung Bowen had not worked overtime for more than a month. It made no sense for him to suddenly come to the bureau to work overtime at night. Also, even if Zongjung Bowen really came to the bureau, Jiangmi's disguise was perfect, and Mu Lanchua was dating Nie Yin on the other side. It made no sense for Zongjung Bowen to find out that she was a fake. Could it be that Nie Yin ran into Zongjung Bowen on a date? How unlucky she was then. Jiangmi is only S-level now. Even if she stole Nie Yin's ability, she can't beat Zongjung Bowen. She looked at Zongjung Bowen eagerly. Boss, did you misunderstand something? I am Nie Yin. While speaking, Jiangmi instantly activated his supernatural power, and thick ice spikes emerged from under Zongjung Bowen's feet, attacking Zongjung Bowen crazily. This ice, but it has been hardened by Jiangmi, so it can have some effect on Zongjung Bowen. Right? The moment the several ice spikes attacked Zongjung Bowen, they were blocked by the black mucus one by one and shattered into waste. Then Zongjung Bowen waved his hand, and the extravagant black mucus swept towards Jiangmi. Jiangmi ran away. She still had 10 seconds of teleport, just to escape at this time. However, as soon as the space opened, the black mucus behind her seemed to have a huge gravitational force, pulling Jiangmi back violently. Jiangmi had not escaped yet, but was firmly shackled by Zongjung Bowen's black mucus. What kind of ability is this? It can attack, defend, and catch people? In an instant, Zongjung Bowen rushed to Jiangmi, and the roaring mucus wrapped his arms, pressed Jiangmi against the wall, and strangled her neck. Don't make me say it for the third time. Who are you? Jiangmi's throat was tightened, and she couldn't breathe in pain, and the black mucus under her was still crazy, jumping, grinning, wrapping Jiangmi like a monster. Corrosive pain all over her skin, taking Jiangmi's life. Jiangmi used her hardening ability to resist stubbornly, but no matter how strong her hardening ability was, it was a drop in the bucket under such corrosion. I am? Jiangmi reluctantly uttered a few words, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Zongjung Bowen could only lean forward to hear what she was saying clearly. Zizizizi. 2 lasers suddenly came out of Jiangmi's eyes, and shot straight at Zongjung Bowen. Zongjung Bowen was caught off guard. He had no absolute defense, and it would be fatal if he was hit by these 2 lasers. The black slime quickly returned to defend, But Jiangmi's laser still rubbed Zhong Zhengbowen's brow bone, and blood slowly flowed down, staining his right eye red. Boss! The assistant at the door was extremely worried. Zhong Zhengbowen was an SS-level superpower. He always killed gods and Buddhas. This was the first time the assistant saw Zhong Zhengbowen injured in all the years since he joined the company. Is it you? Zhong Zhengbowen wiped the blood from his brow bone. But the blood that flowed into his eyes could not be wiped away, and half of his eyes were red. Since it's you, don't leave, he said coldly and rushed towards Jiangmi again. The black slime roared even more. Jiangmi seemed to see a strange monster face appearing on the extravagant black slime. This face eroded and swallowed up quickly. At the moment when Zhong Zhengbowen finished speaking, it had already penetrated from all sides of the archive room, forming a six-sided siege. The laser pierced out again, looking for a way to break out. But no matter what kind of ability, it can be blocked by the black mucus. Then the mucus wrapped around Jiangmi, like a living tentacle, wrapping every inch of her skin tightly. Jiangmi only recorded 10 seconds of teleportation. After the first teleportation failed, she lost the ability to continue teleporting. Even if she wanted to escape, the huge gravitational force of the black mucus made it impossible for her to escape. Jiangmi still had 10 seconds of water control and 10 seconds of laser. This was her last resort. Facing Zhong Zhengbowen, she did not hesitate. And two powers attacked Zhong Zhengbowen at the same time, looking for the last chance of survival. Prisoner! Zhong Zhengbowen dropped a word coldly, tightened his 5 fingers, and the black mucus quickly gathered to imprison Jiangmi. Just as Jiangmi was about to be caught, suddenly, a whistling wind came. The howl of wolves resounded through the world, and a huge silver-white giant wolf suddenly appeared in the archives room. Zhong Zhengbowen and his assistant were surprised. The demon species actually ran to the administration bureau. Then, the giant wolf teleported into the black mucus and accurately caught Jiangmi. Zhong Zhengbowen's eyes widened, and he immediately closed the cage formed by the black mucus. But at the moment the cage was closed, he saw the giant wolf's blue eyes flash for a second, and then the breath in the cage disappeared. Have you caught it? The assistant hurried forward. Zhong Zhengbowen looked at the cage formed by the black mucus, which was originally indestructible to him. But now it was empty, with nothing. On the other side, the demon wolf carried Jiangmi and teleported away from the administration. It landed on a roof not far from the administration, looking at the starry sky without moonlight, and said whoa. 2 sentences. Why didn't you tell me that human was so scary? If I hadn't upgraded, I would have been locked in there and couldn't get out. I'm telling you, next time there's a mission like this, I'll charge you an extra piece of cake. Jiangmi was exhausted, and many parts of her skin were corroded by black mucus, as if it was splashed with sulfuric acid, showing a terrifying color. Even if she was far away from Zhong Zhengbowen, this corrosion continued. She lay on the back of the demon wolf, unable to move. The system automatically stole the demon wolf's ability S space. This was the confidence that Jiangmi had to break into the administration alone tonight. If the demon wolf hadn't upgraded, teleport would have become space. Jiangmi wouldn't have dared to take this risk. But now it seems that she still took the risk. A rusty smell surged up in Jiangmi's throat, and he coughed violently, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Demon wolf. Hardening. What's wrong with you? Are you going to die? My teeth haven't been filled yet. I haven't defeated you yet. You can't die. The demon wolf was at a loss, and the whole wolf was panicking. It jumped on the eaves under the stars, and soon returned to the Crack Academy. Jiangmi lay on the back of the demon wolf, half squinting. Many buildings in the academy have turned off the lights and closed the doors. Only the library and dormitory area are still lit with a few lights. And the school hospital. Jiangmi grabbed the demon wolf's hair and said weakly, "Go to that building, the room on the first floor, and destroy all the surveillance inside." Demon wolf, Yes, I can. But I want 3 cakes. Go quickly. The demon wolf teleported into the size of a husky and rushed into the monitoring room. Jiangmi also used all her strength to teleport and instantly arrived at the door of Su Chen's clinic. She was covered with corroded scars and struggled to get up. Her face had turned into Mu Lanchua's. Then she stumbled into the clinic and grabbed Su Chen's hand. "Save me!" Su Chen was examining the medical records. The unexpected call for help startled him. When he saw Mu Lanchua's face clearly, How could someone in this world hurt you so badly? He quickly helped Jiangmi up. However, the moment he touched Jiangmi, the worry on Su Chen's face disappeared, and a haze flashed in his pale blue pupils. In a flash, he suddenly made a move and pinched Jiangmi's neck with his bony hands. You are not Mulan Jue. Who are you? Chapter 33. While Su Chen was attacking him, Jiangmi also attacked, using the remaining magic power to activate the plant-based supernatural power, and the green plants rose from the ground, with the tip pointing directly at Su Chen. Su Chen did not even look at the vine tip behind him. His eyes were as cold as ice. Jiangmi felt the pressure on his neck and fell silent. A weak school doctor who said he had no supernatural power. This is a weakling? He is faster than Zongjung Bowen. Jiangmi could not escape Zongjung Bowen's attack because Zongjung Bowen's black mucus is gravity, and could not escape Su Chen's attack because her speed was not as fast as Su Chen. She panted violently, and even if someone grabbed her lifeline, she did not show weakness. Let go, or I will kill you. The two refused to give in to each other. After a moment of stalemate, Su Chen looked at the wound on Jiangmi's body and sneered. If I die, you can't live either. There are not many doctors in the world who can treat SS level, and I am one of them. Once other doctors see that this is the injury caused by Zongjung Bowen, they will never let you go. Immediately, he let go of his hand. Jiangmi lost her balance and fell to the ground, while Su Chen looked down at her with condescending eyes. Jiangmi did not remove the vines, which was her last guarantee. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the corrosion on her body became more and more serious. Su Chen looked at her. Aren't you looking for me for treatment? Do you really want to kill me? Your wound is severely corroded. You will die in 10 minutes at most. Su Chen shrugged. He didn't care whether the unknown woman in front of him was dead or alive, but he hoped that this person would not die in his clinic. Finally, Jiangmi removed the plant control. Su Chen picked her up and threw her into the treatment cabin. The gentle school doctor in the past was too cold at this moment. He didn't care at all that Jiangmi was in pain when she fell in the treatment cabin. Instead, he mocked her. You deserve it. The machine started to work, and red rays floated over Jiangmi's body layer by layer, recording her data. Su Chen said bluntly, don't use the transformation ability. I'm checking your body and need detailed data. I can't treat you like this. The girl in the treatment cabin didn't respond and froze in the cabin. Su Chen was about to remind her, but suddenly, her ability dissipated, and the patient's physical data on the treatment cabin also changed rapidly. Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated earlier? Su Chen said coldly and returned to the control panel, looking at the new data popping up line by line on the display screen. Su Chen clenched his 5 fingers and frowned. He was too familiar with these data. He had seen those seemingly chaotic numbers many times. When all the data appeared, he looked at the treatment cabin. His eyes suddenly softened, and he sighed helplessly. Fisher Management Bureau. The metallic black slime flowed back into Zongjung Bowen's body like a receding tide. The archive room was revealed, and the archive files fell all over the floor, which was in ruins. He actually ran away. The assistant looked at the empty archive room except for him and Zongjung Bowen, and was shocked and speechless. He glanced at Zongjung Bowen, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and swallowed his saliva. Someone actually escaped from Zongjung Bowen. You know, Zongjung Bowen is an SS-level psychic, and there are less than 10 SS-level and SSS-level people in the entire Federation. The assistant has been following Zongjung Bowen for so long, and he has never seen him get hurt, let alone a criminal running away from him. Is it that S-class laser? The assistant asked. He saw the other party use the laser, and it was that laser that injured Zongjung Bowen, leaving a very obvious scar on his brow. No. He also turned into Nya Yin. Is it a transformation ability? He can also control water. The assistant counted the abilities used by the other party one by one, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. There is also the space ability, Zongjung Bowen said. He was able to escape from his attack at the beginning, using the space ability. This means that this intruder has used more than 4 abilities in just a few minutes of fighting. Have you analyzed the blood sample collected from the ability blocker last time? Zongjung Bowen asked. It's out. The assistant took out the optical computer, showed the file he had just received, and projected it in front of Zongjung Bowen. The bioinformatics department analyzed the blood sample, and the genes showed that the other party was a male, about 185 centimeters tall, with black hair and slightly dark skin. This is the appearance of the criminal simulated by the bioinformatics department. The assistant switched the interface, and a full-body restoration picture of a man appeared in the interface. Of course, this is the appearance simulated based on genetic information. The real appearance of the criminal will be affected by acquired factors, so these can only be used as a reference. Besides, he can change his face. This makes it more difficult for the administration to investigate. However, before the criminal acquired the ability to change his face, his appearance should be similar to the genetically simulated appearance, and his identity can be checked along this clue. Zongjung Bowen suddenly asked, "Do you think that the person who invaded tonight is the same person as the S-Class who destroyed the aircraft before?" The assistant was stunned and stuttered. "No, isn't it? Although the awakened abilities of individuals may be the same, the possibility of duplication is very low at the S level. Moreover, the opponent used the laser the most in the battle just now, which may be his strongest ability. Of course, the opponent may also have abilities such as copying and stealing. But can he really copy the abilities of Nye Yin and an S-level criminal at the same time? S-level is not cabbage." The assistant thought the probability was very small. Follow this idea to check. After all, we have no other clues. Zongjung Bowen pinched his nose painfully. Also, correct the level of the criminal this time, and raise the wanted level to SS level. Wanted code Faceless Man. The morning light passed through the layers of clouds and fell on Jiangmi's closed eyelids, and the golden light mist danced in the room. Jiangmi, who had no idea that he had become a federal SS level wanted criminal, opened his eyes. In front of him was a clean ceiling painted with light blue latex paint, and a simple round lamp cast a small shadow on the ceiling. This is not a school hospital, but someone's room. The furnishings were simple black, white and gray, and the colors faintly revealed the owner's frigidity. Jiangmi sat up from the bed. The wounds on her body had healed, and all the corroded skin had returned to normal. Even the wounds that Yao Qian had stabbed her in District 13 5 months ago were gone. "She's healed? So fast?" The door suddenly opened, and a figure walked into the room. In an instant, countless vines jumped out from behind Jiangmi, imprisoning the human who came in like a flying bird. The green vines were like cold snakes, entwining the other person's limbs and bones, and a thick vine snaked upward from the lower abdomen, with the tip pointing at the heart of the person who came in. These are all hardened vines, and the A-level ability is enough to launch an S-level attack. "White-eyed wolf," the man said in a low voice, and reached out to turn on the light in the room. And Su Chen with white hair and blue eyes came into view. "I just saved you last night, and you repay me like this now?" Jiangmi. She looked at Su Chen in silence. The vines coming out of her body are almost an extension of her limbs, carrying her own magic power. Once they touch the other party, they can also use the ability to steal. But she failed to steal Su Chen's ability. Are you not SS level 2? Jiangmi asked stiffly. Last night Zongjung Bowen left her with a big psychological shadow. Ah? Su Chen tilted his head, looked down at the vines, and understood most of it. Is there a possibility that I don't have any ability at all? Jiangmi felt that this was even more unbelievable. Golden blood is a scarce resource for the poor in District 13. But it is not for the school doctor of the Rift Academy. Even if they can't afford A-level golden blood, E-level is no problem. How can they not have superpowers? But no matter how Jiangmi controlled the vines to wrap around Su Chen's body, she couldn't steal any superpowers. She even used a vine to pierce Su Chen's arm, trying to break through the barrier formed by mental power. But still didn't steal anything. Su Chen? Damn. You are still on guard against me? You don't really want to kill me? Su Chen asked. Jiangmi. Of course she wanted to kill him. All her reason told her that killing Su Chen was the best solution. Only dead people can keep secrets. This world is a huge game of game. And Jiangmi doesn't belong to this world. She shouldn't leave any hidden dangers. However, Su Chen never hurt her. To some extent, he helped her several times. Jiangmi dropped his hands weakly, and several vines withdrew from Su Chen. Only the vine pointing at his heart was still stubbornly wrapped around him. Okay. Su Chen had no choice but to reach out and poke the small vine, which frightened it and leaned back. Let's have breakfast first, Su Chen said, before Jiangmi could refuse. Her stomach gurgled. Her face turned red, and she followed Su Chen out of the living room. There were a variety of dishes on the table. Millet porridge, egg rolls, wontons, soy milk, chive boxes. Jiangmi sat opposite Su Chen. Su Chen served a bowl of millet porridge in front of her. Don't worry. It's not poisoned. If it was poisoned, you would have died last night. Jiangmi thought so too. So, she simply picked up the bowl and ate breakfast with peace of mind. Su Chen looked at her happily eating, and the corners of his mouth curled up inadvertently. After eating and drinking, Jiangmi had the mind to think about other things. At this time, she realized that the men's suit she was wearing had been changed. And now she was wearing a soft cotton pajamas. Men's style. She looked at the pajamas, and then at Su Chen. Su Chen! Wait! It's not me! I have a cleaning robot at home. I asked it to help change. Jiangmi suddenly felt funny. She almost died last night. So why would she care about such unimportant things as changing clothes? Don't you want to ask me something? Jiangmi put down the bowl and wiped the corners of his mouth gently with a tissue. For example, why did I get hurt? Why do I have so many superpowers? Su Chen shrugged, as if he didn't care about these. Curiosity kills the cat. Knowing too much. He gently touched the tip of the vine. Will he die? He leaned against the back of the chair with his arms bent, stretching his upper body. I am just an ordinary person. I want to live longer. But I can't let you go. Jiangmi looked at Su Chen steadily. I'm not sure if you will reveal my secret. Su Chen, what do you want? Jiangmi's eyes moved down and landed on the vine on Su Chen's left chest. The vine seemed to have life. Gently squirming, splitting out a tiny thread, and inserted into Su Chen's heart. Su Chen frowned slightly. In a moment, the tiny green thread had penetrated Su Chen's skin and entered his heart. This green thread is hidden in your heart. If I die, Jiangmi looked at Su Chen, emphasizing each word. You will die too. Su Chen was speechless. But what if it wasn't me who betrayed you? But you got into trouble and died? There's nothing we can do about that. Jiangmi spread his hands and shrugged. So, just pray that I don't die. If I'm dying, I hope that as a doctor, you will definitely save me. After all, we have 2 lives. Su Chen. Jiangmi finally left Su Chen's apartment, still wearing Su Chen's loose t-shirt. Su Chen is 188 centimeters tall, and the hem of the t-shirt is not over Jiangmi's thighs, so it can be worn as an oversized t-shirt dress. On the balcony, Su Chen watched Jiangmi's back as he walked away, and gently touched his chest. The light brain rang, and the caller ID showed Mu Lanxue. Mu Lanxue, has Ning left? Su Chen, she left. Mu Lanxue, I just found out how much trouble she made last night. She was directly designated as an SS-level wanted criminal by the administration. I'm busy recently. Please help me take care of her. Sister Lanxue. She is your student, Su Chen emphasized. So please, Mu Lanxue pleaded with a little threat. After all, it was you who asked me to accept this student. You have to be responsible. Then, she hung up the phone. Su Chen looked at the busy tone on the other end of the light brain and muttered, Am I a nani? After separating from Su Chen, Jiangmi returned to the dormitory and changed back into her clothes. Last night's action made her realize that she was still too weak and was helpless when she met a top master like Zongjung Bowen. Although there are not many superpowers like Zongjung Bowen in the Federation, the top secrets about the crack must be controlled by these people. And she has to become stronger. I'm still not strong enough. Jiangmi gritted his teeth. If the upgrade? SS level. Not afraid of Zongjung Bowen's black slime. That thing can cause corrosion. But it is essentially physical damage, not poison. However, even though she almost died last night, Jiangmi still got a lot of clues. She took out a pen and paper and carefully drew the photo of the crack number 109 that she saw last night. The outline of the building appeared little by little under Jiangmi's pen. And then, based on her experience, she restored the broken part of the building. The general outline of the building appeared in front of Jiangmi. Jiangmi's breathing gradually became heavy. She was very familiar with this building. It was one of the central axis buildings facing the school gate. Through the 2 neat rows of flower beds at the school gate, the wide school gate, followed by the stone statue of Chairman Mao waving his hand. And finally this auditorium. This is the most conspicuous building at the entrance of Jiangmi University. The collapsed ruins in the middle of it were the ruins formed when Jiangmi crossed over, and a crack appeared out of thin air in the auditorium. tearing the space apart. But now the crack has disappeared, and only the ruins are left there. Jiangmi felt that she was almost having tinnitus. For so long, she has been looking for a way to return to Earth. She has tried countless directions. Facts have proved that the other world behind the crack is Earth. But she remembered that Earth was not the target of the crack at the beginning. How come after arriving at Blue Star, Earth has become a different world behind the crack? Could it be that the crack she saw at the school gate at the beginning was behind Blue Star? In any case, Jiangmi will go to crack number 109 to take a look in person. Behind crack number 109 is her school, which is a human living area, and there must be many clues left. But she doesn't know the location of crack number 109. Zongjung Boeing came too quickly last night, and Jiangmi didn't have time to see the address. And it was impossible to sneak into the management bureau again. The first wave of exploration of crack number 109 has just ended. For the second wave of exploration, the management bureau will send executive specialists and researchers with advanced superpowers. Jiangmi must enter the crack before the second wave of exploration, or enter the crack with the second wave of explorers. Otherwise, the researchers will take away all the clues in the crack, and she will have very little information to find when she enters the crack again. Jiangmi thought for a moment, and gently wrote a few lines next to the white paper depicting the school auditorium. 1. Return to crack number 109 and confirm the situation. 2. Unravel Sherning's life experience. 3. Revenge for Grandma. Know the list of members of the number 109 crack exploration, and you can change your face and enter the crack. Although the face-changing thing has failed twice. Jiangmi just received a text message from Mu Lanxue, knowing that she was caught by Zongjung Bowen on a date last night. So her face-changing was exposed. On Su Chen's side, it might be because she was exhausted and lacked magic power at the time. As long as the researcher who wanted to change his face was kidnapped and thrown into the crack, the possibility of being exposed was not high. The second is Sherning's life experience. Jiangmi had no interest in this. But she didn't know the truth. She would always be hunted by the target. Her system still had bugs and she was very passive. However, there were too few clues about Sherning's life experience. She had to wait for the next target to appear before she could find clues. Finally, it was revenge for Grandma. There is a reason for injustice, and good people should not die in vain. Jiangmi still remembers the experimental subject locked in room 212, and the smile of Grandma every time she saw him. Mr. Ding and the God-given meeting must pay the price. At this time, Yao Qian's light brain rang. It was a text message from Yao Xingli. Yao Xingli, sister, you have been away from home for half a year, and the eldest lady's birthday is coming soon. Why don't you come back? Jiangmi's slender fingers gently stroked Yao Qian's optical brain. The deacon said that the God-given society will have a big move in Livonia in 5 months, which is about this time, and they need Yao Qian's help for this action. Jiangmi originally just wanted to use Yao Qian's optical brain to get the specific actions of the God-given society. After all, she only had Yao Qian's ability at the time, and she couldn't change Yao Qian's face and return to the Yao family. But now it seems that she can. So, Jiangmi picked up the optical brain and replied to Yao Xingli's message, I'm almost in Livonia, and I'll be home tonight. In less than 2 seconds, Yao Xingli replied, Really? Great. I will tell my parents this good news. Sister, have you arrived at the airport? I will pick you up. Jiangmi checked a flight with a similar time and replied, Yes. I will arrive at the airport at 6 o'clock. Yao Xingli, then wait for me in the parking lot. I just got off get out of class. I will pick you up. After finishing everything, Jiangmi went out. She had to buy new clothes. Clothes that would suit the style of a rich lady like Yao Qian. Jiangmi carefully studied the chat records between Yao Qian and her friends, and analyzed all her social accounts. Based on these, she could roughly infer Yao Qian's personality, eccentric and extravagant, arrogant, and surprisingly cold in her bones. Exactly the same as what Jiangmi saw in Zhuangdi's warehouse. Even though Miss Yao was poor by her father, who favored boys over girls, she was never poor in terms of material things. Yao Qian's clothing combinations were all extravagant to the point of being outrageous. Jiangmi couldn't wear a t-shirt bought online for 100 yuan to pretend to be Yao Qian. Otherwise she would be exposed. In the mall, she bought a set of clothes that Yao Qian had posted on her social account, which cost 100,000 federal coins. Then Jiangmi also bought Yao Qian a bag, which was a limited edition of more than 200,000. Other small decorations cost Jiangmi a lot of money. Jiang Mi's heart was bleeding. In the future, she could continue to pretend to be Yao Qian and spend Yao Qian's money. But she just told Yao Xingli that she was still on the aircraft. And this money could only be spent on her own. Jiang Mi, damn! Biting the handkerchief. JPG. After shopping, Jiang Mi walked back to the dormitory, planning to change clothes in the dormitory and then teleport to the airport, which would be more convenient. When she walked to the door of the dormitory, she met Yao Xingli. Yao Xingli had just finished his class and returned to the dormitory. He was about to drive the aircraft to pick up Yao Qian. When he saw Jiang Mi, he curled his nose and looked at her with contempt. If it weren't for Hardening, Yao Qian would definitely be attending classes with him in the academy now. Humph! Get out of the way. You lowly people from District 13. Don't block my way. Half an hour later. Livonia Capital Airport. Sister, are you tired after sitting on the aircraft for 2 hours? Do you want me to massage your back? I'll help you carry your luggage. I'm a boy and I have strength. The seats of the aircraft are too hard, so I added a layer of cushion. Try sitting on it. Jiang Mi. If she hadn't seen Yao Xingli, she would have doubted now. Yao Xingli? Have you been possessed? What about the majestic Yao Xingli in the past? How did he become like a licking dog? Sure enough, Wiki was right. Yao Xingli was an out-and-out sister control. The aircraft drove smoothly, crossed most of Livonia, and landed in a manor somewhere in the suburbs. This was the Yao family. Jiang Mi walked down the gangway and was greeted by the fragrance of the flower garden in the manor. A little further away was the manor villa, where the Yao family lived. Yao Xingli followed with his luggage. Sister, I have told my parents that you are back. They are probably waiting for you at home now. Jiang Mi nodded, walked through the flower garden, and walked straight to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw a middle-aged man in his 50s sitting on the sofa. His hair was still black. His back was straight, and he was wearing a well-cut suit, with only a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Seeing Yao Qian coming in, he was not as warm as Yao Xingli, but snorted with contempt. You still remember to come back? I thought you were staying outside, and had forgotten that you were the daughter of the Yao family. Chapter 34 Presidential Primary Election. Yao Qian's circle of friends contains her complaints against Yao's father. But these statuses are set to only visible to me. So, she hates Yao's father. This is normal. No one likes a father who suppresses them every day and favors boys over girls. What's more, Yao Qian's ability is only B level, not as good as Yao Xingli's A level. This makes Yao's father despise her even more, and often scolds her. Daughters are really not as good as sons. Facing Yao's father's scolding, Yao Xingli and Yao's mother hurriedly helped. The children are back. Why are you talking about this? Yes. My sister is not having a good time outside. There is no overnight hatred in the family. Dad, don't mention the past. Jiang Mi was obedient and didn't say anything, lowered his head, and looked like he admitted his mistakes. Yao's father's majesty as the head of the family was exerted, and his tone slowed down. Okay, it's good to know your mistakes. It's almost time. Let's eat. The family moved to the restaurant. There were a wide variety of delicacies on the table. Jiang Mi couldn't name many of the dishes, but she just thought they looked good and tasted good. She followed the principle of talking more and making more mistakes, and ate quietly. When the meal was almost over, Yao's father finally opened up. He didn't waste words and got straight to the point. It's good to come back. Xingli has already enrolled in the Crack Academy. With his level, he is likely to enter the Crack Management Bureau after graduation. He is the future head of the Yao family. You have to assist him well. Dad. Yao Xingli knew that Yao Qian didn't like to hear this the most, so he interrupted Yao's father deliberately. But Yao's father gave him a glare, and Yao Xingli had to shut up. I know. Jiang Mi answered indifferently. Also, Yao's father added, Ming Yueshi's birthday is in 2 days. I have picked out a gift for you. You can give it to her and build a good relationship with her. Her mother is a representative of the Jishua Alliance. She is running for president this year and has a high chance of being elected. If we can establish a relationship with the Ming family, it will be good for Xingli's future development. Jiang Mi paused while picking up the food. She knew Ming Yueshi's family background was very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yao Xingli said quickly, Dad, my sister and the eldest daughter are just friends. There are no messy political factors between them. What do you know? Yao's father scolded. If there is no such relationship, do we need to curry favor with the girl from the Ming family? But you? Stay away from the boy from the Wei family in the future. What does the Wei family have besides money? They are just nouveau riche. They are not worthy of being on the table at all. Yao Xingli was annoyed and his voice became lower. Weika and I are brothers. Why should I consider these? Yao's father, then you are stupid. If we don't consider these, why should we waste time on those people? Pa. With a sound, Jiangmi slammed the knife and fork heavily on the table. Father Yao frowned and glared at Jiangmi. What are you doing? You can even forget the etiquette of eating? Jiangmi didn't answer Father Yao, but raised his eyebrows and smiled. According to you, why would the Ming family like us? What else do you have besides being rich? Aren't you also a nouveau riche? Father Yao's eyes widened. Yao Qian, do you know what you are talking about? He instinctively raised his hand to prove his dignity as the head of the family. Hit him. Hit him quickly. Jiangmi sat calmly in his seat, pointing at his fair and translucent cheek. It's better to leave a clear red mark on my face. When Ming Yueshi asks me what happened, I will definitely tell her that it was my father, the nouveau riche, who beat me. Then, she raised her little face and smiled brightly. Do you think Aunt Ming will hear it? I don't know what she will think of you. You? Father Yao's face turned red with anger, and his hand pointing at Jiangmi was shaking. Mother Yao was so scared that she quickly stood up to help Father Yao with his back. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. How can you talk to me like this? I'm your father. Father Yao took a long time to say. That's because you said it's useless to have a daughter. I'm just giving courtesy. Jiangmi wiped the corners of his mouth carefully with a napkin and stood up calmly. Father, since you need my help to get along with the Ming family, and you need Yao Xingli to revitalize the Yao family, then be nice to us. What era is this? Suppressive education is no longer popular now. Besides, you know Yao Xingli is an A-level superpower. Right? He can kill you with one claw. What are you showing off here? Father Yao's face turned even redder, and he was so angry that his eyebrows were raised. Okay. Jiangmi threw down the napkin. I will get along well with Minji Wexi, and I will go to her birthday. Just you, also fulfill your responsibilities as a father. After saying that, Jiangmi walked straight to Yao Qian's room without looking back. The roar and scolding of Yao's father and the comforting voice of Yao's mother still echoed in the restaurant. Jiangmi closed the door heavily, and she could not hear anything outside. Jiangmi did not want to go against Yao's father, but when she saw him, she couldn't help but think of the biological father who forced her to donate bone marrow to her brother, which made her nauseous. Anyway, the mission of the God-given meeting was to return to the Yao family, and she didn't let her get along well with Yao's father. Jiangmi took a deep breath, looked up, and looked at Yao Qian's room. Going back to the Yao family is not only a mission of the God-given association. Jiangmi also wants to go back to the Yao family to learn more about Yao Qian. Yao Qian is the target, and she may have clues about Shi Ning's life experience. Jiangmi walked around the room and felt that the room was cold. The soft furnishings were high-end and simple, and the uniform dark blue tone gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression. Opening the closet, she actually found a closet of pink Barbie dolls under the closet. But these dolls are old and sealed in the closet. Jiangmi closed the closet. Jinkui admitted that she was not Jinkui. Jiangmi was not Shi Ning either. So, is Yao Qian really Yao Qian? There was a knock on the door outside. Jiangmi opened the door, and saw Yao Xingli standing at the door with dessert. Sister, this is your favorite pudding cake. I brought it up secretly, and Dad doesn't know. Yao Xingli went into the room, put the pudding cake on the coffee table, and thoughtfully placed a spoon for Jiangmi. Sister, you don't have to worry about Father. He is always like that. Anyway, you come home. My mother and I are very happy. And Yao Xingli looked at Jiangmi, scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Sister, thank you for protecting me. I know. You love me the most. Jiangmi. Actually, it's not because of you. I just don't like your father. Jiangmi didn't say anything, smiled embarrassedly, sat next to Yao Xingli, and tasted the pudding cake casually. Yao Xingli sat next to him like a big dog, obedient and docile, looking at Jiangmi seriously. Jiangmi, do you want to eat? Jiangmi asked. No. No. Yao Xingli waved his hand. Just enjoy your meal. Jiangmi, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. But it's embarrassing for you to watch me eat. Jiangmi resisted the urge to tap her toes on the ground and took the initiative to bring up the topic. By the way, do you think I've changed since I came back this time? No. Have you? Yao Xingli scratched the back of his head and thought for a while. Sister is always the best sister. Jiangmi, then do you think there was a period of time when I became different from the past? Have you? Yao Xingli touched his chin and thought for a long time before he thought of something. And said, Sister, do you still remember the car accident 2 years ago? After that, you became much quieter and lay in bed for a long time. Apart from that, I don't feel that you have changed at all. 2 years ago, the car accident. Could Yao Qian also be replaced? At the time of the car accident? Were the replacements of her, Jin Kui, and Yao Qian the same? Was it a time traveler's soul? And Jin Kui was referring to another replacement. After eating the pudding cake, Yao Xingli left with the plate. Jiangmi carefully checked Yao Qian's room again and found no other clues. She didn't plan to stay overnight at Yao's house. Yao Qian rarely stayed overnight at Yao's house after she became an adult. Jiangmi still had to go back to school. She didn't go back last night. If she didn't go back, Minji Wexi would be suspicious. Just as she was about to leave, there was a very light movement outside, similar to the sound of a creature climbing. Someone was hiding outside the room. In a flash, the other party penetrated the wall at a very fast speed. The reinforced concrete seemed invisible in front of him. He suddenly appeared behind Jiangmi like a ghost, and a silver-white desert eagle pressed against the back of Jiangmi's head. Xingji, he said in a low voice, you shouldn't have taken action without authorization. Xingji? Someone from the God's Gift Society. Jiangmi turned around. Don't move, the other party shouted angrily. But Jiangmi seemed not to hear it, and still turned around and looked directly at the man in front of him. The man had a tough face, a common square face, wearing a black action suit, grabbing a desert eagle and pointing it at Jiangmi. Seeing Jiangmi looking at him, the man frowned and put the barrel of the gun against Jiangmi's forehead. I just did what I should do, Jiangmi replied. But our enemy has never been a cube. The man frowned. Didn't I tell you? Our target is Livonia. We are about to take action. And you are still making such a big fuss at this time? It was confirmed that the person in front of him was the deacon. It seems that he knew about her assassination of Mr. Ding and came to settle accounts with her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sister? What happened? I heard movement in your room. A trace of haze flashed in the deacon's eyes. Jiangmi immediately grabbed the gun barrel and wrote a few words on the back of the butler's hand. Phantom beast. Good hearing. It's okay, Jiangmi replied to Yao Xingli loudly. I was just packing up and wanted to find the things I had put in the cabinet before, and I accidentally knocked over the cabinet. Do you need my help? I can do it myself. Yao Xingli stood outside the door for a while, and felt that there was indeed no strange movement in the house. So he left. In the room, Jiangmi stared at the butler. He left. The butler's gun was still pointed at Jiangmi. Why did you attack Mr. Ding? I need an explanation. Explanation? Jiangmi sneered. She walked to the coffee table and slowly poured a cup of black tea. You don't think that the cube blew up our base to help us? Do you? The deacon frowned. What else? Jiangmi, why don't you think about it? The experimental subjects were well locked up in 212. Why did they riot at that time? Why did the cube come to talk business with us at that time? The cube had seen the experimental subjects and was very satisfied with our experiments. Why did it give up cooperation with us? Everything is just a coincidence? The deacon listened to Jiangmi's story and was still suspicious at first, with his eyebrows lowered. You mean, the riot was caused by the cube? But why did they do this? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The cube doesn't want the potion that Meng Qin is researching? Isn't it? Jiangmi followed the deacon's thoughts and echoed, and brought him a cup of black tea. The deacon's hand holding the gun unconsciously put it down and took the black tea. I killed Mr. Ding to take back the potion, Jiangmi said righteously. Why else would I do this? I have no grudges against the cube. If it wasn't for the organization, would I be stupid to go and fight them? The deacon stroked the wall of the red tea cup with his fingers and fell silent. Yao Qian's words made sense. When the organization first learned that Yao Qian had killed Mr. Ding, they were puzzled and thought that Yao Qian had no reason to do so. Revenge? For Meng Qin? Yao Qian and Meng Qin's relationship is not that good. The God's Gift Association has been attacked by the cube many times in the past 2 days. Several members, who were on a mission, accidentally ran into the cube and were killed by the cube. The God's Gift Association suffered heavy losses because of this. And the deacon came to Yao Qian to ask for an explanation. But now I think that Yao Qian was right to do so. The potion that Ming Qin researched can increase the probability of human awakening in the black fog. Even if it is only an immature prescription now, it does not mean that there is no possibility of success in the future. This potion is very important to the God's Gift. You should have told me earlier. The deacon took a sip of red tea. Some things are not convenient to say in the optical brain. Jiangmi made up a story. But I still don't understand, said the deacon. We didn't give the cube a chance to cooperate. But the cooperation was not reached. They wanted to steal the potion? And destroyed one of our bases. We have no conflict of interest. Why would they do this? If it was just because of the potion? Of course not. Jiangmi continued to fool. But don't forget that the administration investigated us as soon as the incident broke out, and when I assassinated Mr. Ding, I found that the cube used us as a token of allegiance to connect with the Federation. The cube now knows that there is an S-level demon species in the number 109 crack. The deacon widened his eyes in surprise. There are only so many S-level demons. Killing one means one less. Jiangmi said slowly. The cube has exchanged us for such a big benefit. Do you still think that we have no conflict of interest with the cube? The deacon gnashed his teeth in anger. The God's Gift and the cube have been established for a long time. The two organizations have existed since shortly after the crack appeared. At first, they developed independently and had nothing to do with each other. But when they climbed to a certain height, there was bound to be competition. Just like Yao Qian said, there are only so many S-level demons. And there are only so many S-level gold bloods. S-level gold blood is such important information that it is completely worth it for the cube to become enemies with the God's Gift. I misunderstood you. The deacon sighed, his tone full of guilt. Everything is God's will. Jiangmi muttered. It's all for the betterment of the organization. However, I didn't expect that you could steal teleportation. The deacon narrowed his eyes. Do you know Anonymous? The deacon didn't say it clearly, but Jiangmi could feel that he still doubted himself. After all, Yao Qian was only a B-level mutant, and she didn't have the ability to kill Mr. Ding under Razor. Don't you know that Anonymous has a grudge against Cube? Jiangmi shrugged. Xiao Quan of Cube, and their bounty hunter Zhuang Di, are trying every means to kill Anonymous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't it normal that Anonymous is willing to help me? The deacon thought for a moment. He knew Anonymous. And he also knew that Anonymous had some grudges with the Magic Cube Company. From this point of view, all of Yao Qian's explanations were well-founded and consistent. Yao Qian did not cause the feud with Cube. When Cube entered the God's Gift base in District 12 and saw the experimental subjects in 212, the result was already determined. Instead, it was Yao Qian who saved the God's Gift and prevented the research results of the God's Gift from falling into the hands of Cube. Moreover, she also got the information of S-level demon species and formed an alliance with S-level space power users like Anonymous. If it weren't for Yao Qian, the God's Gift would have been completely fooled by Cube this time. After sorting out the cause and effect, the deacon took a deep breath, secretly scolded Cube and Mr. Ding several hundred times, and then put the Desert Eagle into the holster. This time it was the organization's fault. You have done so much. You should be rewarded by the organization. Jiangmi nodded like pounding garlic. Deacon, I will report all your achievements to the elders. Don't worry. Jiangmi's eyes were bright. Also, Deacon changed the subject. Space-related abilities are rare. You must build a good relationship with Anonymous. It would be even better if you can let her join the organization. Jiangmi sincerely, I will try my best. But this depends on Anonymous. You know, high-level ability users have bad tempers. I think it's good to be able to cooperate, but it's difficult to join the organization. The deacon also understood that this was not an easy task, so he didn't force it. Deacon, as for the demon species in the number 109 crack, we can't let it go either. Fortunately, they haven't started research yet, and we still have a chance to get people in. This is a pleasant surprise, and the God's Gift will never let it go. After talking about these things, the deacon finally got to the point. Someone is responsible for sneaking into the number 109 crack. At present, our most important thing is still you. Jiangmi realized that the deacon was going to talk about something big, and it was probably the mission he mentioned 5 months ago. So he sat up straight. 5 months is a long time. Jiangmi didn't understand before. What mission must be carried out after 5 months? But after listening to Yao's father's words today, Jiangmi vaguely guessed the clue. It's not that this mission needs 5 months to prepare, but the time. It must happen after 5 months. The deacon looked at Jiangmi and said in a sonorous and powerful tone. 2 days later is the day of the federal quadrennial presidential primary election. And it is also Ming Yuexi's birthday. The organization plans to kidnap Ming Yuexi and let Ming Jinyan give up the presidential election. Jiangmi paused while holding the red teacup. Yao Qian and Ming Yuexi are good friends, so she can enter Ming Yuexi's birthday party openly. Yao Qian's presence is crucial. So, you need me to kidnap Ming Yuexi? Jiangmi asked. Yes. It must be on the day of the birthday party. In this way, we can make Ming Jinyan give up the primary election. If it is at other times, the management bureau will send people, and it will be difficult for us to threaten Ming Jinyan again. The deacon looked at Jiangmi and asked cautiously, Did you steal the anonymous space? If Yao Qian still has the anonymous space ability, even if it can only be used once, it can make this mission more efficient. Of course. Jiangmi smiled. Great. The deacon felt that he had seen the dawn of victory. You only need to be responsible for transferring Ming Yuexi out of the Ming family's old house. And someone in the organization will be responsible for the rest. Xingji. Everything is God's will. Jiangmi put it on his chest. Everything is God's will. After determining the details of the action, the deacon left the Yao family. Jiangmi sat alone on the sofa and reviewed the entire plan. Kidnapping Ming Yuexi was not difficult for Jiangmi, and she didn't even need to do it at the birthday party. She could kidnap Ming Yuexi in a minute. However, she couldn't let the God's Gift Society succeed. She wanted to destroy the God's Gift Society. The kidnapping of Ming Yuexi was not enough to alarm the top leaders of the God's Gift Society. Those elders were like turtles, always hiding behind the crowd. But this allowed Jiangmi to get closer to the center of the God's Gift Society. The closer to the center, the more likely it is to destroy the God's Gift Society. There were still 2 days before Ming Yuexi's birthday. Jiangmi packed her luggage, said goodbye to Yao Xingli, and left the Yao family. Yao Xingli wanted to see her off, but Jiangmi didn't agree. She got on a rented aircraft alone and came to the door of a 5-star hotel. The moment she entered the hotel, Jiangmi teleported back to the dormitory and her face returned to its original appearance. Coming out of the bathroom, she changed back into her own clothes. Ming Yuexi was not in the dormitory. She had been working hard to make money recently and had taken on a lot of part-time jobs at the college forum. As long as she didn't have classes, she was almost always doing tasks outside. It was hard to imagine that a spoiled young lady would work so hard. After Jiangmi returned to the dormitory, he looked up Ming Yuexi on the internet. Her family structure was very interesting. Her mother Ming Jinyan was a member of Congress and was running for president this year. She was very popular and had a high chance of being elected. Her father was a businessman who was engaged in aviation. The company's business scope included space satellites and aircraft currently used by various countries. One was in politics. The other was in business. Jiangmi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. No wonder even a rich second generation like Yao Xingli called her a young lady. After learning about Ming Yuexi, Jiangmi put away his computer and, like an ordinary student, reviewed the homework left by the teacher in the previous class and previewed the course for the next class. The task of kidnapping Ming Yuexi seemed to have disappeared, and Jiangmi turned back into Hardening. At this time, the optical brain sounded. It was a notification message from the official website of the crack. Dear players, this crack game will start tomorrow, September 6th, 2224 at 10 a.m. Interested players can go to the official website to sign up. Yo! The opportunity to make money is here. The crack game is tomorrow. Ming Yuexi's birthday party is the day after tomorrow. And the exploration of crack number 109 will be at least a week later. Jiangmi has every chance to participate in the crack game. After making sure that the time does not conflict, she quickly signed up. Just after filling out the registration form, Jiangmi saw a comment on the official website of the crack game that was pushed to the front row. Rumor. This time the crack game has S-level participants. S-level plus 2 A-level. A group. A bunch of replies below. 1S and 2A. A king bomb combination. They are just 2 A-level monsters. Are you going to give other players a chance to survive? Where on earth do so many high-level players come from? The 2 A's are from the Rift Academy. And the S's are from the national team. Awesome. The freshmen are teaming up to brush the dungeon. Right? Damn. Can someone deal with them? This lineup is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. I thought I could kill A-level this time. But I thought too much. Explosive. The official just released another blockbuster news. Anonymous has also come to Livonia. He has also signed up for this game. And he is alone. Fuck. 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 This time, the 68th Rift is amazing. Chapter 35. Jiangmi came to crack number 68. Crack number 68 is located in the Hardening district of Livonia. It used to be a luxury shopping mall. Due to the appearance of the crack, the space was torn and collapsed into ruins. The debris of the past has been cleared. Now crack number 68 stands empty on the former ruins, towering nearly 200 meters into the sky. The crack is surrounded by light screens built by the game staff, which broadcast the situation of the crack live. The players are almost all there. They all wear masks issued by the organizers, gather in 2s and 2s, and act in team mode. Jiangmi also wears a mask, and wears the black cloak of Anonymous, and walks into the crowd. The voices of players discussing came from the crowd. I heard that the S-level player who came today is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai? Is that true? I've seen his live broadcast of participating in the Rift game. He's so fierce. He can kill A-level monsters at will. After all, he is from the national team. He also brought 3 A-level members. This combination is invincible. How can Anonymous win? It seems that Anonymous consecutive championships will be broken by Jiang Xiaobai. Hey. Anyway, I bet on Jiang Xiaobai. So I bet he can win. Hee. I also voted for Jiang Xiaobai. Come on. Anyone with a little bit of brains will vote for Jiang Xiaobai. There is no suspense. Okay. You, just don't think highly of me. The woman's low voice came, as if a voice changer was superimposed, and it didn't sound like a human voice at all. The players looked back and saw Anonymous in a black cloak, standing behind them leisurely. The player was shocked. Anonymous? The woman opposite was wearing a mask and looked expressionless, except for her obsidian eyes, which were cold and looked like inorganic stones. We didn't mean that. The player hesitated. Of course we also hope you win. Of course we hope you win. Another player added. We said that. Just hope you are careful. After all, Jiang Xiaobai and his team have 4 people. 2 fists can't beat 8 hands. Right. Looking at the other party's flattering expression, Jiangmi couldn't help but laugh. One group of S-level plus 3A combination. One group with only one suspected S-level player. If Jiangmi chose her, she would also think that the SA combination can win. There is nothing to explain. Jiangmi looked up and saw hundreds of people gathered at the scene. All players and game staff. All the players gathered in the square outside the crack, some distance away from the crack. And near the crack, there were 4 people standing. And there was obviously a vacuum zone between them and other players. The leader was a lean and tall young man, wearing a close-fitting combat uniform. His strong muscles and graceful lines could be seen under the tight fabric. There were 2 men and 1 woman standing beside him. One of the men was slightly taller and had stronger muscles. The other man was slightly shorter and was playing with a wind blade in his hand. The remaining woman had a very good figure. Sexy but still fit. Standing tall and graceful. Like a painting. Jiang Xiaobai, Yao Xingli, Wei Ke, Ming Yueshi. Even with masks on, Jiangmi could recognize them. She did not join Wei Ke's team, but Wei Ke still found Jiang Xiaobai, and they were still a king bomb combination. At this time, the SA team also saw Jiangmi. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and bowed to Jiangmi as a greeting. The rest of the team crossed their arms and pointed their chins at Jiangmi with a look of disdain. Wiki pointed at Jiangmi and said arrogantly, Anonymous, I tell you, if we SA participate in the game, you will definitely lose. Your road to the championship will end here. After that, he whispered to the other team members. Wow, I just had a fight with Anonymous. I think I'm so cool. Do you think my shouting just now was too arrogant? What are you talking about? Yao Xingli straightened his neck. You are telling the truth. We will definitely win. Even Minji Wexi, who has always been indifferent, interrupted. Well, the championship is ours. Jiangmi looked at them and smiled slightly. Then we'll just have to wait and see. There are cameras installed on the scene, and the players' pre-match interactions are captured by the cameras and synchronized to the official website of the Rift. They're talking big? The two S-level teams are talking big. It feels like Anonymous is a bit sluggish, and SA is more powerful. They probably think they're going to lose. Wow. Fortunately, the game hasn't started yet. I'm going to bet on SA. But Anonymous' winning rate is 1 to 10. 1 to 10 is useless. Winning is the kingly way. What's Jiang Xiaobai's ability? He's also the main attacker in the national team. How could he lose? Alas, is the space system just an auxiliary system? Or is the attack system more powerful? On the internet, netizens who watched the live broadcast were excited to place bets. And in reality, players arrived one after another, waiting for the gate to open. Jiangmi and the SA team stood not far from the boundary gate. There was a distance between the two of them, and the other players were also at a distance from them. In the crowd, a pair of dark eyes stared at Anonymous. He murmured. His whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes staring at Anonymous were full of malice. Shuang Nijin clenched the dagger in his hand. Anonymous. He wanted to kill Anonymous. At 10 o'clock, the game started, and all the players swarmed into the crack. Shuang Nijin followed the crowd, pushing and shoving, and kept moving forward. After entering the crack, the light suddenly dimmed, and there was an endless forest in front of him. Swamps were everywhere. The jungle was lush, and the sound of birds and beasts crying in the distance made people panic inexplicably. Shuang Nijin's eyes were still on Anonymous. Because of the push just now, he was very close to Anonymous. The other world behind the crack is not protected by federal law. So even if someone is killed here, the administration will not investigate. Shuang Nijin exerted force on his fingers. His joints turned white. When he was less than 2 steps away from Anonymous, he clenched the dagger and rushed over. Pa! Shuang Nijin fell to the ground in a mess. He turned back immediately, but found that Anonymous, who was at his original position, had disappeared. Where is he? Where is he? Shuang Nijin's eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief. The audience in the live broadcast room were also surprised. Fuck! Anonymous is gone! Where did she go? Didn't the camera capture her? How is it possible? Livonia is not District 12. There are drones everywhere in the cracks. How could Anonymous not be captured? Look for him quickly. Fuck. Anonymous has already started to slaughter the demons? Please. The game has just begun. Jiangmi's figure emerged on the edge of the cliff. The huge wild boar was breathing out air. Its 2 fangs were shining silver, and the spikes on its body stood up the moment it saw Jiangmi. This is a B-level demon. Jiangmi looked up and saw the drone in the air, accurately synchronizing everything that happened in the crack to the official website live broadcast room. This is the bad thing about Livonia. It is rich and powerful, and there are many drones, which means that Jiangmi must implement the Anonymous persona and can hardly use other superpowers. Fortunately, places like under the tree are still blind spots for drones, and Jiangmi can catch the magic wolf in the blind spot to charge. Besides, what superpowers are needed to deal with a 2-meter-tall wild boar? In a flash, Jiangmi passed through the wild boar quickly, and the indestructible fruit knife cut through the wild boar's soft abdomen, and all its fragile internal organs inside flowed out. The wild boar trembled all over. Its limbs trembled, and in less than 5 seconds, it fell to the ground with a bang. I found Anonymous. What the hell? What the hell? That's just a B-class demon in front of her. Right? The game has only started for less than a minute, and the demon killing has already begun? Other players are still makabaka at the gate, but Anonymous has already started killing demons. It feels like Anonymous and other players are not in the same dimension at all. But how did she know where the demons are? That's amazing. I don't care if I bet on Anonymous to win. Anonymous must win. Jiangmi certainly doesn't know where the demons are, but the demon wolf knows. As a crack creature, it looks stupid, but it is at least an S-class demon. Once it appears in this territory, it will be the overlord here. Its powerful sense of smell, unparalleled beast intuition and perception, can help Jiangmi find the location of all high-level demon species. The price is a small cake. The demon wolf has realized that a box of 10 poor egg yolk pies in the supermarket can no longer attract its interest. It now likes to eat high-end goods such as cakes. Fortunately, a wolf with an IQ less than 5 years old does not know how to count. In Jiangmi's account, the demon wolf has owed her hundreds of small cakes. The demon wolf is now selling itself to pay off the debt. As an S-level demon species, why do I live like a dog and be used as a dog by humans? The demon wolf occasionally thinks about such questions. Jiangmi will take out a small cake. Demon wolf, awoo. What's wrong with being treated as a dog for a small cake? The small cake is worth it. Near the boundary gate, Jiang Xiaobai looked at the deep crack and frowned. She has already started. She? Who? Weika asked a soul-searching question. Brother Xiaobai, you are not talking about Anonymous. Are you? How is that possible? Yao Xingli was incredulous. Only 1 minute has passed. Didn't the S level in your school kill 5 war rainbow pythons in 5 minutes? Why do you think Anonymous can't do it? Jiang Xiaobai asked back. Weika and Yao Xingli's eyes widened. They didn't even see the shadow of the demon species. And someone was already killing the demon species? What a joke. Players nearby heard the conversation of the SA group and comforted them. You think too much. Even if Anonymous is good, he is only good in District 12. This is Livonia. It is not the same level as the Rift game in District 12. Yeah. Killing the demons as soon as they come in? Anonymous doesn't have this ability in District 12. Right? I guess she just uses her space ability to look for demons everywhere. With so many of us, we're afraid we can't beat her. The optical computer can't be used in the crack. So the players don't know Anonymous' situation. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room are aware of Anonymous' actions, and can see the constantly jumping number of Anonymous on the player's scoreboard. Silly boy. While you are talking, Anonymous has killed another demon. Teleport to kill one. How can killing a demon be as easy as chopping cabbage? If the A-level demon didn't know how to restrain itself and no one noticed, the game would be over. I really want to know the expressions of these players when they know the truth. Ha ha ha. It feels so good just thinking about it. +1+1+1. Alas. Stop laughing upstairs. I voted for SA to win. These silly kids are still talking nonsense at the gate. My heart is bleeding. Do you think you are alone? I voted for SA too. Hee. I voted for Anonymous. Hold high the Anonymous flag. She will definitely get the 7th championship. The players walked towards the depths of the crack. The crowd continued to disperse and walked in all directions. No one knew where the most demons were. If they dispersed, they would reduce encounters and competition. Jiang Xiaobai and others had undergone extreme physical training since childhood, and they were extremely fast, moving quickly among the crowd and heading deep into the jungle. At this moment, a player shouted, "Fuck! I found an A-level demon species." In an instant, all the capable players rushed towards the source of the students. The person who spoke was not far from the SA team. The 4 of them exchanged glances and turned around immediately after hearing the words. It seems that we are still lucky. Yao Xingli grinned. Wiki was very proud. That's right. What's the use of killing ordinary demons? Only by killing A-level demons can you win the championship. The player PK rules of the crack game are calculated by points. Killing an E-level demon is 1 point. D-level demon is 10 points. And so on. Killing an A-level demon will get 10,000 points. Therefore, the number of demons killed is not the key. The most important thing is the level of the demon. Jiang Xiaobai and others rushed to the location of the A-level demon. Before they came into contact with the demon, suddenly, the sky was full of stones and fell like hail. And huge sparks quickly exploded on the ground. Many players who did not have time to escape were hit by the stones. And they were injured and cried in pain. Fires filled the sky. Wailing filled the ground. And the crack that was peaceful a few minutes ago was now involved in the battlefield. When the stone was about to hit the SA combination, Jiang Xiaobai quickly pulled, and several pieces of metal iron sheets flew up into the sky, blocking the falling stone. It's the ape demon! It's the ape demon! Some players shouted. This thing L not only has superpowers, but it has evolved intelligence. It deliberately used superpowers to turn the rubble into bombs to attack us, so that we can't get close to it. Too cunning. We can't even get close to it. How can we kill it? Jiang Xiaobai and others hid under the metal barrier, looking at the ape demon on the hill. It stood there unscrupulously, occupying the best throwing position, with a height of 5 meters. It was like a small building. Its body is covered with black hair, and its arms are extremely long, which helps it to attack players with slingshots better. Jiang Xiaobai estimated that his metal control could not control it that far. So he had to get close to the ape demon. Wiki snorted coldly. Damn. If this was in the academy, the young lady could kill this dead monkey with a sniper rifle. Fisher games do not allow the use of hot weapons. What can we do? Yao Xingli poked Vic's head. You should think of something practical. Actually, it's okay to go over like this now. Brother Xiaobai is protecting us. It shouldn't be difficult for us to kill the ape demon. Wiki looked at the metal barrier at the top. This thing was an iron block that Jiang Xiaobai carried with him, which was extended to form a huge protective layer that could protect them from being hurt by slingshots. Even so, the slingshots boom 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 exploded on the metal sheet, which was frightening. It's too slow to go over like this. Anonymous will come here in a blink. We have to get ahead of her. Ming Yueshi frowned and analyzed calmly. Don't rely on cousin Wei Ke. You use wind blade to block the damage and protect us, cousin. You go to attack the ape demon and rush over to kill this beast. If he didn't have to protect the two of them, Jiang Xiaobai's speed would be much faster. The four exchanged glances and agreed to this plan. Wei Ke immediately mobilized his wind blade, and countless tiny wind blades hovered around the four people. At the moment when Jiang Xiaobai's metal barrier was removed, the stones hit the four people fiercely. Wei Ke concentrated his attention, condensed the wind blade and quickly fought back. Ah! Brother Xiaobai. Hurry up. There are too many stones. I can't hold on for too long. Vicar screamed in fear. But he did not lose his kung fu and accurately blocked every stone that would fall on him. This can be considered training. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Immediately, the metal barrier he put away turned into two thin metal pieces and flew to Jiang Xiaobai's feet. And Jiang Xiaobai was steadily lifted up. With a swoosh sound, he flew towards the ape demon. The stones continued to rain down like raindrops, becoming more and more dense. But Jiang Xiaobai was faster, and even without any protection, he could accurately dodge those stones. Jiang Xiaobai made a move. Once Jiang Xiaobai got close, the ape demon was dead. The ape demon only knew how to attack from a distance, and was useless after being approached, and had no ability to protect itself. So SA was going to take down the first A-level demon? Anonymous killed so many demons, but it was better for SA to kill one. No way. Level is more important than anything else. What a pity. Ha ha ha. So what's the point of Anonymous' cool moves at the beginning? SA still wins. In a moment, Jiang Xiaobai had already rushed to the ape demon. The ape demon was so scared that he frantically grabbed the boulder, crushed it, and threw it at Jiang Xiaobai. But the more panicked it was, the worse its aim became. Many pieces of rubble were thrown at it crazily before they were given the ability of bomb, and finally fell to the ground like ordinary stones. Jiang Xiaobai floated in the air, looking down at the ape demon. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a piece of steel metal floated above his palm. The metal flowed with silver light, like flowing silver silk, and it was deformed and stretched in Jiang Xiaobai's hand, and finally turned into an extremely thin and sharp sheet. Then, he waved his hand, and the metal sheet flew towards the ape demon's neck. This is a common method used by Jiang Xiaobai. A thin piece of metal is enough to cut off the head of the demon. Since he has the ability to control metal, he has used this ability countless times and has never failed. However, at the moment when the metal piece slipped out of his hand, the space was torn apart, and Anonymous suddenly appeared in front of the huge head of the ape demon. One step faster than Jiang Xiaobai's metal piece. Jiang Xiaobai's pupil shrank suddenly. Anonymous gave up her fruit knife and used a silver shining black tang sword instead. She held the tang sword tightly in one hand and pressed the back of the sword with the other hand, aiming the blade at the ape demon. Under the action of gravity, she continued to fall. The tang sword cut the ape demon in half from the forehead. Ah! The ape demon looked up to the sky and howled. And the metal piece was passed and cut into nothingness. On-site players. Live broadcast room audience. All these changes happened too fast. When the ape demon fell to the ground with blood splattering, everyone could see clearly that the person standing in front of the ape demon's body was Anonymous. Fuck. 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 When did Anonymous come out? Was she faster or was it Jiang Xiaobai? The player scoreboard has been updated. The one who killed the ape demon was Anonymous. It was Anonymous. She got ahead of Jiang Xiaobai. Ah. That scene just now was so cool. I am worthy of being a fan of Anonymous for so long. Anonymous is the best. I was also impressed by her coolness. She actually snatched the demon C from Jiang Xiaobai. She is worthy of it. It is because the opponent is Jiang Xiaobai. So it is so cool. Don't be so cool above. I am crying to death. I bet on SA. I thought I would win this time. Ha ha ha. But we bet on Anonymous. Anonymous will win. In the crack, Yao Xingli and others rushed over. But they only saw the remains of the ape demon. Its body gradually turned gray and lost its vitality. And even the golden blood did not precipitate. Who won just now? Yao Xingli asked hurriedly. They saw Jiang Xiaobai and Anonymous attack almost at the same time from a distance. And they could not tell who was faster. Of course, it was Brother Xiaobai. Wiki said firmly. I saw the metal pieces he controlled. But there is no golden blood. Minji Wexi pointed at the body of the ape demon. No golden blood. The biggest feature of Anonymous killing demons is that there is no golden blood. Netizens speculated that it should be her space ability that allowed her to steal the golden blood in the first place. Without golden blood, it is self-evident who killed the demon. The first one. Jiang Mi's Tang sword was heavily inserted into the head of the ape demon. The handle of the Tang sword was tied with a red ribbon. Like a flag of victory. Fluttering in the wind. It seems that I am still luckier, Jiang Mi said. There are two more. Jiang Xiaobai did not give in. You will not have such an opportunity next time. Mr. Jiang. Don't be so confident. Jiang Mi waved his finger. You will be slapped in the face. I say the same to you. Jiang Xiaobai said coldly. The championship must be ours. The drone in the air quickly took this picturesque level battle. This time the gimmick of the crack game has been established. And more advertising sponsors can be attracted in the future. At the same time behind a huge rock, Zhuang Nijing climbed up in a panic. When he heard the traces of the A-level demon species, he rushed over quickly. He believed that Anonymous would not miss such an opportunity, and would definitely come to kill this demon species. He wanted revenge. Stones were thrown at him, and hot sparks exploded one after another. Zhuang Nijing was almost hit by the stones. He hid behind a huge rock in a panic, and barely saved his life. Then, he saw Anonymous coming. He came down from the sky like a god, with an indescribable aura of kingship, and split the ape demon in half at lightning speed. Everyone was amazed at her success, and watched the good show of her competition with Jiang Xiaobai. Only Zhuang Nijing stared at Anonymous. His eyes were red, and his eyeballs were almost popping out. No. The golden blood did not precipitate from the body of the demon. Zhuang Nijing's ability is ability materialization. This skill allows him to accurately see the flow of superpowers in the air, and know clearly what superpowers someone has secretly used inadvertently. Similarly, golden blood is the embodiment of superpowers. And he can also see the flow of golden blood. No. Golden blood did indeed emanate from the ape demon's body. But before the golden blood could take shape, the power of this supernatural power had already gathered, and finally poured into Anonymous' body. Zhuang Nijing's eyes widened. Anonymous didn't rely on any spatial ability to take away the golden blood. But she could absorb the golden blood. Chapter 36. The Rift game continues. Jiang Mi teleported away from her original position. Kill and then run. This is her principle. If she doesn't run, will she wait for the other party to catch up and ask her for the golden blood? She can't get that thing. In fact, it is more profitable to trade the golden blood of A-level demon species on the black market. A bottle of A-level golden blood can be sold for tens of millions in the auction house. However, she can't get the golden blood. Moreover, after the battle with Zhong Zhongbowen, Jiang Mi realized that improving strength is also very important. Jiang Mi looked at the system panel, and the magic value increased from 21,800 to 25210. She added all the points she earned to hardening. It's still S level. There is a long way to go on the road to upgrading. Jiang Mi closed the system panel, and let the magic wolf continue to search for demon species. Soon, the second A-level demon species appeared. Jiang Mi was unlucky today. Or it might be that the A-level demon species evolved a little IQ and deliberately avoided her and the magic wolf. This time, it was other players who discovered the A-level demon species. Fortunately, when Jiang Mi arrived at the scene, the demon was still alive. She used the same trick again, teleporting to the front of the three-headed crocodile. The three heads of the crocodile shook ostentatiously, and the white teeth were covered with blood. Jiang Mi waved the Tang sword. The blade was hardened, enough to cut the hard skin of the crocodile. In a flash, A piece of metal quickly approached and hit the Tang sword with a clang, stopping Jiangmi's action. Jiangmi was stunned. The next moment, several more pieces of metal whistled in, each one directly hitting Jiangmi's vital point. Jiangmi retreated quickly, and teleporting allowed her to quickly keep a distance from Jiang Xiaobai. This guy, now he doesn't kill the demon, but instead pesters her? As long as you don't do anything, the three-headed crocodile will be ours. Jiang Xiaobai stepped on the metal sheet, floating in the air, staring at Jiangmi. And Wiki and others quickly attacked and besieged the three-headed crocodile. You are too cunning, aren't you? Jiangmi couldn't help scolding. It's already a crack game. What rules are there? Jiang Xiaobai shrugged. The teleportation speed is very fast. Jiang Xiaobai can't guarantee that he can kill the demon species before Anonymous. But it's not difficult to stop Anonymous from killing the three-headed crocodile. Besides, Wiki and others are also very powerful. They can kill a three-headed crocodile. For a while, the game of killing the demon species was turned into a battle to defend the demon species by Anonymous and Jiang Xiaobai. As long as Anonymous intends to sneak attack the three-headed crocodile, Jiang Xiaobai's metal sheet will definitely block her knife. If Jiang Xiaobai wants to use the metal sheet to sneak kill the three-headed crocodile, Anonymous will definitely teleport to protect the three-headed crocodile. 1 minute passed quickly. Jiangmi used up her last bit of teleportation ability, so she had to leave the battlefield and teleport to the big tree next to the demon wolf. She held onto the tree trunk, panting slightly, her eyes still fixed on the direction of Jiang Xiaobai and others in the distance. The demon wolf followed Jiangmi's gaze, and the head holding the small cake in its mouth continued to complain. These people are really cunning. They rely on their numbers. They bully us. That's right. Jiangmi angrily pulled the demon wolf's hair to recharge herself. Jiang Xiaobai might not be able to protect the three-headed crocodile 100%. But as long as Jiangmi's fatal attack was stopped, the three-headed crocodile would not die. And Jiangmi's non-fatal attacks could help SA kill the three-headed crocodile faster. It is also possible to use hardening oneself and then teleport into the body of the three-headed crocodile. But when Jiangmi used this method to kill the blue-striped spider, she was in the water, and the river water could wash away the dirt on her internal organs. There is no water in the number 68 crack. Only swamps and jungles. If this ability is used on the ground, it will be discovered. She has other abilities, but she can't use many of them with drones in the sky. It's tricky. The Anonymous vest is too limited. Jiangmi is considering whether to discard this vest and change to a new one to participate in the game. In detail, hardening is weak in attack and will be more useful when paired with firearms. But firearms cannot be used in the crack game. Plant control is an extremely useful ability, which can attack, defend and control the field. But using it in front of a drone will expose Jin Kui. Jin Kui is not someone who will participate in the crack game. That needs to be prepared in advance. And there is only 1 minute. Except for the combination with the magic wolf space. It is difficult to use it in the crack game. As for other abilities, phase change, absolute hit, path, retrace, mind reading. These are auxiliary abilities and cannot be used alone, let alone attacking demons. It seems that the Anonymous vest is the best to enter the Rift game. Jiangmi sighed helplessly and looked at the SA combination besieging the three-headed crocodile again. During the time when Jiangmi was thinking, Jiang Xiaobai's several metal pieces flew away, and the three-headed crocodile was completely killed. The internet exploded. Jiang Xiaobai succeeded? SA killed an A-level demon. I didn't expect that one day I would be glad that Jiang Xiaobai could kill a demon. Help! He is S-level. How can I think like this? Haha, Jiang Xiaobai is capable. But Anonymous is faster. After all, he is a space system. But why did Anonymous leave in the middle? If she didn't leave, Jiang Xiaobai wouldn't have killed the three-headed crocodile so quickly. You know it's meaningless to continue. But SA's method is really good. They have more people. As long as Jiang Xiaobai can stop Anonymous, the probability of 3A success is very high. Anonymous and Jiang Xiaobai are almost equal in PK. It seems that their abilities are similar. They are both S-level. How different can they be? So SA can win? I can still make my money back. Thank God. Thank Buddha. If I win this game, I am willing to quit gambling for the rest of my life. I didn't expect that our SA would have a chance to turn things around. It's too difficult. The SA group didn't expect it either. Especially Wiki. He thought that everything would be ready after finding Jiang Xiaobai. Who would have thought that they were a king bomb combination? It was so difficult to kill an A-level demon. The three-headed crocodile fell to the ground, and Jiang Xiaobai controlled the metal sheet to shake off the blood on it. Hurry up! A golden liquid precipitated from the body of the three-headed crocodile. Like flowing gold, Minji Wexi placed the small test tube bottle on top of the golden blood, and the golden blood immediately flowed into the bottle. There is another A-level demon. Minji Wexi put a cork in the test tube. So far, they have killed many demons along the way, and their points are constantly approaching Anonymous. What are you afraid of? Weka was complacent. As long as we have a way to deal with it, and find the demon before Anonymous, we will definitely win. I'm afraid she will find it first. Jiang Xiaobai prepared for a rainy day. And what if you encounter a demon that you can't deal with? Brother Xiaobai, you look down on me too much. Weka was so anxious that he jumped up and down. We are also very powerful. What's there to be afraid of A-level demons? As soon as he finished speaking, the swamp suddenly started to stir up thousands of waves. A huge snakehead suddenly emerged from the bottom of the swamp, grabbed the body of the three-headed crocodile with a big mouth, and tore off one of its heads. The snakehead raised and swallowed the crocodile head. Weka! Everyone! This, what is this? Weka took a step back in shock. The distance was too close, and he was frightened by the behemoth and stammered. Everyone looked at the snakehead a little dazed. The snakehead also looked at everyone a little dazed. The next second, a huge dark green claw suddenly stretched out from the swamp and stepped heavily on Weka. A silver light flashed, and Yao Xingli, who turned into a white tiger, quickly carried Weka away and landed next to Jiang Xiaobai in a moment. The claw stepped on nothing. The snakehead glanced at the four people, and then shrank. The snakehead and claws quickly gathered together and retracted into the shell. This is a snakehead turtle? Ming Yueshi recognized the demon species. Snakehead turtle? A-level demon species? Weka reacted and pointed at the snakehead turtle and shouted, "Look! We are lucky! The last A-level demon species has appeared!" Weka's excited voice echoed in the swamp. Even Jiang Xiaobai and others showed joy. Just after killing a three-headed crocodile from Anonymous, the last A-level demon species also came. Their luck is really good. Only the snakehead turtle shrank into the shell. If Jiangmi was there, he would hear the snakehead turtle's endless abuse. Grass, grass, grass. The snakehead turtle curled up in the huge shell, trying to sneak away. But as long as it stretched out its limbs, it might be attacked by SA. Oh, it's not possible. These damn humans have already started to smash its shell. The last A-level demon appeared. SA found it first again? Anonymous is so unlucky. All three A-level demons were found by SA. If she had found them first, the ending would not be like this. And how long has it been since the three-headed crocodile was killed? Anonymous has no way to crack SA's tactics. It's over. Anonymous is really going to lose. I voted for her to win. No! Anonymous, come back quickly. If you don't come back, you will really lose this time. All the audience watched this scene in fear. Jiang Xiaobai's metal pieces attacked the snake-headed turtle fiercely, and the sharp metal cones were like spears. As the spear fell, Anonymous appeared in a teleportation, blocking Jiang Xiaobai's attack. But Minji Wexi and others ignored Anonymous and rushed straight to the snake-headed turtle. The last battle scene reappeared, and countless golden sparks of metal collision appeared around the snake-headed turtle. And the Tang sword and the metal sheet collided violently. The snake-headed turtle still hid in the turtle shell, trembling. Snake-headed turtle, are you touched? Snake-headed turtle, I dare not move. I dare not move. Ha ha ha. Are you going to die of laughter upstairs? My fat otaku's happy water is sprayed out. Alas. Don't say it. I feel like I can see the tears of the snake-headed turtle. It seems to be really crying. I am crying too. Who would not want to cry when he opened his eyes and saw two S-levels fighting around him, and attacked him countless times when he saw the gaps? Anyone would be scared to death. It can't be a good one. It's really like stewing meat in an iron pot. Every minute is torture. Feel sorry for the snake-headed turtle for a second. Feel sorry for the snake-headed turtle for a second. After several rounds, Jiang Mi and Jiang Xiaobai maintained a super high frequency of attack, which consumed a lot of their abilities, and both of them were exhausted. During this period, Jiang Mi also sneaked away to find the magic wolf to recharge, which took less than 2 seconds and did not arouse Jiang Xiaobai's suspicion. After a fierce attack failed, the two retreated quickly and quickly distanced themselves. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath. Anonymous. There is no point in repeating the last battle mode. He looked at Minji Wexi and others who were besieging the snake-headed turtle. The final result is that you lose. Jiangmi also glanced at the direction of the snake-headed turtle. When she and Jiang Xiaobai were fighting, Minji Wexi and others did not dare to relax and used all their skills to deal with the snake-headed turtle. But it's different, Jiangmi said. The snake-headed turtle has evolved to the point where it can only defend itself. You won't be able to kill it in a short time. It's just a matter of time. Jiang Xiaobai was showing off. He really felt that their attack speed on the snake-headed turtle was far slower than that on the three-headed crocodile. Minji Wex's ability was Nightmare, which could temporarily make the opponent lose the ability to react. It was just that the snake-headed turtle was hiding in its shell, so it didn't matter whether it had the ability to react or not. Yao Xingwei, Phantom Beast, and Vike's Wind Blade were all very aggressive, but not strong enough to penetrate the snake-headed turtle's shell in a short time. But Jiang Xiaobai had expected all this the moment he saw the snake-headed turtle. Even if the snake-headed turtle had a strong defense, it would only be a matter of time to take it down. But this time was too long. It was so long that Jiang Xiaobai felt it was abnormal. Jiangmi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the snake-headed turtle, and smiled. Jiang Xiaobai certainly didn't know that they couldn't break the snake-headed turtle's defense. Not because the turtle was so powerful, but because Jiangmi covered the turtle shell with a layer of magic power, which hardened into an S-level protective layer. A few A-levels want to break the S-level hardened defense. Dream on! If Jiang Xiaobai attacks the snake-headed turtle a few more times, he will most likely find out the trick. But Jiangmi will never give him this opportunity. After several more attacks, Jiang Xiaobai felt more and more that there was a problem. And the core problem was not only that Minji Wexi and the others attacked too slowly. He even felt that everything was out of control, and was controlled by Anonymous. After using the metal sheet to block Anonymous Tang's sword for the last time, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly had an extremely absurd idea. He retreated quickly regardless of everything and shouted to Minji Wexi and others. Exchange opponents! Exchange opponents? The three of them were stunned. Without thinking much, they instinctively followed Jiang Xiaobai's instructions and turned to attack Anonymous. What is Jiang Xiaobai going to do? Change the 3A levels to hold Anonymous? Is it possible? But that young lady seems to have a control ability. She was super good at controlling demons before. I feel that she might be able to control Anonymous. Yes. Just protect the snake-headed turtle's fatal position from being hurt. 3A may also work. Minji Wexi rushed to the snake-headed turtle's head, which is the key position to kill the snake-headed turtle with one blow. Unless Anonymous can break through the turtle shell, he can only start from here. As long as you come here, you will see Minji Wexi's eyes. Jiangmi was caught off guard and met Ming Yueshi's eyes. Her brown eyes were like 1,000-year-old amber, so beautiful that it made people forget everything. Jiangmi suddenly thought of the man in a suit who knelt down at the door of the dormitory. Without thinking, he turned his head to avoid Ming Yueshi's gaze. However, that moment of eye contact still made a huge amount of information flood into Jiangmi's mind every long and difficult night in the welfare home. The coercion of her biological parents, the stiff body of her grandmother on the ruins, and the black slime of Zhongjung Bowen that was so powerful that it was almost perverted. Jiangmi took several steps back. Her face was pale, and her back was already wet. She just glanced at Ming Yueshi, and all the most panicked things in her heart were brought out. Miss, treat her. Wiki was quite proud. The white tiger stood in front of Ming Yueshi, protecting Ming Yueshi from harm. And the whistling small tornado was like a guardian, guarding Ming Yueshi tightly. Ming Yueshi is more difficult to deal with than Jiang Xiaobai. Jiangmi's hardening is a natural counter to Jiang Xiaobai, but she has no ability to resist mental attacks at all. Ming Yueshi can kill her with just a glance. At this time, Jiang Xiaobai was already close to the snake-headed turtle. All the metal objects he could get were floating in the air, forming countless floating metal spikes in the air. He wanted to give the snake-headed turtle a fatal blow. Can't wait. I didn't want to use this trick, but you forced me to do it. Jiangmi suddenly landed not far from the snake-headed turtle. This was not the head position, so Ming Yueshi's eyes could not be seen. This was also the first time that Jiangmi used this trick. This ability that the demon wolf could easily control was somewhat difficult for a thief like her, and she might not be able to grasp this degree. However, This trick was a sure kill of space. Jiangmi suddenly put his hands together, and then suddenly pulled them wide. Jiang Xiaobai was still controlling the metal cone, and suddenly heard the exclamation of Ming Yueshi and others, and a huge space hole suddenly appeared under the snake-headed turtle. Then, another space hole appeared in the air, and the mud, water plants, and creatures in the swamp suddenly fell down, and even the snake-headed turtle began to fall. Snake-headed turtle? The space hole inevitably affected Minji Wexi and others who were close to the snake-headed turtle. Fortunately, Weiku was fast enough, and a small tornado dragged the 3 people away from the space hole. But the snake-headed turtle couldn't escape. Jiang Xiaobai realized what Anonymous was going to do, and didn't care about attracting more metal cones. He waved his hand, and all the metal cones attacked the snake-headed turtle. All the metal cones fell on the snake-headed turtle, but they didn't even break the turtle shell. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't believe it. On the ground, Jiangmi curled her lips. She put her hands together suddenly, and the 2 space holes closed suddenly. The swamp in the air fell down, and the snake-headed turtle's body, which was cut in half by the space, and the once indestructible turtle shell, were also split into 2 halves. Everyone widened their eyes. Not only the players who saw this scene on the spot, but also the audience in the live broadcast room, the God's Gift Association, the Cube, the administration, the Academy, and many more people. Teleportation is to shrink the Earth into an inch, which is a change in distance in space. Although it is classified as a space system, it is completely different from the real space. And opening a space hole is an absolute S-level space system ability. At this level, the space system is no longer an auxiliary ability. It has an extremely high attack power that almost ignores defense. Even SSS-level hardened items can be directly cut off by opening a space hole. Anonymous. She is actually a real S-level space system ability user. Within less than an hour of the game of number 68 crack, the 3 A-level demon species have been completely annihilated. After that, the players killed the demon species separately, and there was no more fighting. 3 hours later, the game was over. Jiangmi walked out of the gate and received a $1 million championship reward from the person in charge of the number 68 crack. All the screens on the scene broadcast her award-winning process live. Anonymous. You are my god. Who dares to say that our Anonymous is not good? Saying that our Anonymous is a pseudo S level. Just now, he was so handsome when he killed the demon species. I knew that I would get meat if I followed Anonymous to bet. 110 odds. I made a fortune. I love Anonymous. Before the game, you said that SA would win. Does your face hurt? Does it hurt? Ha ha ha. I have to say that the space hole is so powerful. This move has too long a pre-swing. It is useless to use it to attack ordinary S level. It is even a pity to attack the 8 demon. But it is just right to deal with the slow snake-headed turtle. Anyway, Anonymous is awesome. 7 consecutive championships. Stop saying that District 13 is rubbish. Anonymous is still the champion in Livonia. Outside the crack, Jiang Xiaobai congratulated Anonymous. The crack game is just a training mode for him, and losing doesn't mean anything. Moreover, Jiang Xiaobai believes that if the 2 of them really play 1v1 PK, Anonymous may not be his opponent. I see you are quite young. Less than 20 years old. Jiang Xiaobai asked. Are you really not interested in joining the national team? Anonymous has some skills and physical skills, and several times she caught Jiang Xiaobai off guard. But her physical fitness is slightly weak. Others can't see it. Jiang Xiaobai knows it very well. If she can have systematic training, her future achievements will be higher. Jiangmi touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. Not interested. Okay. I won't force it. Jiang Xiaobai shrugged. Wiki held a bunch of test tubes and bottles, ready to divide the money, and gave part of it to the person in charge of the number 68 crack. This is the rule of the crack. Gold and blood are divided 50-50. The remaining golden blood is theirs. With this calculation, they still have 1 A-level golden blood and 2 B-level golden bloods left. Leave the A-level golden blood to me. Jiang Xiaobai reached out and took the A-level golden blood. My family has an auction house. A-level golden blood can sell for a lot of money. I will ask them to help consign it, and we will split the money. Then we will give the B-level golden blood to the staff of the Rift. They have a special person to collect golden blood. Minji Wexi took the remaining 2 bottles of golden blood. The black market reserve price of A-level golden blood is 8 million. But if it is ranked in the auction and the source is authentic, it can be sold for 10 million federal coins. Golden blood below A level cannot be auctioned. Okay. If the channel is not authentic, it will be sold to the black market. And if it is authentic, it will be sold to the person in charge of the rift. When selling the golden blood, Minji Wexie glanced at Anonymous. She had killed as many demons as they had. But she was completely empty. Under her large black cloak, there seemed to be nothing but the Tang sword at her waist and a flexible fruit knife. Does she have the ability of storage space? Minji Wexie didn't know much about it. After selling the golden blood, Minji Wexie came back, and everyone got 3 million federal coins. Looking at the rising numbers on his light brain, Wiki's eyes sparkled. This is the first time I've made money since I was a child. My dad must be so happy, and won't say I'm a loser anymore. It's only 3 million. Look at your achievements. Yao Xinwei teased. Wiki didn't care and looked at Jiang Xiaobai expectantly. Brother Xiaobai, let's play the Rift game together next time. Next time. You can form your own team. Jiang Xiaobai refused apologetically. I may be busy for a while. The national team has a mission? Yes. Jiang Xiaobai said without hesitation. The research on the 109th crack is about to begin. And the national team must protect the researchers when they enter the crack. Jiangmi was about to leave. But paused when she heard this. She knew that when they really entered the crack management bureau would send an executive specialist to escort the researchers in. She originally thought that Zhong Bowen would go in personally. At least, he was personally responsible for the appearance of the 108th crack in District 13. I didn't expect that the national team would lead the team for the 109th crack. However, the most dangerous thing about the 109th crack is the S-level demon species. All the members of the national team are S-level. And there is also an SS-level Peijishin. With this lineup, the safety factor is very high. So, as long as she follows Jiang Xiaobai, won't she know where the 109th crack is? Jiangmi was secretly happy. She didn't dare to follow Jiang Xiaobai, because Jiang Xiaobai's entire reconnaissance awareness was higher than hers. But this matter can be done by the magic wolf. The beast can best restrain its breath. And it can also be space-based. So it is almost impossible for Jiang Xiaobai to find it. The price was just a small piece of cake. Jiangmi was silently planning in his heart, and had already planned how to exploit the magic wolf. The labor force. It couldn't just eat cake without working. At this time, several bells rang at the scene, and many people took out their light computers to check. Jiangmi's light computer also rang. It was the message issued by Alice. Notice, there was a riot in the number 109 crack. The energy layer was broken, and a large number of monsters escaped. Students are requested to gather immediately and go to the location of the number 109 crack to carry out rescue. Alice's message was marked in red, indicating that this was the highest level academy task. And this message would be copied to every student of the crack academy. And the last line of the text message was the detailed address of the location of the number 109 crack. Chapter 37. Jiangmi was lucky to get the address of crack number 109 without having to track Jiang Xiaobai. However, she didn't want it to be this way. The danger of monsters to ordinary people is just like third-class citizens entering the crack. Moreover, monsters can't break the energy layer. The energy layer can only be broken by the attack of S-level monsters, or the corrosion of black fog. And black fog is more terrible than monsters. Jiang Xiaobai and others looked serious. They also received the news. Years of training made these young masters, and young ladies, who seemed to be pampered, react immediately. They got on the aircraft without hesitation, and flew to the location of crack number 109. Jiangmi didn't hesitate either. He teleported back to the dormitory, changed into the uniform combat uniform of the college, ran out of the dormitory building in a hurry, and left with other students on the college's aircraft. The senior students were well trained and quickly gathered to board the aircraft. The freshmen were a little slower and fell behind. Crack number 109 is located in the far suburbs of Livonia. Jiangmi sat on the aircraft and looked through the porthole. The area where the number 109 crack was located was only black. The black fog was surging, as if it had life, roaring, screaming, and swallowing everything it saw. On the aircraft, Zhou Yun distributed equipment to the freshmen, except for students who awakened in the black fog. Students below level C should not approach the black fog, and can deal with escaped monsters in the outer circle. Other students were the set of black fog blockers. which can protect you from the erosion of the black fog for 1 hour. But after 1 hour, you must come out to recharge the equipment. Being eroded by the black fog is not a joke. The black fog blocker is 2 bracelets, worn on the wrist, and activated at the same time. It can form a light red energy layer around the human body to block the black fog. The blocking time of 1 bracelet is half an hour, and 2 bracelets are exactly 1 hour. When it was distributed to Jiangmi, Jiangmi stretched out his hand eagerly, wanting to experience this high-end equipment. Zhou Yun took the black fog blocker and paused. I remember that you awakened your superpowers through the black fog, right? Zhou Yun asked. Huh? Jiangmi tilted her head. It seems that she had never drunk the golden blood, and she didn't know why Ning had superpowers. Mu Lanchua gave her an excuse to awaken in the black fog, and Jiangmi has been using this excuse since then. Zhou Yun looked at Ning's information and confirmed. Well, it was awakened in the black fog. You are immune to the black fog, so you don't need the bracelet. I sent it to someone else. Jiangmi? Who said I don't need it? I really need it. Jiangmi was howling in his heart. Who knows how Ning awakened? What if she really drank golden blood? Jiangmi watched anxiously as Zhou Yun distributed black fog blockers to other students, feeling his heart bleeding. In addition to the black fog blockers, students also have to wear visual goggles. The black fog will block the line of sight, which makes it difficult for people moving in it to see the trajectory of monsters. But the visual goggles can. In addition, students can choose their own weapons, both hot and cold. The aircraft stopped on a wide flat ground outside the number 109 crack. The administration built a temporary resettlement point here. Doctors and rescuers were in this area to treat the injured. Jiangmi got off the aircraft and saw rescuers coming and going. The stretchers were civilians seriously injured by monsters. Civilians seriously injured by monsters can still be treated, but those civilians infected with black fog will only be shot in the head by the administration. The Management Bureau's specialists, soldiers, and students put on goggles and black fog blockers, and went into the cracks to kill the monsters. There were also some cleaning staff wearing protective clothing, using equipment similar to vacuum cleaners to suck the black fog into huge red boxes to prevent the black fog from spreading further. The scene was a little chaotic, but there was order in the chaos. The Blue Star people had experienced too many crack riots. They had technology, means, and specialists to deal with them. They had adapted to this process. The college's AB-level students entered the black fog one after another, and the remaining students were outside. Some dealt with monsters, and some helped to recycle the black fog. It was Jiangmi's turn, and Jiangmi froze. She also wanted to go into the black fog to help. But, seeing Zhongjung Bowen not far away shoot a mad civilian infected with black fog, Jiangmi's hair stood on end. She was afraid of the black fog. Ning, hurry up. Zhou Yun, holding a submachine gun, urged her. Jiangmi looked at the reddish energy layer around Zhou Yun and said, Teacher Zhou, can't you give me a black fog blocker? I have PTSD to black fog. When Jiangmi was studying the crack literature in the past, he saw a mental illness, evolutionary PTSD. It is an extremely painful process for humans to awaken their superpowers, and the bone cells of the whole body are crushed and reorganized. It is impossible to take golden blood for the second time, but superpowers may enter the black fog again, which will cause illness. There are few samples at present, but research papers show that about 1% of superpowers have such symptoms. Jiangmi put his hands on his waist and said righteously, I just have this PTSD. What's wrong? Zhou Yun shook his head. You are S-level, he said helplessly, but still took out 2 black fog blockers from his pocket and handed them to Jiangmi. Jiangmi smiled. Before she knew it, a kick suddenly came from behind. Jiangmi had already noticed it, but the other party was too fast and kicked her directly into the black fog. Zhou Yun? Jiangmi. Zhou Yun's hand holding the black fog blocker froze. Mu Lanchua retracted her foot and clapped her hands. Hurry up and save people. Why is Ning talking so much nonsense? Teacher Mu. Zhou Yun's voice rose 8 degrees, and he stuttered a little when he spoke. That's your student. Besides, isn't Mu Lanchua the most gentle, sweetest, and most caring female teacher in the whole college? What happened to that kick just now? Ah? Teacher Zhou, you are here too. When Mu Lanchua saw Zhou Yun in front of her, her face changed in a second, and she instantly turned back into the gentle, sweet and caring female teacher. She clasped her hands in front of her, with a submissive look on her face. Oh, don't worry. It's just black fog. Ning is fine. Zhou Yun. He didn't think Ning would be in any trouble in the black fog. But that kick just now, it felt more serious. Mu Lanchua. You kicked your student more than 10 meters away with one kick. In the black fog. Jiangmi rolled and staggered into the black fog. The physical skills she had learned in the past came into play. When Jiangmi was about to fall face first, she instinctively attacked, landed on one hand, pushed hard, turned over in the black fog, and landed steadily on the ground. The roaring black fog swept over. Jiangmi subconsciously wanted to escape, but she was not as fast as the black fog, and her body was already entangled by the roaring fog. Not crazy. Not out of control. Jiangmi clearly felt a heat in her lower abdomen, and her body began to fill up. Jiangmi? Why do I feel full, and even want to burp? She immediately called up the system panel, and saw that the real-time magic value that had been consumed by most of the crack number 68 was recovering rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the real-time magic value rose back to the highest value. 28420 magic points. This is the magic value data when Jiangmi left the crack number 68. And it is also the highest number of real-time magic value. Generally, after Jiangmi consumes a lot of magic, it takes 3 or 4 hours to completely recover to the peak value. However, in less than 10 seconds after being kicked into the crack, the real-time magic value that originally took 3 or 4 hours to fill up has been restored. A monster appeared unexpectedly and pounced on Jiangmi. Jiangmi didn't even raise his eyelids, and his mind was still staring at the system. With a tilt of the head and the MP5 raised, the barrel blocked the monster's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The monster was quickly beaten to pieces. The system popped up a reminder, and Jiangmi once again gained the monster's magic value bonus. The peak value of the real-time magic value also increased. And just when Jiangmi attacked the monster, she hardened the bullet and gave the monster an S-level attack. But the real-time magic value did not decrease at all. She consumed magic power, but replenished it in a moment. The black fog actually contained magic power. As long as Jiangmi is in the black fog, the magic power is almost unlimited. Is there such a good thing in the world? If she had known, she would not have avoided the black fog. There are many more demons in the black fog than in the area without black fog. The rescue operation of the number 109 crack continues. Wiki was holding a submachine gun. Bang, bang, bang. Attacked the monsters. But there were too many monsters, and the recoil made his palm spasm. When he shook his hands to rest, several monsters suddenly rushed towards him. A sneak attack? Unfair. Wiki was in a panic. These monsters were not very aggressive, but they were covered with black fog. If they were attacked and scratched by them, it would be very fatal. And the crack game number 68 just consumed a lot of Wiki's mental power. Now he has switched to hot weapons. Seeing the monsters rushing, Wiki's breathing stagnated. Suddenly, all the monsters that rushed hit an invisible transparent layer. The monsters screamed and grimaced one after another, and fell to the ground in pain. When the transparent layer was withdrawn, the scene in front of him returned to normal. Are you okay? In the thick fog, Jiangmi trotted to Wiki and asked kindly. When Wei saw Jiangmi, his eyes were filled with tears as if he had seen a life-saving straw. And he hugged Jiangmi's thighs tightly. Ning, what was that move you just made? It was so powerful. Before he could answer, another group of monsters rushed over and surrounded the students who killed the monsters. Ming Yueshi, Yao Xingwei, Jiang Xiaobai and others were forced to retreat again and again. It's not that they can't beat these monsters, but they consumed too much mental power in number 68. Especially Jiang Xiaobai, who had fought with Anonymous 3 times. And even a superpowered person like him couldn't bear it. Jiangmi activated his ability again and erected a huge magic layer around everyone, preventing all species from approaching. With this barrier, everyone was no longer afraid of the monsters' sneak attacks. And they directly picked up their guns and shot at the monsters. Wow, wow, wow. So cool. So cool. In the black fog, Wiki shouted happily. Ning, so you are a defense system. Why didn't you say you were so powerful earlier? If you went to the 68th crack with us, we wouldn't lose to Anonymous. Jiangmi. Silly boy. You lost because I was also in the 68th crack. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Ning. He was not familiar with Ning. Originally, he had the same understanding as the federal high-level officials, thinking that Sherning's ability was useless and his mental strength was low, and he was not even S-level. However, after experiencing the confrontation with Anonymous, Jiang Xiaobai's view changed. Whether it is the Superpower Administration or the national team, the meaning of their existence is to protect civilians and those researchers who enter the crack. Strong attacks can indeed kill opponents quickly, but they cannot provide better protection for researchers. Anonymous can defeat his team. If an S-level defense system superpower joins the national team will be stronger than it is now. With Jiang Mi's magic hardening ability, it was much easier to push down the monsters. Most of the monsters that came out of the cracks were low-level monsters, so it was not difficult to kill them. But there were too many of them. After the large black fog was sucked away by the vacuum cleaner, the light from the sky shone through the thin fog, and the monsters had nowhere to hide and ran back to the cracks. Only a few monsters hid in the corners. Mu Lanchua reorganized the energy layer on the crack, and the red honeycomb-shaped energy layer covered the crack number 109 again. Will the energy layer be damaged this time? In the main control tent, Zhongzheng Bowen asked Mu Lanchua. Unless it is bombarded by an S-level, it will be difficult. Mu Lanchua came down from the operating table and handed the operating instrument to Tian Xin. However, the current federal energy layer defense is only S-level, and there are few demons above S-level. They generally don't confront us head-on. Zhongzheng Bowen pulled open the curtain of the tent and looked at the huge crack outside. This sky-high crack seemed like a wound on the blue planet, constantly tearing, spreading, and rotting the world. Zhongzheng Bowen frowned. There hasn't been a crack riot for several years. After the energy layer level was upgraded to S-level, this became almost impossible. Zhongzheng Bowen looked at Mu Lanchua. Based on your experience, is this riot caused by black fog corrosion or a demon attack? How should I know? Director? Mu Lanchua spread her hands helplessly. But let's pray that it is black fog corrosion. If it is an S-level demon attack, the world behind the number 109 crack will be terrible. After all, the energy layer that was just sealed a few days ago can be broken in just a few days. That is not something an S-level demon can do. Hearing this, Zhongzheng Bowen lowered his eyelids, and the light in his dark black pupils became darker. The crack is closed, and the next step is to sweep the remaining monsters and kill them to prevent them from entering the city and harming civilians. Zhuangnijin is looking for monsters in a slightly embarrassed manner. This work is tedious, and you need to carefully search every corner of this area to find the hidden monsters. The rescue activities are counted as practical credits, and you can get credits as long as you participate. So most students are willing to participate. Zhuangnijin is holding a clip for finding monsters and searching for monsters absent-mindedly. He is still thinking about the number 68 crack. Knowing that Anonymous can absorb gold blood is useless. After seeing Anonymous snatch and kill the demon seed from Jiang Xiaobai twice, Zhuangnijin is discouraged. He feels that he will never be able to avenge his brother in this life. Turning over a piece of rubble, a monster rushed towards Zhuangnijin with a crack sound. Zhuangnijin was caught off guard and was almost hit. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots splattered blood all over Zhuangnijin's face. The monster fell to the ground and turned into a pool of meat paste. Jiangmi put away his gun, said be careful, and turned to deal with other monsters. Thank you. Zhuangnijin looked at Jiangmi's back and wanted to thank him in a hoarse voice. But he saw a black gas suddenly gushing out of the monster and poured into Jiangmi's body. Zhuangnijin's eyes widened. This process was exactly the same as Anonymous absorbing golden blood. Whether it was superpowers or golden blood, these things were black in Zhuangnijin's vision, like leaking black fog. But these things were more like the essence condensed from the black fog, and they had more powerful power than the black fog. This was the performance of Zhuangnijin's ability superpower materialization. After awakening his superpowers, Zhuangnijin realized that the source of the abilities of all alien creatures, whether they were crack creatures or superpowered people, came from the black fog. Although the monsters did not evolve into golden blood, they actually had the same abilities as the black fog. And Shernning, she had just absorbed this ability. Just like Anonymous, Zhuangnijin's breathing was restrained, and his heart beat like a drum. Thump, 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 as if someone was hitting his chest. Shernning was from District 13, and his brother also had an accident in District 13. Shernning was awakened in the black fog, and District 13 only had 2 cracks. number 107 and number 108. Ning. Ning is anonymous. Zhuangnijin didn't know why Ning had more than one superpower. But judging from her ability to absorb the power of the black fog, she was not an ordinary person. Huge panic and confusion enveloped Zhuangnijin. Zhuangnijin had wanted to avenge his brother countless times, and it was this belief that allowed him to walk out of the number 108 crack alive. But this was the second time Ning saved him. If it wasn't for saving him, Ning wouldn't have revealed that she was anonymous. But that was his brother. His brother died tragically under Ning's knife, and even his bones were burned in the end. It was also because of Ning that he entered the crack and suffered the inhuman torture of the black fog. Two voices pulled in his mind, one telling the brothers' difficulties, and the memory of the two brothers growing up together flooded into his mind. The other explained the goodness of Ning, and she saved him every time without hesitation. Zhuangnijin didn't know what to do. Zhuangnijin, are you okay? Suddenly someone patted Zhuangnijin's shoulder. Zhuangnijin turned back and saw Ning standing behind him, looking at him with concern. Jiangmi noticed that Zhuangnijin's face was pale. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his hands holding the scavenger clip were shaking. You weren't attacked by monsters, were you? Why don't you go to the resettlement point to rest? Zhuangnijin hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This is the first time I deal with this kind of thing. I'm a little scared. There's nothing to be afraid of, Jiangmi comforted. The cracks are all closed. There are not many monsters. Zhuangnijin trembled, unable to face Jiangmi, and made up an excuse to leave the area. After Zhuangnijin left, Mu Lanxue came to Jiangmi. Following Jiangmi's gaze, she saw Zhuangnijin walking away, walking on the ground full of ruins, taking deep steps and shallow steps, and walking very awkwardly. You care about him so much. That kid was a third-class citizen like you. It was not easy for him to awaken in the black fog, Mu Lanxue said softly. Really? Jiangmi glanced at Zhuangnijin's back again. She seemed to care about him, but her obsidian eyes were like a cold pond in December, without any temperature. After a moment, Jiangmi retracted his gaze and saw the bandage on Mu Lanxue's wrist unexpectedly. Teacher, are you injured? Oh! Mu Lanxue glanced at her bandaged right arm. I was injured when repairing the energy layer. It's nothing serious. By the way, Nie Yin just drove away monsters with you in the black fog. Did you see him? Speaking of Nie Yin, Jiangmi couldn't help but think of Yuan Xia. It's hard to say whether Nie Yin is really in the same group with Yuan Xia, but it always feels better to stay away from him. Jiangmi then patiently persuaded. Teacher, in fact, there are many excellent male teachers in our school. Don't just focus on Mr. Nie. For example, Mr. Zhou Yun, and Mr. Wei, who teaches crack biology, and Director Zhong Zheng. He is also very good. Mu Lanxue knocked Jiangmi's head. What are the children thinking about? This is an adult's business. Don't worry about it. She looked around and saw Nie Yan's back under a dangerous building in the distance. The corners of her mouth curled up. You deal with the monsters. I'm leaving first. She ran straight to Nie Yan like a lively little bird. Jiangmi was disappointed with him. Teacher, don't be in love. She stamped her feet and hurriedly followed. The land swept by the monsters was in a mess, with destroyed buildings and scattered garbage piled up together. Even someone like Jiangmi, who practices physical training every day, walked in a somewhat awkward manner. But Mu Lanxue in front of her walked very fast, ignoring the ruins made of high and low rocks. And she walked as if she were on flat ground. Wait, isn't Mu Lanxue a teacher doing research? Isn't her physical fitness and skills a bit too agile? And the kick that just kicked her into the black fog. Even Jiang Xiaobai couldn't kick Anonymous that far with one kick. Jiangmi felt something was wrong. In front, Mu Lanxue had already pulled a long distance away from Jiangmi, and she was about to get close to Nie Yin. Nie Yin was talking on the phone, and Yuan Xia was on the other end of the optical brain. Wife, baby, dear, isn't it because of the incident at crack 109 that I couldn't find you? Otherwise, how could I dare to stand you up? Nie Yin had a flattering smile on his face. How about tonight? Is your husband not here? The matter at the bureau is almost resolved. I will come to you tonight. You'd better keep your word this time. Yuan Xia's cold voice came from the other end of the optical computer. Of course. How could I bear to lie to you? Wife. The call ended, and the optical computer hung up. The flattery on Nie Yan's face disappeared. revealing a bit of impatience. And he threw the optical computer into his pocket with disgust. He turned around and saw Mu Lanchua standing behind him, already frozen. Jiangmi immediately retreated and hid behind a building, not wanting Mu Lanchua to know that she had seen her embarrassment. Lanchua. Nie Yin was panicked and hurried forward to hug Mu Lanchua's arms. Lanchu, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. That phone call was from my ex-girlfriend. She was pestering me. I can't do anything about it. Mu Lanchua's eyes were red, and she shook off Nie Yin's hand. Ex-girlfriend? You call your ex-girlfriend your wife? No. You must have heard it wrong because you were too far away. There is no such thing as a wife. Lanchu, I like you. And you are the only one I like. Nie Yin said softly. Mu Lanchua took a deep breath. She had tears in her eyes, and she tried hard not to cry. Looking at Nie Yin firmly. Nie Yin, I like you. But I'm not stupid. Let's leave it like this. After saying that, a tear fell from the corner of Mu Lanchua's eyes. She angrily shook off Nie Yin's hand and left the scene resolutely. Lanchu, Lanchu, Nie Yin called out a few times from behind. But Mu Lanchua didn't look back, until Mu Lanchua's back disappeared. The tenderness on Nie Yin's face also disappeared, and his eyes became dim. He was so angry that he kicked the stone in front of him. Damn it! I almost succeeded. Why are women so troublesome nowadays? He cursed several times, all of which were regrets for failing to pick up girls. In the dark, Jiangmi heard these words. Nie Yin was still kicking stones in the same place. In the ruins under his feet were plants that had been crushed to death by stones. Jiangmi took out a piece of gum from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and chewed it comfortably. Nie Yin was still cursing. And suddenly, a vine of a plant suddenly stretched straight. Nie Yin's foot, which was kicking away the stone, was not careful and was tripped by the vine. With a clang, he fell to the ground. Ouch! My nose! Nie Yin fell to the ground. His nose hit the ruins, and blood flowed out. Jiangmi walked out from the dark and looked at Nie Yin with disdain. You deserve it. Chapter 38. Back at the resettlement site, Mu Lanchua's eyes were still red, but her tears had been wiped away. Seeing her come back, Tian Xian waved happily. Teacher Mu! She called Mu Lanchua to her side, poked her with her elbow, and teased. Did you meet Mr. Nie? You're so happy. You're crying for joy? Mu Lanchua didn't answer, but Tian Xian became more excited. Mr. Nie was away on a business trip the past 2 days, so you probably didn't meet. Right? How was it? Did you have a passionate time when you met just now? And you were so affectionate. Ahem. Jiangmi, who had rushed back, interrupted Tian Xian. Senior sister, there are so many monsters over there. I can't handle them. Come and help me. Tian Xian looked at Jiangmi with a strange look on her face. You are S level. I am only B level. You want me to help you? You should find Jiang Xiaobai. Then, Tian Xian went to gossip about Mu Lanchua's love story again, and Jiang Xiaobai stood up tactfully. Well, there are still monsters. I will deal with them. Jiangmi. One by one. Are they all wooden heads? At this time, Su Chen, who had completed the first aid in the tent, came out, took off his bloody surgical gown, and silently handed a roll of clean bandage to Jiangmi. Jiangmi immediately understood and stuffed the bandage into Tian Xian's mouth. Tian Xian? Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. What are you doing? Ning. I am your senior sister. What are you doing? With great difficulty, Tian Xian pulled out the bandage. Her mouth was full of alcohol, choking her so much that she didn't want to talk. She gulped down a big mouthful of cold water, and then glared at Jiangmi fiercely. Jiangmi, quiet as a chicken. Nie Yin is back. Seeing Nie Yin, Tian Xian was interested in gossiping again, and put Jiangmi's unhappiness behind her. Mr. Nie, you're here. She glanced at Mu Lanchua, who didn't dare to look directly at Nie Yin. Ms. Mu knew you came to the 109 crack, and was worried that something might happen to you. So she volunteered to come here to repair the energy layer. Moreover, she was injured just now in order to fix the energy layer quickly. As she spoke, Tian Xian raised Mu Lanchua's injured hand. Nie Yin was full of dissatisfaction with being knocked down by the cane, and resentment for not being able to get Mu Lanchua. At this moment, He was slightly stunned when he heard what Tian Xian said. He looked at Mu Lanxue, noticed her red eyes from crying, and his eyes inexplicably became more playful. For me? He asked. What else? Tian Xian took it for granted. Don't say it. Mu Lanxue couldn't accept the atmosphere on the scene and left in a hurry. Nie Yin looked at Mu Lanxue's back, and his heart was happy, and his mouth was grinning even more brilliantly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the rescue activities outside the number 109 crack ended. Students, doctors, soldiers, and the commissioner of the management bureau left the scene, leaving only the logistics personnel to deal with the aftermath. Nie Yin returned home. As soon as he entered the house, the service robot at home brought today's express delivery, which was a long box with excellent sealing. What is it? I didn't buy such a big thing. Nie Yin opened the express box in confusion and took out a long knife with shining silver light. The blade was sharp and could cut iron like mud. The name of the knife forger was engraved on the blade. This was the work of a famous artist. Nie Yin's eyes were bright. He loved knives very much. And this knife was made by a famous artist. He mentioned it to Mu Lanxue once before, saying that he liked the knife forged by a famous artist very much. But the famous knife forger lived in seclusion and had not produced any works for a long time. On the courier box, you can see the center's information, Mu Lanxue, Kinney Federal Rift Research Institute. Nie Yin's heart warmed. His eyes fell on the blade, which was a deep and strong love. The optical brain rang, and the caller ID showed Yuan Xie. Nie Yin frowned, and the love in his eyes disappeared. Half an hour later, Nie Yin came to Yuan's house. Unlike his single apartment, Yuan's house is located in the center of Livonia. It is a single-family villa, which is extremely luxurious. It is one of Yuan's assets. Entering this magnificent building, there are only service robots inside. No one else. Nie Yin went to the bathroom to take a shower, and when he came out, he saw Yuan Xie lying drowsily on the bed. She was naked, with only a thin bath towel covering her body, revealing a large area of smooth and white skin. Nie Yin reached out and touched it. Soft, delicate, like the most delicate skin of a 20-year-old girl. Only the occasional sense of relaxation betrayed Yuan Xie. After all, she was already in her 40s. The Federation's plastic surgery industry is advanced and can completely change a person's head into another person. But no matter how advanced the technology is, it is impossible to keep a person young forever. Time is fair. While stroking Yuan Xie's back, Nie Yin was thinking of Mu Lanxue. The young female teacher likes sports, with well-proportioned muscles and tight skin. That is a healthy young body that has not been processed by industry, which is more pure and beautiful. The delicate touch in the dream made Nie Yin love it, but the discomfort and relaxation in reality made Nie Yin open his eyes. Wife, I'm here to accompany you. Nie Yin suppressed his inner discomfort. Yuan Xie looked up and saw the scar on Nie Yin's nose. Frowned. What's wrong with your face? Nie Yin touched his nose awkwardly. Nothing. I got a little hurt when dealing with the monster. Yuan Xie frowned even deeper. It's so ugly. If you had told me you were hurt earlier, I wouldn't have let you come over. Yuan Xie stood up and put on a large bathrobe. Go away. I don't want to see you again tonight. No. Wife. I'm here. There were thunder and lightning outside, and heavy rain was pouring. Nie Yin said in a panic. It's still raining so hard outside. Wife. You're just letting me leave like this. What else? Yuan Xie had no pity at all. 5 minutes later, Nie Yin was kicked out of the Yuan family. He hugged his clothes in a mess, looking at the magnificent villa, and cursed in his heart, damn! A yellow-faced woman. Do you really think I'm precious? Crack Academy. The rescue activity of the number 109 crack ended, and the students returned to the academy under the organization of the teacher. After a busy day, everyone was tired. After returning the equipment, they dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory one by one. Minji Wexi was very tired. After discussing with Jiangmi about getting the right to take a shower first, she quickly took a shower and then climbed into bed and fell asleep. Jiangmi knew that she was really exhausted. She had consumed a lot of mental energy when she killed the monster at number 68. And then she was busy outside the crack number 109 for another day. After the summer thunderstorm, the sky cleared up and the air was filled with a fresh breath after the rain. Jiangmi came out of the bathroom, wearing a sweater that was easy to move. She stood on the balcony and looked at the bright stars in the sky. In the room, Minji Wex's very shallow breathing sound came. Jiangmi hooked his finger, and the demon wolf teleported and ran to Jiangmi's side. "Oh! You are going to make trouble again in the middle of the night. We agreed in advance. If you disturb my beauty sleep, at least 2 small cakes." Jiangmi chuckled. "Got it." She looked at the boys' dormitory not far away. It was dark over there, and the students who participated in the rescue activities had fallen asleep, including Zhuang Nijin's dormitory. When Jiangmi saved Zhuang Nijin today, she felt that something was wrong with him. She obviously saved him, but the look he gave her was extremely complicated. With some fear and hatred, Jiangmi was cautious and deliberately patted Zhuang Nijin's shoulder, stealing his ability C-ability materialization for 10 seconds. This ability was useless to Jiangmi, but it could see the process of Jiangmi absorbing the magic power of monsters. Jiangmi understood the problem. She immediately contacted a merchant who specialized in reselling personal information on the black market and bought Zhuang Nijin's personal information from him. Among them, Jiangmi skipped the big picture about his excellent academic past, and her eyes fell on Zhuang Nijin's family relationship. "Brother, Zhuang Di. Just a few words. Everything has been revealed." Zhuang Nijin also participated in the number 68 crack. It seems that he already knows that Ning is anonymous. It is true that enemies will not meet. I should not have saved him earlier. Ning's vest seems to have no necessity at present. If it is abandoned, it will lose the opportunity to study in the academy. But it is not necessary to have this opportunity. However, Jiangmi does not like the passive feeling. Even if she does not want this vest, it is her initiative, and she does not want to be forced. Jiangmi puts on anonymous mask, and with a teleportation, he and Molong came to the balcony of Zhuang Nijin's dormitory. Zhuang Nijin also lives in a dormitory for 2 people. His roommate fell asleep with his legs spread out, and his rough snoring came from the room. Zhuang Nijin's bed was neat and tidy, but he was nowhere to be found. "Stupid. He's not here." "Hey! Ning. I'm telling you. Even so, you have to pay for the 2 small cakes. You can't cancel them just because he's not here." Jiangmi touched the bed, which was still a little warm. She made a gesture to silence the sound, called the demon wolf over, and whispered, "Smell it, and see where he is now." The demon wolf raised his head proudly, unmoved. "Jiangmi. 3 small cakes." The demon wolf instantly pounced on Zhuang Nijin's bed and smelled like a dog. After a while, the demon wolf bid Jiangmi's close, and the 2 teleported to the back mountain of the college. This place is close to the number 32 crack, and students cannot come here casually without applying to the college. Jiangmi followed the demon wolf, bypassed a small valley, and saw Zhuang Nijin under a big tree in front. There was a man standing in front of him, and the 2 were discussing something. Jiangmi approached Zhuang Nijin and hid behind a big tree. He caught a glimpse of the man opposite Zhuang Nijin. "Deacon. Interesting." Zhuang Nijin was actually involved with the God-given society. Under the big tree, Zhuang Nijin stared at the deacon with a sharp gaze and clenched his fists, as if he had made a great determination. "I've decided. I want to join the God-given society." The deacon praised. "You should have thought so long ago. Those who can awaken in the black fog are all chosen ones. A gift from God. The God-given society is your destination." Zhuang Nijin paused and asked, "Are all the people in your organization superpowers who awakened in the black fog?" Deacon, "Not necessarily. There are also many people who did not awaken in the black fog and realized the righteousness of God, but just wanted to follow God's steps. But the majority of believers are still those who awakened in the black fog." "Ning from our school," Zhuang Nijin stammered. "Didn't she also awaken in the black fog? Why didn't you go find her?" The deacon was a little surprised. Ning, the only S level in the Rift Academy, also awakened in the black fog? The 13th District Pharmaceutical Park had an accident, and Ning was the only survivor. Not only did the administration investigate her, but the God's Gift Association also investigated her and exposed her inside and out. On the day of the incident, Meiwan was a drug tester in the pharmaceutical park. Ning was most likely to go find Meiwan. Afterwards, the park exploded, and Meiwan died in the explosion. Ning survived because of her superpowers. If they had known earlier that Ning was a superpower who awakened in the black fog, the God's Gift Association would definitely send someone to win her over. But now there is a grudge against Meiwan. even if the God's Gift Association still wants to do so. It will not succeed. Thinking of this, the deacon simply sold Zhuang Nijin's face and deliberately lied. Ning is just a waste with a mental power of less than 100. She doesn't deserve it. It is you, Nijin, who is the believer chosen by God. Zhuang Nijin sighed. He also learned today that Ning was a superpower who awakened in the black fog. The college will protect the privacy of students. So it is not surprising that the God-given society did not know before. But fortunately, they would not try to win over Ning even if they knew. Which is enough. Zhuang Nijin has no confidence. His importance in the God-given society can overwhelm Ning. But the deacon suddenly became curious. When you awakened, our people came to you. Why didn't you join us at that time? Zhuang Nijin hesitated. He knew that the God-given society was not a good thing. It was defined as a cult in the Federation. Of course, he could not join it. But if he doesn't join now, it won't be able to seek revenge on Ning. He couldn't tell the God's Gift that Anonymous was Ning. Anonymous' performance in the 68th crack today was brilliant. And Ning's behavior in protecting everyone in the 109th crack today was also outstanding. If the God's Gift knew that these two people were the same person, or awakened in the black fog, they would most likely win over Ning, and then deal with Zhuang Nijin. Zhuang Nijin didn't know that Ning and the God's Gift had a grudge. In his understanding, Ning was a more suitable candidate for recruitment than himself, which made him even more reluctant to let the God's Gift know that Ning was anonymous. I just suddenly wanted to become stronger, Zhuang Nijin explained. The deacon narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Zhuang Nijin's family affairs. And he also knew that he had a grudge with Anonymous. He suddenly wanted to join the God's Gift. Was he stimulated by Anonymous' S-level space ability? Xingji said that Anonymous was willing to cooperate with the God's Gift. And the deacon certainly wanted to have a good relationship with Anonymous. If we give Zhuang Nijin the hidden danger to Anonymous, will Anonymous be happy and take a closer look at the God-given society? The corners of the deacon's mouth curled up unconsciously. Zhuang Nijin, the God-given society welcomes your joining. The deacon smiled. However, any member who joins must undergo an assessment. The day after tomorrow, we have an operation in Livonia, which is a good opportunity to test your ability. As long as I pass the assessment, will you accept me and give me more powerful abilities? Zhuang Nijin's eyes sparkled. The deacon patted Zhuang Nijin on the shoulder. Of course, the Federation's statement that the level cannot be changed after the awakening of the superpower is nonsense. We can definitely make you more powerful. Zhuang Nijin believed that there was a way to make him stronger. Ning had 2 powers. So why couldn't he become stronger? As long as he became stronger, he could avenge his brother. It's almost time. The deacon looked around. The day after tomorrow. Wait for my notice. After that, the deacon walked quickly, turned over, and leapt over the wall. Zhuang Nijin was full of excitement, watching the deacon's back go away, until he could no longer see him. Then he walked towards the dormitory nervously. In the dark, a man and a wolf came out. The magic wolf was full of small cakes, holding the cake in his mouth and eating it whole, while Jiangmi watched Zhuang Nijin's back go away. She was still worried that killing students in school would easily arouse the suspicion of the management bureau. Now that Zhuang Nijin is going to join the God's Gift Society, she can get rid of Zhuang Nijin with the help of the God's Gift Society. Things suddenly became much more convenient. The next day, the sky was clear and cloudless. One day left before the presidential primary election in the Federal Republic of Guinea. Jiangmi rarely had classes or tasks on weekends. She got up early, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and then went to the training area to practice physical skills and shooting. Physical skills were done step by step. Jiangmi had already practiced the basic physical skills information given by Mu Lanxue in District 13. Whether it was used to kill Mr. Ding or to deal with Jiang Xiaobai, it was very useful. As long as she was not facing an assassination-type physical skills master like Jin Kui, she rarely fell behind. The current version is an advanced version. Just practice it. Jiangmi's shooting has also improved. In the past, she did not have the conditions to practice in District 13. But after coming to the Crack Academy, she had the opportunity to practice. Her aim was much higher. She could hit a moving target of 25 meters. And she could try a fixed target of 50 meters. After the training, Jiangmi took a shower and prepared to go to the library to read. Passing by the auditorium, I found that many people gathered in the auditorium today, and there were many staff members wearing uniform blue t-shirts, distributing energy water at the door of the auditorium. Jiangmi took a bottle of energy water and stood at the door of the auditorium to look at the billboard on it. The quadrennial presidential election of the Kenyan Federation has already kicked off. Tomorrow is the day for the primary election of presidential candidates of major parties. Today, several candidates of the Jishu Alliance came to the college to promote and give speeches. Among the several presidential candidates, the one who ranked first was the most popular presidential candidate of the Jishu Alliance at the moment, Ming Jinyan, Ming Yueshi's mother. Jiangmi twisted the bottle cap, gave up the plan to read, and walked into the auditorium. The auditorium was full of people. In addition to students and teachers, there were also some people from outside the school. The presidential candidates gave speeches one by one on the rostrum, and the people below were listening carefully. Jiangmi looked around and saw many familiar faces. Yao Xingwei, Wei Ke, Shuang Nijin, Mu Lanxue, Zhou Yun. Even Ho Che was sitting in the crowd with a cast on his body. Ming Yueshi was the only one missing. In the back row, Su Chen saw Jiangmi and waved at her. Are you looking for classmate Ming? Su Chen noticed Jiangmi's searching eyes. She won't come. Jiangmi walked to Su Chen, pulled out a chair and sat down. You even know about her family's affairs? Jiangmi thought that he had already known a lot of her family's secrets when he ran into Ming Yueshi's family quarreling with a man in a suit last time. I'm also a part-time school psychologist. Su Chen flipped out his psychologist qualification certificate from his light brain and blinked his pale blue eyes. If you have any psychological problems, please feel free to consult me. Jiangmi rolled her eyes. No wonder he knows so many secrets. She looked at the podium. Ming Jinyan was first, and her speech ended early. This kind of speech is to express the policies that each presidential candidate plans to implement after becoming president, so as to attract voters to vote. Jiangmi flipped through the booklet distributed by the staff at the seat, which recorded the speeches of the presidential candidates. But there were too many words, so Jiangmi couldn't find Ming Jinyan's part for a while. So she asked Su Chen, what policies does Congressman Ming want to implement after he takes office? Su Chen drank a sip of energy water. Abolish the citizen system. Jiangmi's hand froze as she flipped through the booklet. She looked up and looked at Su Chen with a slightly dulled look. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Su Chen leaned back in his chair leisurely, playing with his laptop in his hand. When she ran for president and gave a speech, everyone couldn't believe it. After all, the citizen system is the cornerstone of the Federation. Government officials are all first-class citizens, enjoying the most resources and the highest rights in this society. As vested interests, how can they be willing to give up their rights? Moreover, if the citizen system is abolished, who will be the first wave of explorers to enter the crack? Who will die? In this way, Jiangmi is not surprised that the God-given society wants to kidnap Minji Wexi. The God-given society hopes to open the crack and coexist with people and black fog. So they support third-class citizens to enter the crack, and those who awaken among them are their believers. If the citizen system is abolished, the Federation can only invest more funds in the research and development of the crack, using machinery instead of manpower. So there will be even fewer people who can awaken in the black fog. This shook the foundation of the God's Gift Association. It is unreasonable to use ordinary people to explore cracks. Jiangmi threw the booklet on the table, crossed his arms, and looked coldly at the superiors who were speaking on the stage. How did the Federation come up with this policy in the first place? There is no way. Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. His tone seemed relaxed, but there was no temperature in his blue pupils. The crack test began in the early days of the cracks. At that time, there were only a few superpowers in the entire Blue Star, and ordinary people could only explore the cracks and capture demons to upgrade. This move was originally for the victory of Doomsday. But now can't we control the cracks? Jiangmi asked in confusion. You have also seen the riots in the number 109 crack, right? Su Chen turned on the optical brain and retrieved the data of the crack riots over the years and showed it to Jiangmi. The energy layer can only temporarily close the cracks, and it needs to be reinforced every year, and it will not last long. Therefore, the hidden danger of Doomsday is still there, and the tradition of crack testing has not been abolished. At first, the probability of everyone entering the crack was random, but as social security was restored and the authorities took power, they certainly did not want to enter the cracks like ordinary people to die. Then, Implementing a citizen hierarchy system to allow prisoners of war from other countries and criminals from the country to enter the cracks is the best choice. At the beginning, the citizen hierarchy system and the third-class citizen trading system were passed by the federal citizens unanimously. It's not you who will die, but someone else. And anyone is willing. Whether it's prisoners of war or criminals, they are at the mercy of others. What right do third-class citizens have to choose? However, 50 years have passed since humans took control of the cracks. In 50 years, many things will change. The world has changed. And some of the colonial pariahs, who were once the most despised by the Federation, may have made it through and become the chaebol regime that they can only dream of. They may be second-class citizens or first-class citizens now, but in their bones, they were all third-class citizens. The Ming family, are they also third-class citizens who moved from some colony to Livonia? Jiangmi asked in a low voice. That's not the case. Su Chen put away his light brain. The Ming family is one of the oldest families in the Federation. It existed before the cracks appeared. But Senator Ming chose to go this way. Jiangmi was speechless. So the Ming family is a native of the Federation, and has always been a first-class citizen. They are willing to abolish the citizenship system. And they have received support from so many people at once? Ming Jinyan's popularity for election is very high now. If not, the God's Gift Association would not be so afraid. It's not achieved overnight. Su Chen smiled softly. His smile was as gentle as ever. But there seemed to be something heavier in his eyes. This is the third time that Councillor Ming has run for president. Her declaration to abolish the civil system has been promoted for more than 10 years. A presidential candidate on the rostrum finished his speech and went backstage to rest. The breeze blew up the curtains that blocked the backstage. And Jiangmi saw Ming Jinyan standing backstage. She was an elder in her 50s, wearing a neat and clean suit and skirt, with her hair combed meticulously. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes revealed her age. But she was not anxious and accepted the baptism of time calmly. She exuded a calmness and precipitation that did not belong to this era. The sun fell on her through the window of the backstage, and it seemed that there were elves dancing in the air. That area was all black, like a cracked sky, filled with an indelible haze. Only Ming Jinyan was bright and dazzling. Chapter 39. In the auditorium, in addition to the staff of the Jishu Alliance, there are also several action specialists from the federal military and political departments who are protecting the presidential candidates. Ye Yin is among them. He is from the administration. Yesterday, he participated in the rescue of the number 109 crack. Today is the weekend, and he could have taken a rest. However, knowing that the military and political departments came to the college today to protect the presidential candidates, he volunteered without saying a word and also participated in the action. When Zhongzheng Bowen received his application, his cold expression became weird. Assistant Mo Chung rushed forward and rubbed his face hard, suspecting that he had been replaced by someone else. Nie Yin also wondered why he came. He and Mu Lanchua should have ended long ago. Nie Yin stood in the backstage and lifted the black curtain. The bright light from the rostrum poured in through the gap and fell on his injured nose. Nie Yin saw Mu Lanchua sitting in the audience. She was like the sunshine in late winter, as gentle and beautiful as ever, smiling and communicating with the teachers around her. Although the light in the auditorium was dim, Nie Yin could clearly feel that Mu Lanchua was glowing. Then, Mu Lanchua looked at the podium and noticed Nie Yin in the backstage. At that moment, a trace of panic appeared on her beautiful face, and she immediately avoided Nie Yin's eyes. Nie Yin felt a little disappointed. It was as if a piece of his heart suddenly collapsed and became empty. The more Mu Lanchua didn't want to see him, the more he wanted to get close to Mu Lanchua. After the speeches of the members of the Jishu Alliance, the staff organized the teachers and students on the scene to disperse in an orderly manner. Mu Lanchua was among them and left quickly. Nie Yin hurriedly jumped down from the backstage, passed through the bustling crowd, and kept rushing to Mu Lanchua. But the harder he tried, the more people crowded around him, and the farther he was from Mu Lanchua. After finally squeezing out of the auditorium, the gathering square in front of him suddenly opened up. Nie Yin rushed forward and finally caught up with Mu Lanchua, holding her hand tightly. Lanchua. He lowered his voice, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Mu Lanchua turned around and saw Nie Yin. She sighed and tried to break free from his hand, but she was not as strong as Nie Yin. Nie Yin, Mu Lanchua said slowly, looking up at his eyes. We are over. Lanchu. I can explain, Nie Yin said quickly. Mu Lanchua shook her head. I know everything. I know you've had many women around you. And I know you have many confidants. And I'm just one of them in your game life. When your next target appears, you will soon forgive me. No. Nie Yan's tone was anxious. He had coaxed and prevaricated girls countless times, which made him still at ease among several women. But today, facing Mu Lanchua, his sweet words suddenly couldn't be said, and only weak and pale excuses were left. He suddenly didn't want to say those words to lie to her. Lanchua. His throat rolled and his voice was hoarse. You are different from them. Mu Lanchua lowered her eyes. Her long hair was scattered, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. The breeze came and blew away the tears in the corners of her eyes. I also hope I'm different. But it's the same. I cannot care about your past. And the past is over. But what I want is a true relationship. I have never been in love, so I don't know what other people's pasts were like. But I am like this. If there is such a person, I will definitely treat him wholeheartedly. And I also hope that he can treat me wholeheartedly. Nie Yin. I thought we could go on forever. Mu Lanchua finally broke free from Nie Yan's hand. It turns out that it's not possible. She looked up at Nie Yin, tears streaming down her face, like a fine porcelain on the verge of breaking, which makes people want to carefully repair it, but also worry that it will shatter completely if touched lightly. Nie Yan's hand froze in midair, watching Mu Lanchua leave, her back getting farther and farther away from him. He had seen too many women leave him. Almost all of them were abused to death by Yuan Xia, and a few of them broke up normally because he was tired of playing. But he had never felt this way, a feeling of emptiness in his heart that could never be filled. So strange. And it hurts. In the auditorium, the crowd gradually dispersed. Jiangmi and Su Chen didn't want to squeeze in with the crowd, so they waited until the auditorium was almost empty before they stood up and prepared to leave. Ning? A gentle and firm voice came. Jiangmi turned around and saw the woman walking down from the rostrum Ming Jinyan. She took off her suit jacket, revealing a silk shirt with a little lace inside, which made her look approachable. The classmates around noticed that Ming Jinyan called Jiangmi and talked about it. Councilman Ming knows Ning? It seems so. Ning is so amazing. She knows such a big shot. Have you forgotten Ning's performance in the crack number 109 yesterday? Now no one in the college dares to say she is trash. I also participated in the rescue yesterday. She is really amazing. She protected many superpowers by herself. She deserves to be S-level. She beat Ho Che from the 2nd grade. I really underestimated Ning before. Su Chen glanced at the two of them. I have something to do in the school hospital. I'll leave first. Jiangmi nodded. Su Chen left, and Ming Jinyan just walked to her side. Jiangmi nodded to Ming Jinyan. Hello, Counselor Ming. Ming Jinyan looked at her gently. I heard that you are Cece's roommate. Can I talk to you for a moment? The two came to a milk tea shop in the college. This place is located in the central garden of the school, with lush vegetation, backed by mountains and facing water, and fresh air. There are also stray cats fed by students living in the mountains, which are very lively. Ming Jinyan looked at the kittens outside the French window, exposing their white bellies and basking in the sun, and sighed softly. This is the cat milk tea shop in the Crack Academy. It's quite cozy. You know this milk tea shop from Ming Yueshi's circle of friends, right? Jiangmi took 2 cups of milk tea and sat opposite Ming Jinyan, placing a cup of milk tea in front of her. Ming Jinyan was stunned for a moment, but soon regained her composure, and her wrinkled hands fluttered the wall of the milk tea cup. Yes, I'm too busy. When I'm free, I occasionally check her circle of friends to find out what she usually does. This is her only way to understand her daughter. She hasn't seen Ming Yueshi for a long time. Jiangmi remained silent. After all, she was the most popular presidential candidate, and Jiangmi could imagine how busy Ming Jinyan was usually. She gulped down a big sip of milk tea and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Ming Jinyan paused, not knowing how to start. This seemed to be her first time communicating with Ming Yueshi's roommate. After a moment of silence, she said, I just want to ask, how is Cece doing recently? We had a fight some time ago, and since then she has stopped taking money from home, and she has blocked me on WeChat moments. I am worried about her situation. You are roommates. You should know how she is doing recently. Right? She is doing well. She also participated in the crack game and made a lot of money. So she shouldn't worry about money, Jiangmi said truthfully. Really? Ming Jinyan showed some relief on his face that his children had grown up and matured. After a moment, this relief turned into loss. The Ming family is well off. And Ming Yueshi has been spending money lavishly since she was a child. But now she can make money on her own. And she no longer needs her mother. This may be a good thing. But it is difficult not to make people a little sad. Tomorrow is Ming Yueshi's birthday. She is holding a birthday party. Will you go? Jiangmi asked suddenly. Ming Jinyan's hand holding the wall of the milk teacup froze. And his fingers were shaking slightly. I heard that this birthday party is also her coming-of-age party. It was held in a grand manner. And most of the students in the school were invited. But Ming Yueshi is not such a high-profile person. I feel that she is waiting for someone by holding such a grand birthday party. Jiangmi's fingers gently stroked the wall of the milk teacup. But her eyes fell on Ming Jinyan. Ming Jinyan was silent for a long time. It was so long that Jiangmi felt that the cup of milk tea in her hand was no longer delicious because of the cold air conditioning. Ming Jinyan finally spoke. It is difficult to have both in the world. I could accompany her in the past. But I didn't have the ability to protect her. Now I have the ability to protect her. But I no longer have time to accompany her. However, there are still many families who cannot accompany or protect their children. Cece is very lucky to be alive and well, and to have a father who loves her. So, you will not go to the birthday party tomorrow, Jiangmi concluded. You are her friends, and it is enough for her birthday party to have you. Ming Jinyan smiled reluctantly. She called the waiter at the milk tea shop, paid for the milk tea, and then stood up. Sure, Ning. Thank you for telling me about Cece. After that, she walked out of the milk tea shop. Ming, counselor, there is one last question. Jiangmi stood up suddenly and called Ming Jinyan. What? The secretary outside was clearly urging Ming Jinyan urgently. But Ming Jinyan still maintained a calm demeanor and looked at Jiangmi slowly and calmly. It's my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with Minji Wexi, Jiangmi said. Why do you want to abolish the citizen system? This question was clearly explained in Ming Jinyan's presidential candidate speech. But Jiangmi didn't believe any of the explanations. She wanted to hear the real reason why Ming Jinyan did this. The gentle expression on Ming Jinyan's face disappeared, and he turned back into the rigorous and slightly distant Congressman Ming. Sure, Ning. You were also born in the colony, which means you were a third-class citizen in the past. So why did you ask this question? In a democratic society, shouldn't there be any doubt about abolishing the citizen hierarchy system? Jiangmi, yes. For those of us in the colony, this is a matter of course, and is the expectation of each of us. But for you, it shouldn't be, right? Moreover, you have persisted for more than 10 years. There were presidential candidates who once proposed to abolish the citizenship system after taking office in the future. But that was just an excuse for them to get to the top. But Ming Jinyan, she persisted for 10 years. After a moment of silence, Ming Jinyan said frankly, because of Cece. Jiangmi was stunned. Cece was kidnapped when she was 5 years old and sold to a third-class citizen, who asked her to enter the crack instead of that person. Ming Jinyan looked at Jiangmi and said slowly, you should be familiar with this kind of thing? The management of the cracks in the colony is not strict enough. Many third-class citizens will kidnap innocent people and let them enter the cracks instead of themselves. Jiangmi heard about it when he was in District 13. This kind of thing is common in the colony, and no one wants to die in the cracks. Jiangmi, then you should hate the third-class citizens. Ming Jinyan shook his head. If we hadn't oppressed them, why would they do something illegal like kidnapping? The Ming family spent a lot of money to get connections to let the people from the management bureau enter the crack to rescue people. Cece was rescued, but the other 99 explorers who went with her died. They are also the daughters and sons of certain people. There are people in their families who hope they can come back alive. Does Ming Yueshi know about this? Jiangmi asked. She doesn't need to know. Ming Jinyan raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes firm, his light brown pupils shining. Although it was because of her at the beginning, I have changed a lot over the years. The idea of abolishing the citizen system is not as pure as before. I know this road is not easy. It is full of thorns for me. And it is the same for Cece. She may be in danger because of me. Fortunately, Ming Jinyan looked at Jiangmi and smiled kindly. She lives with such a powerful roommate like you. I feel much more at ease. Although it's a bit difficult to say this. If Cece gets into trouble, you will protect her, right? Jiangmi smiled slightly. Of course. Ming Jinyan, thank you. Auntie. Can I call you that? Jiangmi asked again. Ming Jinyan said softly. Of course. Go and do what you want to do. Jiangmi stood up and looked at Ming Jinyan. Ming Yueshi. I'm here. Back in the dormitory. Jiangmi saw Ming Yueshi. She didn't look like she came back from outside. But she seemed to have not left the dormitory all day. Lying on the bed, shaking her 2 white feet, and brushing her brain. Information flashed in front of Ming Yueshi's eyes. Her eyes were a little empty, and she looked absent-minded. You're back, she greeted Jiangmi. Her eyes fell on Jiangmi's sweatshirt. You went to practice? Yeah, Jiangmi replied indifferently. I also went to the auditorium and listened to the speeches of the members of the Jishu Alliance. Ming Yueshi's swinging feet froze. Oh. She slowly put her feet down and looked at Jiangmi, wanting to say something but stopping. After a long time, she finally said nothing and took out an invitation from the drawer of the bedside table. It's my birthday tomorrow. I must come. Her invitation was beautifully designed, with the name Hardening written on it, and the address of the Ming family manor, and the time of the birthday party at the back. I have classes tomorrow. Jiangmi made up an excuse. I probably can't go. Nonsense. I've seen your schedule. You don't have classes tomorrow. Minji Wexi demanded forcefully. Yao Qian will also come tomorrow. So you have to come. It's just right. Let Yao Qian deal with Yao Shengli. And don't quarrel with each other in the future. After all, we are classmates and in the same grade. What's the big deal? How could I quarrel with Yao Shengli? It's obviously him who looks down on me unilaterally. Jiangmi shouted in defense. Besides, is it possible for her and Yao Qian to appear at the same time? You can beat him. Minji Wexi shrugged indifferently. It's not like you can't beat him. Even a power type like Ho Che is afraid of you. And a fantasy beast like Yao Shengli must be more afraid of you. He is a bully anyway. What are you afraid of? Believe it or not, Yao Qian will let you beat him in front of Yao Qian. In short, you must come tomorrow. Do you hear me? Minji Wexi patiently reminded again. The light brain rang. It was the Ming family's call. Ming Yueshi's expression suddenly became serious and a little nervous. She took out another invitation from the drawer, put on her shoes, and left in a hurry. Who is this invitation for? Jiangmi suddenly asked. Ming Yueshi's hand holding the invitation tightened. A very important person. Ming Yueshi left the dormitory. Walking to the balcony, Jiangmi saw the Ming family's aircraft parked on the flat ground outside the dormitory building. Wei Shu, who had argued with Ming Yueshi before, was standing by the aircraft's gangway. Ming Yueshi came to the aircraft and handed the invitation to Wei Shu. Miss. Wei Shu looked at the invitation, as if he saw something hot, and said worriedly, Tomorrow is the day of the federal presidential primary. Madam, she really can't come. Ming Yueshi forcefully stuffed the invitation into Wei Shu's arms. Uncle Wei, I only have one coming-of-age ceremony in my life, and I will only hold this last birthday party. If she doesn't come, Ming Yueshi took a deep breath. I will never go back to the Ming family in my life. The girl stood in front of the elder stubbornly, straightened her back, and stiffened her neck. She hasn't spent her birthday with me since I was in elementary school. I know tomorrow is the presidential primary, but the primary should be over in the evening. I can wait for her. As long as she comes to see me once tomorrow and says happy birthday, it will be enough. Uncle Wei, isn't that too much? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Federation will uniformly announce the results of the presidential primary. That is, the presidential candidates of various parties voted by voters in the 13 colonies of the 20 states. Therefore, Ming Jinyan has 4 hours from 8 to 12 o'clock. Wei Shu was embarrassed. Although the primary is over at 8 o'clock in the evening, the lady still has to. Uncle Wei, for more than 10 years, I have only this one request. I don't want her to give up the primary to celebrate my birthday. Is my request really too much? Ming Yueshi's eyes were slightly red. Wei Shu sighed helplessly. I will tell the lady. Thank you. The night was long. At night, Ming Yueshi did not return to the dormitory, but followed Wei Shu back to the Ming family manor. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day, Ming Yueshi's 18th birthday, and the deadline for the Kinney federal presidential primary election. The whole country was filled with joy, and many voters wore the clothes of their favorite candidates and enthusiastically canvassed for votes on the streets. Colorful flags and banners fluttered. The Crack Academy also has a presidential primary voting station. Every student has the opportunity to vote, and failure to vote is considered abstention. When Jiangmi went out, he stopped by the voting station. Alice acted as a waiter at the voting station and let the little robot slide in front of Jiangmi smoothly. Student Cherning, which party do you support more to become the ruling party? Which presidential candidate do you support more? The presidential election in the Federation of Kenya is divided into primary election and general election. The primary election is for the public to select the only presidential candidate from each party, and the general election is for candidates from each party to compete, which is essentially to select the future ruling party. Although there are nearly 100 parties in the Federation, in the end it is the competition between the Jishu Alliance and the Gongan Alliance, and the other parties are just runners-up. Jishu Alliance, Ming Jinyan. Jiangmi cast his precious vote as a second-class citizen. In the Federation of Kenya, the votes of first-class citizens have a 2-fold coefficient. The votes of second-class citizens have a 1-fold coefficient, and the votes of third-class citizens have only a 0.5-fold coefficient. Although the Federation is a democratic country, the superiority and class nature of first-class citizens are fully demonstrated at this moment. Congratulations on your successful vote. Alice's screen showed a celebratory expression of throwing flowers. Currently, Congressman Ming of the Jishu Alliance has obtained 40.2% of the votes, ranking first in the Jishu Alliance. What about the total number of votes? Jiangmi asked. It's the first place too. It seems that everyone hopes that Senator Ming will be elected president. Alice threw flowers again. Jiangmi did not comment. I'm afraid not everyone wants it. After completing the vote, Jiangmi took the magic wolf and took the maglev train to Ming's manor. Passing through the giant coal buildings, industrialized production areas, and residential buildings lined up one after another, the high-tech city faded out of sight. And then came the beautiful suburbs. Ming's manor is located in the suburbs of Livonia. This is an extremely simple and solemn manor. Its value does not lie in how luxurious the buildings in the manor are, but in the fact that it has such a large park in this city, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The manor is a terrace structure with a distinct central axis that runs through the manor and the buildings. On both sides of the axis are neatly trimmed patterned flower beds and cascading waterfalls. Standing at the door, the manor is magnificent, orderly, and full of historical heritage. The main venue of the birthday party is in the manor villa. The servant brought Jiangmi to the banquet. When he saw the dazzling array of food, the magic wolf's eyes were bright and almost glowing, and he rushed to his beloved dessert area. Jiangmi couldn't stop him. I'm sorry, she said to Ming Yueshi guiltily. Ming Yueshi hadn't changed into a dress yet. She was wearing comfortable home clothes. She secretly plucked 2 handfuls of the magic wolf's hair and looked very comfortable. It's okay. There will be servants to watch it. By the way, Yao Qian hasn't come yet. You should eat something first. Yao Qian will be here soon. Yeah. Jiangmi responded and took out the gift she prepared for Ming Yueshi, the venom of the war rainbow python. This was what she had packed after killing the female war rainbow python. Originally, she was going to sell it on the black market. But after thinking about it, Jiangmi didn't know what to give Ming Yueshi. She felt that she was in danger recently, so it would be good to give her venom for self-defense. The bottle containing the venom was very small and strung on the bracelet, like a drifting bottle decorated with the bracelet. If you don't check it carefully, you won't find it. What's in this bottle? Wiki came over curiously, opened the bottle and smelled it. The pungent smell made him take a step back. He didn't hold the venom in his hand firmly, and a drop fell out. What the hell? Wiki screamed in shock. The drop of venom fell to the ground and directly corroded a hole in the floor. The venom of the war rainbow python. Jiangmi rolled his eyes. Weka! Ming Yueshi, is this the gift you prepared for the young lady? Weka swallowed his saliva. Isn't it appropriate? Jiangmi was puzzled. 1 milliliter of the war rainbow python's venom is worth tens of thousands on the black market. This bottle has 10 milliliters, so the value is not low. Right? Ming Yueshi smiled softly and took the bottle of poison. Appropriate. This thing is good? She glared at Weka. Whoever bullies me in the future, I will pour poison all over him. The venom is contained in a special bottle on the black market. press the switch, and the venom will spray out. But it will not hurt the holder. How dare we bully you? Young lady, Weka muttered. But when girls give gifts to each other, don't they give bags, jewelry, and other things? How could they give poison? Weka thought at first that the transparent bottle contained perfume. But the venom of the war rainbow python in Sherning's hand also reminded Weka of one thing: the war rainbow python in the crack number 32 was really dead. Ming Yueshi went back to the room to change clothes and left first. At this time, Yao Xingli also came to the birthday party. Huh? Weka poked his head out beside Yao Xingli and looked. Where is Yao Qian? Why didn't she come? She said to wait, Yao Xingli said. Then looked at Jiangmi. Sherning, I disliked you before. Mainly because of my sister. Your current special recruitment quota is actually hers. So, as long as she doesn't care, I definitely won't care. Jiangmi said him. Now even if Yao Qian wants to care, she can't care. Yes. 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 Sherning, I'm here to apologize to you too. With a sincere look on his face. Weka bowed to Jiangmi at a 90-degree angle. We were wrong to laugh at you before. And I will never do that again. Seeing Weka so serious, Jiangmi was a little confused for a moment. No. It's okay. But before he finished speaking, Yao Xingli's younger brothers came up one after another to apologize to Jiangmi. Not only that, even the second-year students such as Ho Che came over. Seeing the students bowing to him one by one, Jiangmi was overwhelmed. No wonder Ming Yueshi said she must come today. And these people came to her one by one to ask for forgiveness? But this kind of thing, there is no forgiveness. Because Jiangmi knew that it was not those students who really realized that they were wrong. But Sherning was very strong. Just like Ming Yueshi said, they were just a group of guys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they knew that the people they bullied were no longer weak, but were stronger than they knew, they would immediately change their attitude. This society, seemingly civilized and developed, is still a world of the survival of the fittest. More and more people gathered around. And Jiangmi was getting more and more headache. It was okay for these people to be self-satisfied, but she was going to slip away and change into Yao Qian's vest. How could she carry out the plan without becoming Yao Qian? From a distance, Jiangmi saw Su Chen coming to the birthday party not far away. She rolled her eyes and suddenly cried ouch, and screamed while holding her lower abdomen. The classmates around were shocked. Sherning! Sherning! What's wrong with you? Chapter 40. Su Chen held a tall champagne glass in one hand, and was held by Weka in the other. Weka, slow down. I haven't even had water on the way here. Weka forcefully pulled Su Chen to the sofa in the lobby. Don't drink. Sherning said she's not feeling well. Go see her. Su Chen paused as he was about to drink the champagne. The indifference on his face suddenly disappeared, and his pale blue eyes became serious. He looked at Jiangmi, who was curled up on the sofa, covering her belly. She was pale. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she was curled up like a little hamster. Even her heartless dog stopped eating the cake at this moment, and stomped his feet anxiously around Jiangmi, his eyes full of panic and helplessness. Su Chen lowered his eyebrows, put the champagne aside, and asked, What's wrong with you? It hurts, Jiangmi said in a hoarse voice. Where does it hurt? Let me see. Su Chen pulled Jiangmi's hand away, wanting to check the part of her body that hurt. Jiangmi stammered, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. My period hurts. Su Chen paused, stunned, like a machine with a stuck processor. Dysmenorrhea is almost extinct on Blue Star. Girls with this problem will get a painkiller injection during puberty. And this problem can be eliminated in the future. And this kind of injection is not expensive. Only a few thousand federal coins. Sherning is from District 13. And District 13 does not have such advanced medical technology as the Federation. So it is normal that she has never had this kind of injection. Su Chen thought about the whole thing, and picked up Jiangmi horizontally. Let the servants prepare the room. I will take her upstairs to rest. Is Sherning okay? Weka asked anxiously. She won't die. But it hurts a lot. The servant opened the guest room on the second floor, and Su Chen carried Jiangmi into the room. Weka and others wanted to come in, but were stopped by Su Chen. Su Chen wrote down a few names of medicines, and asked Weka and others to go to a nearby pharmacy to buy medicine. After the students left, Su Chen turned around and prepared a warm baby for Jiangmi to warm her lower abdomen. but saw Jiangmi quickly turned over from the bed and stretched her head to look behind him. Su-Chen? Jiangmi, those people are gone. Right? Su-Chen? You don't have dysmenorrhea? Su-Chen's eyes were dull. You're pretending. Jiangmi didn't care. Calmly wiped the sweat off her face, revealing a fair and pretty face, and picked up the small cake in the guest room and gave it to the magic wolf as a reward for its cooperation in acting. How else can we get rid of him? Jiangmi spoke in a relaxed tone, patting Su-Chen's shoulder. It just so happens that I have something else to do, so I'll ask Dr. Su to stay in the guest room and pretend to take care of me all the time. Su-Chen? Is this appropriate? The veins on his forehead trembled slightly. Jiangmi poked Su-Chen's chest. Don't forget. Your life is still in my hands. Su-Chen. Jiangmi flipped through the canvas bag she carried with her, took out Yao Qian's clothes from it, and was about to change into them, when suddenly she remembered that there was a big man beside her. So she looked at Su-Chen faintly. Su-Chen. Su-Chen turned around tactfully, with his back to Jiangmi. What exactly do you want to do? Su-Chen asked. Dr. Su. It's not good to know too many secrets. While speaking, Jiangmi had already changed his clothes and took out the gift that Yao's father prepared for Minji Wexi. Su-Chen turned around and looked at Jiangmi. He had a gloomy face, and his white eyelashes blocked his blue eyes. Weika and the others will go buy medicine and will be back in an hour at most. I can only hold on for an hour at most. 1 hour is enough. Jiangmi hugged the head of the magic wolf, stuffed a small cake into the magic wolf, and took a handful of its spatial ability. After an hour, they won't be able to take care of me. Jiangmi teleported away from the Ming family. And then, after changing into Yao Qian's face, he took the aircraft that he had rented in advance and returned to the Ming family. As soon as he entered the manor, Yao Xingli immediately greeted him. Sister, you are here. He didn't go to buy medicine with Weika, but was waiting for Yao Qian. It just so happens that your Ning is here too, and she is resting on the second floor. As long as you are willing to forgive her and don't care about the special recruitment, I will never bother her again in the future. Yao Xingli grabbed Jiangmi's hand and walked to the second floor expectantly. Jiangmi paused, shook off Yao Xingli's hand. I can't say whether I forgive or not. I'm not interested in the pariah of District 13. Sister. Yao Xingli was stunned. Jiangmi looked at Yao Xingli and said in Yao Qian's tone, I don't mind the special recruitment. That's all. As for the pariah of District 13, there's no need to meet them. You too. What's your identity? Don't always hang out with them. Jiangmi thought about the words that a first-class citizen would say, and slowly uttered a word. Dirty. Yao Xingli stared at Yao Qian for a long time. In fact, what Yao Qian said was right. And they used to think so. That people in the colony were dirty and pariahs. But for some reason, when Yao Qian said this again, Yao Xingli felt uncomfortable for some reason. Jiangmi didn't think about Yao Xingli's thoughts. As long as he didn't bother Su-Chen, she couldn't transform into Ning and go back. She handed the gift to the servant next to her and asked, Where is Cici? Servant, the presidential primary election has begun, and the eldest lady is waiting for the results in the room. Jiangmi nodded, picked up Yao Qian's cumbersome dress skirt, and walked towards Ming Yuexi's room. Fortunately, she had just come to the Ming family as Ning and knew which room Ming Yuexi lived in. Otherwise, if she came directly as Yao Qian, Jiangmi would be at a loss. Jiangmi knocked on the door, and Wei Shu opened the door. Miss Yao is here. Hello. Uncle Wei. Jiangmi nodded politely and walked into the room. Ming Yuexi's room is very large. It's just a girl's boudoir, with an area of more than 100 square meters. The overall color is slightly pink, which is the design style that little girls like. In front of the sofa in the room is a huge light screen, which broadcasts this year's federal presidential primary election live. The candidates drew cards and went on stage to make presidential campaign statements in order. Ming Jinyan was ranked 17th, and it was expected to be her turn to go on stage in another hour. This speech was very important to the candidates. Those who did not go on stage would be deemed to have abstained. Ming Yuexi wore comfortable pajamas, hugged her knees, and curled up on the sofa. The candidates' boring speeches were in her ears. Ming Yuexi lowered her head and played the game console. Next to her, Jiang Xiaobai, who was wearing a suit, was sitting. He frowned slightly and looked helpless. Cici, my aunt asked me to protect you. How could she not care about you? It's just that after the primary election, all candidates have to go to the 20 states and 13 districts to make speeches. She really doesn't have time. Ming Yueshi paused while playing the game console. It won't take an hour to get here from the municipal building? Not even an hour? Jiang Xiaobai was stuck. Cousin, you must be very busy recently. Right? Minji Wexi looked up at Jiang Xiaobai. Didn't they say that the 109th crack is very dangerous? Are all the national team members going to special training? Do you still have time to come? Uncle Wei is also S level. And I have Uncle Wei here. No matter how important the 109th crack is, you are more important. Jiang Xiaobai sighed. He noticed Yao Qian coming in, greeted her, and then looked at Minji Wexi again. Okay. I'm too lazy to persuade you. Anyway, my mission is just to protect you. I hope you're okay. You and your aunt. There's still a long time. You will understand her. Jiang Xiaobai left and made room for Jiangmi. Minji Wexi looked at the game console in silence. The character in the game console was dead. Minji Wexi had read the guide. But he still killed the character. Do you understand? It's been more than 10 years. She really can never understand her. Ming Yueshi looked up and saw Jiangmi. And a bitter smile appeared on her face. You are here. Come and keep me company. We haven't seen each other for a long time. A warehouse outside Livonia. Kidnap Ming Yueshi? Zhuang Nijin repeated in disbelief. Why? He couldn't understand. In his opinion, Ming Yueshi was a very good person. She was a first-class citizen. But she would never despise him. A pariah born in a colonial area, like Yao Xingli and others. She was a little cold. But Zhuang Nijin didn't think she was a bad person. She is Ming Jinian's daughter, the deacon said lightly. Kidnapping her can make Ming Jinian give up running for president. Zhuang Nijin's eyes widened. Although he grew up in District 11, Zhuang Nijin knew Ming Jinian and knew that she had been committed to abolishing the citizen system. When Ming Jinian first participated in the presidential election 8 years ago and proposed this policy, she was ridiculed and abused by countless people. First and second-class citizens thought that she had damaged their rights and interests. And third-class citizens thought that she was grandstanding to win their votes. It is impossible to abolish the citizen system. How many people's interests are damaged in this? How many capo oligarchs are eyeing it? The obstacles to completing this task are too great. That year, Ming Jinian lost the election without any surprise. But she did not give up. As a member of parliament, she has been expressing her idea of abolishing the citizen system to Congress. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. She persisted in doing this. Originally, the buying and selling of third-class citizens and entering the cracks were not age-specific. Thanks to Ming Jinian's efforts, the federal government finally passed a bill that only third-class citizens over the age of 18 could enter the cracks and conduct crack tests. Although, some areas still throw children into the cracks. But the implementation of this bill has proven that Jinian really wants to abolish the citizenship system. And she is not just saying it casually. It is for this reason that she received a high vote rate in this year's election. Even Zhuangdi's eyes on Ming Jinian later no longer looked down on her, but respected her. Zhuang Nijin hoped that Ming Jinian would be elected, so that there would not be so many deaths in the colony in the future. TSK. Do you really think she did it for you? The deacon sneered. Ming Jinian wanted to abolish the citizenship system because Ming Yueshi was trafficked and thrown into the crack. Her original intention was just for her daughter. Now that she is in power, do you really think she dares to abolish the civil system? The deacon laughed even more wantonly. You will know when she is in power. She is just talking and deceiving your votes. But, Zhuang Nijin hesitated. He still didn't want to kidnap Ming Yueshi. Don't you want to see if Ming Jinian really wants to help you? A sly look flashed in the deacon's eyes. We kidnap Ming Yueshi and let Ming Jinian make a choice. If she gives up the election, doesn't it prove that she is just talking nonsense? If she insists, doesn't it better reflect her selflessness and dedication? We don't hinder her election. Nijin. We are believers of God. We are just testing Ming Jinian on behalf of God. We can't really kill Ming Yueshi. Zhuang Nijin's eyes were dazed for a moment. This is just a test. As long as Ming Jinian makes a choice that is beneficial to the colony, Ming Yueshi will not die. This is just a test. If Ming Jinian fails the test and loses the opportunity to run for election, it is her own problem. She is not worthy of being the president. Zhuang Nijin nodded. However, kidnapping Minji Wexi is not easy. Her cousin is S-level. And she has an S-level guard beside her. How can we kidnap her? Don't worry. The deacon patted Zhuang Nijin's shoulder. Someone will send Minji Wexi out. Yao Qian's light brain lit up. It was the deacon's message. It's time to act. Jiangmi looked at the door. On one side was Wei Shu. On the other side was Jiang Xiaobai. 2 S-levels flanking. And in front of him was Minji Wexi. A spiritual system. It seems that Yao Qian is a believer of the God's Gift Society. And it can't be concealed. Jiang Xiaobai is not to be feared. As the S-level metal attack will not harm Jiangmi in a short time. But Wei Shu's ability is a headache. And the God-given society has given information that Wei Shu's ability is speed. His speed is 100 times that of an ordinary person. This is likely to cause Jiangmi to be intercepted by Wei Shu with speed as soon as he grabs Minji Wexi and starts teleporting. If he steals Wei Shu's ability, Jiangmi will have the same speed and can teleport away. But Wei Shu's movements are too fast. After entering the door, Jiangmi has no chance to touch Wei Shu. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. The God-given society has taken action. Everyone immediately went to the window and saw thick smoke billowing in the parking lot of the manor. An aircraft spontaneously ignited and exploded. And the smoke and dust blew to the villa. Sure enough, something happened. Wei Shu frowned. I'll go and see. He turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Xiaobai grabbed him. I'll go. You protect Cici. Wei Shu's ability may not be very aggressive. But in case of danger, it is enough to carry Minji Wexi and run away. This is also the reason why Ming Jian hired him as Minji Wexi's bodyguard. Then cousin, you should be careful. Minji Wexi looked at the bombed aircraft in the parking lot and said worriedly. Jiang Xiaobai left. And Jiangmi closed the window to prevent the smoke and dust from drifting in. Minji Wexi said nothing. Her brown pupils were deep and solemn. It was obviously her birthday. But she had a very bad premonition. Miss, don't worry. Wei Shu comforted. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Yeah. Minji Wexi responded absent-mindedly. Cici, change your clothes. Jiangmi gently patted Minji Wexi's shoulder and persuaded her. The explosion at the manor will make the guests very nervous, and they may think of your aunt's matter. It's not dinner time yet, and your uncle hasn't come yet. So you need to go down and take charge of the situation. Ming Yueshi hated going downstairs to face so many guests. She promised her father to hold a birthday party. But she didn't really want to celebrate anything. But she knew that she had to go downstairs, and couldn't hide in the room all the time. The light screen was still showing the live broadcast of the presidential primary election. It was estimated that Ming Jinyan's turn would be in half an hour. She would definitely go on stage. And the result of the vote would not be announced until 8 o'clock in the evening. It didn't matter whether she watched her speech or not. Ming Yueshi nodded and walked into the dressing room. It was called a dressing room, but it was actually a cloakroom made of walls and transparent checker glass. Inside was a high-end dress that the fashion designer had handmade for Ming Yueshi. Wei Shu walked to the door tactfully with his back to the cloakroom. Ming Yueshi was changing clothes in the cloakroom. She took off her comfortable pajamas and put on a dress. When she zipped up, she felt that the zipper was stuck by something. A thin vine was stuck in the zipper of Ming Yueshi's dress. Yao Qian, can you come in and help me? Ming Yueshi called Yao Qian. Okay. Jiangmi walked into the cloakroom. Wei Shu stood at the door. Under normal circumstances, when Ming Yueshi was changing clothes, he would not stay in the room. But today was too special. Ming Jinyan asked him to stay with Ming Yueshi until the end of the primary election. Ming Jinyan seemed to realize that something would happen today, and she asked Jiang Xiaobai to protect Ming Yueshi. Wei Shu was inexplicably nervous, but he felt that he was just being paranoid. Today, there are 2 S-level psychics in the Ming family manor, more than 10 A-level psychics among the students, and Ming Yueshi's S-level roommate. How many people do they have to send to contact Ming Yueshi today? Wei Shu took out a cigarette and just lit it. But then he remembered that this was Ming Yueshi's room. So he put out the flame. It's impossible for something to happen. Right? Suddenly, Ming Yueshi's scream came from the cloakroom. The sound was neither loud nor soft. Not enough to be heard outside the room, but enough for Wei Shu to hear. Wei Shu was shocked. Jiang Xiaobai hadn't come back yet. And no one had come in just now. How could something happen to the young lady? He immediately rushed to the cloakroom and kicked the door open. Ming Yueshi was wearing pajamas and fell to the ground unconscious. Next to her, Yao Qian also fell to the ground, unconscious, and her long hair covered her beautiful face. Wei Shu didn't care about Yao Qian, and helped Ming Yueshi up. "Young lady, what's wrong with you?" The woman suddenly opened her eyes. Those were a pair of extremely beautiful eyes, with extreme temptation, beautiful and deadly, which brought out the thing Wei Shu feared most in his heart. It was Minji Wex's ability. Wei Shu realized it immediately, and quickly avoided Minji Wex's gaze, reducing the direct gaze and temptation with the other party. But Minji Wex's speed today was surprisingly fast. Wei Shu had obviously avoided it at the maximum speed, but her eyes still followed closely, instilling him with a more terrible nightmare. Nightmare by looking into the eyes. The other party fell into the most terrible memories. The longer the staring time, the lower the probability of awakening. Wei Shu had no way to avoid it. He couldn't even think about why Minji Wex's speed was so fast today. Why she could keep up with him. The light in his eyes disappeared. His eyes were dull, and he fell into a sluggish state. In front of him, countless granulations appeared on Minji Wex's cold and beautiful face, like living worms, deforming, reshaping, and finally turning into Jiangmi's face. Jiangmi threw away Wei Shu, stood up, picked up Ming Yueshi, who was dressed in Yao Qian's clothes, and teleported away from Mingjia Manor, a warehouse outside Livonia. Zhuangnijin raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch. "It's almost time for Ming Jinyan to go on stage." Zhuangnijin worried. "It takes at least half an hour to fly from Mingjia Manor to here. Can that person really make it in time?" The deacon was silent. If Yao Qian acted alone, the god's gift would definitely send more people to cooperate with her, instead of just placing a bomb in the parking lot of Mingjia Manor. But Yao Qian said that there was an anonymous person to help. So the deacon was a little bolder. But these things cannot be told to Zhuangnijin. Suddenly, there was a car horn outside the warehouse. Everyone was startled and rushed out of the warehouse immediately. A black off-road vehicle stopped at the door of the warehouse, and a woman wearing a mask and action clothes got off the off-road vehicle. This is the uniform outfit of the believers of the God's gift when they act. Now the deacon and Zhuangnijin are also wearing action clothes and masks. Jiangmi did not use her ability to change her face, but her original face. She was slightly shorter than Yao Qian, but after wearing the military boots with insoles, the difference was not big. "Done." She pointed to the back seat of the SUV. The deacon was very surprised. He rushed to the back seat and saw Ming Yueshi, who was knocked unconscious by Jiangmi. She was wearing pajamas and curled up in the back seat. There was a superpower blocker on her hand, so she could no longer use superpowers. "Not bad, Xingji," the deacon praised. "I was worried that Jiang Xiubai and Wei Shu were here, and it would be difficult for you to act. Not to mention that there were so many students from the Rift Academy outside. It was simply a fantasy for ordinary people to kidnap Ming Yueshi under such siege. But Yao Qian did it. Or rather, Anonymous did it." The deacon glanced at Jiangmi and saw her leaning against the SUV leisurely, looking uninjured, and was even more shocked. After all, they were two S-level psychics. Even if Jiang Xiubai was lured away, it would be difficult to deal with Wei Shu. He used to look down on Yao Qian's B-level ability, but now it seems that she has used this ability to the fullest. After this mission, the God's Gift Association will pay more attention to Yao Qian. "The next thing is up to you," Jiangmi said in Yao Qian's voice. "I'm exposed. I'll go home to pack up and run away." "Yeah." The deacon had already expected Yao Qian to be exposed. The Yao family will not do anything to Yao Qian because of this, but the administration bureau may not. However, her identity is fully utilized, so let it be exposed. "We are here," the deacon said. Jiangmi got on the SUV again and drove away. The deacon carried Ming Yueshi and threw her into the warehouse. This time, the God's Gift Society was fighting for the greater good with a small one. The deacon was the team leader. Excluding Yao Qian, there were 20 God's Gift Society believers participating in the operation. Everyone quickly tied Ming Yueshi to a chair, set up a recording camera, and prepared to contact Ming Jinyan. In a daze, Ming Yueshi opened her eyes. She felt a severe headache. Her eyelids were fighting, and she couldn't open them. The light entered her field of vision, and she realized that she was actually in a dilapidated warehouse. And there were several people wearing action suits and masks around her. Ming Yueshi was shocked. She remembered that she was clearly in the Ming family manor, and she was changing clothes in the cloakroom. The zipper couldn't be closed, so she asked Yao Qian to help. Ming Yueshi remembered. After Yao Qian came in, she stood behind her and helped her zip up, then knocked her out. She had her back to Yao Qian, so she didn't have a chance to fight back. Why did this happen? Why did Yao Qian betray her? Ming Yueshi couldn't understand. The person in front of her had set up the camera and was ready to call Ming Jinyan's assistant's computer. On the other side of the screen, the live broadcast of the presidential primary was on. Now it was the 15th presidential candidate's speech, and it would soon be the 17th Ming Jinyan's turn. She couldn't get into trouble here. She couldn't drag her mother down. The superpower blocker handcuffed Ming Yueshi's hand, making her unable to use superpowers. But Ming Yueshi touched a small thing on her wrist. This was given to her by Hardening, the venom of the Zhanhong python, which was placed on a special bottle bracelet. At first glance, it was inconspicuous. The superpower of the Zhanhong python is venom, and its poison can corrode everything, including the superpower blocker. Ming Yueshi calmed down. I didn't expect that the birthday gift I just received would come in handy now. The people from the God's Gift Society were preparing to contact Ming Jinyan. Ming Yueshi quietly turned on the bottle switch, and the corrosive poison quickly eroded the supernatural shield. Chapter 41. The venom corroded the supernatural shield, and the metal on the surface broke, and the energy inside quickly leaked out. Ming Yueshi clearly felt that her supernatural power, which was shackled, was slowly flowing back into her body like water. A believer of the God-given society set up a camera to capture Ming Yueshi's appearance when she was tied up. When the believer looked up, he clearly saw Ming Yueshi's gorgeous eyes, as bright as the bright moon in the night sky. So beautiful that people forgot everything. The nightmare of the past came as expected. The believer was sluggish, and the movements of his hands were also frozen. At this time, another female believer came back from outside the warehouse. The deacon saw her and frowned. Luoren, you have been out for too long. Well, Luoren responded, maybe I had a stomachache yesterday. She answered quite naturally, and the deacon had no doubts, and asked her to join the action of contacting Ming Jinyan. In the warehouse, the huge light screen broadcast the presidential election process on the 16th, and Ming Jinyan was next. After setting up the communication equipment and making sure that the Federation would not track them, the deacon's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he excitedly ordered, contact Ming Jinyan. Luoren dialed Ming Jinyan's office landline as ordered. Just after pressing 2 numbers, a dong-dong sound suddenly came from behind. Everyone immediately looked back and saw Ming Yueshi break free from the supernatural power shield and calmly stand up from the steel chair. She rubbed her shackled wrist and looked at the deacon and others. Beside her, 2 unconscious believers fell. The deacon was shocked and immediately covered his eyes. Don't look at her eyes. All the believers turned around quickly, not daring to look directly at Ming Yueshi. Ming Yueshi glanced at the dozen believers standing in front of her and smiled coldly. Without Yao Qian, you still want to control me? As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward and easily grabbed the nearest male believer, holding his neck with both arms. The flexibility of female limbs was fully demonstrated at this moment. The male believer couldn't breathe and his face was pale. He couldn't break free from Ming Yueshi even if he tried his best. Everyone didn't dare to look directly into Ming Yuexi's eyes, so the guns couldn't aim at her, and even the physical skills were blind. Ming Yuexi quickly grabbed the male believer's head and twisted it hard. Click! The male believer's spine was broken. He lost his breath, fell to the ground, and died with his eyes open. The deacon and others quickly retreated, keeping a distance from Ming Yuexi. Everyone put on goggles and pointed their guns directly at Ming Yuexi. Ming Yueshi, give up! The deacon shouted. We know your ability and have been prepared for it. You can't. Before he finished speaking, Ming Yueshi carried the dead male believer as a shield, blocking the rain of bullets, and instantly rushed to the believer closest to her. The goggles on his face were violently pulled off, and the believer instinctively closed his eyes. But Ming Yueshi moved very quickly, snatching the gun from his hand with one hand and quickly knocking him out with the other hand. The moment the gun was taken, the battle situation changed. The deacon still needed to use Ming Yueshi to threaten Ming Jinyan, and they didn't dare to hurt Ming Yueshi's life. But Ming Yueshi was different. She grabbed the gun and fired at the believers of the God-given society. It was obviously G.Lock with limited attack power. But Ming Yueshi had excellent aim, and she was accurate with every shot. And every shot hit the believers of the God-given society in the head. The magazine was not full, and it was empty after 5 bullets. Ming Yueshi weighed G.Lock's weight, and had expected it in her heart. When the bullets were empty, she immediately hid behind a pillar in the warehouse, and quickly changed the magazine. At this moment, everyone hid behind the pillars, deadlocked, and dared not say much. The deacon used his superpowers to merge his body into the concrete pillars, breathing heavily. Ming Yueshi is very strong. As Ming Jinyan's daughter, she is at the center of the political vortex of the Qini Federation. She encountered many assassinations when she was a child, so she has S-level superpower bodyguards around her. And she herself is too strong. Yao Qian was able to knock Ming Yueshi unconscious, because they had grown up together for more than 10 years. Ming Yueshi would not be on guard against Yao Qian. But it was not certain that she would be against the people of the God-given society. If this continues, even if Ming Yueshi can be caught, it will be a lose-lose situation. And Ming Yueshi may not really be able to escape. There was another crackling sound behind her, and Ming Yueshi launched a second round of attacks. But this time, the believers of the God-given society were hiding behind the pillars, so her attack was no longer so smooth. Ming Yueshi, the deacon shouted, don't you always want to know if your mother cares about you? Don't you want to see the result? Ming Yueshi had already appeared behind a pillar, and shot the believer hiding behind the pillar in the head. She ignored the words of the deacon, and mechanically eliminated the believers of the God-given society. Only 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. The deacon shouted. In 10 minutes, you will know whether your mother really cares about you. Minji Wexi kicked a believer who had died and sneered. I'm not stupid. Get out. But this is your only chance. The deacon did not abandon or give up. You hope your mother cares about you more than her career. But this is something you can never prove. How can you prove your mother's true thoughts without a critical moment? And now, your chance has come. We can let Ming Jinyan prove it all. Ming Yueshi still bombarded the believers of the god's gift with a gun. But her hand holding the gun shook slightly. She was a little shaken in her heart. The gun that never missed a shot missed for the first time. And the bullet landed next to Zhuang Nijin's head. Zhuang Nijin was so scared that he almost stopped breathing. Minji Wexi lowered her eyes. Her breathing gradually became heavier. You want to use me to force her to give up the election? Yes. The deacon felt Minji Wexi's hesitation, and his voice became more excited. He came to Minji Wexi through the pillar. Don't you want to see if she will choose you? She is your mother. She didn't even attend your birthday party. She said that as long as you are healthy and alive, it's fine. But in fact, is it really fine as long as you are alive? Will she really give up the election for you? No way. That's the career she has been fighting for 10 years. She doesn't love you at all. She only loves herself. You are talking nonsense. Minji Wexi heard the voice coming from a pillar, and bombarded the pillar with bullets like crazy. She cares about me. She must care about me. Oh, you are just deceiving yourself. The deacon appeared from another pillar. You don't dare to gamble. You don't dare to let us threaten Ming Jinyan with you, because you know she won't choose you. You are a burden to her. A burden that hinders her progress. She loves her career and herself more. Never you. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Bullets swiped through all the pillars, and the believers hid behind the pillars and dared not come out. The deacon was even more presumptuous, relying on his penetration ability, and frantically went back and forth between the pillars, inciting Ming Yueshi. She won't choose you. She won't choose you. You are insignificant to her. Ming Yueshi squatted down in pain, holding her head, as if her mind was exploding. Reason told her that the kidnappers were provoking her, and they didn't have the ability to catch her 100%, so they could only use this despicable method. However, the emotional part kept asking Ming Yueshi, what about giving it a try? What about giving it a try? There's no way my mother wouldn't choose me. Just try it once. For the last time. Okay? Zhuang Nijin had been hiding behind a distant pillar, watching the melee. He saw a ball of black fog wandering between the pillar and the concrete ceiling. This was the ability of the deacon. There was another ball of black fog that kept attacking Minji Wexi, but no one could see it. That was the ability of another believer of the God-given society bewitching. This ability was only B-level, and it would not be 100% successful after activation. But when the other party was emotional, the success rate was 100%. The deacon was trying to stimulate Minji Wexi, and he did succeed. Minji Wexi felt her mind clear. Her reason was completely suppressed, and her emotions dominated everything. She stood up and looked at the pillar where the deacon was hiding, and said word by word, If my mother chose to give up, would you let me go? Of course, the deacon said with certainty. We have achieved our goal. And the God-given society is not a terrorist organization. We don't kill people. Then if she continues to run, you will kill me, right? Minji Wexi asked again. Bewitching was activated again. And the deacon continued to fool. How is it possible? We won't. I bet. Minji Wexi didn't finish listening to the deacon's words, and raised her hands in surrender. I bet. The deacon was stunned for a second and didn't react for a while. After a moment of silence, he looked at the bewitching hiding behind the pillar and smiled silently. They evoked the secret deep in Minji Wexi's heart, the obsession that troubled her for more than 10 years. She has been pursuing this answer all her life. And now, the answer is within reach. Without this obsession, bewitching would not be successful. But Minji Wexi was obsessed with this. Even if she lost her life in the end, she was willing. Falling Blade hid behind a pillar not far from Minji Wexi, and didn't say a word the whole time, hiding herself well, and not being discovered by Minji Wexi. After listening to the conversation between Minji Wexi and the butler, she sighed silently. Ming Family Manor. After dealing with the parking lot, Jiang Xiaobai hurried back to Ming Family Manor. The accident in the parking lot was caused by a bomb placed on a guest's aircraft. But the other party did not know the existence of the bomb. Jiang Xiaobai speculated that someone was going to attack the Ming family. From this point of view, Minji Wexi is in danger. Jiang Xiaobai did not go through the main door. He borrowed the power of the special metal plate on the sole, and quickly flew towards Minji Wexi's room. He jumped down from the windowsill and searched loudly. Cici. Minji Wexi. No one answered in the room. Only Uncle Wei, who was in a daze, fell to the ground, as if he had entered a nightmare that he could never wake up from, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat. Jiang Xiaobai pulled out the needle he carried with him, and stabbed it into Wei Shu's body. This needle was designed for psychics, and could quickly wake up the person who was hit. The needle entered Wei Shu's body, and Wei Shu regained consciousness, as if waking up from a dream, gasping for breath. And his face and lips were pale. How did you get a nightmare? Jiang Xiaobai frowned, very puzzled. Where's Cici? I don't know. Wei Shu's head was a mess. I remember that the eldest lady went to change clothes, and then someone suddenly screamed. I rushed into the cloakroom, and saw her and Miss Yao lying on the ground. I helped the eldest lady up, and I got her nightmare. With your speed, you can't avoid nightmares, Jiang Xiaobai said very confidently. Wei Shu is not a newcomer. He is an experienced S-level, and he has been with Minji Wexi for such a long time, and he knows her abilities very well. Although nightmares are scary, if you look at them for a short time, you will only be stunned for a moment, and will not have nightmares all the time. Because her speed is too fast. Wei Shu remembered. I wanted to avoid her, but she actually caught up with my speed. Jiang Xiaobai paused. Ming Yueshi couldn't catch up with Wei Shu's speed. Only speed can catch up with speed. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized. It was Yao Qian. She stole the ability to change her face in advance, and stole Cici and your abilities, so she was able to make you fall for it. Wei Shu's eyes widened. But isn't Miss Yao very close to the eldest lady? Why did she do this? Jiang Xiaobai didn't know. But this is the only possibility. He asked Wei Shu to check the surveillance of the manor villa to find out where Yao Qian went after kidnapping Ming Yueshi. But after looking through all the surveillance, there was no trace of the two. They didn't leave the room at all. How is it possible? Wei Shu murmured. Jiang Xiaobai might have been confused about this situation in the past, but after experiencing the number 68 Rift game, he would not be confused. But he was extremely clear about this situation. It's teleportation. Yao Qian also stole the ability to teleport. Anonymous is now in Livonia, so Yao Qian may have stolen Anonymous teleportation. The new wanted order issued by the administration SS-level faceless man also has the ability to change his face. And the last place where the faceless man appeared was Livonia. So, as long as Yao Qian had contact with these two people, it is possible to complete the conditions and kidnap Minji Wexi. Jiang Xiaobai slammed the table. Careless. How could he let Yao Qian enter Minji Wexi's room so easily? The security guard hurriedly reported. Young master, the Yao family is still at the banquet. Do you want to ask them? At the banquet. The wine was flowing, and it was very lively. Wei Shu arrived at the banquet at a very fast speed and grabbed Yao Xingli's collar fiercely. Where's the young lady? Yao Xinli was stunned. Facing the sudden crisis, he instinctively transformed into a half-fantasy beast. His limbs turned into white tiger claws. Countless fine hairs appeared on his body, and his muscles swelled. How should I know? I haven't seen her today. Yao Qian kidnapped the young lady. And you are still here pretending to be innocent with us? Wei Shu yelled. Sister? Yao Xinli was dazed, with disbelief in his eyes, and then pushed Wei Shu away with his 2 claws. You are talking nonsense. Don't slander my sister. Is it really not slander? Jiang Xiaobai floated in the air, holding the bag that Yao Qian carried when she entered the door. He turned the bag over, and the things in the bag fell one after another. A poster of the gathering of the followers of the God-giving society slowly fell from the bag. Yao Xinli looked at the poster. His eyes widened, unable to refute. The news that Ming Yueshi was kidnapped exploded at the banquet like thunder. Jiang Xiaobai quickly blocked the news, and did not let anyone leak the news to avoid affecting today's presidential primary. The scene was also blocked, and no one could leave the manor. All the students and guests were nervous. They knew how strict the defense of the Ming family manor was today. But in such a situation, people could still be kidnapped? Is this possible? Ming Yueshi was in trouble. And Ming Jinyan's presidential primary could still be better? Everyone was curious about the subsequent development of the matter, and discussed it with concern. In the guest room, the door was opened a little, and Su Chen calmly observed the situation outside. Ning was right. No one had time to find her. And now everyone just wanted to find Ming Yueshi. Alas, he sighed, your master is really good at making trouble. The demon wolf, who had been eating the cake, raised his head. We are partners. It's a trading relationship. Ning is not my master. No. 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 Ming Jinyan's office in the federal government building. Are you sure the news is true? The secretary in a skirt suit asked the staff, who came quickly. The staff lowered his voice. It's confirmed. Jiang Xiaobai has received news that the young lady has indeed been kidnapped. The secretary was disappointed. What is Jiang Xiaobai doing? He is S-level. There is also an S-level Wei Shu. How can he let the young lady get into trouble? The staff was also worried. The key now is, what should we do with the congressman? The secretary looked at Ming Jinyan. This woman, who was always strict and gentle, and whose makeup and hair were meticulous, was sitting on the sofa at this moment, with a strand of gray hair hanging down weakly at her temples. In front of her was the video sent by the God's Gift Association a few minutes ago, the kidnapped Ming Yueshi. The God's Gift Association's request was very simple. As long as Ming Jinyan gave up the election, Ming Yueshi would be safe. Ming Jinyan looked at Ming Yueshi on the light screen. She hadn't seen Ming Yueshi for more than a month, and she saw her again through the cold screen. Ming Yueshi was injured, with dust on her fair face, and bruises on her slender arms, like lotus roots. The pajamas she had just bought were also tattered, with blood stains on the hem. Ming Jinyan looked at her daughter, and felt a pang of pain in her heart. The secretary couldn't stand it anymore, so he turned around and asked the young guard, It's the counselor's turn in 3 minutes. Can you find the young lady in 3 minutes? The young guard was wearing a neat white suit. His golden curly hair was dazzling, and his emerald green pupils seemed to glow. Pei Jixian shrugged. The other party has space-related abilities, so he must have run far away. How could old Jiang and the others find him? The secretary gritted his teeth. Pei Jixian, Jiang Xiaobai is your man. He failed to protect him. Your national team should take full responsibility. What a joke. A girl wearing a puffy skirt and a double ponytail whip poked her head out from behind Pei Jixian. The national team's mission is to protect the presidential candidate, not the presidential candidate's family. Jiang Xiaobai also went to protect Minji Wexi because he is her cousin. And this has nothing to do with the national team. Besides, wasn't it Minji Wexi's best friend who kidnapped her? That's because your young lady made bad friends. Jiang Xiaobai can't be blamed for this. Lily of the Valley. Pei Jixian called out to the twin-tailed girl, who curled her lips and automatically made a gesture to shut up. Jixian. Ming Jinyan finally looked up and looked at Pei Jixian. Her amber eyes no longer had the luster of the past, and became a little dim. Can you help me? Help Cici? She looked at Pei Jixian eagerly, and her tears finally couldn't stop falling. Pei Jixian sighed helplessly, and turned to look at the other 2 national team members behind him. The 2 players didn't speak the whole time, and looked listless. One player was a man. His face was as cold as an iceberg. And there was no expression. The other player was a woman, with a frail and thin figure, as if she hadn't woken up. And she kept leaning on the man next to her. Tanshin. Xianyu. You go. Yi Tanshin. Okay. Qin Xianyu. Okay. Both of them looked reluctant. Especially Qin Xianyu, who looked even sleepier. Let's make it clear in advance. Time is too tight, and we can't guarantee success. Try your best, Pei Jixian said. Try your best? The secretary was not satisfied with the answer. Pei Jixian. If they can't do it, shouldn't you go too? If I go, who will protect the congressman? Pei Jixian asked instead of answering. Only you good-for-nothings? Aren't you afraid that the congressman will follow in the footsteps of her daughter? The secretary choked. 4S levels? That's enough. Pei Jixian looked in the direction where Yi Tanshin and Qin Xianyu left. If they can't save Minji Wexi, there's no point for me to go. Ming Jinyan has been listening to the conversation between Pei Jixian and the secretary, and lowered his head in silence. The presidential election of the Qini Federation is still going on. The light screen in the office switched back to the live broadcast of the presidential primary. At the same time, news broke out on the internet. Shock! Congressman Ming's daughter was kidnapped. I'm still waiting for Congressman Ming to take office. Is this true or not? The news is absolutely authentic. My second uncle is a staff member of the government building. And I just heard the news. The national team has sent 3S levels to rescue people. The other party asked Ming Jinyan to give up the election. Otherwise they would kill her daughter. Ah! No! Ming Jinyan will not really not take office. Right? Who knows? But that is her daughter after all. It is normal to give up the election for her daughter. Who kidnapped the congressman's daughter? Just to make her give up the election? Too much. Probably the rivals. This kind of political factors are very complicated. It's over. The next one is Ming Jinyan. It's too late for her to save people. Now, Ming Jinyan can only make a choice between her daughter and the election. What will she choose? Will she give up her daughter? The messages on the internet are synchronized to the interface of the light screen live broadcast in real time. Ming Jinyan looked at the comments, clenched his hands, and his nails dug into his flesh. The speech of the presidential candidate number 16 was about to end, and the staff came to call Ming Jinyan to prepare to go on stage. Ming Jinyan lowered his head. His joints turned white, and finally uttered a few words. I can't go up. Congressman. The secretary was horrified, knelt in front of Ming Jinyan, and held her hand tightly. We have paid so much for this. You can't give up here. But that's my daughter. Ming Jinyan finally yelled out. Her eyes were red, and her old eyes were full of tears. After a moment, she regained her sanity and realized her loss of composure. She lowered her voice, but was full of powerlessness, and choked. Cece. She is my daughter. My only daughter. The secretary was also helpless, and continued to persuade. But we have worked so hard for so long. 10 years. Congressman. From the time you became a congressman to the time you ran for election. 10 years. Think about it. How many people have died in the federal exploration of cracks over the years? And the number 109 crack that appeared some time ago. That crack alone killed 100 third-class citizens. The secretary's voice was also choked, and tears flowed down. Their lives are also lives. Ming Jinyan's fingers clenched the ground tightly, and her heart was extremely entangled. The staff received the signal that the speech of the presidential candidate number 16 was over, and Ming Jinyan had to go on stage. Ming. Congressman. It's your turn. He reminded again expressionlessly. Ming Jinyan closed her eyes in pain, and hesitated to take action. This was too difficult to choose, and she couldn't decide. Member. I know this is hard to accept, but Yi Tanshin and the others have already dealt with it. The kidnappers just want to force you to give up. They won't really hurt Ming Yueshi. The secretary persuaded tirelessly, his eyes shining. This may be our opportunity. In such adversity, in such a situation, no one believes that you will still participate in the election. Your persistence and your courage will make them believe in you more and vote for you. Boom! With a sound, an invisible and powerful force suddenly pressed down on the secretary. Under the pressure of a 1,000-pound force, the secretary pressed against the ground in an ugly posture and could not stand up at all. Pei. Ji. Xian. The secretary uttered these words while holding back the anger of clenching silver teeth. Shut up. Pei Zhixian looked at the secretary, who was being pressed down by him like an ant on the ground, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Otherwise, you will die. No one in the office dared to speak anymore. Even the urging staff were frightened and kept silent. In the face of absolute power, only the strong have the right to speak. Pei Zhixian's eyes fell on Ming Jinyan, walked to her side, and gently patted her shoulder. Auntie, don't listen to anyone. Make the choice you want to make. Chapter 42. The presidential election hall was in chaos. On the podium, Ming Jinyan did not appear for a long time. And in the audience, the people of the Jishu Alliance were panicking. Where is Ming Jinyan? Did she really give up the election for her daughter? Are you crazy? We have invested so many resources in her. On the podium, the host called Ming Jinyan's name one after another. His shouts were displayed in front of all citizens of the Kinney Federation through the camera, and the countless public light screens throughout the city. Number 17 Ming Jinyan. Number 17 Ming Jinyan. Number 17 Ming Jinyan. In the live broadcast of the election, some netizens kept speaking. She won't go on stage. After all, she is her own daughter. What can we do? Those criminals pointed guns at your daughter. Who dares to go on stage? If I had known she would give up, I would not have voted for her. Who could have known? It's better to give up the election. Abolishing the citizen system is ridiculous. Such a good system. Why give up? It's okay if Ming Jinyan doesn't run for election. That's right. I was born into a good family with great difficulty. But I was born a second-class citizen. I don't want to enter the crack randomly in the future. How can anyone vote for Ming Jinyan? Are you stupid? Third-class citizens can die. Why do they drag us first and second-class citizens to die together? I think the kidnappers finally did a good thing. Ming Jinyan should have given up long ago. Barrages floated across the light screen. But Ming Jinyan did not go on stage. In the warehouse, the deacon laughed. This is human nature. Blood is thicker than water. Ming Jinyan would never give up her own daughter's life for those third-class citizens she didn't know. The deacon looked at Ming Yueshi proudly. Miss Ming, congratulations. You won the bet. Ming Yueshi stared at the light screen in a daze. She finally got the answer she wanted. And the obsession that disturbed her day and night had a destination. But she didn't feel happy. Nor any joy. Ming Yueshi couldn't describe the feeling. It was like a huge rock pressing on her heart, making her even more breathless. The deacon was particularly happy. All the efforts finally paid off on this day. In fact, assassinating Ming Jinyan is easier than kidnapping Ming Yueshi. Letting Ming Jinyan make a choice is equivalent to putting the right of choice in her hands. Once Ming Jinyan chooses to give up Ming Yueshi, everything the God's gift will do will become Ming Jinyan's wedding dress for election. This is a risky move, but the God's gift will have to do so. Ming Jinyan has been working hard to abolish the citizen system for 10 years. Once the assassination attempt by the God-given society succeeds, it will not only not destroy the public's trust in her, but will cause the public to rebel. If one Ming Jinyan dies, there will be a second Ming Jinyan, and a third Ming Jinyan will stand up. However, if Ming Jinyan gives up the election, it will chill the hearts of all voters. Even if there is a reason for this abandonment, it still means that third-class citizens can be abandoned. For 10 years, Ming Jinyan is no longer Ming Jinyan. She can be assassinated. She can fall. But she must never give up. Calling Ming Jinyan again and again could not bring him back. The host saw the barrage on the light screen, knew what happened, chose to give up, and was about to call candidate number 18. Suddenly, the door of the auditorium was pushed open. A strong wind blew up the curtains that covered the windows of the conference, and the bright afternoon sunshine shone into the hall. Ming Jinyan wore a neat silver-gray suit. Her hair was combed meticulously. She held her chest and head high. Her eyes were firm, and she walked to the podium without hesitation. Walking through the passage by the window, the bright sunlight fell on her, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. She was a woman who came from the light, as if she could bring light to this world. Finally, Ming Jinyan walked to the podium. The host was stunned for a long time, until Ming Jinyan called his name. He came back to his senses, hurriedly adjusted the standing microphone to the right position for Ming Jinyan, and invited her to speak. Ming Jinyan stood on the podium. His eyes swept across the presidential candidates of various parties on the scene, and the huge light screen. Hello everyone. I am candidate number 17, Ming Jinyan. On the light screen, the barrage was cleared for a moment. Countless viewers watching the light screen were silent, and the rising and falling breathing of the surrounding audience could be heard at the scene. Ming Jinyan did not give up. She went on stage. She really went on stage. Especially the third-class citizens in the colony. Seeing Ming Jinyan on the light screen. Seeing her repeating her campaign manifesto that she had already memorized. Everyone burst into tears. She actually chose them. The gears of history rolled again at this moment, heading towards an unknown future. And the huge changes hidden under the surface prosperity of the Federation were unfolding silently. In the Ming family manner, Wiki and others looked at Ming Jinyan on the light screen. And they were also stunned, mumbling to Jiang Xiaobai beside them. Brother Xiaobai, how can Auntie really go up? What about the eldest lady? Does she really not care about the eldest lady? Weike and Ming Yueshi are very familiar with each other. He knows that Ming Yueshi has always been bothered by Ming Jinyan's indifference to her affairs. But at that time, Weike just thought, whose parents are not busy? It's just that Ming Yueshi is too hypocritical. When he knew that Ming Yueshi was really kidnapped and the kidnappers asked Ming Jinyan to give up the election for Ming Yueshi, Weike also thought that Ming Yueshi would be fine. How could a mother give up her daughter and choose to help a group of strangers? However, when Ming Jinyan really stood on the podium, Weike felt that his CPU was burned dry and couldn't understand such a situation. Ming Jinyan went on stage. Then the eldest lady. What should the eldest lady do? Ming Yueshi will die. Tian Xian was also at the birthday party, looking at the huge light screen, and said the result that everyone could guess, but was most unwilling to accept. Jiang Xiaobai stared at the light screen, his eyes full of gloom. Don't think about it. Go find it. You must find Cici. All students took action. However, everyone knew that this hope was very slim. A warehouse outside Livonia. The deacon stared at the screen in a daze. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could Ming Jinyan give up Ming Yueshi? That's her biological daughter. Ming Yueshi suddenly laughed. Her laughter was unbridled and ostentatious. God's gift. You lost? I lost too. This is my mother. This is Ming Jinyan. She and I live under the same roof. But the number of times we meet each year can be counted on one hand. How could she stop for me? You shouldn't use me to threaten her. This will never succeed. The result now is the best proof. The deacon closed his eyes in despair. He punched the light screen, and the light screen instantly broke into pieces. But Ming Jinyan on the screen was still standing on the podium, continuing to speak without any interruption. Pack up your things and leave immediately. The deacon came back to his senses and ordered the next thing. Ming Jinyan's passing the primary election is a foregone conclusion. She will have the right to command the management bureau immediately. And the federal people will come soon. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Leave here. The rest of the people hurriedly began to pack up, not leaving any traces that could track them in the warehouse. At this time, someone pointed at Ming Yueshi and asked, what about this person? Everyone looked at Ming Yueshi. The most difficult one to deal with is Ming Yueshi. The deacon narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Zhuang Nijin. Kill her. Zhuang Nijin paused. He came to kill? Ming Yueshi is her classmate after all. Ming Yueshi was also stunned when she heard the name. She was indifferent to the academy. But that didn't mean she knew nothing. She knew the names of some of her classmates. Zhuang Nijin was actually a member of the God-given society. Yes, even Yao Qian, who grew up with her, could betray her. Let alone Zhuang Nijin. The deacon stuffed the gun into Zhuang Nijin's hand. Gun! Do you know how to use it? Do it cleanly. Then, he looked at the falling blade who was packing up next to him. You go. Go with Zhuang Nijin. And keep an eye on Minji Wexi. Zhuang Nijin held a gun and drove Minji Wexi away tremblingly. Jiangmi also stood up honestly and responded to the deacon with an O. It's not about keeping an eye on Minji Wexi. It's clearly about supervising Zhuang Nijin. However, Zhuang Nijin was a newcomer, so it was normal for the deacon to be worried. Jiangmi, wearing a falling blade mask, followed Zhuang Nijin and Ming Yueshi silently. Originally, he was thinking about how to find an opportunity to deal with Zhuang Nijin and rescue Ming Yueshi. But now it is convenient. The deacon and others had to deal with the bodies of the believers killed by Ming Yueshi. So they asked Zhuang Nijin to deal with Ming Yueshi outside the warehouse. The three walked out of the warehouse and came to a forest outside the warehouse. Zhuang Nijin kept pointing his gun at Ming Yueshi, and did not dare to relax. Ming Yueshi stopped under a big tree. Let's do it here. It's convenient to dig a hole and bury it later. Ming Yueshi chose a burial place for herself. Do you regret it? Zhuang Nijin asked. If you didn't listen to the deacon at that time, you might have run away. Regret? Ming Yueshi repeated it again. She didn't know. She just felt that her mind was blank, and she had no ability to think. I chose my own path, Ming Yueshi said. She is still Senator Ming, and can still win the election. Nothing will affect it. I am the loser. From beginning to end, it is only me. Yes. Zhuang Nijin reviewed everything that happened today. The entire Federation was turned upside down, and there was a lot of discussion on the internet. But in the end, the only loser was Ming Yueshi. Oh! There should be a God-given meeting. I am willing to bet my life. If I lose, I lose. Ming Yueshi smiled bitterly, and closed her eyes. Zhuang Nijin looked at her deeply, then raised his gun. Jiang Mi's fingers moved slightly, and his fingertips had turned into hardened vines, ready to block bullets at any time. The next moment, Zhuang Nijin turned his gun without looking back, and shot Jiang Mi's head behind him. Minji Wexi. Jiang Mi? You, what are you doing? Minji Wexi was shocked and speechless. Zhuang Nijin quickly took off the cloak jacket outside Jiang Mi's action suit and put it on Minji Wexi, and then used a gun to knock out the superpower shielding device in Minji Wexi's hand. I won't kill you. You go. Minji Wexi was puzzled. Why? Zhuang Nijin looked at Minji Wexi's gorgeous eyes, and suddenly smiled. Maybe. I also want to see the world after the abolition of citizenship in your mother's mouth. Minji Wexi paused. Zhuang Nijin, miss. Although you don't like your mother. Although she didn't choose you. But she chose us. If your mother had won the election a few years earlier, maybe my brother wouldn't have died. And I wouldn't have to enter the crack. After all, she gave up you for the talents in the colony. So how could I possibly attack you again? Run quickly. Miss. Zhuang Nijin said sincerely. God's gift will be here. I will help you stop it. Zhuang Nijin pushed Ming Yueshi hard, then turned around and walked towards the warehouse firmly. But you can't beat them. Ming Yueshi shouted worriedly behind him. I know. But this is what I should do. Zhuang Nijin looked back at Ming Yueshi again. Miss, stay alive. I hope you live well. Your mother will be more motivated to do what she wants to do. This time, Zhuang Nijin didn't look back again, and walked towards the warehouse firmly. Probably, he will die. Zhuang Nijin accepted this result in his heart. I can't avenge my brother. But he also understood that after knowing that Anonymous was Ning, he no longer wanted revenge so much. However, there are some things that have to be done. If he doesn't take revenge, he will have no face to face his dead brother in this life. It's good to end everything here. As long as Minji Wexi can be protected, it's worth it. Minji Wexi looked at Zhuang Nijin's back, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and turned away. Deacon no longer had to keep her life. If she stayed with Zhuang Nijin, both of them would die. And Zhuang Nijin, this is his choice. Minji Wexi cried while running. She didn't expect Zhuang Nijin to let her go. And she didn't expect that the reason Zhuang Nijin let her go was because of her mother. Deacon's car was parked outside the warehouse, and a believer of the God-giving society was guarding nearby. Minji Wexi quickly knocked him down with Nightmare, climbed into the car, and drove away. Warehouse side. Hearing the sound of the engine roaring outside, Deacon finally found something wrong. Outside, Zhuang Nijin stood at the door of the warehouse. His thin body seemed to contain infinite power, blocking all the believers who wanted to catch up. Fuck. I shouldn't have recruited this guy in the first place. The deacon was so angry that he cursed. Kill him. Don't leave him alive. The remaining believers rushed out of the warehouse and rushed towards Zhuang Nijin. Zhuang Nijin quickly raised his gun and fought back. However, after pressing the trigger several times, no bullets appeared. The gun that the deacon gave Zhuang Nijin actually only had 2 bullets. Zhuang Nijin looked at the people rushing towards him in despair, and saw their guns flashing with fire. That's it. Fortunately, Minji Wexi had left, and these believers were dealing with him, so they shouldn't catch up with Minji Wexi so quickly. I hope Minji Wexi is okay. Swish. 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 At the moment when Zhuang Nijin closed his eyes, countless vines burst out from behind him, piercing through all the believers in front of him at lightning speed. Although those bullets were shot at Zhuang Nijin, They were less than a meter away from him, making a clang 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 sound, and then fell one after another. Zhuangnijian's eyes widened. In his field of vision, there was a huge layer of black fog in front of him, which protected him tightly and prevented him from any gunshots. Zhuangnijian turned back suddenly. Behind him, the apparently dead falling blade stood leisurely, and several vines appeared behind him, piercing through every believer who attacked them. Falling blade rubbed his head, which was the place where Zhuangnijian had just shot him. I didn't realize that you were so cruel. Zhuangnijian. A believer found out that Zhuangnijian actually had helpers, and immediately rushed up to kill the two of them. Before they got close, they were violently pierced through by falling blade's vines. She pulled out the bleeding vines, and the believer's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Falling blade shook off the blood on the vines with disgust, and then retracted the vines into her body. Then, she took off her mask. Zhuangnijian's breathing was almost choked when he saw the familiar face. Ning. Jiangmi liked Zhuangnijian's expression of shock that his eyes were about to pop out, which made her less angry when she was shot in the head by Zhuangnijian just now. Zhuangnijian saw the action suit on Jiangmi and suddenly realized. You are Luo Ren? You have always been here. You want to save Minji Wexi. Jiangmi shrugged. Classmates should help each other. All the believers who rushed out to besiege Zhuangnijian were killed by Jiangmi's vines. Even the driver who was just knocked down by Ming Yueshi with Nightmare was shot in the head by Jiangmi's G.Lock. The scene was full of corpses and blood. Like hell. Zhuangnijian came to his senses, looked at the corpses, and murmured, Is it my turn now? Are you going to kill me? Ning exposed more than one ability in front of him. Those who know too many secrets can only die. Jiangmi paused, and asked instead, Don't you want to kill me? Zhuangnijian. Since you have the ability to see supernatural powers, you should know that it is not my original intention to take away the golden blood. Your brother and I have no hatred or resentment. But this is the only way between us. Either he dies or I die. I didn't want to keep you at first. Jiangmi squatted down, looking directly at Zhuangnijian, who fell to the ground because of weak legs. But you just released Minji Wexi. You made it difficult for me. Suddenly, the deacon jumped out from the cement ground behind Jiangmi, and a sharp dagger stabbed Jiangmi's back. Zhuangnijian was shocked. Be careful. With a clang sound, the dagger pierced Jiangmi fiercely, and because of the huge force and hardness, it broke into two halves, and the rebounding blade even scratched the deacon's face. The deacon was horrified and immediately dived into the cement ground and hid. Jiangmi remained motionless throughout the whole process, stretched out his hand, and made a two-sign gesture. Congratulations. Your reminder just now is a kindness. This is the second reason I can let you live. Give me a third reason, and I won't kill you. Zhuangnijian swallowed his saliva, his heart pounding like a drum. Before he could speak, the deacon emerged from the cement floor for the second time and appeared behind Jiangmi, holding an assault rifle in his hand. Zhuangnijian shouted, Ning. Bullets flew in with a crackle, as dense as raindrops, and the flames were enough to drown the two people. But all the bullets were blocked by a powerful magic hardening layer at the moment of contacting Jiangmi. Not a single one fell on the two people. This is an S-level defense ability, which unilaterally suppresses the deacon. Even if Ning does nothing, the deacon can't hurt her. Zhuangnijian saw an anxious expression on the deacon's mask, and he changed his guns like crazy, but still couldn't hurt Ning. As if a jumping clown. And Zhuangnijian knew that Ning not only had defense, but also had a powerful S-level space ability, and a plant-based ability like a group of demons dancing wildly. Her attack was equally impressive. The reminder just now cannot be considered as the third reason. Jiangmi ignored the attack of the deacon and continued to talk with Zhuangnijian. I need a third reason. Otherwise, a vine appeared from behind Jiangmi, and the sharp tip of the vine pointed directly at Zhuangnijian. Zhuangnijian took a deep breath. There is no third reason, he said slowly. I didn't think I could leave here alive today, and including the last time. You have saved me 3 times. Ning. Even if I am no longer a thing, I know how to repay kindness, and I know that I can't repay evil with kindness. Now I owe you too much. I can't take revenge anymore, and I won't expose you. He closed his eyes, stiffened his neck, and said, So, I won't beg for mercy. Just do it if you want. Oh! Jiangmi raised his eyebrows. The deacon next to him launched another wave of attacks tirelessly. Like an annoying fly, Jiangmi looked straight ahead, waved his hand, and the vine penetrated the magic layer and attacked the deacon directly. The deacon dodged immediately, but his right hand was still hit by the vine, and his broken arm fell to the ground. Bleeding, the deacon realized how big the gap between him and Ning was. He was not only good at defense, he was just too lazy to pay attention to him. The deacon didn't care about attacking anymore, and immediately drilled into the cement layer and fled like a fly. He's going to run away, Zhuangnijian reminded. Don't worry. He can't run away. Jiangmi held his chin and thought for a moment. And then, the vine pointing directly at Zhuangnijian split a tiny vine thread and invaded Zhuangnijian's heart. Zhuangnijian. The severe pain made Zhuangnijian's facial muscles spasm, and his face was as pale as paper. After a few seconds, the vine thread invaded Zhuangnijian's heart, and Zhuangnijian finally recovered as before. What is this? My ability, said Jiangmi. If you expose my affairs, it will kill you, Zhuangnijian. I said, I won't tell. I only believe that the dead can keep secrets. Jiangmi blinked and stood up. As for your life, keep it for now. Didn't you say that you owe me too much? Pay it back, and then you can die? Zhuangnijian covered his chest and lowered his head. I know. Escape well, Jiangmi ordered. Ming Yueshi will tell Zongjung Bowen what happened today when he returns, and the administration will not let you go. Well, Zhuangnijian also stood up and prepared to leave. He took 2 steps and stopped again. Ning, will you help Ming Jinyan become president? I'm just a student. There's only so much I can do. Jiangmi shrugged helplessly. But I will definitely do what I can do. Ning is the child that Grandma Sher picked up during the war in District 13. He was an illegal resident before the adoption procedures were completed. So, the third-class citizen, who was actually selected to enter the number 107 crack game, was actually Grandma Sher. Grandma Sher was old, and Ning knew that Grandma would die after entering the crack. So he took the initiative to enter the crack in her place. So, Grandma Sher must want to abolish the third-class citizen system. Jiangmi has no sense of reality about this world, and doesn't care about abolishing the citizen system. But she will do her best to do what Grandma wants. Chapter 43. In the jungle, the deacon covered the wound on his right arm and ran away desperately. His ability allowed him to ignore all obstacles, hide under the mud, go straight all the way, and quickly distance himself from the warehouse. Across a small river in front, there is a large grassland, where the aircraft prepared by the deacon is placed in advance. As long as he gets on the aircraft, he can leave. He doesn't believe that Ning can catch up with him by then. However, the deacon was also confused. According to the information collected by the God's Gift, isn't Ning's ability defense? Why can she still control vines? If she didn't have the ability to control plants, the deacon could completely consume her mental power and kill her outside the warehouse. Dual superpowers? The deacon's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The God's Gift also wants to cultivate superpowers with dual superpowers and continue to increase related research efforts. But probably because Ming Qin's scientific research level is not enough. Nothing has been researched so far. However, the fact that the God's Gift has no results does not mean that other forces have no results. It seems that someone has found a way to achieve dual superpowers. Who is it? If this ability can be used by the God-given society. The vines that suddenly appeared penetrated the thick mud ground and blocked the deacon's steps. The deacon was shocked. He was hiding under the mud. How could Ning find him? It must be luck. The deacon did not dare to come out and continued to hide in the mud, avoiding the vines and running away. But the second vine penetrated the mud again and stabbed the deacon's head accurately and innocently. The deacon was shocked and broke out of the ground in an instant. In front of him, Jiangmi greeted the deacon calmly. Hi, deacon. You? Before he finished speaking, 4 vines burst out, piercing through the deacon's limbs, and shackled him tightly. The last vine pierced through the deacon's right clavicle. The deacon's right arm was already broken, bleeding, and his clavicle was imprisoned, so he couldn't move. The vines, with their fangs and claws, obediently formed a rattan chair, and Jiangmi leaned comfortably on the rattan chair. Tell me, where is the headquarters of the God's Gift? Who is your boss? In addition to kidnapping Minjiwexi, what other plans do you have? Cough. The deacon spat out a mouthful of blood. You want me to expose the organization's information? Impossible. God. God will punish you all. The vine that pierced the deacon's clavicle spun, and the deacon's face turned pale with pain, and cold sweat all over his face. I don't have much patience, Jiangmi said coldly. You think I'm afraid of death? The deacon endured the severe pain in his collarbone, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Don't think that if you catch me, you will catch the God-given society. You are too far away from God. Too far. I will tell you everything. You are so stubborn. Jiangmi sighed. It seems that I can't ask anything today. Of course. I am the most devout believer of God. I can't betray him. You just caught me. And our believers of the God-given society will still move towards the light under the guidance of God. Believers of the God-given society? Jiangmi smiled. Are you talking about me? Her face changed instantly. Countless flesh buds squirmed, and her pretty little face turned into Yao Qian's beautiful appearance. The deacon's eyes slowly widened. Xingji? It's okay. If you don't say it, someone will tell me later. Jiangmi used Yao Qian's face and smiled slyly. After all, this mission was your failure, and my part was still completed perfectly. I believe that after this incident, the organization will trust me more, and trust me with more important tasks. Don't you think? You? Xingji. How could you be Xingji? How could you betray God? The deacon struggled frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the vines. The smile on his face disappeared, and his heart was filled with infinite panic and fear. The vines strangled him, and the white bones were already exposed. But he couldn't break free. Penetration can penetrate everything, but can't penetrate superpowers, especially superpowers that are more powerful than him. The deacon could only struggle and be terrified, but it was useless. Suddenly, the deacon's light brain lit up. Jiangmi hooked the light brain with the vine, and the contact elder was displayed on it. In an instant, Jiangmi turned into the face of the deacon. The deacon was even more shocked and struggled frantically. The huge vine was poured into his mouth, and he could no longer speak. Jiangmi connected the optical brain. The projection screen lit up, and a bald old man appeared opposite. Elder. Jiangmi lowered his head obediently. Deacon, look at what you have done. The elder was furious. Not only did you not force Ming Jinian to step down, but you also let her win the election. It's my fault. I will try my best to make up for it. Jiangmi answered in the tone of a deacon. The elder was really angry and cursed a lot. Jiangmi didn't listen carefully. He only saw that the deacon, who was imprisoned by the vine behind the optical brain, had gone crazy and made himself bloody. He just wanted to break free, but it was still useless. This action failed after all. The elder sighed. However, the information Xingji got about the 109th crack is very useful. There must be an S-level demon in the 109th crack. And there is more than one. We have arranged people to sneak into the second wave of exploration team. Oh! Jiangmi raised his eyebrows and glanced at the struggling deacon with a very lewd look. Who is it? Ha ha! She is the deepest chess piece we buried in the Federation. As long as she succeeds, half of the Federation's power may belong to us. Jiangmi's eyes became deeper. Who is it? The elder became more and more proud. But when he heard this, he still braked and his eyes darkened. Deacon, you shouldn't ask so many questions. With your level, you have crossed the line. The failure of this operation is all your responsibility. You should reflect on it. Yes, Jiangmi replied. It seems that no more information can be obtained. Yes, the deacon may not be unwilling to expose the address and boss of the God's Gift. Jiangmi suspects that with his position in the God's Gift, he may not know where the boss is. Suck. After all, it's too weak. This role is almost done here. Then, a cane hit Jiangmi's head and knocked Jiangmi out of the visual range of the light computer video call. Elder. Deacon? The light computer fell to the ground, and the only visible sight was the waving cane and the fallen leaves. Deacon! Deacon! The elder exclaimed. Jiangmi quickly took off her action suit, revealing a tight-fitting vest on her upper body, and then changed her face to that of a hibiscus. Appearing in the visual interface of the light computer, she picked up the light computer again. The elder looked incredulous. Who are you? Jiangmi waved a cane, dragged the dying deacon, and asked him to get out of the frame together. Hello. Jiangmi smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am a member of the Cube. I heard that the one who assassinated our organization members was the believer named Yao Qian in your organization? The elder's eyes widened in vain, and his pupils trembled. What a pity! Jiangmi sighed. She is smarter than this deacon. I haven't caught her several times. But it's not a loss to catch her boss. Cube. The elder gritted his teeth. It's obviously you who are shameless. You stole our experimental results and blew up our base. So what? It's just that you are too weak. We can easily control you. Jiangmi provoked unscrupulously. As for the S-level demon species in the crack number 109, don't think about it. It must be our cube. The optical brain was hung up. Jiangmi speculated that the elder had found that the deacon was hopeless. And he was very angry. The cane slipped out of the deacon's mouth quietly. And the deacon finally spoke. There has never been a conflict between the cube and the god's gift. It's you. You are the one who is trying to sow discord. Oh! We've been discovered. Jiangmi covered his face and smiled. But who knew you were so stupid that you actually believed it? What's even more stupid is that you only know the truth now. The smile in Jiangmi's eyes faded, and his eyes gradually became cold. Now that you know the truth, I can't keep you. 1 minute later, Jiangmi did nothing and casually threw the deacon's body into the jungle. It doesn't matter if it is discovered. It would be best if the management bureau can find the god's gift through the body. It doesn't matter if they find out that the plant-type mutant is the murderer. And the pot will eventually be placed on the cube. Ming Yueshi should have returned to the Ming family. And the presidential primary election has ended. Today's drama has finally come to an end. A space hole appeared. And the magic wolf jumped out of the space hole. Whoa. I have done everything you entrusted me with. But I will raise the price in the future. For future commissions related to SS level, I will charge 4 small cakes. Okay. Jiangmi stroked the magic wolf's fur and prepared to return to the Ming family manor. If it drags on, when the management bureau comes to investigate, Su Qin will not be able to bear it. The magic wolf squinted his eyes comfortably. I don't know why, but it seems to be quite comfortable to be stroked. Oh! It suddenly widened its eyes. Sure Ning, how did you upgrade again? Asshole. I can't bite you again. Uh-huh. You found it. After killing the deacon and other believers, Jiangmi harvested a large wave of magic points. And the total magic points exceeded 20,000, reaching 31,780. She added all the points she earned to hardening. And the superpower was indeed upgraded. SS Hardening. 1. It can increase the hardness of the superpower itself and be immune to attacks below the S level. Automatically turned on when the superpower is in danger. 2. It can harden items to SS level. 3. It can make the magic harden to SS level, limited to a radius of 50 meters. 4. It can harden the organisms it touches. Compared with the previous hardening, the hardness level is only changed. And the ability itself has no horizontal expansion. If the item is hardened, there is no range limit. This means that Jiangmi can harden an item permanently, which is a very useful ability when combined with absolute hit. The ability range of the magic embodiment hardening has also been increased to 50 meters, which is something that can be expected. The best thing is that Jiangmi has obtained the 4th ability of hardening expansion biological hardening. In the past, Jiangmi could harden himself, so that he could remain hard without losing biological activity. And biological hardening is not to keep other organisms hard and active at the same time, but to really harden the organism. This ability is similar to petrification. If the entire organism is hardened, it is a bit like putting a living person in liquid nitrogen and cooling it rapidly, and the person will not die. However, if a local organ is hardened, it is like the human body suddenly loses this organ, which is a sure kill. Sure enough, hardening is obviously a defensive ability with low offensiveness. But just like the ability of the magic wolf, even non-offensive abilities can cause fatal effects when they reach a certain level. Biological hardening is a means of killing. Jiangmi knows that if she meets Zhongzheng Bowen again now, she will not be so passive. However, if possible, she still wants to avoid people like Zhongzheng Bowen as much as possible. After all, there is no real conflict between the two parties. Okay, let's go back. The demon wolf was still nagging about how Jiangmi had upgraded. Jiangmi didn't listen to it anymore. He stole its ability and teleported back to Ming Family Manor. The Ming Family Manor was extremely silent inside and outside. They had been searching for nearly 2 hours, but still couldn't find Ming Yueshi. The presidential primary election was over, and the only thing left was the national unified announcement of the results at 8 o'clock in the evening. Now, the possibility of Ming Yueshi's survival was very small. After Ming Jinyan finished the election and asked for leave from the Federation, he took a flying vehicle and hurried back to Ming Family Manor. The manor was still decorated as a birthday party, and everyone had gloomy faces, and it was hard to see the joy of celebrating a birthday. Ming Jinyan saw Ming Yueshi's students and her husband. He was an elder in his 60s, with gray hair. He was wearing a neat handmade black suit, but he still couldn't hide his decadence. "Why did you come back?" Ming's father was speechless. "How could I not come back after such a big incident?" Ming Jinyan was helpless, hugged Ming's father tightly, and choked up. "I'm sorry." Ming's father knew what she was sorry for. He blamed Ming Jinyan, but he witnessed her 10 years of hard work, knew her original intention, and understood what she would give up if she gave up. They once set foot on the land of District 7 to save Ming Yueshi together, and saw those second-class citizens who lost their loved ones because of the crack test and crack game. Some were old men with silver hair, and some were swaddled babies who could not walk yet. This road is destined to be difficult. Others can sacrifice their children and parents. The Ming family wants to abolish the citizen system. So why can't their daughter be sacrificed? This is the reason. But emotionally, Ming's father is still sad. "You tried your best." He can only say this. "Aunt, we will try our best to find Cici." Jiang Xiaobai did not give up. In his opinion, it was he who failed to protect Minji Wexi, and he was fully responsible. If Minji Wexi really got into trouble, he would be blamed for his death. Ming Jinyan paused and said nothing. In her hand, she tightly grasped a piece of paper. And this piece of paper was all the confidence she had to walk on the podium today. Ming Jinyan didn't tell anyone that today, when the staff urged her to go on stage to make her campaign declaration, a fist-sized space hole suddenly appeared on the sofa next to her. This hole was hidden, with the sofa behind her blocking her view, and Ming Jinyan's body next to her blocking her view. So even Pei Zhixian didn't notice the existence of the space hole for a while. A round and cute white dog paw stretched out from the hole, explored around blankly, and then threw a paper ball to Ming Jinyan. The paper ball was spread out, and there were 5 big words written inside. Ming Yueshi. All right. Pei Zhixian quickly found something unusual, frowned, and hurried to Ming Jinyan to check. In a flash, Ming Jinyan quickly stuffed the dog paw back into the space hole, and the space hole closed immediately. Pei Zhixian pounced on nothing, but the 5 words on the paper ball were deeply engraved in Ming Jinyan's mind. Who is it? Who gave her this note? The handwriting on it is very beautiful, like a girl's handwriting. Ming Jinyan thought of Ning for no reason. She had read Ning's information, and knew that she had a dog with snow-white fur. Then, she remembered what Ning said to her when they parted yesterday. Go do what you want to do. Mingyu Creek is here. I'm here. It was ridiculous to believe in the promise of an 18-year-old girl. Yesterday, Ning promised once. And today, she promised again with this paper ball. For the first time, Ming Jinyan chose to believe. Moreover, she did not tell the secret to anyone. The search for Mingyu Creek continued. Not only the national team, but also the management bureau joined in. Ming Jinyan is now the presidential candidate of the Jishu Alliance. She is one step closer to the presidency, and her power in the Federation is incomparable. She can now mobilize the administration. In the lobby, Yao's father pressed Yao Xingli and knelt down to plead guilty for Yao Qian. Member, we really don't know Yao Qian's plan. She hasn't been home for 5 months. Who knew she could join some God-given association? Yao's father was so angry that he cursed loudly. This evil daughter. If we had known this, we shouldn't have given birth to her. Dad. Yao Xingli interrupted his father's curse. If you hadn't been suppressing and cursing my sister, would my sister be like this? She would never join some God-given association. My sister has become like this now. All because of you. You? Yao's father was furious. In the past, Yao Qian contradicted him. And now even Yao Xingli dared to contradict him. Where is the dignity of the head of the family? He suddenly raised his hand to slap Yao Xingli. Yao Xingli closed his eyes out of habit. But the expected slap did not fall. Jiang Xiaobai stepped in front of Yao Xingli and grabbed Yao's father's hand. There was an inexplicable fire in his eyes, and he glared at Yao's father. Have you had enough trouble? Yao's father choked. Yao Xingli can be beaten and scolded, because he is his son. But he dare not do that to Jiang Xiaobai. Yao's father retracted his hand in dismay. This is my problem. Ming Jian sighed. After all, I didn't choose her. Everyone was silent. The embarrassing scene of today's election once again came to mind. Then if I give you another chance? Will you choose me? A clear bell-like sound suddenly came from the door. Everyone turned back and saw Ming Yueshi standing at the door in a slightly embarrassed manner. She was wearing dirty pajamas inside and a black cape that didn't match her style at all outside. There were bruises and dirt all over her body. She didn't know how far she had walked before she got home. Students exclaimed around her. Miss, you're okay. Ah, miss, you're back. That's great. Wow, I knew you'd be okay. Cici. When Ming Jian saw Ming Yueshi, he stood up suddenly, tears welling up in his eyes. Although he knew that nothing would happen to her, he couldn't rest assured until he saw her standing in front of him alive. She was okay. Her Cici was okay. Her Cici was still alive. Ming Yueshi seemed to be unable to see Ming Jian's joy. She walked back on foot and walked so much. And she only cared about one thing. So, if I give you another chance, will you choose me? She asked again. Even though there is no presidential election now. It is just a conversation between mother and daughter. You tell me a lie. You deceive me. Make me happy. Give me an answer I like. Okay? Ming Yueshi looked at her mother almost eagerly. Ming Jian was silent. And silence is also an answer. I understand. Ming Yueshi lowered her eyelids. She suddenly felt funny. Didn't she know the answer long ago? Not only her, but all the people in the country knew it. Her mother became a hero in the colony, and the hope of all second-class citizens. And she, the daughter, was just an unimportant little character in this political game. Ming Yueshi's legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. Wiki quickly supported her, and helped her to the sofa next to her. The atmosphere was strange. Ming Yueshi's joy of surviving was gone. And a depressing atmosphere was condensed in the air. Wiki immediately changed the topic to liven up the atmosphere. Miss, you haven't said it yet. How did you escape from the God-given society? Did you rely on your supernatural powers? You are so amazing. I didn't escape. Ming Yueshi replied weakly in a hollow voice. Zhuangnijian saved me. Zhuangnijian? Everyone was stunned. Ming Yueshi, he is a member of the God-given society. Everyone widened their eyes. But Ming Yueshi looked up and looked at Ming Jian. Because you insisted on participating in the election. Zhuangnijian chose to let me go. Isn't it ironic? I think it's so ironic when I think about it. It was you who pushed me into the abyss. And in the end, you saved me. The topic became heavy again. And Wiki felt that no matter how much he played the atmosphere group, he couldn't stir up the atmosphere. Ming Jian was silent for a while. And asked, is that Zhuangnijian very powerful? Can he stop all the people from the God-given society and prevent them from chasing you? Ming Yueshi paused. At this time, she felt something was wrong. Zhuangnijian was only a sea-level psychic. Neither an attack type nor a control type. Just a support type. How could he stop everyone? But the fact is that Ming Yueshi has been running all the way and has not been caught up by any people from the God-given society so far. How is it possible? She murmured. I don't know. Ming Yueshi returned to the Ming family. And everyone felt relieved. But Yao Qian's matter still needs to be investigated. The management bureau took over the next task, which is to check all students and find out if there are people who are colluding with Yao Qian today. At the same time, they also sent a specialist to find Zhuangnijian. Only by finding Zhuangnijian can they find out what happened today. Assistant Mo Chung looked at the busy scene inside. Why do we have so many things to do when the students start school? The coffee shop and the aircraft have not been solved. The faceless man who sneaked into the management bureau has not been caught. And now there is a kidnapping incident. Is it because God saw that we were too idle in the past and gave us all kinds of work? Zongjung Bowen patted Mo Chung on the back of his head. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and do your work. After registering the alibi of each student, you have to let them go back. Mo Chung hung his head, looking listless, and honestly registered every student. After registering most of the students, Zongjung Bowen and Mo Chung came to the door of the guest room. The next one is Hardening. Mo Chung looked at the student list and said, is she also coming to the birthday party? Zongjung Bowen asked. Mo Chung, yes. But except for the time she showed up at the beginning of the banquet and gave Minji Wexie a gift, she rested in the guest room afterwards. Zongjung Bowen frowned and knocked on the door of the guest room. After a while, the door opened, revealing a gap that was neither wide nor narrow. And Su Chen walked out from behind. He raised his white eyebrows. What's the matter? The administration bureau. Mo Chung showed his work ID. Where's her Ning? Let her come out. We need to register. Su Chen's heart sank. But he still said casually, Oh, Ning is not feeling well and fell asleep on the bed. Is she really in the room? Zongjung Bowen asked. Of course, Su Chen said. Then let's take a look. And Mo Chung pressed the door unceremoniously. Trying to break in. Su Chen felt even more depressed. Unfortunately, he didn't know why. But Ning hadn't come back yet. Therefore, he must not let Mo Chung enter the guest room to check. He immediately took action to stop Mo Cheng's next move. Suddenly, Ming Yueshi's voice came from the front. No need to check. Anyone could kidnap me. But Ning? It's impossible. Chapter 44. Ming Yueshi walked up to Zongjung Bowen. Director Zongjung. There is one thing I didn't report just now. Say. I was able to escape this time thanks to Ning. Ming Yueshi showed the bracelet on her wrist. At the beginning, the deacon knew that Ming Yueshi relied on the bracelet to get rid of the superpower shielding device. But considering that the venom inside had been used up, he did not recycle her bracelet. This bracelet is a birthday gift from Ning. Ming Yueshi explained. The bottle contains the venom of the war rainbow python. And I relied on this venom to corrode the superpower shielding device. Oh! Mo Chung quickly understood. You corroded the superpower shielding device with the venom. And then Zhuang Nijin helped you stop the people of the God's Gift Society and took the opportunity to let you go. Ming Yueshi paused. She didn't know that bewitching existed at that time. And she didn't dare to say that she took the initiative to stay as a hostage for the God's Gift Society. So, she nodded and said, almost. So, Ning couldn't have kidnapped me. If she and Yao Qian had really joined forces, why would she give me this gift? There is no necessary connection between the two things. Zongjung Bowen's face was cold. It can only be said that the people of the God's Gift Society were too careless and didn't even search you. Careless? Ming Yueshi didn't know the people of the God's Gift Society. But she knew Yao Qian too well. Yao Qian liked to do research and observe things in detail. How could she be a careless person? How could she not see the bracelet on her wrist? Even if the two things are not related. Ming Yueshi still stood in front of Zongjung Bowen, blocking his way. But Ning is my roommate. I was not on guard against her in the dormitory. If she wanted to kidnap me, it would be too easy. There was no need to do it at the birthday party. Miss Ming, this is a routine check. Zongjung Bowen's eyes were cold. Seeing that Ming Yueshi was still unwilling to give way, he calmly took off the heavy leather gloves on his hands. Countless black mucus came out from his palms, rushing to the guest room quickly but orderly. Ming Yueshi and Su Chen's breathing stagnated. The sense of oppression came over them. The power of the top superpowers was beyond doubt. As long as he wanted, no one here could stop him. Seeing the highly corrosive black mucus rushing to the door, Su Chen suddenly took a step and rushed to the door without hesitation, blocking the mucus. All the mucus stopped in an instant. They seemed to be afraid of something, jumping wildly in place, waving their fangs and claws. But they did not move forward for a long time. Ming Yueshi was stunned. Is Dr. Su not afraid of death? Isn't he just a school doctor without superpowers? He stood in front of SS level like this? He's crazy. Su Chen is about the same height as Zongjung Bowen. Compared with Zongjung Bowen's muscular body, he can only be considered thin, even a little weak. At this moment, Su Chen raised his white eyelashes. His pale blue eyes were not surprised or afraid. And he said calmly, Director Zongjung, the patient is still resting. It's not good for you to disturb her like this. This is not a question or a consultation. It is a definite order to leave. Zongjung Bowen frowned. He knew Su Chen, not because he was famous, but because he was the school doctor of the Rift Academy, and also a researcher at the Academy's medical school. So, when the administration invited the Academy's researchers to enter the Rift for research in the past, it also invited Su Chen. His silver-white hair and eyes as blue as the sky are so eye-catching that it is hard to forget. What is even more memorable is that he has no special powers at all. This should be the one who should be protected the most in the team. After all, he is a weak researcher who is powerless. But no matter how dangerous the crack is, no matter how serious the casualties of other researchers are, Suchin has never been in trouble. In the past, Zongjung Bowen thought that Suchin was lucky, or that the executive specialist who was with him at the time protected him properly. Now, when Zongjung Bowen saw that his mucus was afraid to touch Suchin, he suddenly felt that things seemed not so simple. Zongjung Bowen's pupils were frozen, condensing a surging cold, and the mucus that was afraid and dared not move forward rose up again, wanting to break through everything and attack. At this moment, the extremely weak voice of the girl came from the guest room. "Dr. Su. I'm fine. Let them come in." The door of the guest room was opened a little, revealing Jiangmi's pale and bloodless face. She was wrapped in a furry blanket, holding a hot warm baby in her hand, pressing her lower abdomen. Seeing Jiangmi coming out, Suchin subconsciously reached out to help her. "Are you okay? Didn't I tell you not to get out of bed?" "Much better than before, ah." Jiangmi suddenly screamed again, holding her lower abdomen, her face twitching almost like a spasm. Zongjung Bowen and Mo Chung were stunned. "What's wrong with her?" Zongjung Bowen asked. "Premenstrual abdominal pain," Suchin said. "Dysmenorrhea, a disease from decades ago," Mo Chung suddenly realized. "But can it be so painful? It's just like being beaten up by the director." Zongjung Bowen, Ming Yueshi, Minji Wexi, dysmenorrhea is like putting your director's swallow into your stomach, letting the mucus roll through every inch of your abdominal cavity, and then crushing and grinding it like a meat grinder. Imagine how painful it is. Mo Chung imagined it for a while, and suddenly trembled all over, holding his lower abdomen with a look of horror. The director's swallow is already torture enough. And if it is stuffed into the stomach, will it kill him? Mo Chung felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. Afterwards, several people entered the guest room. Jiangmi was still lying on the bed, answering Mo Cheng's questions weakly. She said that she had been in the guest room all day. Suchin took care of her, and occasionally her dog would come out to find food. She and Suchin were witnesses to each other, and many people testified at the scene. After Zongjung Bowen and Mo Chung made a record, they left in a huff. Before leaving, Zongjung Bowen glanced at Suchin. He wanted to see this white-haired man clearly, but he felt that he was like an abyss, completely unfathomable. After Zongjung Bowen left, Suchin saw that Ming Yueshi seemed to want to communicate with Ning, so he took the initiative to leave the room. Ming Yueshi and Jiangmi were the only ones left in the guest room. "Are you okay?" Jiangmi asked cautiously. Although Ning had been staying in the guest room, it was impossible for Ning not to know about such a big thing happening outside. "Nothing." Ming Yueshi lowered her head and drooped her eyelids. "Didn't I come back alive? I still have to thank you for your venom, which helped me a lot. I'm glad you're okay." Jiangmi looked guilty. "I'm sorry. I didn't help today." "Oh, I said it's okay." Ming Yueshi forced a smile on her face. "If there was something wrong, you couldn't talk to me." While the two were talking, the light screen in the room was broadcasting the federal news at 8 o'clock in the evening. The presidential candidates put forward by various parties were freshly announced. The presidential candidate voted by the Jishu Alliance was indeed Ming Jin-yin. Outside, there was a sudden cheer from the students. Ming Yueshi looked at her mother on the light screen in silence, watching her high-spirited appearance when she expounded on the presidential campaign declaration. If no one said it, who would dare to believe that the Congressman Ming, who was so energetic on the rostrum, had her daughter Elle being kidnapped at that time? Congratulations to her, Ming Yueshi sneered. But tears flowed down. Jiangmi looked at Ming Yueshi like this, and felt even more guilty. It is undeniable that she contributed to the uproar of the kidnapping incident today. In fact, she was the one who controlled everything behind the scenes. Jiangmi could have not kidnapped Ming Yueshi, could not have given Ming Jin-yin a note that Ming Yueshi was safe. She could have prevented all this from happening. However, there are too many benefits to carrying out the kidnapping plan of the God-given society. The moment Ming Jin-yin stepped onto the podium, her reputation in the colony was higher, laying a solid foundation for her next presidential election. Other forces that were eyeing and intending to hinder Ming Jin-yin would also understand that even his biological daughter Elle could not stop Ming Jin-yin's progress. From then on, Ming Yueshi was no longer Ming Jin-yin's weak point, and no one would use Ming Yueshi to threaten Ming Jin-yin. Moreover, on the side of the God's Gift Society, Yao Qiang completed the kidnapping mission of the God's Gift Society, And it was the deacon who failed. So Yao Qian's status in the God's Gift Society could be higher. Jiangmi even rescued Zhuang Nijin, so that this lost teenager did not fall into the evil cult of the God's Gift Society. Everyone has a happy ending. Except Ming Yueshi. She is alive. She is not dead. But she seems to have lost something very important to her. I'm sorry. Jiangmi said in her heart that she could only do this. Ming Yueshi hugged Jiangmi and sobbed softly. At this time, she needed an outlet to vent. In the past, she could find Yao Qian. But now even Yao Qian betrayed her. Ning, her roommate who had known her for less than half a month, became the most familiar and the only person she could confide in for a while. She really doesn't care about me. She really doesn't care about me. As the host on the light screen congratulated Ming Jinyan loudly, Ming Yueshi cried even more miserably. In fact, no one knew what Ming Jinyan had chosen. Jiangmi didn't know. The secretary on the scene. And Pei Zhixian didn't know either. However, Jiangmi still patted Ming Yueshi's back gently and comforted her. Maybe she chose you? There was a sudden thunder and lightning outside. And the huge lightning flashed through the dark sky, like the brightest lamp in the night sky, illuminating the world. The rain fell continuously, but the night sky was extremely dazzling under the lightning. Ming Jinyan leaned against the window. Through the dark and long night, at the moment when the lightning lit up, she saw Elle, the daughter of Jiangmi, crying in the window opposite. She really chose you. Ming Yueshi vented enough, wiped away her tears, and told Ning to remember to go to the school hospital for painkillers and leave the guest room. After Ming Yueshi left, Suchen came in, leaning against the door of the guest room casually, watching Jiangmi wipe the sweat from his forehead, and his face returned to normal. Face changing can actually disguise illness, Suchen said. It really opened my eyes. It's not fake, Jiangmi said truthfully, when controlling the face changing and feeling the buds wriggling. Jiangmi also figured out some tricks, such as local changes in the body, which caused some problems when the body was neither up nor down. In fact, it was not dysmenorrhea, but a problem with the body. At first glance, they were all pale and bloodless, and there was no difference. Suchen nodded. You are really cruel to yourself. It's okay. Jiangmi took it as a compliment. Thank you today, Dr. Su, Jiangmi said sincerely. Dr. Su shrugged. What can I do? He covered his chest. For my heart, I can't help but help you. Fortunately, you are safe this time and didn't come to me half dead like last time. Otherwise, I don't know if my little heart can bear it. Jiangmi couldn't help laughing. This sounds ambiguous, but it is because of the vine that Jiangmi implanted in Su Chen's heart. Otherwise, he would not be so honest. However, you dare to stop Zhongzheng Bowen. Jiangmi sighed sincerely. You are so bold. Is it because you don't have superpowers and can't feel his strength? Su Chen lowered his eyes. Can't it be because I can really stop him? Jiangmi laughed, thinking that Su Chen was just joking. Suddenly, she remembered the night when she was seriously injured by Zhongzheng Bowen and came to Su Chen for help. Human subconscious reactions cannot deceive people. At that time, Su Chen knew that she was not Mu Lanchua. When he treated her as an enemy, he could really kill Jiangmi. But he didn't intend to break Jiangmi's neck at that time. He just wanted to pinch her to find out her identity. So Jiangmi didn't die. Of course, there was also a hardened layer. So Su Chen couldn't break her neck. But what if it was someone else? What if his goal at that time was to break her neck? Jiangmi blinked, and suddenly felt that he couldn't see through this school doctor. Su Chen looked up, squinting slightly. I'm kidding you. Zhongzheng Bowen is a top-level powerhouse in the Federation. How can I stop him? It's just pretending. Their management bureau also has to act according to the rules. It's impossible to kill people casually. He looked indifferent, as if the blocking in front of Zhongzheng Bowen just now was just a show of strength. Is that true? Compared to me, shouldn't you be more worried about the student named Zhuang Nijin? Su Chen suddenly asked Jiangmi. Has he already known your secret? Jiangmi was cautious and was not fooled by Su Chen's deliberate change of subject. But she knew that Su Chen would not tell her the truth. So she followed his new topic and answered, well, he knows. But it's not a big problem. I also implanted a vine in his heart. So he dare not betray me. You also implanted a vine in his heart? Su Chen asked back. Jiangmi sat on the bed and lowered her head to put on her shoes. so she didn't see that Su Chen lowered his head, and his white and fragmented bangs fell down, blocking his eyes. Under the shadow, the pale blue gem-like pupils were surging. What else? Jiangmi put on her shoes, raised her head, and looked at Su Chen with an inexplicable look. Su Chen smiled, and his blue eyes narrowed. Nothing. On the other side, Ming family study. The Ming family study is very large, located on the 3rd floor of the manor villa, occupying most of the floor. It contains all the books collected by the Ming family since its establishment, stacked in rows on the bookshelves, like a small library, with a very simple and rustic charm. In the study, Zhong Zhengbowen, Ming Jinyan, and others are all reviewing today's kidnapping case. Mo Chung set up a simple light screen on the mahogany desk, which lists all the clues and evidence found today. All the clues at present show that Miss Ming was kidnapped, and the core is Yao Qian. Without her, the kidnapping operation of the God-given society would not have been successful. Yao's father and Yao Xingli were also invited to listen to the meeting. Hearing Mo Cheng's conclusion, Yao's father was furious. It's all because of this evil girl. Evil girl. She betrayed her family and friends. She is the daughter of our Yao family. If I had known earlier, she would have become a lackey of the God-giving society. I would have sent her to the administration bureau even if I had to break her legs. Ming Yueshi fiddled with the bracelet Jiangmi gave her, and paused after hearing this. Yao Qian should also be a little shaken. Everyone looked at Ming Yueshi. What do you mean? Zhong Zhengbowen asked. Yao Qian is not a careless person. When I was forced to go to the warehouse, the supernatural power blocker on my wrist was handcuffed by her. If she really wanted to harm me, she would not have been able to see that there was something wrong with my bracelet. Ming Yueshi looked up and looked at Yao's father. What kind of person is Yao Qian? Don't you know? Careless. Careless. These words. But they have nothing to do with Yao Qian. Yao's father paused. Isn't Yao Qian a careless person? Yao's father had no recollection. In his opinion, his daughter Elle was useless after all, and it was good enough for her to assist his son Elle. How could he have the heart to observe his daughter Elle? Ming Jinan said. I remember that Cece was indeed a very careful and sensible child. Her eyes drifted over Yao's father. If it wasn't for her parents' education, how could she give up her first-class citizen status and choose to cooperate with the cult? Ming Jinyan couldn't imagine what she had suffered at home that made her willing to leave her hometown and become a wanted criminal. It was understandable for second- and third-class citizens to do this. But Yao, she was born in a federal noble family. Yao's father was speechless and lowered his head in silence. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Yao, she was only 18 years old. She was now able to perform such a high-level task for the God-given society. It must have been a long time since she joined the God-given society. And Yao's father had not discovered anything in such a long time. Yao, she was the culprit. Father Yao, you have no responsibility? We checked the call records between Mr. Yao and Yao Qian, and found that Mr. Yao did not know that Yao Qian had any connection with the God-given society. Mo Chung continued to explain the results of the investigation. Yes, your daughter Elle left for more than 5 months without asking about her. How could you know about her joining the God-given society? Father Yao was on pins and needles, and his fists were clenched tighter. Zhong Zhengbowen said lightly, Don't worry. If we find out that you have no connection with the God-given society, this incident will not affect you. It's almost the same on Yao Qian's side. Mo Chung simply concluded, This kidnapping is Yao Qian's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Yao family. Father Yao's back suddenly bent down. He said it was irrelevant, but he felt as if something heavier was pressing on him, making him unable to straighten his spine anymore. Afterwards, the administration had to report other things, and Father Yao and Yao Xingli were sent out of the study. Ming Yueshi felt that it was meaningless to stay any longer, so she simply stood up and prepared to leave. She didn't look at Ming Jinan the whole time, as if she didn't exist. When she walked to the door, Ming Jinan suddenly called her. Cece. Ming Yueshi froze, holding the door handle of the study, holding it tighter and tighter, and her joints turned white. Although it's late, today is your 18th birthday. Ming Jinyan looked at Ming Yueshi's back, his eyes soft. Cece, happy birthday. Ming Yueshi turned his back to Ming Jinyan. At that moment, her tears flowed like a spring. She organized such a grand banquet, and she waited for so long. She just wanted her mother to come to see her today and say, Happy birthday in person. She got it all. But she couldn't be happy. Thank you. Ming Yueshi responded coldly, and left the study immediately. Mo Chung didn't pay attention to Ming Yueshi's departure. After Ming Jinyan sat back in his seat, Mo Chung continued to report the situation found by the administration. The screen flashed, showing the photos taken by the administration commissioner in the warehouse. The ground was full of corpses, piled up into a mountain, blood dripping, bones, and the dilapidated warehouse was like hell. The onlookers of the administration commissioner, as well as Ming's father, frowned when they saw such a picture, and were seriously uncomfortable with the picture. Ming Jinyan asked expressionlessly, "Who did this? We can't be 100% sure at the moment." Mo Chung replied. Ms. Ming said that Zhuang Nijin saved her. But according to the results of our on-site survey, we found a lot of traces of plant-based superpowers. There should be a plant-based superpower involved at the scene, and he should have killed the people of the God-given society. We also integrated the previous cases of the administration, and found that there were traces of plant-based superpowers in the coffee shop case some time ago. Mo Chung released photos of the coffee shop case scene. One photo showed half of the building cut off by laser with a laser, and the other was a messy locker room due to plant damage. So, we can't accurately identify the murderer. But the preliminary inference is that the people who killed the believers of the God-given society are most likely the people of the cube. At the same time as the administration came to the conclusion. On the other side, in the meeting room of the God-given society base, 4 powerful elders came to the same conclusion. Cube. A bunch of sons of bitches. Assholes. Do you really think that our God-given society is easy to bully? We have been planning for so long. But in the end, we failed because of the cube. Enough. The man sitting at the head of the long table scolded. The cube is not the main reason for this failure. Even without them, the deacon's action would still fail. The God-given society has forced Ming Jinyan to make a choice. But no one expected that she would be so cruel that she could even give up the life of her daughter Elle. Our actions actually helped Ming Jinyan. Her voice in the colony is getting louder and louder. An elder slammed his fist on the table. Everyone in the colony voted for her. Even if one person only counts half a vote, it is still a very high number. Are the people of the Democratic Alliance stupid? Facing Ming Jinyan's strong rise, they have no defense at all? A bunch of good-for-nothings. The election is still a while away, so the actions against Ming Jinyan should stop here. The leading man stood up and stopped the elder's abuse. If something happens to her at this time, it will cause people to rebel, which is not good for us. Next, the S-level demon species in the 109th crack is more important. The elders nodded when they heard this. The die is cast, and it is useless to abuse the cube anymore. It is more important to complete the next task and plan. The news about the demon species of number 109 is true. We have confirmed it. I didn't expect that the girl from the Yao family could get such important news. She also contributed to the kidnapping of Minji Wexi. She is much more capable than the deacon. Let her replace the deacon. The leading man said again. Her identity has been exposed. The Yao family will never tolerate her. She only has us. In the future, she will definitely be more loyal to us. And her relationship with Anonymous can also help us get closer to God, one step further. As for the cube, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of haze flashed at the end of his eyes. Since they are unkind to us, don't blame us for being unjust. Give orders. In the future, anyone who encounters the cube must not be soft-hearted. Kill. Chapter 45. Soon after Jiangmi returned to the dormitory, she received a message from the God-given society. The person who contacted her was no longer the deacon, but an elder named Inha. The person on the other side of the screen spoke in a sonorous voice, and was extremely emotional. He was wearing a mask, and couldn't see his face clearly. But Jiangmi estimated that he was not old. Only about 40 years old. He was an elder. Probably just because he had a high position in the God-given society. Xingji, you have completed the mission well this time, and the organization will reward you. You have to deal with the Yao family's affairs yourself, and you can't let them find you. Understood. Jiangmi, who turned into Yao Qian's face, bowed his head and said respectfully. As for the deacon, Ina spat in dissatisfaction. It's okay to fail the mission, but he actually recruited Zhuang Nijin, a traitor, and let Minji Wexi go. This waste. Inha was very angry and annoyed when he thought about this. Jiangmi couldn't see Ina's face on the screen, but he felt that his eyes seemed to be blazing. But How could the God-given society know that Zhuang Nijin betrayed the God-given society? At that time, the deacon was in a hurry to deal with the traces of the God-given society and had no chance to report to the superiors. After that, the group of believers died, and no one could tell the God-given society the truth. Unless, at the birthday party, Minji Wexi told Wiki that Zhuang Nijin saved her. Among the people present at that time, there were people from the God-given society. Today in the jungle, when Jiangmi pretended to be a deacon and talked to Inha, Inha had already exposed the fact that there were believers of the God-given society in the Federation. Now it seems that the believer was at today's birthday party. Many people from the administration came, as well as people from the military and political affairs of the Federation, and people from the national team. Xingji? Xingji? Inha called Jiangmi. Elder. I'm here, Jiangmi said respectfully. Deacon is useless. But you killed our God-given believers. This hatred must be avenged, Inha said viciously. The one who killed Deacon is a plant-based mutant. Xingji. Find her and kill her. Inha was furious when he thought of the scene of Hibiscus showing off and killing Deacon in front of him today. This woman must not be kept. Jiangmi. Okay. Another one of me killing myself. No problem. By the way, Jiangmi suddenly remembered the traitor and asked Inha indirectly. Elder, how do you plan to deal with the crack number 109? Don't worry about it, Inha said coldly. Cube wants to get S-level gold blood. They are dreaming. Then S-level gold blood can only be ours. After that, Inha hung up the phone. Jiangmi stroked Yao Qian's optical brain and thought to himself. There are many people who entered the number 109 crack to explore. But the number of people who appeared at the birthday party today is very limited. However, now Jiangmi only knows that the national team will definitely enter the number 109 crack. And he knows nothing about the list of other people. He still has to find a way to get the list and mix into the exploration team. After thinking for a moment, the optical brain rang again. This time it was Jin Kuei's optical brain that rang. Jiangmi had expected that such a big thing would happen. How could the cube not look for Jin Kuei? Fortunately, Minji Wexi did not return to the dormitory tonight, and Jiangmi could change his face and disguise himself at will in the dormitory. After changing to Jin Kuei's face, Jiangmi connected the optical brain. Something happened to the God's Gift Society. Dicey got to the point. You killed someone from the God's Gift Society. Isn't this what you asked for? Jiangmi shrugged indifferently. I was going to hunt down Yao Qian, but she seemed to be involved with Anonymous, and she could actually use teleportation. I couldn't catch up with her for a while, so I could only catch other people from the God's Gift Society. Yao Qian and Anonymous were connected, which Dicey knew long ago. Yao Qian used teleportation to get to the aircraft, and then used teleportation to escape. Of course, this could also be that Yao Qian stole Anonymous' ability. But Q believed that with Anonymous' ability, Yao Qian could not succeed, and it was more likely that Anonymous took the initiative to let Yao Qian steal the supernatural power. Dicey, well, didn't you interfere with the God's Gift Society during this period? Of course not. Am I stupid? Jiangmi said. I hid in the dark and watched them threaten Ming Jin Yin. I took action after they failed. Dicey was silent for a while. He didn't tell Jin Kuei that even though Cube was now in opposition to the God's Gift. In fact, Cube didn't want Ming Jin Yin to take the position. It's just that their fear of Ming Jin Yin was not as serious as that of the God's Gift, and they had been watching the fight between the God's Gift and Ming Jin Yin. Cube didn't care about the life of the God's Gift, but it would never hinder the God's Gift. There are Yao Qian superiors among those people in the God's Gift. Seeing that Dicey didn't respond for a long time, Jiangmi continued to explain. I thought that if I arrested them, I could torture them to find out Yao Qian's whereabouts. But I didn't expect them to be so stubborn and didn't reveal anything. So I killed them all. This is Jin Kuei's style of doing things. She does things decisively, and kills when she can, without any ambiguity. You did the right thing, Dicey praised. They hoped that the mission of the God-given society would succeed and prevent Ming Jin Yin from ascending to power. But if it failed, there was no need to keep those rubbish. There is one more thing. Although I haven't found the list of people exploring the number 109 crack, according to the information obtained from interrogating the believers of the God-given society today, Jiangmi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fox-like cunning flashed in the corner of his eyes. The people of the God-given society have discovered that there is an S-level demon in the number 109 crack. And they have also set people to mix in with the exploration personnel. Dicey widened his eyes. They are actually targeting the S-level demon too. Isn't it? Jiangmi exaggerated. I don't know where they got the news. But, even if they know the situation of the number 109 crack, they are also planning to compete with us. Dicey clenched his fists, and his nails dug deep into his flesh. Jiangmi continued to deceive. I don't know who they sent into the exploration team. If they get the S-level gold blood in advance and take it in the crack, it will be difficult. Well, the best way is to let the person in the organization who is going to take the gold blood also enter the crack. In this way, once you get the gold blood, drink it immediately. You don't have to worry about being robbed. What a joke. Dicey scolded. Mr. Ding has no superpowers. How can he enter the crack? Mr. Ding has no superpowers? Mr. Ding is the one who is going to take the S-level gold blood. Jiangmi was shocked in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. The Mr. Ding she killed had A-level superpowers, but the other Mr. Ding didn't have superpowers. Without superpowers, can he still hold a high position in a place like the cube? What kind of identity is he? No. Jiangmi thought for a moment. Since there is already a second Mr. Ding, why wouldn't there be a second Mr. Ding who needs to take the golden blood? Dicey felt that he had said too much, and his brow sank. Jinkui, the information you gave is very important. In addition, you have made another contribution by killing the bastards of the God-Giving Society. I will tell Mr. Ding all this. Jiangmi said lightly. Yes. As for the matter of the 109th crack, Dicey said again, you don't have to be responsible for it. Our people have already infiltrated the team of explorers. The God-Giving Society still wants to grab the demon seed first? No way. After that, Dicey told Jinkui some irrelevant things, and the instructions ended. The light brain hung up, and Jinkui's disguise ended, and Jiangmi has already obtained enough information. The 109th crack is definitely the next battlefield. However, how she can join is a problem. Enter the 109th crack in advance and kill all the S-level demons? After all, it's an S-level demon. It's not that easy. Jiangmi was thinking in his mind. And suddenly, the light brain rang again. Jiangmi, why is she so popular tonight? 1 by 1, 2 by 2. They all come to see her? This time, it was Sherning's light brain that lit up. The caller ID showed a string of unknown numbers. Jiangmi didn't recognize it, but he still answered it. This time it was a voice call, without screen projection. The other party was silent for a while, and the silence made Jiangmi suspect that it was an advertisement for the wrong number. Just as he was about to hang up, suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice came from the receiver. Thank you, Ming Jinyan. Jiangmi immediately sat up, and his back was inexplicably straight. No need, she said. All her arrangements today could be hidden from the administration, the God-Given Society, the Cube, and everyone in the world, but not from Ming Jinyan. She is the core of all plans, because she is willing to give enough trust to this stranger. Jiangmi can succeed. So far, the administration has only made a simple record of her, and did not ask her more questions, which also means that Ming Jinyan did not reveal a single thing about her. Ming Jinyan is very smart and responsible. It is this intelligence and responsibility that makes Jiangmi feel that she can be trusted. No, thank you, Ming Jinyan said softly. Today is very important to me, and Cece's life is also very important. You helped me to save everything. Choosing to run for election is enough to hurt Ming Yueshi's heart. But in Ming Jinyan's view, Ming Yueshi's survival is enough. Jiangmi's eyes turned, and in a flash, a bold idea came into his mind. Member, if you really want to thank me, can you do me a favor? This is not a bad thing for both the Federation and you. Tell me about it. I want to enter the 109th crack and participate in the second wave of exploration of the crack. Is there anyone coveting the things in the crack? Ming Jinyan asked without hesitation. She did not suspect that Jiangmi coveted that thing, but suspected others. Jiangmi paused and smiled. Member, you are very perceptive. Sure enough. Ming Jinyan's tone was serious. She knew that there was an S-level demon in the 109th crack, and because of her status, she knew that there was more than one S-level demon in it. The cost of losing 2 S-level demons was something the Federation could not afford. I'll take care of this. I'll add you to the list of the exploration team. But you need to be strong enough for the national team to accept you. And as far as I know, the crack number 109 is more difficult than we thought. I will work hard to become stronger, Jiangmi said. This is my personal number. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Jiangmi nodded. Okay. The next day. John's villa. The curtains of every window in the villa were tightly drawn. The sun was shining outside, but no light could shine in. Jiang Xiaobai came down the stairs with a thin coat hanging in his hand. When he walked to the door, he was stopped by his father, who was sitting on the sofa. Why? In the same family? You don't even call me father when you see me? Jiang Xiaobai paused, his chest heaving. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with hidden anger. He looked at John's father and lowered his head reluctantly. Father, I've heard about the Ming family. John's father didn't even look at Jiang Xiaobai, but adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses on his nose. You're such a loser. Your mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to you. And now you can't even protect your own cousin. What's the point of having an S-level person like you? Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fists under his thin coat, listening to his father's criticism without saying a word. Jinan said, you've made progress during this period. But where's the progress? A B-level psychic can kidnap someone right under your nose. How can you be so useless? People like you might as well die than live. John's father scolded more and more fiercely, and his eyes could no longer stay calm on the news on the tablet, but glared at Jiang Xiaobai. It was sunny and clear outside, but the Jiang family was shrouded in an indelible haze, and not a single ray of light could penetrate the huge villa. John's father cursed, and suddenly grabbed the long whip decorated in the living room and whipped Jiang Xiaobai fiercely. Jiang Xiaobai was wearing a spotless white shirt. The whip whipped his back, and blood immediately flowed. The bright red blood dyed the white shirt red, like a bunch of gorgeous poppy flowers in full bloom. Jiang Xiaobai's fists clenched tighter and tighter. What's the point of giving birth to you? You are a waste. You can't do anything well. Why did you survive in the first place? Why? What right did you have to survive? You shouldn't be alive. You should die. The anger accumulated over the years became more and more vigorous, and was vented on the boy. The boy's back was torn apart. Through the torn shirt fragments, you can see the wounds on his back, some old and some new. There was no intact skin and flesh in the whole area. Enough. The girl with twin ponytails rushed into the living room and grabbed the whip. Uncle Xiaobai also lost his mother. It's not easy for him. Why do you vent all this on him? It's not easy for him. Father Jiang thought about it and laughed suddenly. If it's not easy for him, why doesn't he die? Why is he alive and well? Why? Ji Linglong pulled hard and pulled the whip from Father Jiang's hand and threw it on the ground. Father Jiang still laughed wildly, turned around and looked at the photo of his wife in the living room. You are gone. Why is he alive and well? Why am I alive and well? Ji Linglong frowned. Psycho! She felt hairy all over, too lazy to pay attention to Father Jiang, and turned to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was covered in blood, and his white shirt had turned bright red. Ji Linglong's nose was sour. Are you okay? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, stretched out his hand, and gently held her palm. When he opened it, he saw a red whip mark on it, which fell into Ji Linglong's fair and delicate palm. A drawer of the living room cabinet opened automatically, and a medicine box with a metal frame floated over and landed beside Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai took out the medicine and tape from the medicine box, and carefully helped Ji Linglong deal with the red marks on her hands. I'm fine. Ji Linglong wanted to retract her hand. Be obedient. Jiang Xiaobai carefully blew on her palm and wrapped it with tape. This stubbornness and calmness scared the servants around. Jiang Xiaobai was obviously covered in wounds, and the cracked wounds were bleeding. But he cared about Ji Linglong's hand that was not broken at all, but just red. Next to him, there was a middle-aged psychopath facing the portrait of his wife, sometimes crying in repentance, sometimes laughing like crazy, which made the scene even more absurd. Jiang Xiaobai bandaged Ji Linglong's hand, and Ji Linglong looked at the servants in the living room. Get out. The servants shuddered and left quickly. No one wanted to stay in this ghost place. Then, Ji Linglong turned around and looked at John's father, who was going crazy in front of the portrait. She stretched out her hand. In the air, silent power roared and swept around Ji Linglong. Ji Linglong stared at John's father and spit out a few words. No walking here. No sound here. Here. The temperature is abnormally high. The sound swept the villa with power. At that moment, all the sounds in the villa disappeared. Zhang's father was still crying loudly, but suddenly the sound was muted and drowned everything, making him unable to speak. Then, he wanted to walk to the portrait, but just as he took a step, he suddenly fell to the ground. His front teeth hit the marble floor, and blood immediately flowed. The originally cold marble floor was rapidly heating up at this moment, and the cold villa seemed to have turned into a terrifying lava volcano. The scorching heat instantly burned Zhang's father's skin, and countless blisters grew and burst on the surface of his skin, quickly oozing pus and dissipating. He screamed, roared, and asked for help in pain, but he couldn't make any sound. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Ji Linglong waved at him and said with silent mouth shape, "What are you doing? Pick me up and fly out." The heat of the ground spread to the feet of the two people, and the abnormally high temperature hit the soles of their shoes. This was an indiscriminate attack. Jiang Xiaobai quickly put on a thin coat, picked up Ji Linglong like a princess, and flew out of the villa quickly. The two floated in the air and looked at the villa. On the green grass, only the villa looked like a burnt barbecue, with smoke sizzling out. "How long will this last?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "Just a few minutes. No one will die," Ji Linglong said indifferently. "During this period, the sound can't be transmitted, and he can't ask for help." "Humph! Who let him bully you?" Ji Linglong pouted. "He deserves it." Jiang Xiaobai lowered his eyelids, revealing a bit of pampering in his eyes. "Well, he deserves it." After leaving the Jiang family, the two took Ji Linglong's aircraft and came all the way to the federal government building. In Ming Jinyan's office, the atmosphere was just as solemn and cold. Pei Jixian sat leisurely on the sofa, chewing an apple comfortably. The other 4 national team members, led by the team leader, stood in a row honestly, bowed their heads, and waited for reprimands. "We sent out 2 members, but still couldn't find Miss Ming. Aren't you known as the strongest team in the Federation? How can you be the strongest?" The secretary scolded rudely, glancing at Pei Jixian beside him with a slightly odd look. "Only Pei Jixian is stronger. Who do you think you are?" "Who are we?" Ji Linglong raised her delicate little face and looked at the secretary with a smile. "Do you want to take a closer look at what we are?" She had a harmless smile on her face, but the secretary felt a chill in her spine. She shrank her head and stood behind Ming Jinyan. "What? You still want to attack me? What did I say wrong? Miss Ming's accident this time is your responsibility. Especially Jiang Xiaobai. You didn't protect her well." Ji Linglong still grinned, and when she heard the secretary scolding Jiang Xiaobai, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, and her pupils were as cold as ice. Beside her, Shen Xianyu, who was holding a teddy bear, reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve. "Linglong, don't be angry." Her words seemed to contain magic. Just now, Ji Linglong's eyes were still condensed with murderous intent, but after she finished speaking, the murderous intent disappeared. Ji Linglong crossed her arms and snorted coldly. If it weren't for protecting the congressman, he would be just a B-level superpower. What's there to be afraid of? It's just hindsight, the secretary muttered. Ji Linglong glared at him, and she couldn't hold back her strength. It seemed that there was a surge of superpowers rushing towards the secretary. "Okay, Cece is fine. And this time the accountability ends here." Ming Jinyan interrupted the dispute between the secretary and Ji Linglong. "However, after this incident, I think you should have discovered the weaknesses of the national team." Yes. The team leader stood next to the national team and didn't dare to speak until Ming Jinyan spoke. He dared to speak. "In fact, we have also discovered that the national team is currently all attack and auxiliary, with weak defense. After entering the rift, this is a disadvantage. Kidnapping is a low probability event. The core of the Federation's training of the national team and S-level psychics is to let them enter the rift to protect researchers and obtain more resources. Jiang Xiaobai's mental control can be used for defense, but for him who mainly attacks, this is really a waste of talent. So this year, none of the 5 members of the national team are defensive. Ming Jinyan, the second wave of exploration of the number 109 crack is extremely important. If the researchers cannot be protected, the exploration will fail. Hardening is a defense system. Jiang Xiaobai, who had been silent, spoke up. "We worked together during the rescue of the number 109 crack. Her defense is very good." "That pariah from District 12? The leader's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he frowned and said bluntly, What is the status of the national team? How can you accept a pariah? Besides, her mental strength is less than 100 points. What use can such a waste be in the crack? Bo 1. What do you think? Ming Jinyan asked Zhong Zheng Bo 1, who had been sitting on the sofa and listening. He and Pei Jixian sat at the two ends of the sofa, one sitting leisurely, eating an apple comfortably, the other sitting upright, like a soldier sitting like a bell. When asked by Ming Jinyan, Zhong Zheng Bowen stood up and said, Nie Yin is not a defensive type, and neither is the superpower set by the military and political side. So, the number 109 Rift Execution Specialist team we initially planned is indeed insufficient in defense. It is undeniable that Ning can make up for the team's lack of defense. But what Zhong Zheng Bowen did not say is that Ning's mental strength is too low. It seems that having a defense system is better than having none. Ming Jinyan concluded. The team leader was still unwilling. Not only him, but also other national team members except Jiang Xiaobai frowned, obviously disgusted with this player, who wanted to join them halfway. Then let's take the assessment. Pei Jixian raised his eyebrows, and suggested with a face that he was not afraid of trouble. If a new S-level wants to join the national team, don't they have to go through the team assessment? As long as she gets more than half of the votes. Even if she passes, others will not have any objections. What are the contents of the past assessments? Ming Jinyan asked. Nothing. Pei Jixian casually tossed the apple in his hand, and smiled playfully. It's just a one-on-one challenge with each member. If you win, you can get his vote. That's all. By the way, I'm the captain. I have an extra vote. And a tie is considered a failure. So, Ning has to get 4 votes to pass. 4 votes. Not to mention Ning. Even the national team members themselves find it difficult to get votes from other members. Since the establishment of the national team, no one has ever successfully challenged this assessment rule for adding members temporarily. Ming Jinyan unconsciously tightened the pen in his hand. Chapter 46 Crack number 109. The administration was busy. There have been many cases of supernatural power in Livonia recently. The murder of several crimes reported in September has not been caught yet. The exploration of crack number 109 is imminent. And the commissioners are busy. Nie Yin has been very busy recently. He has a thick stack of documents to review in front of him. And then, he has to patrol near several cracks in Livonia. But he was absent-minded. He fiddled with his light brain without reading 2 lines of text. The light brain showed the chat interface between him and Mu Lanxue. He sent many messages. But Mu Lanxue didn't reply to any of them. Why didn't you reply to the message? Are you busy? Are you in class? Nie Yin became more and more irritable, and threw the light brain on the table. Although he had just seen Mu Lanxue in the college auditorium the day before yesterday, Nie Yin still felt that he hadn't seen her for a long time. Zhong Zheng Bowen came back from the government building and saw Nie Yin and called him twice. Nie Yin stared at the laptop, but didn't hear Zhong Zheng Bowen's voice. Zhong Zheng Bowen frowned. Mo Chung quickly pulled out the folder and patted Nie Yin on the back of his head. The boss is calling you. In the office, Zhong Zheng Bowen took off his coat and sat on the reclining chair. What's wrong with you recently? You are always absent-minded when doing things? Nie Yin was still thinking about Mu Lanxue, but he didn't dare to be careless when facing Zhong Zheng Bowen. He touched his nose awkwardly. Nothing. Maybe the last crack rescue operation consumed too much mental energy, and I was tired. Zhong Zheng Bowen was not very satisfied with this answer. But Nie Yin always liked to slack off. It was because of his S level and good mission completion that he could get to his current position. Without saying much, he threw a document into his arms. A week later, the second wave of exploration and research will be carried out on the 109th crack. You and the national team will escort the researchers into the crack. The document only lists the names of the action specialists that the Management Bureau intends to arrange. And the researchers are not on the list. The crack's danger index is as high as S level. And it is predicted that there will be more than one S-level demon species. Nie Yin took a breath. He didn't like to participate in crack exploration. This kind of mission has an uncertain time, and can often last for several weeks or even months. Nie Yin had heard before that a team of action specialists led a researcher into the crack. And the researcher actually conducted experiments directly in the crack, and stayed there for a year. If it takes so long, won't he be able to see Lanxue? Nie Yin reluctantly put the file back on the desk. Boss, there are people in the bureau. Do you really have to let me go? Zhongjung Bowen asked in confusion. There is a crack with S-level demon species. What a good opportunity. You don't want to go? Then you can't give me S-level gold blood? Nie Yin pouted. I work hard but I don't get any thanks. What's the point of going? Zhongjung Bowen had no choice. It was not easy to force Nie Yin on this matter. He could only take back the file and let Nie Yin go. As Nie Yin left, Mo Chung walked into the office with another file. Boss, this is the list of researchers to be invited to the second wave of exploration of the number 109 crack. Because there is an S-level demon species, we plan to invite Professor Mu to lead the research. Yes. Zhongjung Bowen opened the file and signed it. The cold air hit him, and a light frost appeared on the legs of the desk. Nie Yin instantly returned to Zhongjung Bowen and asked, Boss, is Lan Shui going to the 109th crack this time? The Bureau invited her to lead a team of researchers, and she agreed. Then I'll go too. I'll go too. Didn't you say that this kind of thing is thankless and hard work? So why don't you go? I'll go. I'll go. Nie Yin held Zhongjung Bowen's hands tightly, his eyes sincere. Exploring cracks to protect researchers is a very meaningful thing that benefits the country and the people. I like it the most. I can stay for 2 or 3 years. I'll go. Zhongjung Bowen. On the other side, at the Crack Academy, Jiangmi's life is going on as usual. The God's Gift Association and the Cube are both targeting the golden blood of the 109th crack. And no target has appeared recently. So she is happy to be free. Ming Yueshi returned to the academy after the birthday party, out of guilt for the kidnapping incident. Jiangmi agreed to Ming Yueshi's every request. The eldest lady also became closer to Jiangmi because of the venom incident, and the two of them could go to class hand in hand together. There was a class called Crack History on Wednesday morning. The lecturer was a white-haired old professor who had no teaching skills and could only tell the history of the past. Many students had already learned about the crack history and were drowsy in class. After the class, Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi went to the cafeteria together. Ning. Here, in the cafeteria, the two met Mu Lanchua and Su Chen. Miss, you look good recently. Mu Lanchua saw Ming Yueshi and smiled and teased. Be happy. Don't always think about those unhappy things. Ming Yueshi was always cold to people. Just nodded, and sat opposite Mu Lanchua and Su Chen with Jiangmi. There are no teachers' classes recently. Jiangmi ate pork chop rice. Is the teacher busy recently? I'm going to crack number 109. Mu Lanchua smiled helplessly. Crack number 109 has obvious traces of civilization, and its research value is extremely high. It will probably take a long time. A few weeks at the fastest? A few months at the slowest. This should be the crack with the heaviest traces of civilization discovered by the Federation in the past 2 years. Blue Star's research on cracks is similar to the archaeological research on ancient tombs on Earth, tracing back to its civilization, studying its history, and restoring the truth of the year are the purposes of the research. Of course, obtaining resources in the cracks and killing demons to get golden blood are also one of the meanings of entering the cracks. Jiangmi paused. Mu Lanchua will also enter the cracks. Then, will the people from the Cube and the God's Gift Society sneak in as researchers or executive commissioners? If they are researchers, it's okay. And the executive commissioner's combat power will not decrease. If they are executive commissioners, it will be a headache. Dr. Su will also enter the crack. Mu Lanchua blinked at Jiangmi. Except for executive specialists and researchers with titles above associate professor. These need to be reviewed by the director of the management bureau. As for other researchers, the professors can draft them on their own. In other words, it is not difficult to sneak into the exploration team of the number 109 crack. Jiangmi felt that it was difficult to guess who was planted by the God's Gift and the Cube. When they got the S-level gold blood, the other party would definitely attack the gold blood. It would be better to catch the mantis while the Oriole was behind. This would be much more convenient. Ming Yueshi suddenly asked. Dr. Su has no superpowers. So he also wants to go to the crack? I am a researcher. What superpowers do I need? Su Chen said. Besides, if you don't have superpowers, you may not die in the crack. Minji Wexi thought for a moment. That's right. Dr. Su dared to challenge Director Zhong Zheng. So why would he be afraid of any cracks? Minji Wexi was a little scared when she thought of the scene outside the guest room on the birthday party. As far as she knew, even Jiang Xiaobai was scared when he saw Director Zhong Zheng. But Dr. Su seemed to be completely unaware of Zongjung Bowen's surging superpowers, and dared to stop him from entering the guest room. Ignorance is fearlessness, and it is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, Mu Lanqiu said. If Dr. Su really challenges the director, he may not lose. Jiangmi and Minji Wexi? Are you kidding? A person without superpowers and an SS-level master? Jiangmi and Minji Wexi looked at Su Chen in disbelief, and then looked at Mu Lanqiu, praying for an answer. Ah, what I mean is that if he can survive a few moves, he won't die so easily. Mu Lanqiu covered her face and chuckled. She and Su Chen came earlier and had finished lunch. They stood up and put the plates back in the recycling area without any further explanation. Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi still looked incredulous. Are you kidding? Mr. Mu? Ming Yueshi whispered to Jiangmi. I'm not familiar with director Zhong Zheng, but Pei Jixian and I were middle school classmates. I was next to him when he destroyed the military base in District 11. He destroyed the entire military base by himself? Jiangmi asked. Yes, just him. Ming Yueshi nodded. So, SS-level psychics and ordinary people are not the same species at all. Jiangmi was thoughtful. She had not seen Pei Jixian's ability, but she had seen Zongjung Bowen's ability. She could clearly feel that although she had used several S-level abilities at that time, Zongjung Bowen was still at ease facing her. If the demon wolf hadn't rescued her in time, she would have died in Zongjung Bowen's black slime. And Jiangmi, a superpower with S-level defense. S-level hardening is just as good as SS-level attack, so it's still possible to share most of the damage. And Mu Lanqiu actually said that Su Chen could fight with Zongjung Bowen and not die. How did he do it? Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi both had question marks in their heads. Su Chen came back after cleaning up the plate, passed by Jiangmi's position, and stopped around and smoothed silver bracelet into her. What is this? Jiangmi asked. Su Chen shrugged. A way for non-superpowers to defeat superpowers. Give it to her so early. Will she be able to use it? After leaving the cafeteria, Mu Lanqiu asked Su Chen. It won't hurt to give it to her earlier. Su Chen shrugged. But it depends on her how well she can use it. The two continued to walk towards the laboratory building. After a few steps, Mu Lanqiu's light computer rang, and the caller ID was Nye Yen. This guy is still pestering you. Su Chen glanced at the name on the light computer and teased. Who said I am so charming? Mu Lanqiu raised a trace of contempt in the corner of her eyes, and then hung up the light computer without hesitation. From a distance, Nye Yen saw Mu Lanqiu and Su Chen talking and laughing as they came out of the cafeteria, and hung up his phone, and his face flushed with anger. How could she walk with another man? How could she talk and laugh with another man? Nye Yen was so angry that he jumped out of the cabin door before the gangway was completely lowered, and rushed towards Mu Lanqiu. Lanqiu. He held Mu Lanqiu's hand tightly. Why didn't you answer my call? Is it because of this man? Nye Yen pointed at Su Chen angrily. The temperature of the surrounding environment dropped suddenly. Waves of ice spikes rose wildly from under Nye Yen's feet and attacked Su Chen in an instant. Seeing that a sharp ice spike was about to penetrate Su Chen, suddenly, all the ice spikes seemed to be broken, lost control, and instantly collapsed, turning into lifeless water. Nye Yen was stunned for a moment. How could this happen? Mu Lanqiu hurriedly pulled Nye Yen aside. Mr. Nye, Dr. Su is just my colleague. We will enter the crack together to do research later, and we have nothing to do with each other. Go back and don't come to me. Just a colleague. So you don't like him? Right? Nye Yen grabbed Mu Lanqiu's hand eagerly, trying to prove something. Mr. Nye, I know you have a family, and it's impossible for us. Mu Lanqiu lowered her eyelids. Nye Yen's heart trembled. I have nothing to do with her. Lanqiu, give me another chance. Give me another chance. Okay. Nye Yen murmured and begged. Please. Mu Lanqiu did not answer, but sighed silently and shook off Nye Yen's hand. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window of the cafeteria, Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi saw this scene. Ming Yueshi lowered her head and glanced at the round silver bracelet in Jiangmi's hand. Did you see it clearly? Ming Yueshi asked. Jiangmi nodded. A person without superpowers may not lose to a superpower, even if the opponent is S-level. Just now, Su Chen proved this point. In the air without anyone noticing, a stealth aircraft flew over the academy. Yuan Xia sat leisurely by the window, watching Mu Lanchua and Ye Yin entangled below. Is it a female teacher this time? She seemed to be talking to herself, or to the man in a suit next to her. The aircraft was too far from the ground, so Yuan Xie couldn't see Mu Lanchua's appearance. But a light screen lit up in front of her, with Mu Lanchua's detailed information on it. Ye Yin's vision is much better this time. The female teacher of the Rift Academy and the member of the Special Combat Team of the Rift Administration Bureau are quite a match. The man in a suit next to him groveled. Madam, do you want to do it? Yuan Xie lowered her eyes and saw Ye Yin holding Mu Lanchua's hand tightly. She squinted her eyes and said something irrelevant. What a pair of beautiful hands. Ye Yin was finally recalled by the Administration Bureau. He came to the academy to find Mu Lanchua during the lunch break, and couldn't stay in the academy for too long. After he left, Mu Lanchua and Su Chen went to the laboratory in the teaching building to continue their experiments. Jiang Mi and Ming Yueshi also finished lunch. They both had no classes in the afternoon and planned to go to the training ground for training. There were quite a lot of students going to the training ground in the afternoon. Along the way, Jiang Mi and Ming Yueshi met many acquaintances, and they all went together. After all, the challenge stage in the training ground can simulate combat, and going together can also PK training, which will be much more effective than practicing alone. When they arrived at the gate of the training ground, Jiang Mi suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, she and Ming Yueshi reacted and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Ming Yueshi quickly dodged to the side, and Jiang Mi turned around and pulled hard. A huge magic hardening layer instantly blocked the training ground and the air. Then, several metal cones clanged bang bang bang, smashed at the entrance of the training ground, just where the two had just stood. Chapter 47. In midair, a flying machine appeared. The fuselage was like black iron, like a black eagle spreading its wings and flying. The hatch was open, and Jiang Xiaobai was standing beside the hatch, surrounded by several sharp metal bars. The students around were terrified and talked about it all at once. This aircraft, is it from the national team? The attack just now was by Jiang Xiaobai. It was Jiang Xiaobai. Why did Jiang Xiaobai attack us? Is he crazy? The aircraft was dozens of meters away from the ground, and Jiang Xiaobai turned a blind eye and jumped straight off the aircraft. Then, Ji Ling'an, Yi Tanchen, Chen Xianyu, and the other three members of the national team also jumped down, and the four of them landed steadily in front of Jiang Mi, as if the law of gravity was irrelevant. The students around him widened their eyes. Oh my god! The gangway isn't even there. Won't you fall to death if you jump from such a high place? That's why they are the national team. I can already feel their oppression. I have to say, I was really impressed by their appearance just now. This is the strongest fighting force of the new generation of the Federation. Wow! I really want to join them. You are a B-level. Dream on. Jiang Mi put away the magic hardening layer and looked at the people in front of him with confusion. Ming Yueshi also returned to her side, with a puzzled look on her face. You guys are so proud and arrogant. Are you here to challenge us? Challenge? Ji Ling'an smiled, her ponytails fluttering in the wind, like two silky silk ribbons. The national team is here to challenge us. And you are the only academy? Are you worthy? The students who were originally full of admiration and starry eyes around him were instantly unhappy when they heard this. What do you mean by worthy or not? You look down on others. There are many strong people in the academy. You are so great because you are S-level. Oh! Keep your voice down. S-level is really great. But you can't be so arrogant. We are also S-level. Looking at the momentum of the four national team members, the students' discussions gradually weakened. The national team is quite great. Otherwise, how can it be called the national team? And how can it be considered the strongest fighting force of the new generation of the Federation? So? Jiang Mi looked at Jiang Xiaobai in confusion. Ji Ling'an didn't know him, but she had fought with Jiang Xiaobai several times, openly and secretly, so she was familiar with him. What are you doing here? Assessment. The team leader walked down the gangway and came to Jiang Mi. He straightened his chest and raised his head, showing the attitude of a superior, and cleared his throat. Councilman Ming intends to let you join the national team to strengthen the strength of the national team. But, the team leader looked at Jiang Mi with disdain. What strength can a pariah from District 13 have? In short, this is the way it is. You must pass the assessment of all members of the national team and get 4 votes before you can join the national team. Jiang Mi understood. This is Ming Jinian's way of letting her join the list of exploration of the number 109 crack. It is a foregone conclusion that the national team will enter the crack. It is unreasonable to inexplicably insert a college student into the exploration team. So she was simply allowed to join the national team. As for the national team's overall assessment, Ming Yu as she looked around. Pei Jixian should be there too. Right? He's the captain. So he counts as 2 votes. The leader sneered. And not only the leader, but also several members from the national team laughed. Leader, Xixian is SS level. You don't want to get his vote, do you? It's ridiculous. Can you see your own strength? What's the use of the defense system except saving lives? Ji Linglong blinked her bright eyes. We can't even get the votes in our hands, let alone the captain. The leader walked to Jiangmi and patted her shoulder. Although I don't know why Counselor Ming and Director Zhong Zheng agreed to let you join. If I were you, I wouldn't take the assessment. It's not easy to get an S-level identity. Isn't it good to be a chicken head in the academy? It's not so easy to be a phoenix tail. Who do you say is the chicken? A man next to him. The wikis who came to train like this couldn't sit still. What? We haven't fought yet. Why do you look down on others? That's right. Several freshmen stood up and shouted. Ning is also very powerful. She also protected Brother Xiao during the rescue of the number 109 crack. Don't underestimate our S level. She is really powerful. The team leader did not deny the freshman's words. But she is only better than you losers. And compared with the national team, she is still far behind. You know this, right? You? Don't go too far. The freshmen were so angry that they almost rushed up to hit people. It was the seniors such as Ho Che who held down the impulsive freshman. Don't go up. Ho Che was the first to bear the brunt, holding down Wei Ke. Really, you will die. The freshman had only participated in the rescue of the number 109 crack, and had rarely come into contact with S level. On that occasion, Ning used a transparent protective shield to protect everyone, allowing her to shine. The freshman temporarily ignored the power of Jiang Xiaobai and other S-level attackers. However, the old students had participated in the exploration of cracks in the past, and there were also national team members leading the team. They knew clearly how strong the S-level was. If it weren't for the inhuman strength of the S-level, the country would not have established a national team for unified management. Ho Che recognized Ning's strength, but he also knew that the defense system might not have an advantage in the face of the national team. How is the assessment specifically? Jiangmi suddenly asked. If you defeat all 4 members of the national team, will you get a vote? National team. Students on the scene. Minji Wexi quickly pulled Jiangmi's sleeve. Do you really want to participate in the assessment? People have bullied us to our doorstep. Jiangmi spread his hands. How can I admit defeat? Besides, I may not lose. Right? You? Minji Wexi didn't know what to say. The feeling now is the same as Su Qin's challenge to Zhong Zheng Bowen. The ignorant are fearless. Ning just didn't have much contact with S-level, and didn't know what S-level means. The team leader saw this and laughed contemptuously. Since we really have to take the test, we can't blame us if we can't pass it. Let's talk about the rules, Jiangmi said. Don't be so fussy. The team leader frowned. Since he led the national team, no one dared to be so disrespectful to him. What the hell is Ning at this time? Just a waste with less than 100 mental power. Humph. But fortunately, the national team will teach her how to be a human being later. The untouchables in the colony still want to get promoted by relying on advanced superpowers. Dreaming? No need to defeat the opponent. The team leader showed 4 black cards in his hand. This is the national team assessment ballot. Our team members will take turns to play. You just need to grab the ballot from them. You win. It's still a round-robin battle, not a group attack. Jiangmi felt that his chances of winning were higher, but the students around him were all worried. A round-robin battle. Too much. Will Ning be injured? Although she is a defensive system, she can't stand being beaten by everyone in turn. Why are there such perverted assessment rules? No wonder no S-level has been able to join the national team in the past few years. I always feel that this rule is too bullying. It's one thing to shout that Ning can win, but if you really want to go on stage, rationality tells the students that the probability of the defensive system winning the offensive system is too low. There is no chance of winning against the auxiliary system. Jiangmi and the national team members moved to the challenge stage, which was set to desert mode, with rock shelters and rolling yellow dust on the ground. The students followed closely, their eyes fixed on Jiangmi on the stage. Why don't we persuade Ning to stop being so stubborn? Wei whispered. Stop it. Even if she can't win, we won't despise her. Yes, Brother Xiaobai is so powerful. He can kill an A-level demon in a few minutes. The younger brother echoed fearfully. In fact, Ning doesn't need to be so stubborn. We know that she is not weak. Letting defense beat attack is bullying. Don't say it. Minji Wexi interrupted Weika and others. Just watch carefully. The strong wind raised rolling dust. And the challenge stage inexplicably had a desolate feeling of a battlefield. Jiangmi stood on the challenge stage. And the first one to go on stage was Ji Linglan. Don't you want to choose a weapon? Ji Linglan saw Jiangmi pick up a wooden stick on the ground. Knife. Gun. It's all right. Oh. Jiangmi asked back. I can still use weapons. So you are doomed to lose. Right? Ji Linglan's eyes turned red. And murderous intent swept over her. Don't look down on me. The next moment, she stretched out her hand towards Jiangmi. With a red light at the end of her eyes, Jiangmi quickly attacked her. Auxiliary psychics are not to be feared at all. Ji Linglan shouted, no defense is allowed here. The rolling superpowers roared and instantly shattered the magic hardening layer set by Jiangmi in front of him. Jiangmi was stunned for a moment, but still fearlessly rushed towards Ji Linglan and punched her delicate cheek. Ji Linglan? Shouldn't a normal psychic panic when losing his superpowers? How could this person react so quickly and continue to attack me? And her fist, why is it so painful? Ji Linglan almost cried. She quickly adjusted her state, glared at Jiangmi, and shouted, the gravity ahead is 100 times. Boom! The huge gravity instantly pressed towards Jiangmi. 100 times the gravity is not a joke. It can almost crush people to death. But Jiangmi accurately captured the information point in Ji Linglan's word spirit the front. Word spirit changes the rules of the space area. It is impossible for matter to appear out of thin air. Nor can it make matter disappear out of thin air. It is just a change of rules. And the superpowers in space will also be restricted by the changed rules. Therefore, word spirit is the best way to block the opponent's superpowers. It's a pity that Ji Linglan didn't know Jiangmi's accurate superpowers. Jiangmi didn't hesitate at all. After confirming these information points, he rushed to the back of Ji Linglan in an instant, where Jiangmi was standing. 100 times the gravity crushed the desert, and a clearly defined fault suddenly appeared in the middle of the desert. Ji Linglan panicked. Ning disappeared from her sight. Ning's speed was so fast. Didn't her physical strength and speed fail? How could it be so fast? She suddenly had a very bad premonition, and turned back suddenly. But Ning had already appeared in front of her. It is forbidden to touch here. Before the word touch came out, Jiangmi grabbed a handful of yellow soil in his hand, and suddenly blocked Ji Linglan's mouth. Shut up. The unformed word spirit dissipated and collapsed while Ji Linglan's mouth was full of yellow soil. Ji Linglan wanted to continue to release word spirit, but Jiangmi blocked her mouth tightly and didn't let her say anything. She widened her eyes and had never been insulted like this before. Jiangmi chopped her neck with a knife, and Ji Linglan fell unconscious. Jiangmi easily took out the first black card from her pocket. Is this okay? Silence. The audience was extremely quiet. The students around were stunned. How long has it been? 1 minute? 1 minute? Ning won? And it was a one-sided suppression. They didn't see Ning suffer any pain from beginning to end. Just now, I was still worried that Ning would be bullied by the national team on the challenge stage. Now he won. Isn't it too easy? Does the struggle between S levels always produce results in a moment? Jiang Xiaobai flew to the challenge stage, carried the unconscious Ji Linglan down, and took out the yellow soil from her mouth. It's okay. The accompanying doctor checked Ji Linglan's body. She was just knocked unconscious. Linglan's physical skills are too poor, the team leader said. She relies too much on her own abilities. Next one. Jiangmi stood on the stage and hooked his finger at the national team members. I still have to train in the afternoon. Can you hurry up? The faces of the national team members darkened. It was just that Ning won a game. But the pressure was already on them. Jiang Xiaobai asked the doctor to take good care of Ji Linglan. And then, with a wave of his hand, a metal cone suddenly stabbed at Jiangmi. Jiangmi tilted his head to avoid the metal cone. However, the metal cone seemed to have consciousness, and after stabbing in the air, it turned around and stabbed towards Jiangmi. Ning! The students around were frightened and screamed. Jiangmi didn't move at all. The metal cone was forced to stop when it was extremely close to Jiangmi. And an invisible transparent magic hardening layer blocked the metal cone and Jiangmi. The students' eyes widened even more. So awesome. Is this S-level defense? No wonder Ning is so arrogant. Jiang Xiaobai frowned. Next. Me. Before he went on stage, Jiangmi suddenly raised his hand. I have a question. After all, I am a defense system. If I tie with the attack system, what should I do? Tie. The team leader mocked. With your mental strength, you still want to tie with the attack system? As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes in the hands of the attack system, you will win. Jiangmi raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's what you said. Jiang Xiaobai didn't say anything and acquiesced to the rules set by the team leader. He didn't think Ning could hold out for 10 minutes under him. However, out of respect for his opponent, he still used all his strength. And all the metal cones stabbed Jiangmi. The wind howled. The dust rolled. The metal cones rubbed against the air. And the desert wailed all over the place in an instant. Jiangmi waved her hand. And a huge magic hardening layer enveloped her tightly. After all the metal cones hit the magic layer, they could not move forward and could not move an inch. Jiangmi patted the dust off her body, moved a stone, and sat on the ground. Above her head was the sky, with countless metal cones that could kill her if they pierced her body. And under the sky was a peaceful and quiet place. Jiangmi sat cross-legged on the stone, comfortable and relaxed. I have to stay here for 10 minutes. Jiangmi looked distressed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she waved to Wei Ke and Ming Yueshi. Do you want to play landlord? It's okay to play mahjong with 4 people. 2 minutes later, an extremely absurd scene appeared on the challenge stage. Jiang Xiaobai tried hard to control his metal cones to attack Jiangmi. And Jiangmi, Ming Yueshi, and Wei Ke. The 3 of them played landlord under the magic hardening layer. Around them, there was also milk tea provided by students. How could it turn out like this? 4 threes. I can't afford it. Straight. King of Ghosts. I only have 2 cards left. You're dreaming. I won't let you go. Jiangmi only had 4 bombs left in his hand. And he was sure of victory. The freshmen were anxious behind Wei Ke. Who told you to play the bomb so quickly just now? You, the landlord, are about to be overthrown. Don't you know? I've never seen a landlord as bad as you. Ming Yueshi held a stack of cards, but didn't play many cards. She looked up and looked at her cousin, who was trying hard to attack Ning with a metal cone. But there was no improvement. What's going on with feeling a little happy all of a sudden? When she was a child, Jiang Xiaobai used his supernatural power to force her to study hard. She never thought that she could play landlord under Jiang Xiaobai's nose. 10 minutes are about to pass. Jiangmi is still at ease. But Jiang Xiaobai is already exhausted. Continuous high output of supernatural power is extremely mentally exhausting. After failing to attack the magic layer again and again, Jiang Xiaobai used more metal cones to bombard. And even did not use the ability to fly. All the metal bombarded Ning. But it was useless. The magic layer was as solid as a rock. And there was not even a crack. This feeling of powerlessness made Jiang Xiaobai even more anxious. And he couldn't wait to drive more mental power to attack. He wanted to exhaust Ning's mental power. But he didn't expect that the first person to be exhausted was him. When there were still 10 seconds left in the countdown, suddenly, countless cards flew out from the magic layer and attacked Jiang Xiaobai. What kind of attack could a few playing cards have? Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. But the playing card that flew past his cheek actually scratched his face. Jiang Xiaobai immediately recalled the metal cones to defend. And the magic layer softened a little at that moment. And all the metal cones actually penetrated the magic layer. Then, the magic layer hardened again. And the metal cones could not come out. And at this moment, Jiangmi was not in the magic layer. She has already rushed out of the magic layer. There is not a piece of metal on Jiang Xiaobai's body. And Jiangmi rushed to Jiang Xiaobai instantly. Without metal, Jiang Xiaobai is just like an ordinary person who has lost his superpowers. The only thing left between him and Jiangmi is the confrontation of magic. His male physique gives him a great advantage. But the consumption of mental power will also cause physical consumption. At the moment when Jiang Xiaobai's shadow appeared in front of his eyes due to lack of physical strength, Jiangmi kicked Jiang Xiaobai fiercely and kicked him more than 10 meters away. Jiang Xiaobai fell heavily on the yellow ground. The dust flew, confusing the eyes of the people around. But Jiang Mi calmly walked in front of him and took out the second black card from his arms. The second national team vote. This PK is not a draw, but a complete victory. Ning actually beat Jiang Xiaobai. Chapter 48. We won. Ning won again. Ho Che muttered to himself. And the students around him were also stunned. They originally thought that a draw was the best outcome for the defense system against the attack system. But who would have thought that Ning could still win? He could actually beat Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, one of the main players of the national team. After a few seconds of silence, the students woke up and gave a burst of more enthusiastic exclamations and cheers. We won. Our S-Class won. Our S-Class is not weaker than the national team. If you say that our college is not as good as the national team in the future, beat him to death. Ning is the strongest. In the audience, Ji Linglong has woken up. She has pale lips and drinks the energy water provided by the doctor. The leader was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. 2 votes. How can Ning win 2 votes? How can this happen? Defense is a natural enemy of metal control. Ji Linglong said calmly. We underestimated Ning. However, Ning will not be able to get the next vote. The third person to come on stage was Yi Tongchen. When he came on stage, lightning flashed all over his body. His ability is Lightning Strike. Defeat him. Tongchen, your ability is S level among S levels. You can't lose. Defeat him. The leader shouted loudly. Yi Tongchen waved his hand, and a lightning strike attacked Jiang Mi at lightning speed. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and the lightning strike was as bright as day. But no matter how fierce the lightning strike was, it stopped in front of Jiang Mi and dissipated at the same time as the hardened magic layer. Yi Tongchen raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Mi. Your ability is not defense. Oh! Jiang Mi raised her eyebrows slightly. You've been discovered. She never intended to hide her hardening ability, but she also never intended to tell others in detail. Ji Linglong's word spirit just now was no defense allowed here, which could not break Jiang Mi's magic layer at all. But it was not necessarily a bad thing to be misunderstood. Jiang Mi originally planned to attack Ji Linglong at close range, so the magic layer must be removed. So she simply took advantage of the situation. After being discovered by Yi Tongchen, she was too lazy to hide it anymore. The destruction of the magic layer was not because she defended against the lightning strike, but because the two abilities cancelled each other out. That's why Yi Tongchen could feel that Jiang Mi's ability was not defense. Yi Tongchen took out a black card and threw it in Jiang Mi's hand. What do you mean? Jiang Mi was puzzled. No need to waste 10 minutes. Yi Tongchen said calmly. I can't break through your defense layer. And similarly, you can't attack me at close range. So you can't win. If you had a gun at the beginning, you might have won. But you didn't. So it's just a tie between us. No need to waste time. After that, Yi Tongchen turned around and walked down the challenge platform. The students around were stunned. Yi Tongchen just went down like this? Are you admitting defeat? I said it might be a tie. There's no point in fighting. No. Yi Tongchen clearly said that if there was a gun, Ning would win. So Ning would win. Ning has already got 3 votes. Ning won't really get 4 votes. The team leader roared loudly. Yi Tongchen, what are you doing? How can you give her the vote directly? She is just a pariah. How can she join the national team? Yi Tongchen glanced at the team leader coldly. Just because she is S level, she belongs to the national team. You are just an assistant who takes care of our daily life. The team leader is flattering you. Know your position. The team leader choked and looked at Yi Tongchen's cold eyes. Suddenly, he dared not speak. The last of the 4 national team members to play was a short girl. She was shorter than Jiang Mi, and looked only about 1.5 meters tall. She was holding a teddy bear, like a primary school student. Jiang Mi scratched his head, still thinking about what Yi Tongchen had just said. Is he the intellectual leader of your team? Jiang Mi asked Chen Xianyu. He is the only one who can do analysis, and his analysis is not wrong. Relying on the hardening ability alone, Jiang Mi really couldn't kill Yi Tongchen. In terms of attack alone, the lightning strike ability is much stronger than metal control in her opinion. No. Chen Xianyu looked lazy and yawned. He's probably lazy. Jiang Mi, are you sure you're not lazier? You look like you haven't woken up yet. The 4th round of PK begins. Jiang Mi looked at Chen Xianyu, still not sure what her ability was. Only heard that it was a support system. And then, Qin Xianyu stretched out her hand with the black card in her hand. Or, here you go. Jiangmi. Isn't this trap too obvious? Qin Xianyu tilted her head and smiled. So, do you dare to take it? Jiangmi shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? She walked towards Qin Xianyu and reached out to take the card. The next moment, Jiangmi suddenly turned around and chopped Qin Xianyu's neck with a knife. Strike first. If you don't know her ability, knock her out first. The knife was clearly aimed at the neck. Jiangmi never missed. But when he chopped it down, it was empty. Is it an illusion? What happened? Next to him, Qin Xianyu patted the back of Jiangmi's hand gently. So, I'm willing to give you the vote. Why don't you want it? In a flash, a strong belief was implanted in Jiangmi's mind. Submit to me. Protect me. Be my servant. Always be loyal to me. A pair of eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, staring at Jiangmi. And a strong idea split Jiangmi's mind and was implanted in Jiangmi's thoughts. In the eyes of the students watching the game on the spot, they only saw that Ning's knife chopped empty. And then, he was sluggish and didn't move anymore. What's wrong with Ning? Don't stand there. Take the ballot. It's almost 4 votes. Why doesn't Ning move? The team leader was extremely excited. Of course Ning couldn't move, because Qin Xianyu's ability is hypnosis. As long as you look into her eyes, her hypnosis has already begun. Eye contact hypnosis can only subtly affect the other party. But once Qin Xianyu touches it, her hypnosis will be implanted in the other party's head. And the other party will never disobey. The moment Ning saw Qin Xianyu, she had already lost. Ming Yueshi stood up suddenly. As a psychic, she knew too well that this little girl was a psychic. And she controlled Ning with her ability. A-level psychic ability is already terrible. An S-level psychic ability will only be stronger. Alas, Qin Xianyu put away the card, turned around, and walked towards the challenge stage. I told you earlier. Wouldn't it be okay if you just took the card? Why bother to take action? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Qin Xianyu's collar. You're right. What's the point of fighting? Jiangmi smiled at Qin Xianyu. Give me the ticket, or I'll beat you up. It's your choice. Qin Xianyu's eyes widened, and the teddy bear in his hand fell. You? Why weren't you hypnotized? How could you not be hypnotized? No one can defend against her hypnosis. No one. Because Qin Xianyu is SS level. Everyone thought that her S-level hypnosis could only control a person temporarily. In fact, she can completely brainwash a person. On Jiangmi's system panel, in the steel drop-down attribute, there is the ability of Qin Xianyu that she just stole. SS hypnosis can change the other person's mind through eye contact, and can completely brainwash the other person through contact. Because of eye contact, Qin Xianyu prevented Jiangmi from hitting her. And through contact, Qin Xianyu made Jiangmi completely surrender to her. However, at the moment she touched Jiangmi, her superpowers touched Jiangmi, and Jiangmi also touched her superpowers. Jiangmi couldn't tell whether it was because she was upgraded to SS level that she could touch the source of Qin Xianyu's superpowers, or Qin Xianyu also touched her and let her touch her superpowers. In short, the SS level self-mental protection layer disappeared. So Jiangmi successfully stole Qin Xianyu's ability. When she hypnotized her, the stolen SS hypnosis was activated, automatically resisting the external mental power attack. And Qin Xianyu's hypnosis was offset. Qin Xianyu still stared at Jiangmi with wide eyes. Puzzled, Jiangmi didn't want to expose the fact that she was an SS-level superpower. In this world, who doesn't have some secrets? She is also SS level. She just bit her joints and flicked Qin Xianyu's forehead lightly. Votes. Qin Xianyu blinked, lowered her head, and obediently stretched out her hands to present the black cards. 4 black cards. Ning actually got all 4 votes? The students in the audience were stunned again, especially in the match against Qin Xianyu. They didn't know how Ning won. Ho Che muttered. Is the S level of our college so powerful? He suddenly felt that his loss didn't seem so shameful. I used to say she was a waste on the forum, but it turns out that I am the waste. Did Ning really win? 4 S levels. Just one like this? No wonder she can kill 5 war rainbow pythons alone. Even the attack system can't do anything to Ning. The national team refused to accept Ning before. Aren't they really stupid? The students below were whispering. And Jiangmi reached out to take her 4th vote. With this vote, she can smoothly join the number 109 crack exploration team as the executive commissioner of the national team. She just stretched out her hand. And suddenly, there was a huge air pressure in the air. Jiang Mi's expression froze, and he pushed Chen Xianyu away. There was nothing where the two of them were standing. But with a bang, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters was smashed out. The powerful pressure roared. And in a flash, the blonde boy rushed to the challenge stage. SS level superpower. Pei Zhixian. Yi Tongchen quickly realized the problem, and pulled the long whip flashing with lightning. Quickly circled Chen Xianyu, and pulled him down the challenge stage. Only Jiang Mi and Pei Zhixian were left on the challenge stage. Boom boom boom. Pei Zhixian moved his fingers slightly, and countless deep pits appeared chasing Jiang Mi. Gravity. Pei Zhixian's ability is to control gravity. But no matter how many gravity fields Pei Zhixian smashed, Jiang Mi actually dodged them. Pei Zhixian saw that Jiang Mi reacted quickly, and no longer used concentrated gravity fields to attack. He stretched out his hand and pressed. And the entire challenge platform was swept by strong air pressure. And the gravity in the area was instantly increased by dozens of times. The entire challenge platform was pressed down more than a meter because of this gravity. The students took a breath of cold air, and could no longer sit and watch the game calmly. And all stood up. Pei Zhixian. It was Pei Zhixian who went out this time. Ning's strength has made Pei Zhixian unable to sit still. Did he take the initiative to leave? Ming Yueshi questioned the national team members. Isn't it considered passing if you get 4 tickets? TSK. The team leader said disdainfully. She hasn't got the 4th ticket yet. Ming Yueshi frowned. Letting SS level attack S level. What a joke. It will kill people. She jumped out of the audience and wanted to go on stage to stop this unfair PK. But Jiang Xiaobai quickly held her down. Don't worry. Zhixian is a little bit lacking, but he knows his limits. You won't die. Ji Linglan sat by the guardrail and swung her slender legs in the air. The captain is just teaching Ning a lesson. New team members can't be too crazy. On the challenge stage, gravity suppression continued. Jiang Mi was suppressed and unable to move. Pei Zhixian's large-scale gravity suppression is far inferior to the gravity field with a diameter of 2 meters just now. The gravity in that gravity field is thousands of times stronger, and any living creature in it will be crushed to death. And this skill can only increase gravity by more than 10 times when used in a large area. This kind of gravity suppression can't hurt Jiang Mi, but it severely restricts her movements. How to fight back? The SS level hardening ability can keep her alive, but it's too difficult to fight back, even if she uses other abilities. It's hard to actually attack Pei Zhixian under the influence of gravity. Jiang Mi feels that Pei Zhixian is more difficult to deal with than Zhong Zhengbowen. Pei Zhixian walked towards Jiang Mi. In the gravity field, he was not affected and moved freely. Rubbish. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stretched out his hand to Jiang Mi. Give me all the tickets, and I'll let you go. Jiang Mi didn't move. After capturing Jiang Mi, the gravity field quickly shrank, condensed, and gathered within a 2-meter range around Jiang Mi. In such a small place, Pei Zhixian can control the gravity of this area at will. 100, 200, 300, 400. The gravity multiples continued to rise, and Jiang Mi was pressed to the ground, unable to lift his head at all. Pei Zhixian sneered. How long can the S-level hardening ability withstand? Next, it will be thousands of times the gravity. People will be crushed to death. Pei Zhixian looked at Jiang Mi jokingly. I'll give you another chance. Give me the ticket. Jiang Mi still didn't move. The classmates around him couldn't stand it anymore. Ning, why don't you give the ticket to Pei Zhixian? You will really die if you go on like this. SS level is too strong. Is Pei Zhixian the strongest of our new generation in the Federation? It's really scary. After all, there are less than 10 psychics above SS level in the entire Federation. Ning, don't be so stubborn. You can't win. Ning, admit defeat. Pressing Jiang Mi on top of him was a huge mountain. An obstacle that the national team, an elite team like them, was unwilling to allow the untouchables to join. Pei Zhixian's hand was right in front of Jiang Mi. Once she gave all 3 tickets to Pei Zhixian, she would lose. Gravity increased. S-level hardening was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Mi felt her lungs being flattened and her breathing gradually became heavier. She could use SS level hardening so that Pei Zhixian could not hurt her. But SS level was very sensitive, and Pei Zhixian would definitely find the problem. Jiang Mi used all her strength and took a deep breath. She clenched the black card. trying to resist gravity, and tremblingly stretched out her hand to Pei Jixin. Pei Jixin's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. That was all. He reduced the gravity multiples so that Jiangmi could reach out smoothly. At that moment, Jiangmi's palms were pressed against the 3 black cards, and they suddenly pressed against Pei Jixin's hand, holding him tightly. Pei Jixin was stunned. In an instant, the hardening disappeared, the supergravity disappeared, and the superpowers disappeared. Jiangmi activated the superpower shielding device that Su Chen gave her. That round bracelet. This is different from the cheap stuff from Zhuangdi. The superpower shielding device that Su Chen gave is strong enough, and it can shield all superpowers within a 3-meter space. The bracelet was worn on Jiangmi's wrist, and her superpowers disappeared first. She was still pressed hard by Pei Jixin's gravity, and a rusty taste surged in her throat. Fortunately, this time was very short. Before Pei Jixin could react, Jiangmi quickly attacked him. The physical skills information that Mu Lanchua gave her played a great role here. Jiangmi's punches hit the flesh, and every move drew blood. He attacked Pei Jixin without hesitation. Pei Jixin also received physical training. Facing the attack of things, he was not panicked. After dodging several times, he digested the shock of the disappearance of his superpowers and realized that Hardening actually used the superpower blocker. Then, he was about to use a ruthless move on Hardening. Hardening raised his leg and slashed at Pei Jixin. Pei Jixin immediately crossed his arms to block, but he never expected that at that moment. Hardening turned off the superpower blocker again. She cleverly borrowed the help of gravity, coupled with the hardening ability, so that her right leg instantly had 1,000 pounds of strength. Pei Jixin didn't expect her move to be so fierce, and he actually knelt on one knee to catch her leg attack. In a flash, Jiangmi quickly took action and snatched the last black card from Pei Jixin. Chapter 49. I won. Before Pei Jixin stood up to fight back, Jiangmi quickly showed the card she had snatched. For votes from the national team, and the one in Chen Yu's hand. Jiangmi also got it. But now he has 4 votes in his hand, which is enough. 4 votes. And the last one was snatched from Pei Jixin. The training ground was extremely quiet, and the students almost held their breath to digest the news. It was a fantasy that Hardening could beat 4 S-level national team members. And now she also snatched a vote from Pei Jixin that belonged to the captain of the national team. She got the vote from an SS level. How long has it been since Pei Jixin was defeated? Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help thinking. Never. This person has been a child of destiny since the day he was born. He has excellent grades since he was a child, and is the first in everything. After that, he got the SS level ability. Even Zhongzheng Bowen might not be able to get a good result in his hands. But today, Pei Jixin actually lost. Moreover, losing to a defensive S-class? Is it possible? No! No! The leader yelled angrily. How can you use the power blocker? No! Noisy! Pei Jixin's eyes were stern, and a huge gravity swept over the leader, who was pressed to the ground like a dog. His mouth was almost touching the ground. His whole face was deformed, and he couldn't speak at all. Pei Jixin didn't even look at him, but looked at Jiangmi with appreciation and applauded. The power blocker is a good trick. Not many people with superpowers dare to block their own superpowers. You are very courageous. You are not angry? Jiangmi didn't expect Pei Jixin to be so generous. Why should I be angry? Pei Jixin looked puzzled and shrugged indifferently. I would be angry if you were as weak as Jiang Xiaobai and the others. Jiang Xiaobai? Jiang Xiaobai. Why is this person so rude? Hardening won. Hardening really won. A huge cheer broke out at the scene, and the students' brains finally recovered. Ah! It's worthy of our S level. Our S level is not inferior to the national team. Even Pei Jixin's ticket can be obtained. Hardening is so strong. I am actually a classmate with such a strong psychic. I'm lucky. At this moment, a student suddenly asked. But Hardening passed the national team assessment, so he will be a member of the national team in the future. Not a student of the academy. The students were stunned, led by Wiki and Minjiwexi. Everyone looked at Hardening disappointedly. After passing the assessment, Hardening is a member of the national team. There is no doubt about that. Ji Lingwan sneered. Why are you disappointed? Joining the national team is such an honor. Do you still expect Hardening, an S level, to perform those low-level tasks with you trash? Or let you hold her back? We didn't hold her back. Wiki was about to argue, but was held back by Minji Wexi. Minji Wexi looked at Wiki and shook her head. Ordinary A-level students really won't hold back S-level students. At least in the 68th crack. She, Wiki, and Yao Xingli really couldn't help Jiang Xiaobai. If Ning had been Jiang Xiaobai's partner, Jiang Xiaobai wouldn't have lost to Anonymous. Right? Weka also thought of number 68 and lowered his head in shame. Jiangmi didn't know that the two of them had thought so much. At the end of the assessment, she received a message from Mulan Xue, indicating that after passing this assessment, she could join the national team, or she could just join the national team on a secondment basis. And when the national team was short of manpower in the future, she could just follow to carry out tasks. Jiangmi chose the second option without thinking. I won't drop out. This time I'm just on secondment. National team member. Are you stupid? Ji Linglin's eyes almost popped out. Join the national team. What a great opportunity. Okay? Jiangmi thought for a moment and said seriously. But the college is also very good. Tuition is free. And I have excellent grades. I ranked first in the opening exam. And I will probably get a scholarship at the end of the semester. Does the national team have scholarships? National team member? National team members are all born as first-class citizens of the Federation. And their families are well off. Why would they care about the college's hundreds of thousands of scholarships? Hundreds of thousands. The national team actually lost to the college because it didn't give out hundreds of thousands of scholarships. Ji Linglong was speechless. If I had known that Ning cared about the hundreds of thousands, she would have given them to him. Her monthly pocket money is more than hundreds of thousands. But Ning still said righteously, no. I want to earn money through my own labor. The scholarship earned by myself is more attractive. National team members. Okay. Pei Zhixian interrupted the conversation between the two. He didn't care whether Ning chose the college or the national team. It would be fine if they were on the mission together. Compared to this, Ning, there was definitely something wrong with your previous physical examination. He raised his eyebrows, and his dark green eyes glanced at Jiangmi with interest, and said with great interest, you have fought 5 people in a row, and you still don't look tired. It shows that your mental strength is definitely not less than 100. You need to re-examine. Jiangmi paused. Re-examination? This is the real reason why Jiangmi is unwilling to join the national team. In the Federation, the physical examination of the superpower will not only test the superpower's physical strength, speed, mental strength and other data, but more importantly, it will definitely retest and evaluate the superpower's superpower level. And Jiangmi is already SS level. Jiangmi once thought that multiple superpowers were her biggest secret. After all, whether it is the Cube, the God's Gift Society, or the Federation, they all want to enhance the ability of superpowers. And multiple superpowers are the best way to improve strength horizontally. However, the vertical upgrade of superpowers is also very important. Even more important, just like Yuan Xia said, no matter how many A levels there are, they can't beat an S level. Target like Jiangmi. He has multiple superpowers. But it seems that Target cannot improve superpowers vertically. Jiangmi has lived in Blue Star for nearly half a year, and has not met any psychic who can upgrade by killing monsters like her. The only thing on Blue Star that can upgrade by killing monsters is the demon species. Therefore, Jiangmi is very reluctant to have a physical examination again. At present, even Su Chen, who knows most of her secrets, does not know that she can upgrade her superpowers. If the national team knew about it, she would not be seconded to help the national team, but would be directly used as a guinea pig for dissection research by the Federation. Facing Pei Zhixian's proposal, Jiangmi looked tangled, and Pei Zhixian and others had already prepared the training ground and took Jiangmi back to the national team training base for a physical examination. I'm dying. I thought the assessment was the biggest obstacle for her to join the national team. But I didn't expect it to be a physical examination. The hypnosis stolen from Qin Xianyu still has 50 seconds left, which is enough to hypnotize the doctor who helps her with the physical examination. But it's too dangerous to hypnotize people under the nose of the national team. Just as Jiangmi was about to leave the training ground, suddenly, the door of the training ground opened and Su Chen stood at the door. Where are you going? Su Chen asked. Jiangmi blinked. They are taking me to the national team base for a physical examination. Su Chen grabbed Jiangmi without saying anything, pulled her behind him, and looked directly at the national team and others. Hardening is a student of the academy. She is only seconded to the national team, so her information is confidential, and the physical examination can only be done by the academy. The team leader frowned. She will perform tasks with the national team, and the national team cannot know her detailed information? It's just an academy. Figure out your identities. Suchin grinned and sneered. You should know clearly. If you are seconded, you are the one who asked us for help. You also want to see the detailed information of our students? What are you thinking? You? The team leader was frustrated one after another today, and was very angry. The school doctor who looked incompetent dared to challenge him. The team leader rolled up his sleeves and punched Suchin. But before his fist touched Suchin's face, Suchin intercepted it with one hand and grasped his fist with 5 fingers. What are you doing? The team leader wanted to retract his hand, but he couldn't pull it out. He was panicked and struggled hard, but saw that Suchin's hand wrapped around his fist was getting tighter and tighter. The team leader heard the sound of bones breaking. Jixian. Help! Help! Pei Jixian glanced at the leader indifferently. He could hear the sound of the leader's hand bones rubbing against each other, and several bones had already broken. He looked up at Suchin. Although he was a school doctor, Suchin was very young, but his silver-white hair was too eye-catching. After becoming SS level, Pei Jixian rarely felt oppression from other superpowers. Zongjung Bowen was one. Hardening was also one. And today, this school doctor without superpowers was also one. Pei Jixian could feel that if he was a little lax, he might die in the hands of the white-haired man in front of him. Interesting. Hardening, who I met today, was very interesting. And it was also interesting to meet Suchin. The world is fun only when there are more strong people. What's the point of being all useless? Pei Jixian looked at Suchin with appreciation. The team leader in front of him was already sweating profusely, and his hand bones were crushed by Suchin. Pei Jixian slowly said, Then let's have a physical examination at the academy. Suchin shook his hand and let go. The team leader fell to the ground in embarrassment, holding his fist in pain. His hand, which was originally white, was now red, which was shocking. Everyone moved to the school hospital. The students did not catch up and stayed in the training ground to continue training. Only the national team, Jiangmi, and Suchin left. After arriving at the school hospital, the national team members were waiting in the corridor, and only Jiangmi and Suchin were in the physical examination room. Jiangmi was lying in the medical cabin, and rays of different colors swept over her one by one. Jiangmi thought to herself that she was going to use hypnosis to get Suchin's data as soon as she left the medical cabin. But her idea failed, because when the physical examination was over, the door of the medical cabin had not been opened, but the door of the physical examination room was opened. The national team members rushed in, very curious about Jiangmi's physical examination results. Among the physical examination data, the detailed superpower data is confidential. The school will only reveal the student's superpower level and the major category. The detailed superpowers will not be announced. For example, in the past, the superpower data that Jiangmi could view for others was only S level. Defense system. The data of mental strength and physical strength could be made public, but these data were not too important. Before Jiangmi had time to hypnotize, the national team had already seen Jiangmi's physical examination data. Strength A level, Speed A level, Superpower S level, Defense system. Jiangmi was stunned and looked at Suchin in surprise. Suchin also saw her and blinked at her. The national team members continued to look down. Physical data is normal. Mental power is slightly lacking. Currently 3,000. 3,000? Wasn't Hardening's mental power less than 100 in the previous physical examination? Jiang Xiaobai was puzzled. Mental power is determined by nature. How can it still increase? Other national team members were also very puzzled. Mental power of 3,000 is not a very high number in the national team, but compared to Hardening's previous 100, it is already a qualitative leap. But mental power is constant, and will only increase in a very small range. This is the consensus of the people of Blue Star. Mental power is crucial to the awakening of superpowers. If mental power can be improved, many people in Blue Star can achieve a leap in the awakening of superpowers. Therefore, Jiang Xiaobai and others were so surprised and curious. Jiangmi also looked puzzled and looked at Suchin in confusion. Suchin explained, Hardening's spiritual power has not increased. It is just recovering. Recovering? Su Chen took out a bottle of energy water and threw it to Jiangmi. Have you ever drunk this in District 13? Energy water is a nutritious drink specially provided by the Federation to psychics to restore energy. Jiangmi doesn't know whether this thing can restore magic power, but she drinks it just like others do. Anyway, the academy provides it for free. No. The Sher family is very poor. How can they afford energy water? Ning used to drink just boiled tap water. That's the problem. Su Chen shrugged. Although mental strength is determined by nature, it's the same as height. Your genes determine how tall you can grow in the future. But if your acquired conditions are insufficient, such as your nutrition is not enough, you can't grow that tall. But if you supplement nutrition after birth, you can still grow taller. Pei Jixian suddenly realized. You mean? Ning's mental strength was low in the past because she didn't drink energy water. That is, nutrition was not enough? That's roughly it. Su Chen, height is almost constant after puberty, and it is difficult to have a significant effect if you supplement nutrition. But mental strength is different. The growth of mental strength runs through a person's life. Therefore, supplementing energy water or injecting energy liquid after adulthood can still improve mental strength. When I gave Ning her the first physical examination, she was still in District 13 and had never drunk energy water. At that time, I supplemented her with energy liquid. And later during the time in the academy, I supplemented some more, and her mental strength gradually increased. After all, she is S-level, so it's normal to have this value. These things involve advanced knowledge of supernatural medicine. The national team members are all students and don't understand it very well. The doctor accompanying the national team nodded repeatedly. That's right. People coming out of the colony have some malnutrition problems. However, it is rare for someone like Ning who has never drunk energy water. After confirming that Ning was just temporarily short of mental power due to malnutrition, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, Ning's mental power has now recovered by more than half, and it is normal to have the current ability. Afterwards, Pei Jixian asked the national team doctor to prepare energy liquid for Ning to recover, and told Ning that she would enter the number 109 crack for exploration in a week, and asked her to pack up at the academy today. The national team aircraft will come to pick her up tomorrow, and go to the national team base for a week of training together. After explaining everything, the national team members left, standing in the corridor of the school hospital, watching the national team's aircraft flying away. Jiangmi finally couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. You just lied to them, right? Su Chen has always been satisfied with his deception. After being exposed by Ning, he smacked his lips. Why do you have a questioning tone? Shouldn't you thank me first for helping you hide it perfectly? He walked back to the operating table, pulled out another physical examination form from under the table, and handed it to Jiangmi. Most of the information on the physical examination form is the same as the previous one. But on this physical examination form, Jiangmi's ability level is SS level, and her mental power is still less than 100. Jiangmi wondered, why is my mental power so low? Although she has not injected energy liquid, she has really drunk a lot of energy water recently, so it should at least exceed 100. Right? Su Chen took the medical form from Jiangmi and threw it into the shredder beside him. He watched the shredder click. Click. Click like a little monster, biting the medical form into pieces. Su Chen continued. The accuracy of the mental power test is only to the 100th place, and the tens and ones cannot be measured. Have you ever thought that you have no mental power at all? Ah? Jiangmi was stunned and blinked. Her mental power is 0? Why? She doesn't have any mental power at all? No. Jiangmi thought about it carefully and suddenly realized. It should be 0. Magic power and mental power are both things that can maintain the operation of supernatural powers. Since she relies on magic power to maintain supernatural powers, she should not have mental power. It's just that Blue Star technology does not detect magic power, so her mental power data is 0. If Blue Star has instruments to measure magic power, her data should be more than 30,000. Magic power and mental power should be similar, but only one of them can exist. As for why she relies on magic to operate her power, we have to find out Ning's true identity. In any case, with the help of Su Chen today, she escaped again. Thank you, Jiangmi said to Su Chen sincerely. Dr. Su, you helped me a lot. Heh. Su Chen smiled coldly, drooping his eyelids, half disdainfully and half complaining. But you always want to kill me. Or threaten me. Jiangmi touched the tip of his nose, feeling guilty. No, I didn't. Su Chen, do you dare to say that you didn't think about it just now? If I had opened the door of the medical cabin instead of the physical examination room, would you really not summon your vine to threaten me again? Jiangmi said sincerely. Dr. Su, you have to believe me. How could I do such a thing after receiving so much help from you? I will only touch you and hypnotize you. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He glanced at Jiangmi and saw that her expression was really sincere, and there was nothing wrong with it. He sighed helplessly. Go back. You have to go to the national team base for training tomorrow. Go to bed early. Okay. Jiangmi happily picked up the canvas bag and prepared to go back to the dormitory to pack. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Chen. But Dr. Su, why did you help me? If the threat of the rattan silk prevented Su Chen from revealing her secret, Jiangmi believed it. But the confrontation with Zhong Zhengbowen and Pei Zhixian was not something that a rattan silk could control. Jiangmi felt that the rattan silk could not control Su Chen at all. Su Chen did not answer but asked, Are you sure you want to go to crack 109? Of course. Jiangmi did not hesitate. Su Chen, when you come out of crack 109, you will know everything. Jiangmi looked at Su Chen. Dr. Su stood casually as always, with his hands in his trouser pockets, which made him look very casual. His face was as playful as always, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking at the moment. Jiangmi could not figure out the reason, but nodded anyway. Okay. Chapter 50. After Jiangmi left the school hospital, the news that her mental power was as high as 3,000 quickly spread throughout the college. Although the students did not follow her to the school hospital for a physical examination, the news agency members, who were squatting in the school hospital, still took first-hand news and posted it to the forum. Subject: Ning's latest physical examination data is out. Strength and speed are both A level, and mental power is as high as 3,000. Attached: Ning's physical examination report. 1L. Ning's physical examination data before admission was just revealed some time ago. Didn't all the data fail at that time? How long has it been? And all the data are above a level? 2L. Did I learn the human medicine course in vain? Can mental power still increase? 5L. Original poster. According to Dr. Su's explanation, Ning's mental power has not reached the upper limit, because he has never drunk energy water in the colony before, and has not supplemented relevant nutrients. So his mental power is low. 7L. Is there anyone in this world who has never drunk energy water? Is that true? 8L. The Federation is the largest country on Blue Star. District 13 was just a small country before. Technology and medical care were not developed. It was normal for civilians to not be able to afford energy water. 10L. The colonies are really poor. Many people can't even get enough food. You know, as long as you spend 100,000 to buy an E-level gold blood, you can upgrade from a third-class citizen to a first-class citizen. But they don't even have 100,000 Federation coins. 11L. 100,000 Federation coins? This is just a month's ration for my dog. You don't even have this little money? 13L. Alas. Ning was really miserable before. I've seen students in the colonies with low mental strength before entering school and increased after entering school. I've never seen someone like her. 14L. I heard that Ning is the only one in Ning's family. She was awakened in the black fog. It's not easy. 15L, isn't it? 20L, brothers. Although Ning was born in a miserable family, she is really strong. I was just at the training ground and witnessed her defeating 4 S-level players of the national team. In the end, she even snatched the vote from Pei Zhixian. So awesome. 22L, I was there too. I thought she was lucky to win against Ji Linglan, and that she was just restrained by her ability to win against Jiang Xiaobai. But in the end, she actually got the vote from Pei Zhixian. That's Pei Zhixian. 23L, oh, Ning is strong. And we are weak. 25L, before Ning entered school, she failed in both speed and strength. But now she is A-level. The top students are working so hard. But I am still in the dormitory Makabaka. 26L, yes. Ning finally defeated Pei Zhixian not because of his supernatural power, but because of his physical skills. So it seems that high-level supernatural powers are not invincible. No matter what. I will go to the training ground for training. 27L. +1 +1 +1. At the same time, my classmates in the college can't hold Ning back. 29L, +1. I also need to train more. I must become stronger. The forum widely discussed Ning's victory over the national team, especially the battle in which Ning snatched the vote from Pei Jixian's arms by physical skills, which greatly shocked the students with low-level supernatural powers. For a time, students who did not have courses in the college all rushed into the training ground. Zhou Yun, who was responsible for managing the training ground, came back after completing his task and was confused when he saw the crowded training ground. Are all the students this year so hardworking? They are all good students. The future of the college is promising. Jiangmi didn't know these things. After leaving the school hospital, she returned to the dormitory. The location of the national team base is unknown, according to the information provided by Pei Jixian. It is a place with underdeveloped transportation, and one has to take a flying vehicle to enter and exit. The administration has confirmed that there are at least 2 S-class demons in the 109th crack. Therefore, all students who have not yet confronted S-class demons face-to-face will participate in the training this time. Jiangmi packed her luggage, and it was already dark, because she was leaving the academy for a week. Mu Lanxue made a special appointment with her for dinner at a popular restaurant in the center of Livonia. Jiangmi changed into a refreshing and comfortable t-shirt and shorts, left the dormitory, and took the maglev train to the restaurant. Starlight Restaurant is located in the tallest building in Livonia, surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. At night, the stars are shining. The building is facing the river, and outside are cargo ships loaded with goods crossing the river. The lights of vehicles on the ground form the veins of this city. Sitting in the booth by the window of the restaurant, the night view of Livonia is unobstructed, and the world seems to be stepped on. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? The waiter stood at the door of the restaurant and warmly welcomed Jiangmi. My friend has reserved a seat. Her last name is Mu. The waiter nodded politely and checked the reservation list. Jiangmi looked out the window. The night view of Livonia was very beautiful. The golden lights were like a galaxy, illuminating this city that never sleeps. There were occasional aircraft passing by, like bright stars in the night sky. The building where the Starlight Restaurant is located has a temporary landing point in the air, and customers can get off the aircraft directly from mid-air. A silver-black aircraft passed by and attracted Jiangmi's attention. Jiangmi has a good memory, especially some key information. She remembers it very well. This aircraft is Yuan Xia's aircraft. Guest? Guest? The waiter called Jiangmi. Guest? I checked the reservation list. Miss Mu did reserve a window seat in our restaurant, but she hasn't arrived yet. You can take a seat first. Jiangmi raised her eyebrows. She hasn't arrived yet? She quickly took out her laptop, which was still showing the chat interface between her and Mu Lanxue. Mu Lanxue said she had a spa nearby in the afternoon, and she had clearly arrived at the restaurant. Maybe it was delayed by traffic. The waiter smiled and said, It's rush hour after get off work, and this is the city center. The traffic outside is very congested. He made a gesture of invitation and invited Jiangmi to take a seat first. Jiangmi felt uneasy, especially since Yuan Xia's aircraft was also here. She always felt that there was something wrong. Jiangmi rushed to the window and looked at the aircraft that had just started and had not yet flown far away. She had met Mu Lanxue before and had marked her with absolute hit. Jiangmi closed his eyes and sensed Mu Lanxue's location, which was in that aircraft. Jiangmi hurriedly called Mu Lanxue's optical brain. The optical brain was quickly connected, but only a woman's scream was heard. No information was transmitted, and the optical brain was hung up. Something happened, although I don't know what happened. The scream just now was clearly Mu Lanxue's voice. Yuan Xia's aircraft has taken off. Use teleportation? Jiangmi only has 10 seconds of teleportation recorded on her body, which is enough to teleport to the aircraft. But there is a surveillance camera hanging at the door of the Starry Sky restaurant. If she teleports over, her vest will almost fall off. But she must go. Yuan Xia has cooperation with the cube, and they also covet the demon species in the crack number 109. Mu Lanxue falling on them is not a good thing no matter how you think about it. The aircraft had just taken off from the temporary parking spot, not far from the building where the Starry Sky restaurant was located. From Jiangmi's position, he would break through the glass and rush out. If the initial speed was not enough, he would fall from the building. But as long as Jiangmi controlled the teleportation well, He could still give people the illusion of rushing from the building to the aircraft. As soon as he said it, seeing that the aircraft had already flown farther, Jiangmi did not hesitate. After retreating dozens of meters, he hardened his whole body and rushed towards the aircraft. Guest! Guest! The waiter standing at the door of the restaurant widened his eyes. And with a crash, Jiangmi had already broken through the glass and rushed out of the building. As the aircraft took off, the gangway slowly retracted. Mu Lanchua fell into the cabin, her fair face covered with dust, and her slender wrists, like lotus roots, were left with red marks by the handcuffs behind her. With tears on her face, she looked at the man in a suit in front of her in horror. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Su Shang squatted down and pinched Mu Lanchua's chin teasingly. You look pretty and have a good figure. No wonder Nye Yin is so fascinated by you. Nye Yin? Do you know Nye Yin? Mu Lanchua was shocked for a moment, and quickly shook her head to deny. Nye Yin and I have broken up. We have no relationship. Alas, every girlfriend of Nye Yin said so. But didn't they seduce him anyway? Su Shang sneered. You women are cheap. You just go up to a man when you see him. I didn't. Mu Lanchua struggled, but to no avail. Su Shang pinched Mu Lanchua's face. Whether it's true or not, let's talk about it in front of Madame Yuan. But Su Shang glanced at Mu Lanchua and saw that the red dress wrapped her sexy figure. Su Shang narrowed his eyes and licked his dry lips with his tongue. Nye Yin can do it. Why can't I? He approached Mu Lanchua greedily. Mu Lanchua was panicked and stepped back. No. Nye Yin and I have nothing. Don't come near me. Nothing? We have been dating for a while, and still nothing? Ha! I think you have done everything. You can do it with that kind of pretty boy. Why can't I? We are both S-level, and my body is much better than Nye Yin's. Su Shang pressed forward step by step, pressing in front of Mu Lanchua, his huge body like a hill. The atmosphere on the aircraft gradually deteriorated, and the weak woman had no way to escape in such a closed space. Boom! With a sound. At the moment when Su Shang was about to take off Mu Lanchua's skirt, Jiangmi broke through the last gap of the cabin door and rushed into the aircraft. Who? Su Shang was horrified. After seeing Jiangmi, his eyes widened. He looked at the broken cabin door and the broken glass of the building next to him. She actually rushed over from the building. Jiangmi didn't bother to pay attention to Su Shang, and helped Mu Lanchua up. Teacher, are you okay? Mu Lanchua shook her head weakly. Jiangmi saw that she was in a mess, and her beautiful red dress was wrinkled and covered with dust. He understood instantly, and turned his head to glare at Su Shang. The aircraft took off rapidly, getting farther and farther away from the ground and the crowd. Su Shang looked at Jiangmi coldly. Are you the S-level from the Rift Academy? No wonder you can return to the national team halfway. You are quite capable. But his eyes were sharp, and his eyes were full of fierce light. That's it. If you don't come in, you can live a little longer. The aircraft rose to a high altitude and started the unmanned driving mode. Like a small boat drifting in the blue sky and sea, the pedestrians on the ground became smaller and smaller, like ants that could not be seen clearly. There were only 3 people on the aircraft: Jiangmi, Su Shang, and Mu Lanchua. If Su Shang didn't take action, the human would surely die if he fell from such a high altitude. Hardening. Mu Lanchua nervously grabbed Jiangmi's hand. Be careful of Su Shang. His ability is resonance. Resonance? Jiangmi thought about it for a while and understood. Unlike Jiang Xiaobai and Nye Yin, who have concrete abilities, Su Shang's ability is very conceptual. Resonance is a natural phenomenon that can cause objects to vibrate at the same frequency, thereby amplifying the vibration intensity and causing the object to break note 1. Source Baidu. The human body itself also has an inherent frequency, and Jiangmi still has an inherent frequency even if he is hardened. Once the resonance effect is achieved, Su Shang can easily defeat Jiangmi, just as Jiangmi's hardening ability is a natural counter to Jiang Xiaobai's metal attack. Su Shang's ability is also a natural counter to Jiangmi's hardening. Even with SS-level hardening, it is useless in the face of resonance. If you admit defeat now, I can let you go. Su Shang smiled sinisterly, looking at Jiangmi greedily. Madam only wants Mu Lanchua. You can follow me. It's really disgusting. Jiangmi just felt nauseous. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Otherwise, he would have vomited everything he had for dinner. Sure Ning. Mu Lanchua nervously pulled Jiangmi's hand. Jiangmi looked at Mu Lanchua and patted the back of her hand gently. Teacher, don't worry. I'm here. If you are tired, take a nap. It will be fine. I'm not sleepy. Mu Lanchua was about to say this, and an inexplicable sleepiness swept over her. At this critical moment, she should be awake, but she felt her eyelids fighting. In less than 2 seconds, Mu Lanchua couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Jiangmi laid Mu Lanchua flat on the bench in the cabin, so that she could sleep more comfortably. Su Shan frowned. How could Mu Lanchua sleep at such a critical moment? Is she so careless? Su Shan felt something was wrong due to his years of combat experience, and reacted immediately. Sure Ning must have done something just now. There is a problem. He did not hesitate, and immediately released his superpowers on Sure Ning. Strike first and gain the upper hand. This is the combat awareness that Su Shan has cultivated over the years. It has saved his life in battle after battle. Sure Ning is an S-level superpower. Even if Su Shan's ability is naturally stronger than Sure Ning, he dare not relax at all. Nonsense can wait until later. Now we must win. Fortunately, Su Shan reacted quickly and had superpower attribute suppression. Su Shan believed that he could win this battle. The invisible vibration rushed towards Jiangmi. This invisible ability is the most deadly. It can destroy buildings and defeat indestructible bridges in an instant. Resonance is the recognized king of destruction among all S superpowers. And it is almost close to the existence of SS-level superpowers. The vibration wave pointed directly at Jiangmi. Once hit by the vibration wave, all that is left is self-explosion and destruction. However, Jiangmi did not move. Mu Lanchua's red long skirt drooped down, revealing her smooth and white long legs. Jiangmi still squatted beside Mu Lanchua and tidied up her skirt for her. She seemed to be unable to see Su Shan's attack and remained calm. Su Shan snorted coldly. Sure Ning didn't think that his ability was similar to Nie Yan's, and that he could just put up a defensive layer to dodge. Right? How stupid. If you are hit by his resonance, you will die. In Su Shan's sight, the sweeping vibration wave clearly hit Jiangmi without bias. But in reality, Su Shan's vibration wave actually missed. Su Shan was shocked. How could it be possible? There was such an obvious target in front of him. But he missed it? Su Shan didn't believe it, and sent out vibration waves directly to Sure Ning. These vibration waves were enough to strengthen Sure Ning's inherent frequency. Even if Sure Ning was an SSS-level superpower, he would be shattered. But it still missed. So many superpowers, but not a single one hit Sure Ning. How could this be? Su Shan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. A feeling he had never had even when he met Pei Zhixian. The unknown, invincible fear enveloped Su Shan, making him feel confused and helpless. At this moment, Jiangmi had already stood up. It's been so long just now. Now, is it my turn? Su Shan paused, his eyes fixed on Sure Ning. He instinctively used physical skills to block. But in an instant, Sure Ning had already rushed in front of him. Teleport? Su Shan was stunned. Jiangmi smiled. No. It's path retracing. Su Shan didn't bother to think about why Sure Ning would retrace the path, and used all his strength to start resonance to block it. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that Sure Ning's delicate and white hands, like soft and gentle, had been placed on his chest at some point. So lightly, without any aggression. Then, bang. With a sound, something broke because of the resonance. Sure Ning in front of him was intact, and Su Shan lowered his head again and saw that his chest, the heart that was originally beating vigorously, was broken. There was a hole in the chest cavity, and blood was pouring out from the dark red blood vessels. Su Shan felt the disappearance of life, and the broken heart fragments gradually lost their hardness and became soft and eroded again. A fishy taste rose in his throat, and Su Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer stand. His legs softened, and he sat down slowly against the cabin wall. You have more than one superpower. Su Shan looked at Jiangmi and said with great difficulty. At this moment, Su Shan realized that he could not attack Sure Ning because Sure Ning had used his mental superpower on him when he met him. And Mu Lanchua fell asleep because of this superpower. Your superpower is definitely not just S-level. To be able to harden the body of other organisms, you must first break through the opponent's mental defense. Therefore, only if your own superpower is strong enough can you have such ability. What a pity. Jiangmi looked down at Su Shang. You know, too late. Su Shang glared at Jiangmi angrily. He thought he underestimated the enemy. But in fact, he did not underestimate the enemy. It was Ning who was too strong. From the moment Ning rushed onto the aircraft, his only ending was death. But how could Su Shang accept such an outcome? The heart collapsed, and blood could not be delivered to his whole body. His organs shut down one after another, and his brain was deprived of oxygen. His vision was getting more and more blurred. Su Shang still refused to give up. He pressed his hand against the cabin of the aircraft. A huge vibration swept through the aircraft. And the aircraft, which had originally relied on unmanned stable flight, crackled, made a terrifying sound. And all parts of the aircraft broke and collapsed in resonance. After a while, the aircraft lost its ability to fly and tilted towards the ground. Su Shang looked at Jiangmi proudly. His eyes were blurred, and blood stained the white shirt in his suit. But he was still crazy and screaming. Even if I have to die, I will drag you to die with me. What a lunatic. Jiangmi cursed inwardly, and the princess picked up the sleeping Mulan Xue. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't have the physical strength. But fortunately, she has been training for half a year, and her strength has increased. Jiangmi walked to the side of the cabin door, and kicked the damaged half of the cabin door away. Who wants to die with you? Go and die by yourself. After saying that, Jiangmi hugged Mulan Xue tightly, and jumped off the aircraft without hesitation. Su Shang widened his eyes. A normal person would definitely die if he jumped down from a height of several hundred meters. But that person was Ning. She was Ning with the strongest defense. Jiangmi hugged Mulan Xue tightly, and used SS-level hardening together with Mulan Xue. Jiangmi's body could still maintain biological activity in this state. But Mulan Xue in his arms was as hard as a piece of steel. Falling from a high altitude, the free fall speed was getting faster and faster, and the two indestructible bodies slammed into the road. However, at the moment Jiangmi landed, the road surface was intact, and the surrounding traffic facilities were also intact. It was just that layers of air waves were set off with Jiangmi's landing point as the center, blowing the surrounding passers-by unable to open their eyes. At the same time as landing, Jiangmi used his supernatural power to the maximum extent, hardening the road surface and the surrounding environment to ensure that municipal traffic was not disturbed. This consumed a lot of magic power. But Jiangmi and Mulan Xue smashing on the road surface like this would inevitably affect innocent people. And Jiangmi did not want innocent people to be implicated. The aircraft was still gliding in the air. Su Shang had climbed to the door at some point, watching this scene and cursing angrily. Without a heart, Su Shang could still live for a few minutes. Perhaps until the moment the aircraft crashed. Jiangmi didn't want this kind of person to live any longer. She didn't even look at Su Shang, raised her gun, and bang. With a sound, the bullet formed its own trajectory and flew towards Su Shang. Su Shang didn't believe that Ning could hit him from such a long distance. He laughed ostentatiously, mocking Ning's failure to shoot. But the bullet that deviated from the crosshairs suddenly turned around and penetrated Su Shang's forehead, while he was laughing wildly. Su Shang still had a smile on his face, and big mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his cracked mouth. His eyes were fixed on Ning, who was almost invisible on the ground, and he died with his eyes open. On the ground, Jiangmi looked up and saw Su Shang falling from the aircraft. At the same time, the system popped up a reminder: kill S-level mutant and gain 2,320 magic points. Current magic value, 34,100. Chapter 51. With a system reminder, Jiangmi confirmed that Su Shang was dead. She breathed a sigh of relief and removed the hardening on Mulan Xue's body. The whole body hardening of a biological organism has no effect on the biological body, but only temporarily hardens the other party into an indestructible piece of steel. However, if the hardening cannot be removed, the other party will remain hardened like this, unable to move, and cannot be removed until the psychic dies. After dealing with Mulan Xue, Jiangmi looked up at the night sky. Yuan Xia's aircraft was about to crash into a building in Livonia, which was some distance away from Jiangmi, and she couldn't get there. She had 50 seconds of hypnosis in her theft, and she just used hypnosis to defeat Su Shang. There were 10 seconds of space, which had been used up when she rushed into the aircraft. The hardening of objects is not limited to a certain range, but Jiangmi's ability cannot radiate that far. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't watch so many people die. Jiangmi squeezed a necklace on his neck, which contained the hair of the demon wolf. Once the hair was destroyed, the demon wolf would sense it and appear beside Jiangmi. This was very risky, but there was no other way. Su Shang, this pervert, not only wanted to drag Mu Lanqiu to death, he also wanted to drag quite a few people in Livonia to be buried with him. Just as Jiangmi was about to crush the hair, suddenly, Livonia roared a hurricane, and the powerful storm engulfed the aircraft, causing it to deviate from its inherent course. Are there other superpowers here? The hurricane lifted the aircraft and raised it to a very high altitude. Then, a few silver lights suddenly appeared on the top of the building. Swish, swish, swish. A few times, the aircraft flew up from the bottom to the sky, and instantly cut the aircraft into pieces. Space was also shredded. Space seemed to be cut by something, piece by piece, and the dark clouds became inexplicable blocks and could not be pieced together again. This was not an ordinary slash. This was a space slash that could cut through space. The hurricane was far better than Wiki's wind blade, indicating that the holder was at least an S-level superpower. And space slash ignored the rules of physics, cutting objects while cutting space. And there was no time to shake forward. Jiangmi was sure that this was an SSS-level superpower. After the slash, the shattered space was restored to its original state. But the shredded aircraft had turned into pieces, and was driven away from Livonia by the hurricane. The huge crisis disappeared in an instant. Jiangmi knew that Livonia was full of hidden talents. She had seen Zhong Zhengbowen and Pei Zhixian before, both of whom could make her lose her life if she was not careful. And the SSS level was even more terrifying. After confirming that the aircraft crisis was resolved, Jiangmi did not stay in the city center for too long. He hailed a taxi and took Mu Lanqiu back to the college. In the school hospital, Mu Lanqiu was still in a coma. Su Chen gave Mu Lanqiu a full-body examination and said, "She was just a little frightened. It's nothing serious." Jiangmi looked at Mu Lanqiu, who was sleeping soundly. There were still bruises on her wrists from the handcuffs. She lay weakly on the bed, surrounded by nurses, who helped to deal with the bruises. Jiangmi couldn't understand. Does the teacher have a grudge against Yuan Xia? He actually sent an S-class to kill her? You know, the number of S-class is rare. The Shenxi Society kidnapped Minji Wexi before, and did not send out S-class. What is Yuan Xia's identity, that he could send out an S-class killer? You know Yuan Xia? Su Chen's blue eyes showed a hint of surprise. You know a lot. Jiangmi didn't say anything. She knew a lot. But compared to Su Chen, it didn't seem like much. Yuan Xia is the deputy director of the Federal Rift Research Institute. Su Chen explained. Nie Yin and Yuan Xia have a close relationship. I guess she knows the relationship between Nie Yin and Teacher Mu. So she took action. Deputy Director of the Rift Research Institute. This title sounds very powerful. Researchers who do research may have ordinary abilities, but they have the most advanced technology and can arm themselves at any time. After this failure, Yuan Xia may not let Mu Lanqiu go, and may send someone to come. Su Chen's physical skills are good, but even with an ability shield, he can only fight in close combat. If the opponent is a long-range attack player, Su Chen can only GG. I'm going to the national team base tomorrow, Jiangmi said. If Yuan Xia sends another S-level killer, no one in the academy can protect her, except for the free men. All S-level people are managed by the Federation, and the highest level of teachers in the academy is only A level. Su Chen didn't care. After instructing the nurse to take good care of Mu Lanqiu, he and Jiangmi walked out of the ward. Are you underestimating the academy? Su Chen said. The academy is at least the first institution that can train people with special abilities after the cracks appeared. Do you think the academy is weak? Isn't it? Jiangmi asked. Didn't Mu Lanqiu say that the academy is not strong? Otherwise, why are the files kept in the management bureau instead of the academy? Su Chen blinked. The overall strength of the academy is average, but our principal is amazing. Principal? Jiangmi immediately thought of the white-haired elder at the opening ceremony. It is said that Hua Yunzhang is already 90 years old. Does the college have to rely on a 90-year-old man? It's too inhumane. Su Chen put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and leaned casually against the fallen pillars in the corridor. The Federation requires that the heads of all crack-related institutions must be at least S-level. For example, the two special departments of the administration and the military and political affairs have higher requirements for the heads. At least SS level. And the college is the only institution among all research institutions that has S-level or above superpowers. Principal Hua Yunzhang is an SS-level superpower. Don't talk about you. As long as Principal Hua is here, the entire Superpower Administration Bureau can't break through the college. You actually think the college is weak? Jiangmi was stunned. She is also an SS-level superpower. She doesn't think she has the ability to fight the Administration Bureau alone. And Su Chen actually said that with Principal Hua here, the Administration Bureau can't attack the college? What is Principal Hua's superpower? Jiangmi asked. Su Chen was silent for a while, then looked at Jiangmi. Evolution. She can raise the ability of a psychic by 1 level in a short period of time, and can also make their ability regress by 1 level. The academy has more than 30 students with A-level abilities, and more than 20 teachers with A-level abilities. As long as Hua Yunzhang is there, there will be more than 50 S-level. And the Management Bureau only has 1 SS-level person. Zhongzheng Bowen. After confirming that Mu Lanchua was safe, Jiangmi returned to the dormitory. It was already late. She had to go to the national team training base early tomorrow morning. The national team training was rigorous, so she had to conserve her energy now. At the same time, in Livonia, Yuan's family failed. Yuan Xia sat in front of the beauty mirror and heard the news from the other end of the light computer. The beauty instrument in her hand fell to the ground. She couldn't believe it. Mu Lanchua was obviously not in the academy, and Hua Yunzhang was not with her. How could Su Shang fail? The reporter on the other end of the light computer looked guilty and trembled. Mu Lanchua was rescued by her S-level student and has been sent back to the academy. Su Shang made too much noise, and the aircraft almost destroyed Rongxing Building. Fortunately, Lu Xianxian was in Rongxing Building at the time and chopped up the aircraft. Otherwise it would be even more serious tonight. Yuan Xia rubbed her temple in pain. Lu Xianxian was involved. It should just happen that there is an internet celebrity milk tea shop on the first floor of Rongxing Building. Lu Xianxian may just go to buy milk tea. Yuan Xia felt even more headache. In her eyes, Mu Lanchua was no different from Ye Yan's former lover. But the headache was that she was a teacher at the Rift Academy. Hua Yunzhang would not care if they entered the Rift Academy, but if they killed someone in the academy, Hua Yunzhang would not let them go. In the more than 50 years since the Rift was controlled, many federal institutions have suffered sneak attacks from terrorist organizations. But no organization dared to target the academy. It was because of Hua Yunzhang's existence. An SS-level superpower known as the strongest assistant on Blue Star. Mu Lanchua would definitely not dare to come out for a short time after returning to the academy. Which also meant that Yuan Xia could no longer attack Mu Lanchua. I get angry and have a headache just thinking about it. When Yuan Xia thought that Mu Lanchua could still live for so long, his facial features were distorted and his head felt as if it was torn apart. Suddenly, there was a bang sound downstairs, and the door of the villa was smashed open. Yuan Xia put on her coat, walked to the fence on the second floor, and saw Nye Yin kicking the door open in the lobby. His eyes were full of ferocity, and the originally magnificent lobby was covered with a thick layer of frost. In just a few seconds, the huge villa turned into an ice castle. In the hot summer, this frost castle is chilling. Yuan Xia wrapped her coat tightly. Why did you do it to her? Why? Ye Yin roared, rushed to Yuan Xia like crazy, and grabbed her collar tightly. Why did you do it to her? How dare you yell at me? Yuan Xia looked at Nye Yin coldly and slapped him. The long nails inlaid with rhinestones slid across Nye Yin's face, leaving 5 clear blood marks on his face. Nye Yin, without me, you can't enter the Administration Bureau. And you can't have S-level superpowers. How dare you yell at me? Yuan Xia said coldly. If you don't want everything you have now, you can tell me. Superpowers are not very good abilities, but at least they are S-level. And many people want them. If you don't want them, I can give them to others. I don't keep disobedient dogs. Nye Yin paused. It was like a basin of water poured over his head. He shuddered and woke up from the anger of Mu Lanchua's injury. Over the years, Yuan Xia's indulgence and S-level superpowers made him forget everything. Yuan Xia can give him S-level superpowers, and can also give this superpower to others. He is not the only one. He can be abandoned. Nye Yin trembled all over. His attitude softened instantly, and he held Yuan Xia's hand tightly. Wife, I was wrong. I just drank too much and was dizzy. So I was fierce to you. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You know you're wrong? How can you look like you know you're wrong with your arrogance now? Yuan Xia looked at Nie Yin with contempt. Nie Yin didn't dare to say much, and knelt down in front of Yuan Xia. The frost around him faded away like a tide, and the villa regained its splendor again. Wife. Nie Yin hugged Yuan Xia's thigh like a begging dog, kissing her like a licking dog. I can't lose my position in the administration. I can't be without superpowers. Wife. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I promise. This is the last time. A dog can't change its eating habits. Yuan Xia knew this wouldn't be the last time. A prodigal son can't turn back, let alone a pretty boy like a prodigal son, whose mind is even more uncertain. If it weren't for Nie Yin bringing back that crucial girl, and if Yuan Xia didn't think it was fun to torture those girls, she wouldn't have indulged Nie Yin so many times. Nie Yin is not young anymore. He's 30 years old. A man at 30 years old doesn't have the same physical strength and skin firmness as a young man. Yuan Xia now likes boys who have just reached adulthood. She stretched out her hand and pinched Nie Yin's chin wantonly, leaving a bright red mark on his chin with her nails. Nie Yin didn't dare to breathe, and could only let Yuan Xia pinch him like this. Like pinching a dog that couldn't be on the stage. Mu Lanchue will go to the crack number 109. I saw the list of executive commissioners. Will you go too? Yuan Xia asked. I won't go. Nie Yin shook his head quickly. I will draw a clear line with her, and will never contact her again. Don't. What a good opportunity. Yuan Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, and her smile was wanton and flamboyant. In the crack, it's normal to die and get hurt. When the time comes, remember to do it cleanly. Nie Yin paused, and suddenly understood what Yuan Xia meant. His hand holding Yuan Xia's thigh trembled slightly, and his mouth became incoherent. Really? Really want to kill her? The research on the number 109 crack is also very important. She is a professor. If something happens to her, the research can't continue. Don't worry. Yuan Xia patted Nie Yin's shoulder. Such a wonderful scene. How can there be no audience? I will go too. Nie Yin. Remember, this is your last chance. When you are in the crack, don't let me down. The sky is blue and clear, and the aircraft gliding across the sky with a long tail of smoke is heading towards the sea area adjacent to Livonia. Livonia is close to the sea, and to the east is the vast East China Sea. Countless ferries gather here. Good sea transportation and river transportation conditions have created the glory of Livonia today. Jiangmi sat at the window seat. The aircraft had been flying for more than half an hour. It was getting farther and farther away from Livonia. There was no land around, only blue water. The sea and the sky were connected, vast and desolate. Is the national team training base on the island? Jiangmi asked Pei Zhixian, who was sitting next to her. Jiang Xiaobai and Ji Linglan were a couple, so they sat together naturally. Yi Tongchen and Chen Xianyu, two lazy guys, were also a little ambiguous and sat together all the time. Jiangmi, who was alone, could only sit with Pei Zhixian, who was also alone. Pei Zhixian touched his expensive diamond-studded sunglasses with his index finger, revealing his green eyes under the sunglasses. He looked at the scenery outside the window. No, the national team's base is more secretive. More secretive? But Jiangmi looked at the sea from afar. There were few islands here. If they went further, they would be in another country. It would be a bit bad to build their national team base so close to another country. Could it be an aircraft carrier? However, Jiangmi scanned the sea again, but did not see any similar ships. Her eyes moved upwards, and finally landed on a raised crack. That should be a crack. The rest of it was submerged in the unfathomable sea, with only a section of the top emerging, which was about 30 to 40 meters high. If you didn't look carefully, you could hardly see the crack. Pei Zhixian noticed the sudden change in her eyes, and smiled playfully. Do you see the entrance to the base? Jiangmi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the crack from afar. I see it. The aircraft had already flown to the upper part of the crack. The seawater was blue and clean, and you could see the sea area hundreds of meters deep, and that crack ran through the entire sea. That was a crack. The national team training base was just behind the crack. Jiangmi took a deep breath. She never thought that the Blue Star people would be so bold as to build a base in the crack. But the environment behind the crack is the best for training people. The national team training base is full of S-level psychics, which can cultivate their resistance to the black fog without relying on the black fog blocker. Moreover, the communication in the crack is completely blocked, and outsiders cannot find it. In this way, the crack is the best defense place for S-level psychics. The aircraft arrived above the crack number 13. And an aircraft carrier stopped around the crack number 13. The leader sent a message to the aircraft carrier. Soon, the honeycomb-like red energy layer covering the crack flowed, and a 3-meter-high boundary gate appeared in front of everyone. The aircraft will not land. The hatch is open. The gangway is lowered. And the national team members have to land by themselves. One of them can control gravity, and the other can control metal. So it is not difficult for everyone to land safely together. Jiangmi walked to Pei Zhixian and was about to jump directly onto the platform in front of the boundary gate after hardening. At this time, several national team instructors came out from behind the boundary gate to welcome the new members of the national team. As they came out, Jiangmi's long silent system lit up again. Warning! Warning! The target has appeared. Please kill it immediately to seize the superpower. The target has appeared. Please kill it immediately to seize the superpower. The circular map appeared again. This time, the target is no longer 10 kilometers away from Jiangmi. The red dot coincides with the center of the circle where Jiangmi is for the first time. The target is right in front of Jiangmi. Chapter 52. Jiangmi hasn't met a target for a while. The first time was in the crack number 107 in District 13. Number 69. A third-class citizen like her was forced to come to the crack game to play as a player because of human trafficking. After that, Yao Qian. She is a noble from the Federation. Hibiscus, the killer of the cube, has been hiding in the dark for many years. It is not difficult to find that these people have their own living circles and generally do not meet. After all, there will be a system reminder within a distance of 10 kilometers. Once the reminder is given, they will inevitably fight. There will only be one target in one area. Similarly, if you leave the original living circle, there will be a possibility of meeting the target again. Jiangmi feels very unlucky. All the target systems are perfect. Once you enter the 10-kilometer area, you can lock the target, but Jiangmi's system has a bug, and she can only see the location where the target first appeared. However, Jiangmi was lucky this time. The system reminder that suddenly popped up had some overlaps, which could only mean that the target was at the entrance of the number 13 crack boundary gate, between the 15 instructors who came out to greet the national team. Another point is that even if Jiangmi's system does not continue to remind her of the movement of the target position, the other party does not know this. So, if Jiangmi's system is intact, what kind of expression should she have when she sees the target? The boundary gate opened, and Merlin followed the other instructors out of the crack. She looked up and looked at the vast world. The sea and the sky met, and the view was vast and grand. However, what Merlin saw in his field of vision was different from others. S energy conversion, S healing, SS gravity, SS hypnosis, S perception. There is a label next to the heart of each psychic, which lists their level and the name of their ability, as long as he is at the national team training base. Merlin sees only S-level labels. The high-level ability labels, shining brightly in gold, almost blind Merlin's eyes. But no matter how high the level of these psychics is, they only have one label. And today, after the system reminded Merlin that the target appeared, she saw Ning. No need to analyze. She knew very well that Ning must be the target. E mind reading. C absolute hit. C path retracing. B face changing. B theft. A plant control. SS hardening. The color of the label became brighter and brighter, and finally fixed on the bright SS level. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not S-level hardening. It's SS-level hardening. The little girl also hid her incompetence in front of the national team. It's a bit tricky to kill this guy. The national team has been training at the base for a while, and is familiar with the instructors. Only Jiangmi is new. Pei Zhixian, as the captain, introduced all the instructors who trained the team members at the base to Jiangmi one by one. When it was Meilin's turn, Meilin took the initiative to extend her hand. She was wearing leather gloves on her hands, and had no intention of taking them off. Jiangmi looked at Meilin. She was only 165 centimeters tall, but she raised her head. Her eyes were wanton and flamboyant, as if she was looking at prey. This feeling made Meilin very uncomfortable, and he retracted his hand unhappily. The little girl is very crazy. And Ayin rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular body. You just won the votes of the national team, but you don't even take the instructor seriously? Jiangmi raised his eyes, and scanned Ayin up and down. Male. 1.8 meters tall. With a muscular body and well-developed leg muscles. He should be very strong. Pei Zhixian just introduced him. He is from the military and political department of the Federation. This time he will go to the 109th crack with them. His ability is healing. Jiangmi speculated that Yin was not the target. If he was the target, he would naturally understand what Jiangmi's arrogance meant. This is a provocation to the prey. If Jiangmi has a complete system positioning, she must know who the target is. The look she gave to the target was of course wanton and provocative. Others don't understand. But the target must understand. Young man, isn't that arrogant? Jiangmi looked at Merlin again. Merlin avoided Jiangmi's eyes. It was obvious that she had known Jiangmi for a long time, and was a little evasive towards her. Hardening is just an orphan in District 13. So her social circle cannot be so wide. But Merlin looked at her, with such a complicated look. There's probably only one reason. Merlin is a target. She knew that Jiangmi was also a target. And she thought that Jiangmi had already found her out. However, they are both S level. And Merlin's ability is still an attack type. Even if she knew that Jiangmi was a target, there was no need to be so scared. Right? Jiangmi tilted his head and looked at Merlin. Merlin must have other abilities. That fearful look. She already knew that Jiangmi had SS level abilities? And she didn't dare to contact Jiangmi. Did she know that contacting Jiangmi would steal her abilities? Ability to label superpowers? It is highly likely that it is. Shuangnijin superpower concrete reminded Jiangmi that if there is an ability to see the traces of superpowers in this world, there is also an ability to see the superpowers of superpowers. Merlin is likely to have such an ability. She knows all of Jiangmi's superpowers. And she is also the target. So she is not surprised that Jiangmi controls multiple superpowers. But is terrified that Jiangmi's superpowers are stronger than hers. And she is afraid of death. She is definitely the target. Jiangmi's eyes lit up almost undetectably. After introducing the instructor, the group entered the crack. It was another brand new crack. Stepping into another heterogeneous world. Jiangmi's feelings were completely different. The air here was filled with thin black fog, which slowly filled Jiangmi's real-time magic value. The intensity of this black fog was enough to be fatal to low-level superpowers. But it was no problem for S-level superpowers. In front of him was a military base, surrounded by reinforced concrete buildings. A huge bunker was located in the center of the military base. And the real base of the national team was under the bunker. The entire base was surrounded by iron fences. The sky in the distance was dark red. And the black fog was rolling. Jiangmi vaguely saw executive officers wearing combat uniforms hunting monsters in the black fog. They did not carry black fog blockers, and only relied on superpowers and guns to fight monsters. Pei Zhixian followed Jiangmi's gaze, and saw the scene of fighting monsters outside, and explained, the higher the level of superpowers, the stronger the ability to resist black fog, especially S-level superpowers. Even without black fog blockers, can survive in the black fog for about an hour. What about after an hour? Jiangmi asked. They will go berserk. And their organs may also weaken. As time goes by, they will die. Pei Zhixian shrugged. But black fog resistance can be trained. Don't underestimate the executive commissioners of the military and political departments. Through training, they can already last 24 hours in the black fog. This is the main reason why the Federation placed the national team base in the crack. Although it is very dangerous, it is also very good for training people. After we awaken to S-level psychics, we occasionally come here to train. Jiang Xiaobai walked to Jiangmi and explained. Currently, members of the national team can last 24 hours in the black fog, so the tolerance rate will be higher when performing crack missions. It can't be compared with psychics like you who awaken in the black fog. But training black fog resistance is still very necessary for ordinary psychics. S-level demon species are rare. And SS level and SSS level demon species are even rarer. The biggest threat to humans from the cracks now is the uncontrollable black fog. If the cracks are regarded as a sign of doomsday, there is no doubt that the psychics awakened in the black fog are the only humans who have passed the test of doomsday. Even though the Federation never announced the news that the black fog can awaken people, Jiangmi knew that many people secretly gave this kind of people a different name: evolvers. They are the humans who have truly evolved in line with the trend of history. Others, including psychics, are just ants waiting to die in doomsday. Pei Zhixian walked to the door of the bunker. The bunker was open, and the spacious corridor came into view. A group of people walked into the national team training base. The underground base is extremely vast and connected in all directions. There are no doors or windows here, and the incandescent lamps are always on for 24 hours regardless of day or night. The four sides are thick reinforced concrete structures, and there are also soil layers that penetrate into the ground. Black fog can penetrate solids, but such a thick building layer cannot be penetrated for a while, so the base is very safe. As an instructor, Merlin informed Jiangmi of the daily training program of the national team. Basic training includes physical skills, firearms, supernatural powers, basic first aid training, etc. If you have free time, we will organize you to conduct group PK, run-in, and cultivate team tacit understanding. That's about it. These 7 days of training are very important. We have made detailed arrangements, and will send them to you in a group later. Yin patted Jiang Xiaobai and others on the shoulders. Okay. A lot of time has been wasted today. Merlin, you take Xixian and others to train. Leader, you take Ning to handle the procedures for newcomers. Many places in the base require access cards to enter. You enter her identity. The leader curled his lips. He doesn't like Ning. In his opinion, the untouchables in the colonial area should not join the national team. He didn't know what kind of conspiracy she had used to get 5 votes. He reluctantly said him, and was about to take Ning to record the access card. Teacher and I. Why don't you let Teacher Mei take me there? Jiangmi suddenly said. Teacher Mei and I are both women. We still have to go to the girls' dormitory. Right? The team leader is a man. It's not convenient. The team leader snorted. TSK. I don't want to take either yet. A trace of unnaturalness flashed in Meilin's eyes. Before she could refuse, Yin had already spoken. That's right. Anyway, the training of superpowers is in the afternoon, so there's still time. Merlin, take Ning to handle the formalities, and then walk around to let her get familiar with the environment. Merlin's eyes wandered, and he said him helplessly. Other national team members followed Kwang to the training area, while Jiangmi followed Merlin alone to handle the formalities. The main team was getting farther and farther away, and only Jiangmi and Merlin were left in the empty corridor. Red surveillance lights lit up at both ends of the corridor, and the indicator lights were like emotionless eyes silently watching the two. In Merlin's system panel, the circular map was always lit in the upper right corner, and her position and the target had always overlapped and did not change. Ning was testing her. Merlin was sure. Today, when Ning came to the national team training base, Merlin could easily tell that Ning was the target. But Ning was a little different. In the early days, she saw 15 instructors and had to check them one by one. But along the way, her system must have been the same as hers, and Ning must have determined that she was the target. The two targets with ulterior motives walked silently in the narrow corridor, without saying a word all the way. After completing the formalities, Jiangmi put on the bracelet, which recorded all her information, and then it was convenient for her to enter various training areas. Merlin, the newcomer's procedures are almost like this. If you have other needs, you can. Teacher Mei, let's have lunch together. Jiangmi leaned over to Merlin and said with a smile. I looked at the map on the bracelet. Isn't the cafeteria nearby? I'm hungry. Merlin stared at Jiangmi suspiciously. Her smile was clean, and her eyes were clear. Merlin wanted to see what Ning was planning, but he couldn't see anything. It was indeed time for lunch now. Merlin agreed, and the two turned around and walked towards the cafeteria. On the way, Meilin did not relax her vigilance. Her eyes seemed casual, but she was actually observing Jiangmi secretly. When they were almost at the cafeteria, Jiangmi suddenly stretched out her hand to Meilin. Teacher, why are you so pale? Are you sick? Before she finished speaking, Meilin quickly knocked her hand away. What are you doing? The heavy leather gloves prevented the two from touching each other's skin, so Jiangmi didn't steal anything. Jiangmi looked at her hands, then at Merlin, and smiled softly. Teacher, you seem very scared? She put her hands behind her back and approached Merlin. You are not afraid of me, are you? Merlin took a deep breath and glanced at the surveillance cameras in the corridor. You want to do it here? There are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you kill me, you can't get away. Jiangmi spread his hands innocently. Kill you? Why should I kill you? Merlin was slightly angry and lowered his voice. Don't play dumb. Why don't you know? Aren't you lacking S-level attack abilities? I have such a good prey in front of you. Can you let me go? Jiangmi was speechless, smiling at Merlin as always. It was confirmed that Merlin was the target, and she knew Jiangmi's ability, seeing that Ning didn't speak for a long time, but just smiled strangely. Merlin became more and more uneasy, and his back felt cold. I know you are strong, and your SS level ability is indeed impressive, but you don't have S level attacking ability, and your SS level ability can only defend. So you may not be able to kill me. Oh! Jiangmi responded indifferently, no longer paying attention to Merlin, and turned around and walked towards the cafeteria alone. Merlin followed her in confusion. The two walked into the cafeteria, and Jiangmi happily ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish. These dishes were all free, so it would be a waste not to eat them. Merlin had no idea what she wanted to do, seeing that Ning had actually gone to get food. She had no choice but to follow her to get food, and then sat in front of her. After eating and drinking, Jiangmi ordered herself a free glass of watermelon juice. After drinking most of the glass, she burped comfortably. She finally noticed Merlin, who was nervous and hadn't eaten a bite of food, and smiled gently. Teacher May, you are right. I really don't have advanced attack abilities. Jiangmi bit the straw of the watermelon juice and chatted with Merlin as if chatting. However, gravity, hypnosis, words, metal control, lightning, so many abilities. There must be one that can kill you, right? Merlin paused and held the chopsticks tightly. Theft. How could she forget theft? This ability is very useless, although it is powerful. Before the theft is successful, the ability user is equivalent to an ordinary person. She couldn't even get close to a high-level psychic, let alone steal his abilities. However, this ability would be very useful if combined with other abilities. Ning's current status allowed her to easily contact various S-level psychics. If she took physical training classes, she could easily steal the instructor's abilities. She had no shortage of high-level attack abilities. Merlin clenched her fists tighter. If it weren't for the national team training base, Ning might have taken action earlier. You won't attack me here? Merlin stared at Ning. She felt that Ning had other purposes in joining the national team, and it was impossible for him to be exposed so quickly. You deliberately asked me to take you to do the formalities. What do you want to do? Nothing. Jiangmi still had a harmless smile on her face, leaning lazily on the backrest of the restaurant chair. She looked non-aggressive, with fair and clear skin and big round eyes, which made her look innocent. I just want to ask Teacher May a few questions. Questions? For example? Jiangmi paused and looked up at Merlin. His obsidian eyes were like an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. Is Teacher May really Teacher May? Merlin's eyes widened instantly, and the chopsticks in his hand fell on the table. She swallowed and looked at Jiangmi in disbelief. Merlin asked the target this question, but unfortunately, he only got a negative answer. Merlin once thought that it was just her senses that were misplaced. Now, Ning asked her a question that she had asked others before. It seems that it is not her senses that are misplaced, but those targets in the past, who may be too weak or not sharp enough, have never noticed this. Merlin looked at Jiangmi and said word by word, I'm not. Jiangmi's emotionless smile faded, and a bit of anxiety appeared in his black eyes. Then who are you? Merlin looked at Jiangmi in confusion. Do you know who you are? Jiangmi paused, and his voice inexplicably rose a few degrees. You don't know? I don't know. Merlin leaned against the backrest chair in the restaurant. His body was not as tense as before, and he relaxed a little unintentionally. I just feel that I'm not Merlin, but I don't know who I am or where I come from. This feeling is hard to describe, but Merlin still found some clues. For example, she obviously likes mangoes very much, and she used to be happy without mangoes. But from one day, she was allergic to mangoes, or her physical examination report showed that she was type B blood. But after a certain operation, she had heavy bleeding, and the medical staff gave her type B blood, which almost killed her, and later found that she was type O blood. There are many details that are inconsistent with the past, which are subtly proving that Merlin is not Merlin. But Merlin didn't know who she was. Jiangmi looked at Merlin blankly. She originally thought that she, Jinkui, and Merlin were all time travelers, and that time travel led to their killing relationship. They were essentially the same kind of people. Now it seems that this matter is more complicated than she thought. Chapter 53. Then, Ning pulled the suitcase and left the cafeteria. Merlin stared at Ning's back. His eyes gradually turned cold, and a layer of frost condensed in his obsidian pupils. Ning must die. She and Ning were both controlled by a pair of invisible hands. They tried to find these hands, and find the truth that made them kill each other. This was their current common goal. But apart from this, they were still enemies. Merlin did not dare to release malice in front of Ning. But she knew very well that people could not stand the test. Whether she was still Ning. It was a fatal temptation to each other. Ning could not let her go. And she could not let Ning go. Only one of them could survive. Merlin got up, and put the tray back to the recycling area. At noon, the number of people in the cafeteria gradually increased. And people came and went. Through the mirror of the sink in the recycling area, Merlin saw the executive specialists coming and going, with bright level labels on their hearts. Merlin also saw the label on himself. S. Earth Control. A. Precognition. A. Mental Confusion. C. Supernatural Labeling. If she only had S-level attack ability, Merlin would not dare to fight against Ning. But precognition gave her an advantage. How could she lose to Ning if she could know the future 1 minute in advance? Jiangmi followed the instructions on the bracelet and came to her room. Everyone in the training base has a single room, which is clean, with a clean bathroom and a small living room. The room is closed and has no balcony, but the ventilation system is good, so there is no sense of oppression. The level of technology in this place cannot be compared with that on Blue Star, and the entire base does not have an artificial intelligence system that can control everything. But fortunately Jiangmi does not rely on these, and the living conditions are good. A space hole suddenly appeared on the steel wall, and the silver-white miniaturized demon wolf came out of the space hole. Its hair was stained with rain, and it shook off when it landed. Ning, your defense here is too strict. I almost couldn't get in. Jiangmi opened a small cake and handed it to the demon wolf. Is the defense here very strict? The demon wolf held the cake in its mouth. There are too many S-level superpowers. There is an S-level perception. Any superpower fluctuations in this place will attract his attention. I just led him outside the base, so I can come in smoothly. But if I open a space hole or teleport, he may find it. Jiangmi. A base full of S-level superpowers must be full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The base itself may not pose any threat, but the people are different. However, this is not a bad thing for Jiangmi. At least, as long as the S-level perception is there, Merlin dare not attack her. The demon wolf felt comfortable after eating the cake, jumped on the bed comfortably, and turned on the light screen to watch cartoons. Jiangmi sat at the desk, thinking about the conversation she had just had with Merlin. She had originally speculated that the targets were all time travelers, and that they might be driven by the power of a higher dimension to kill each other so that they could gain each other's supernatural powers. Now it seems that this speculation is wrong. Jiangmi is not exactly the same as the other time travelers. She has her original memories, and she relies on magic to operate her supernatural powers. While number 69, Yao Qian, and Jinkui do not rely on magic. Merlin's mental power is very high, and she is affiliated with the national team training base. So she needs to be checked frequently, and have the team doctor record the data. If she also uses magic, she is likely to be discovered. For the time being, Jiangmi and the other targets. There are two differences. So, she couldn't win over Merlin. In general, they both found out their backgrounds. But they were still enemies, and would not stop until they died. She had no intention of killing Merlin at the moment. She still considered it too troublesome to kill people here. But it might be the case after entering the 109th crack. Merlin knew all her abilities, but Jiangmi didn't know Merlin's abilities, which was undoubtedly a disadvantage in the battle between S-level. Jiangmi took out a pen and paper. 1. Attack System S-level ability. 2. Ability Labeling. Estimated C-level. In addition, what other abilities would Merlin have? There were still 7 days left, and Jiangmi was not in a hurry to find out about Merlin immediately. As long as she could contact her, she would know everything she knew. After taking a nap, Jiangmi came to the training ground, and the afternoon training began. She trained with Pei Jixin. The training intensity of the national team was very high, which was incomparable to that of the academy. The training in the afternoon today was about skills. The national team had its own skill system, and the PK between the superpowers was more inclined to melee. Jiang Mi had estimated the strength of this technique in his mind. It looked very useful. But he didn't have the information about the technique given by Mu Lanxue. Jiang Mi didn't know whether Mu Lanxue had practiced this technique. But Su Chenxian had trained her. When he pinched Jiang Mi's neck with one hand in the school hospital, he used the moves in the technique. Moreover, he used it much better than Jiang Mi. And he must have learned it for many years. The course was over. And it was time for the PK session. The national team members could PK with the instructors at will. And only those who passed the PK would be considered to have passed today's training. The national team members took turns to play. And Jiang Mi sat in the audience next to her, holding a bottle of high-concentration energy liquid, gulping it down. The energy liquid prepared by the national team doctor for her could make up for the mental power consumed by the psychic in a short time. Jiang Mi drank this stuff and felt that it was useless. But it tasted like chocolate and peach. And it was quite delicious. Pei Zhixian was the first to go on stage. And he challenged An Yin. As a nurse, An Yin had excellent skills. Probably because his skills could only nurse people. He had to make up for it in skills. In the PK between the two, Pei Zhixian was not inferior to Feng at all. And forced An Yin to go off the stage several times. Then, Jiang Xiaobai, Yi Tanchen, Ji Lingan, and Chen Xianyu also took turns to go on stage. Jiang Xiaobai and Yi Tanchen had good skills. And Jiang Mi predicted that both of them had A-level skills. The girl's skills were obviously inferior. Ji Linglan's speed was probably B-level. And her strength was probably only C-level. And Chen Xianyu was even worse. She was always lazy. And her strength and speed were barely E-level. Which was worse than Jiang Mi, who had just crossed over. The two of them relied purely on skills. And they couldn't even beat Yueshi. However, the instructors did not have high requirements for the two people's skills. They were auxiliary, and could save their lives on the battlefield. Finally, it was Jiang Mi's turn. Pei Zhixian leaned on the railing of the challenge platform and raised his eyebrows at Jiang Mi. "Sure, Ning. How about you come to challenge? We didn't have enough fun in the academy last time. Those rubbish were not good. But your skills are pretty good." The instructors and other national team members stared at Pei Zhixian angrily. But Pei Zhixian was right. His skills were already the best here. Genius. Genius in everything. Jiang Mi held her chin and drank the energy liquid in big gulps. If she hadn't cleverly used the supernatural power blocker last time, she might not have been able to get a vote from Pei Zhixian. At that time, she had also played an information gap. If it was really 1v1, she really couldn't be Pei Zhixian's opponent. However, you can't lose the battle. Jiang Mi waved his fingers. You, the hand defeated, you can't do it. She turned to look at Merlin, who was watching the battle. "Teacher Mei, do you want to fight?" Merlin paused. Pei Zhixian mocked. Hey. Teacher Mei's skills are average. "Sure, Ning. You are bullying me. How can you pick on the weak?" Jiang Mi was too lazy to pay attention to Pei Zhixian and continued to ask Merlin. "Teacher Mei?" Merlin was silent for a moment. Then looked up at Jiang Mi. "Okay." The two walked onto the challenge stage. In order to facilitate the skills, both of them wore combat uniforms, which were thin and elastic, tightly wrapped, and only exposed the skin on the hands, feet and waist. Contact and theft and face changing. Clothing can be ignored. After all, the contact of supernatural powers is essentially nothing as long as the clothes are not too thick and do not touch the other person's exposed skin. Then clothes, like combat uniforms, are nothing in Jiang Mi's eyes. As long as she can touch Merlin, she can steal her supernatural powers. And Merlin also saw Jiang Mi's little thoughts. The moment the two of them stepped onto the stage, she slammed the falling pillar next to the challenge stage. And in an instant, the suffocating feeling of superpowers enveloped the entire challenge stage. Merlin actually turned on the superpower blocker. "This way, it's more fair to test the magic completely," Merlin said. Jiang Mi. Cutting! The two women stood on the challenge stage, without superpowers, and only had a pure magic fight. Jiang Mi did not slack off at all. Although she could not steal Merlin's superpowers, she did not intend to lose to Merlin. But everything did not develop in the direction she expected. Merlin's magic was very strong. Her speed and strength were both A-level, which was the standard for national team instructors. But there were also differences between A-levels. When Jiang Mi faced Merlin, she felt inexplicably powerless. No matter where she attacked Merlin, Merlin could avoid it perfectly, as if predicted her moves in advance. The instructors cheered. Merlin played well this time. Every time you dodge. You're good. Merlin. Come on. You lost to the students. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai watched the battle and were silent. They had competed with Ning during the assessment and knew Ning's ability very well. Similarly, they had competed with Merlin and knew Merlin's level. Ning's level should not be just like this. Or, Merlin has become stronger. After dodging several times, Jiang Xiaobai said that Pei Jixian felt that he could not dodge Ning's attack at all. But Merlin could. Merlin deliberately concealed his weakness? But why did he use all his ability against Ning? Merlin's moves were fierce, almost pressing Jiangmi to death. Jiangmi could feel that Merlin was a little anxious and wanted to end the battle quickly. The supernatural shield has no time limit. Why is she in such a hurry? Jiangmi failed to attack several times and switched to defense. Merlin's speed and strength are there. She can dodge Jiangmi's attack. And Jiangmi can also defend her. This suppression lasted for a minute. And cold sweat was oozing from Merlin's forehead. 1 minute. The situation changed. Jiangmi felt that Merlin could not dodge her attack. At that moment, Jiangmi blocked, turned around and slashed quickly. And the powerful force from above hit Merlin's shoulder. Merlin could not dodge in time and withstood the attack. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Everyone. This sudden change was too fast. Merlin was able to suppress Ning just now. How did he lose suddenly? Is it because of lack of strength? Maybe? Merlin was too anxious at the beginning. Ning's skills are also good. It's not easy to beat her. Merlin stood up and patted the dust off her body. Good skills, she praised. Then the two shook hands and ended the PK peacefully. When the two shook hands and touched shoulders, Jiangmi leaned against Merlin's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Prediction? Can you see the future for 1 minute? Awesome. Merlin froze and looked at Jiangmi in shock. Jiangmi patted her shoulder. And the eyes that were still looking at her prey were only a lot more greedy. Back in the audience, Qin Xianyu handed Jiangmi the energy liquid. Ning, your skills are so amazing. Jiangmi took the energy liquid calmly. And the two touched their fingertips. Jiangmi felt a command implanted in her mind. But in a moment, her stolen hypnosis was activated, offsetting this command. This little girl is hypnotizing the people around her all the time. After handing the energy liquid to Jiangmi, Qin Xianyu did not stay for long, and moved to Mailin obediently, and handed a bottle of energy liquid to Mailin. Jiangmi saw that Mailin obviously avoided physical contact with Qin Xianyu to avoid being hypnotized by her. What would happen if he did? Jiangmi did not know. But she was very curious about what would happen to Mailin. When Jiangmi looked at Mailin, the moment their eyes met, silent, subconscious hypnosis was implanted in Mailin's heart. Hypnosis through eye contact is the most superficial, and skin contact can achieve the effect of consciousness implantation. If the contact is long-term, the implanted consciousness can become a belief, and even change a person. Jiangmi did not change Mailin. She just wanted to make Mailin relax a little. However, the hypnotic command was not transmitted to Merlin's mind through eye contact, but was offset in an instant. Jiangmi was stunned. Then, she saw a trace of panic in Merlin's eyes. Only the mental system can offset the mental system ability. Merlin actually has the ability of the mental system. After the training, Jiangmi went to the bathroom to take a shower, and Merlin quickly followed. Her face was livid, suppressing her anger. Are you testing? Jiangmi. It seems that precognition movement skills. If you don't use it, you can't know the future. No. When Jiangmi just used hypnosis to test Merlin, her foresight should have known this. But she didn't know it. Obviously. Precognition movement ability. Merlin was speechless. His eyes were dim. In the past few days, Jiangmi has been training all the time and has not met Merlin again. Jiangmi has tested Merlin's ability, but it seems that it is not easy now. Fortunately, she has been traveling with the national team members these days, and Merlin can't do anything to her. On the afternoon of the 5th day of training, Yin gave them a day off. Linglan is going to the Federal Research Institute this afternoon. We will be training this afternoon. If you guys go with us, that's fine. What are you going to do at the Research Institute? Jiangmi asked. Ji Linglan pointed to her head. I'm going to have a small operation. Oh, sure Ning. You haven't been to the Research Institute, so you don't know what this is. Do you want to go with me? Jiangmi was still confused. Jiang Xiaobai explained. The Research Institute represents the most advanced technology in the entire Federation. Generally, before carrying out high-risk missions, the executive specialists will go there to see if there is any technology that can equip them. Linglan is going to implant the supernatural power data system? Qin Xianyu asked while holding the teddy bear. Yes. Word spirit consumes mental power in an uncertain way. It is impossible to estimate how much mental power is left each time the power is used. You need to implant the system to know the details. Ji Linglan looked at Qin Xianyu. Is your hypnosis similar to this? Do you want to do it together? Qin Xianyu shook her head quickly. No. I'm afraid of pain. After a discussion, the national team members decided that all members would go to the Research Institute. Jiangmi had never seen the technology of the Research Institute, so she could take her to learn it. There was no need for a team leader for this activity. But when leaving the number 13 crack and boarding the aircraft, Jiangmi saw Merlin also came up and sat directly next to her. Jiangmi teased. The sun is rising from the west? I thought you were going to hide for 7 days. Merlin looked serious. This trip is very important to me. And to you too. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. Cooperation? Jiangmi was confused by Merlin's sudden show of goodwill. You have to tell me what to cooperate with. Right? Merlin rarely felt that he had taken the initiative, and raised his eyebrows. No need to tell you. You will know later. And I believe that you will cooperate with me. At this time, members of the national team landed on the aircraft one after another. And Qin Xianyu and Yi Tongchen also came up. Merlin glanced at Qin Xianyu. I suggest you steal Xianyu's ability in advance, so that it will be convenient for us to work later. As she spoke, Qin Xianyu suddenly tripped and fell straight forward. Jiangmi instinctively took action to support Qin Xianyu, and theft was instantly filled. Qin Xianyu looked confused and looked at the flat ground beside her. She had no idea what had happened. After thanking Jiangmi, she sat back in her seat obediently. Merlin had left Jiangmi at some point, and sat in the seat farthest from her. The aircraft was flying in the air, crossing most of the East China Sea. The vast sea was getting farther and farther away. Half an hour later, the aircraft arrived at Livonia. The Federal Research Institute is located in the center of Livonia, not far from the administration. There are researchers wearing white coats coming and going here. Most of them are bald and wear thick protective glasses. They are indifferent to the surroundings and only care about the data and experience in their hands. Jiangmi followed the national team members and entered the institute. The elevator stopped at the 80th floor. This is the Research and Development Center of the institute. The door opened, and Yuan Xia, with a young male secretary, greeted everyone outside. Auntie Yuan, we are here. Ji Linglan walked in front, and her 2 ponytails were like active little rabbits. She jumped up and held Yuan Xia's hand tightly. Pei Zhixian and the others also nodded politely to Yuan Xia. Aunt Yuan, everyone is here. Yuan Xia greeted everyone gently. You should have come earlier. How can you go to such a dangerous place like the crack without getting some equipment? Aunt Yuan, we are here to implant the supernatural power data system today. Ji Linglan blinked her eyes. Let teacher and I take care of the equipment. You have to help fix this system first. Dang. Yuan Xia said. Do you want to implant this system by yourself? She looked at Pei Zhixian and the others. The supernatural power data system is very useful. Why don't you try it? Pei Zhixian touched his neck, revealing a trace of uneasiness. After all, it feels weird to implant a chip in the body. This technology. What do children know? Yuan Xia scolded Pei Zhixian, then turned her eyes to Jiangmi and said gently, a new member of your national team? Why don't you try the technology of our institute? She looked at Jiangmi with a smile. But Jiangmi felt that there was a bit of murderous intent in her narrowed eyes. Even though the two had never fought, Yuan Xia must know that it was Shi Ning who killed Su Shang and rescued Mu Lanxue on the aircraft 2 days ago. Jiangmi had a calm face and a smile on his lips, and asked politely, what technology? This is a discovery made by Aunt Yuan in her early years. It can quantify our mental power. Let all superpowers become digitized. Ji Linglan introduced with a beaming face. You may not understand this, but you will know if you come and see it. Ji Linglan pulled Jiangmi out of a laboratory with full floor-to-ceiling glass, and the other members also gathered around. In the laboratory, a superpower was adapting to the superpower digitization system. There were several electrodes on his head and neck, and the data line was connected to the computer along the electrodes. Soon, the computer showed the system interface, and the superpower data of the superpower came into view. Jiangmi looked at the huge light screen outside the laboratory, and her eyes widened. Even though the data was completely different, she was too familiar with this UI world. Basic attributes: mental power, 1200. Strength, 24. Fire element, 981. Temperature perception, 123. Special value, 321. Superpower. Be flame control. The superpower can control the flame, and the body will not be burned by the flame. In the upper right corner of the system interface, there is also a time mental power value. The superpower in the laboratory is controlling a fireball in a small range, and the value of that time mental power value is also slowly decreasing. This superpower data system, Yuan Xie introduced to the national team members. This system can decompose the superpowers of superpower users and display complex superpowers in a parameterized form. At the same time, it can measure the mental power consumed by superpower users each time they use their superpowers, allowing superpower users to use their superpowers more accurately. Yuan Xie clicked the ellipsis on the system list on the light screen, and soon, another large list of basic parameters was displayed on the light screen. Mental power, 1200. Strength, 24. Fire element, 981. Temperature perception, 123. Special parameters, 321. Speed 0. Hardness 0. Mental control 0. Defense 0. Water element 0. Earth element 0. Metal element 0. Yuan Xie. Different abilities have different subdivisions. For example, this ability user has the ability flame control, which is subdivided into fire element indicators, temperature indicators, strength indicators, etc. Wu Xiaobai's ability must have full metal elements and strength. At present, these can be calculated by the system, and the data that cannot be calculated can be replaced by special parameters. Although the ability level cannot be improved, increasing the parameters for training can still help improve the ability. How about it? Sure, Ning? Ji Linglan pulled Jiangmi's hand. Don't you want to install a system like us? Just implant a chip in your neck. It's super easy. This thing uses bioelectricity. It's a one-time solution. Jiangmi didn't say anything, staring at the light screen. She was very sure that Yuan Xie's superpower data system was the same system in her body. Even though there were differences in details, the general UI design was the same. The system was not a high-dimensional product. It was a man-made thing. Chapter 54. Afterwards, Yuan Xie introduced in detail some of the detailed functions of the supernatural power data system. The more Jiangmi talked, the more she felt that the two systems were similar. She rejected Ji Linglan's suggestion to implant a chip. After all, she already had a system. Ji Linglan did not ask much. This kind of thing was entirely voluntary. After signing a series of contracts, Yuan Xie took her to the laboratory to implant the system. In the laboratory, the machine cut open the back of Ji Linglan's neck, revealing her white spine. A fingernail-sized chip was slowly implanted into Ji Linglan's body. At the same time as the chip was implanted, extremely fine hairs came out of the chip and took root in the spinal cord. This process was very fast and was completed in a few minutes. Afterwards, the system panel appeared. After analyzing Ji Linglan's supernatural power, it automatically matched Ji Linglan's supernatural power and displayed it in the form of a bunch of parameters in her field of vision. This thing can only analyze supernatural power, and will not take into account the individual's own physical condition. So the data is only the data given by the supernatural power. Jiangmi glanced at the parameter list. At present, there are thousands of parameters analyzed by the ability data system. Some abilities are very simple after decomposition, such as the power system, which may only have one parameter, the strength value. Some abilities are very complex after decomposition, such as the fantasy beast system, where a long row of parameters will appear on the list. There are only 4 parameters in Jiangmi's system list: hardening, speed, strength, and mental power. She didn't understand why there were only so many parameters for abilities before, but now she understands. Her system has a bug, so only so many parameter options are displayed. Moreover, the mental power on the list does not refer to the mental power value for maintaining the use of superpowers, but actually mental control. If she adds all her magic points to mental power, She will not have a very high mental power value. And she will most likely become a mental power user like Qin Xianyu. If such a big difficulty as decomposing superpowers can be overcome, then adding a positioning function to the implanted system chip is a piece of cake. The system positioning in Jiang Mi's body is limited to 10 kilometers. Probably because the system uses bioelectricity and cannot cover too far. Therefore, someone implanted a system in her, giving her the ability to gain superpowers by killing the target. She was also given the ability to upgrade by killing monsters like the demons. In other words, most of what happened to Jiang Mi can be explained by the technology of the current dimension of Blue Star. There is no sign of the technology to obtain other people's superpowers. But the system exists. So why can't obtaining other people's superpowers be the product of some kind of experiment? The only thing that cannot be explained by modern technology is Jiang Mi's soul penetration. In the past, humans had too little knowledge and would label all unexplainable phenomena as miracles or divine punishment. Solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, comets, earthquakes, and so on. When humans have enough knowledge of nature, they will understand that these are just ordinary natural phenomena. Jiang Mi is like this now. In the past, she knew too little about Blue Star, so she thought she had traveled through time and space, and her soul traveled to this unknown world. But the gene needle, the photo of the school auditorium in the number 109 crack, and the current system all reminded Jiang Mi, if all this is man-made, without the intervention of high-dimensional forces, is it possible that Jiang Mi is Jiang Mi? Ning is Ning. And they are just strangers who look exactly the same? There are two Mr. Dings who look exactly the same on Blue Star. So why can't there be Jiang Mi and Ning who look exactly the same? This can also explain why Jiang Mi was injected with the gene needle 7 months ago, and was diagnosed with a genetic disease 6 months ago. Because the person who was injected with the gene needle 7 months ago was Jiang Mi. The person who was diagnosed with a genetic disease 6 months ago was Ning. Cooperation? At some point, Merlin walked to Jiang Mi. She believed that Ning had almost digested it at this time. When she saw the superpower datization system, Merlin was sure that Ning would definitely cooperate with her. Did Yuan Xie invent this system? Jiang Mi asked. Of course. Merlin put his hands in his trouser pockets and calmly watched Ji Linglan and Yuan Xie talking and laughing in the laboratory. 8 years ago, Yuan Xie was just an unknown researcher in the institute. Although she was born in a federal noble family, this place relies on strength. Yuan Xie was promoted to the position of deputy director of the institute because of the development of this system. It is not ruled out that others use Yuan Xie's invention to make trouble. But Yuan Xie is the designer after all. So she knows something. Merlin did not dare to attack Yuan Xie directly, mainly because he was the deputy director of the institute, an S-level supernatural person, and the Yuan family behind him was powerful. She just wanted to get information from Yuan Xie. So there was no need to make a big move. Now, with Ning can use hypnosis. Merlin, I promise that this cooperation is sincere, and I will never attack you before the cooperation ends. You are investigating why we are the target. And so am I. At least on this point. We are united. Looking at Yuan Xie in the laboratory, Jiang Mi suddenly remembered what Merlin said to her on the aircraft. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. Yuan Xie is just that benefit. Jiang Mi, what is her ability? Merlin did not hide it. Luck. Luck? Jiang Mi frowned. This is a very conceptual ability. Just by saying the name. I really don't know what the specific effect is. Merlin explained, to put it simply. It is the ability to control luck. The world is different in Yuan Xie's eyes. She can see whether a person or an event can bring good luck or bad luck to her. Similarly, she can control a person's luck. If a person's luck is extremely low, he can choke to death even if he drinks water. So, don't release any murderous intent to her. She will definitely find out. Jiang Mi, why didn't you say it earlier? Merlin was stunned for half a second and sneered, are you a killer? But you want to kill her just because you see a system? Jiang Mi didn't respond. She wanted to attack Yuan Xie for too many reasons. Yuan Xie's collusion with the cube, the persecution of Mu Lanxue, the system is just the least worth mentioning reason among them. Forget it. Merlin had no choice. Ning had 7 abilities, which meant that she had killed at most 6 targets. He couldn't believe that Ning was not a killer. She was a lamb to be slaughtered in Ning's eyes. Not to mention Yuan Xie. The boss who might be the mastermind behind the scenes. Anyway, now you know her abilities. Be restrained. Don't let her find out anything. Too late. What do you mean too late? Merlin was confused. Jiangmi pointed at the dice that suddenly appeared on the ground. Is this thing Yuan Xia's ability? I think you're too late. Merlin looked in the direction of Jiangmi's hand, and a small dice appeared on the ground at some point, with 6 numbers on the sides and 2 facing up. It looked like a toy thrown away by a gambler. But as Merlin stared at the 2 numbers, she saw blood seeping from the red points. Merlin's eyes widened. Run! She only shouted this sentence, and a bang sound came from behind Jiangmi and Merlin. The indestructible reinforced concrete wall broke, and a war rainbow python covered with venom appeared in front of Jiangmi. The alarm bells of the research institute rang loudly. There are countless laboratories in this place, and terrifying monsters are also imprisoned. The war rainbow python in front of him was obviously deformed. The indestructible scales on its body disappeared, replaced by terrifying purple-black venom, which wrapped its muscles and formed its new skin. The venom dripped down, corroding everything it passed, and the researchers who wanted to stop the war rainbow python also fell to the ground unconscious because of poisoning. The lower the number on Yuan Xia's dice, the worse the luck of the person who was hit was at that time. The point 2 is a number that can kill. Jiangmi will not be afraid of most demon species riots. But poison, her hardening is not anti-poison. Zhanhong Python glared at Jiangmi from above, and the venom flowed down its skin. Jiangmi immediately pulled open the magic layer to block it. The indestructible magic layer was corroded in an instant, and Jiangmi only bought himself a very short time to escape. Fortunately, there was only one. Jiangmi clenched the fruit knife hidden in his sleeve. Toxic demon species can only be eliminated by long-range attack. Jiangmi did not carry a gun, but he had the ability to attack from a distance. But it was a pity that he could not use it in this place. It's no problem to kill this beast with a flying knife. Jiangmi adjusted her posture, intending to hit it with one strike. But just after she made a move, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the flat reinforced concrete floor seemed to have encountered an earthquake, breaking into pieces and undulating irregularly. The scene downstairs came into view. Dozens of venomous war rainbow pythons collectively rioted, broke through the defense of the floor, and emerged from the bottom. Below the place where Jiangmi stepped was the poison den of the war rainbow python. The building downstairs was made of special materials, so it was not completely corroded by the venom of the war rainbow python. The flowing venom had gathered into a deep pool. Any human who had no anti-venom ability would die if he fell in. Jiangmi lost support under her feet and began to fall. She saw that the glass laboratory in front of her was isolated, and Yuan Xia stood quietly in the laboratory, smiling and looking at herself indifferently. Ning. Merlin's ability can stabilize the building under her feet from breaking. She stood beside the broken ruins and watched Ning falling. In her vision, Ning also has the ability of plant control and path retracing. She can definitely do it. But Ning was indifferent. Once these 2 abilities are used, the matter of multiple abilities will be exposed. But if they are not used, it means death. Between death and exposure, will Ning choose to conceal it as always? Merlin couldn't be sure. She watched Ning falling with her own eyes. The dancing snakes gradually submerged Ning, and she was about to fall into the poisonous pool. At that moment, the wind whistled past, and Pei Jixian suddenly flew over, picked up Ning, and avoided the poisonous pool. Jiangmi watched as her clothes were stained with poison and turned into nothingness in an instant. She swallowed her saliva. It was a bit uncomfortable to be held by Pei Jixian in the air, but it was better than falling into the poison pool. What's going on? Pei Jixian looked at the scene of the demons dancing in the laboratory in surprise. The war rainbow pythons were like crazy, constantly attacking all around, and venom splashed everywhere. Even though the 2 were floating in the air, they were still affected by the splashing venom from time to time. Moreover, Pei Jixian inexplicably felt that it was clearly an ordinary experimental riot. Why did these war rainbow pythons have to drill around him? Bang bang bang. There were several more explosions, and another laboratory upstairs collapsed. The cages holding countless demon species were suddenly opened, and all the demon species came out and rushed towards Pei Jixian and Jiangmi. Pei Jixian? No. Are we here to implant a system today? Did you rob the children of these demon species, or what? Why are they always chasing us? The high-level monsters felt like rain, blocking the way of Jiangmi and Pei Jixian. Pei Zhixian could break through the ability barrier of the monsters and control these creatures. But there were too many of them. Jiangmi immediately pulled out the magic layer to block the fall in front of him. The magic layer is an indestructible protective layer against physical attacks. But for some reason, all the magic layers pulled out by Jiangmi would be splashed by the venom of the war rainbow python and eventually turned into nothingness. Pei Zhixian, you must have been targeted. He was certain. When we went to visit other laboratories, did you scold these demons? They have such deep hatred towards you? Jiangmi, do you think I'm as rude and boring as you? She glanced at the glass laboratory that was not affected by the riot. And Yuan Xie, who was calm inside. Leave here. Where to go? Pei Zhixian was confused by the demons in front of him. Fly out. Leave the institute. Pei Zhixian didn't know if Shining was right. But there was only one way at the moment. He hugged Shining tightly and flew out of the institute. They were on the 80th floor, 300 meters above the ground. Fortunately, Pei Zhixian's ability was to control gravity, so he could easily float in the air. When they were about 30 meters away from the institute, the effect of luck disappeared. There were also demons with long-range attack capabilities among those demons, but they seemed to have lost their targets. Like headless flies, rioting blindly. Pei Zhixian had a cynical smile on his face before, but now his face sank. Their target is actually you. Jiangmi did not answer, but looked at Yuan Xie in the laboratory on the 80th floor. How absurd! From the 79th floor to the 81st floor, there were ruins. The lab workers and security guards were injured, but the lab where Yuan Xie was intact. The transparent glass was even cleaner and spotless. In the lab, Yuan Xie looked at Jiangmi and smiled silently. It didn't take long for the lab workers and security guards to react and control the rioting monsters. Pei Zhixian finally took Jiangmi back to the lab. I'm sorry. Yuan Xie looked guilty. There are too many monsters in the lab. I didn't know they would riot at this time and destroy the lab fortunately. Nothing happened. Nothing happened? Jiangmi glanced at the bodies of researchers and security guards covered with white cloth in the aisle next to him and fell silent. Should we report to the management bureau for making such a big noise? Jiang Xiaobai landed beside the crowd. He had just helped the researchers put the demon seeds back into the cage. No need, Yuan Xie said. Institutes have occasional riots. This is a problem with our experiments. So I won't bother with Bowen. But, Yuan Xie looked at Jiangmi. Just now I saw that my classmate almost fell into the poison pool. Is he okay? She smiled at Jiangmi. But she was smiling. Jiangmi responded with a kind smile. The captains are all here. I'm fine. Yes. Thanks to Zhixian, Yuan Xie said. If Zhixian wasn't here, you wouldn't have such good luck. Afterwards, the national team members went out together to help the institute collect the demon seeds. Merlin walked to Jiangmi and whispered. Fortunately, the number just now was 2. If it was 1, this bad luck would chase you until you die. This dice is like the god of death. It will not defeat the opponent with any direct attack, but it will cause countless accidents. If you want to kill ordinary people silently, just a little venom, a car accident, or falling object from high altitude is enough. But Jiangmi is S-level after all, so the noise is much bigger. Similarly, it is easy to affect others, but Yuan Xie doesn't care. The lives of ordinary people are not lives in her eyes. Shocking Shining is her goal. Dare to save Mulan Xue. Shining will have to pay a price. Her ability is a headache, Jiangmi said to Merlin sincerely. You shouldn't let me only steal Xianyu's ability. Linglan's ability is more important here. Yuan Xie's office on the 100th floor of the Federal Research Institute. Yuan Xie sat comfortably on the sofa, using a beauty instrument to relax her facial skin. Behind her, the male secretary gently massaged her shoulders. Use a little more force. Didn't you eat? A trace of panic flashed in the male secretary's eyes, and he quickly increased the strength. I ate. Of course I ate. I saw that your skin is too delicate, and I was afraid that if I used too much force, it would hurt your skin. Your little mouth is so sweet. The male secretary breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the bracelet on Yuan Xie's hand, and the dice on it showed the number 2. He took a breath of cold air in fear again. Madam, it's such a big fuss. But I think Shining is fine. Yuan Xie squinted her eyes and enjoyed the massage, with the corners of her mouth raised. But when she heard this, the corners of her mouth flattened into a straight line. This time I'm just teaching her a lesson. Yuan Xie knew very well that the number 2 could cause a catastrophe to ordinary people. But for an S level like Ning, it only had a deterrent effect. However, Yuan Xie herself did not have such a big hatred toward Ning. The conflict between the two was that Ning killed Su Shan to save Mu Lanxue. Yuan Xie hated Mu Lanxue more. As long as Ning did not get in her way next time, it would be fine. After all, he was a new member of the national team. Yuan Xie did not want to really do anything to Ning. Definitely, the male secretary agreed. If Pei Jixian had not been here today, Ning would have been skinned alive. This kind of colonial pariah knows how to judge the situation best. She will definitely not dare to mess with you again. As soon as the voice fell, a thump-thump sound came from outside the office. Yuan Xie's smile froze on her face, and her brows frowned. Why? Deputy Director? Someone sneaked in. A security guard hurried in to report. But before he could finish his words, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. Yuan Xie stood up suddenly. The male secretary was also terrified and looked at the scene in disbelief. This is the Research Institute. How dare they? As soon as the voice fell, there was another thump. Yuan Xie turned around and found that the male secretary had also fainted and fell to the ground. Psychiatric? Yuan Xie grabbed the dice on the bracelet. The door of the office was pushed open, and Jiangmi and Malin walked into the office together. They were clearly two people with completely different looks. But Yuan Xie felt that the synchronization of the two was like a demon from hell, asking for her life. Su Shang had just died, and Yuan Xie really couldn't get a guard of the same level for a while. Facing Jiangmi and Malin, she didn't even have time to ask for help, so she had to quickly throw her dice. 1. The lowest point of bad luck represents death. This is a research institute. Pei Jixian and the others are still in the lab downstairs. Yuan Xie doesn't believe that Ning dares to do anything to her. The thrown dice are no longer silent, and they keep getting bigger in front of Jiangmi. The 6 dice with different numbers are now all 1. Like 6 weird eyes, staring at Jiangmi and Merlin. Although they are all S level, the rule-based abilities can often produce effects far higher than their level. For example, Qin Xianyu's hypnosis can be successful even when facing SSS level abilities. Ji Linglan's word spirit is also very buggy. As long as you know the opponent's ability, even SSS level abilities can be blocked. So, Yuan Xie doesn't think Ning and Merlin can avoid her luck. Luck seems to have no attack power, but it is like an invisible hand that can constantly lead people to death. Seeing that Ning and Merlin had no idea, Yuan Xie smiled. Go to hell. Luck is about to show its power. The huge research institute building is shaking inexplicably, and invisible natural disasters are sweeping in from all directions. At this moment, Jiangmi stretched out his hand and looked at Yuan Xie. Luck is prohibited here. The earthquake in the building, the tsunami in the distance, and the hurricane in the sky all stopped at this moment. The huge 6-sided dice that appeared in front of Jiangmi also broke into slag with a bang. Everything returned to normal, as calm as water. Yuan Xie couldn't believe it. Word spirit? You are not a defensive ability user. How can you? Before she finished speaking, Jiangmi had already appeared in front of Yuan Xie, stretched out his hand and pinched her neck tightly, and his obsidian eyes were like 2 bottomless whirlpools. Yuan Xie stared at the vortex for just a second before she lost consciousness and fell on her sofa. Merlin walked to Jiangmi, looked at Yuan Xie with a dull face and lifeless eyes, and sighed. Your ability is really terrible. Jiangmi didn't even raise her eyelids. It's not me. It's the national team that's terrible. I'm just using the force to fight against the force. She raised her hand to check the time. There are still 40 seconds. Hurry up. Merlin immediately leaned over and patted Yuan Xie's cheek. Did you implant the system in the target? How much do you know about the target? After being hypnotized, Yuan Xie's eyes were out of focus and expression could not be seen. She shook her head mechanically. I don't know what the target is. Don't know? Merlin and Jiangmi paused. Jiangmi, didn't you develop the superpower digitization system? Is there anyone else who can use this system? Yuan Xie shook her head. The superpower digitization system was not developed by me, but by an S-level student named Lan Yu. I stole the system from her. Lan Yu? Merlin thought for a moment and said to Jiangmi, there is no such person in the military and administrative bureau. She is dead. Yuan Xie answered. Jiangmi and Merlin suddenly realized. It seems that this student named Lan Yu developed the superpower digitization system. But the research results were taken away by Yuan Xie. And Lan Yu was also killed by Yuan Xie. No wonder Yuan Xie has never upgraded the system in the 8 years since the emergence of the supernatural power data system. Merlin sneered. It turns out that she doesn't know how to do it at all. Jiangmi didn't think about it anymore. This was a grudge between Yuan Xie and Lan Yu. She was more concerned about the target. So, besides you, do you know who else is using this system? Yuan Xie paused. She was somewhat resistant to this question. Obviously, this was a secret she was hiding in her heart and didn't want to reveal. Jiangmi noticed this and put his hand on Yuan Xie's shoulder to deepen her hypnosis. Magic Cube Company. Yuan Xie said expressionlessly. I authorized them the source code. And they are also capable of using this system. Magic Cube Company. Cube. Jiangmi frowned slightly. And suddenly remembered that there were 2 Mr. Dings in the cube. Could this have something to do with this system? Her stealing ability was limited. And 40 seconds were about to pass. Last question. Do you know that if you kill a specific target, you can gain the other person's superpowers? Yuan Xie's expressionless face suddenly relaxed. And her brows frowned. I don't know. Chapter 55. Jiangmi hypnotizes Yuan Xie and everyone on the scene to make them forget what just happened. And then leaves the office with Merlin. When entering the elevator, Merlin asked Jiangmi, Are you sure it works? Her superpower labeling can only see the name of the superpower user. And it is impossible to know the specific use of the superpower. In this regard, Jiangmi's stealing is more practical. Not only can it steal the other party's ability, but also know the specific use method. Jiangmi, Chun Xianyu is an SS-level superpower user. Unless the thought is deeply rooted. It requires long-term continuous contact and hypnosis. For the insignificant question just now, SS-level hypnosis will not leave any traces. Merlin thought of Yuan Xie, who was so arrogant just now, but was like a puppet after hypnosis. Her heart trembled. You are so scary. Jiangmi shrugged. Same here. If you have Ji Linglan's ability, you are even more scary. Superpower labeling plus word spirit can block all the abilities of the opponent, which is equivalent to one-way blocking of the opponent's superpowers. Jiangmi thinks this is more lethal. But I can't have Ji Linglan's ability, Merlin said. But you can. The two were silent and didn't say anything. Jiangmi certainly knew this. But it was a pity that she couldn't steal Merlin's superpowers. Otherwise, Merlin wouldn't be jumping in front of her. The elevator door opened and stopped at the 79th floor. The national team in front had driven all the demons back to the cage. Everyone gathered and prepared to return to the training base. Jiangmi walked out of the elevator. But Malin didn't follow. She looked back at Malin with some doubt. Malin took a deep breath and said in a voice that only Jiangmi could hear. Sure Ning. If I promise not to kill you, will you let me go? Jiangmi tilted his head and thought for a moment. There is an A-level student in the academy. His ability is promise. Do you dare to make a promise to him? Merlin's expression froze. Jiangmi smiled and said nothing more. The riot of the experimental subjects in the institute still attracted the attention of the administration. Nie Yin was the person in charge of this operation and came to investigate the cause of the riot of the experimental subjects. Jiangmi felt that as the executive commissioner of the administration, Nie Yin should be able to find something. But Nie Yin checked all the security surveillance from the 79th to the 81st floor, and finally wrote the word accident on the investigation report assessment. The researcher who managed the laboratory and the security personnel involved were dismissed, and the deceased staff received a pension from the federal government. This accident involving more than a dozen lives was just lightly exposed. After the investigation, Jiangmi followed the national team members back to the training base. In the next 2 days of training, she and Merlin did not infringe on each other, and everything was calm between them. After 7 days of training, it was the day to enter the crack for the second wave of exploration. Jiangmi got up early, and after finishing her daily morning run, she took the national team's aircraft and came to the outside of the number 109 crack. There was a black fog leak here before, and the surrounding residents were seriously injured and killed. Later, the management bureau came to deal with it. But this area is still not suitable for residents to live in. When the national team arrived, the management bureau and researchers had already arrived. Nie Yin and Nie Yin were the leaders of this operation. Nie Yin was in charge of the members of the national team, all of whom were S-level psychics. Nie Yin was in charge of other executive commissioners, all of whom were AB-level psychics. On the researcher side, Yuan Xia brought several researchers from the institute, and Mu Lanxue also brought several researchers from the college. A total of 17 people. Yuan Xia is in charge of the researchers. Ji Linglan had just woken up, holding a breakfast sandwich bought by Jiang Xiubai in her mouth, and counted the heads. There are actually 9 S-level executives. Such a large lineup. Is the 109th crack so dangerous? Pei Jixian lazily agreed. And Deputy Director Yuan. So there are 10 S-levels. The task of dispatching 10 S-levels, let alone exploring a crack, can conquer a small country? Yin explained. The national team is not included in the list of formal executives. This is your first time to participate in the crack exploration, which is a learning nature. Normally, even if there are S-level demons in the crack, sending 2 or 3 S-level psychics is almost enough. If the 109th crack is explored normally, only Yin, Merlin, and Ye Yin will be sent to lead the team. Yuan Xia is a researcher, and her ability level is not included in the combat power. The national team members understood what he said. To put it bluntly, the administration wanted to explore the cracks and take them to class. Learning in the cracks would yield results faster than in modern society. The team arrived, with nearly 50 people in total. Ye Yin asked the executive commissioner to distribute black fog blockers and visual mirrors to everyone. The stuff distributed by the administration is high-end. The black fog blocker can work continuously for 24 hours and only needs to be recharged once a day. On the researcher side, Yuan Xia, as the person in charge, also assigned tasks to all researchers. When it was Mu Lanxue's turn, Yuan Xia's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Teacher Mu is also a senior crack explorer, and he is experienced in everything. This time, the crack area mapping part depends on you. Surveying and mapping part? Tian Xian was adjusting the viewing mirror, and frowned when she heard it. Professor Yuan, isn't the surveying and mapping part done in the later stage? There are so many monsters in the early stage, and there is no executive protection. Something will go wrong. Yes. Yes. A researcher from the college echoed. The monsters haven't been cleaned up yet? We have to carry out such a big project at this time. Crack organisms, crack plants, crack microorganisms. So many things have not been studied. Surveying and mapping is the least effective, but the most difficult part. Yes. This thing is non-research. Researchers can be responsible. Yuan Xia smiled coldly and said, as a matter of course. But the number 109 crack must be a big project. Without a well-mapped map, how can it be convenient for subsequent personnel to work? Teacher Mu is also a professional. Can't he handle a survey? Tian Xian and other researchers wanted to argue. Mu Lanxue pressed Tian Xian's shoulders, and then looked at Yuan Xia. I know. Professor Yuan. Don't worry. Our team will be responsible for the surveying part. Yuan Xia raised an eyebrow. Do it as soon as possible. Don't let me down. After that, she walked away. Tian Xian stomped her feet unhappily. What are you doing? Give us the most headache and heavy workload task. Teacher Mu. Isn't Professor Yuan obviously making things difficult for you? Mu Lanxue smiled and comforted Tian Xian. It's okay. Everyone is trying to complete the exploration of the crack as soon as possible. At this time, Ye Yin and his subordinates distributed black fog barriers and came to Mu Lanxue. When he saw Mu Lanxue, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Ye Yin's eyes. Soon he felt Yuan Xia's surveillance gaze behind him. He immediately retracted all his emotions and distributed the equipment indifferently. Tian Xian saw Ye Yin. Master, you are one of the persons in charge of this operation. You should talk to Professor Yuan. Don't let us go to survey so quickly. Ye Yin paused, his tone cold. Professor Yuan is the person in charge this time. Of course, we all listened to her. After that, he turned around and left without looking back. Tian Xian was even more confused. Teacher Mu. Why is Master like this? Mu Lanxue quickly covered Tian Xian's mouth. We have broken up. Don't call him like this in the future. Tian Xian blinked, understood something, and said no more. There are many preparations before entering the crack, especially for researchers, who need to bring some important equipment into the crack. These executive specialists don't understand, and they need researchers to guide them to carry. The group of AB-level psychics brought by Ye Yin are here to do hard labor. However, The S-level psychics of the national team are responsible for killing monsters, and they are relatively leisurely at this moment. Merlin swept his eyes and saw the psychic levels of everyone. The lineup of 1 SS class plus 9 S class is terrifying enough. Who knows that there are 2 SS class with hidden identities, and 1 S class with multiple abilities. Lavnia's strongest fighting force is almost gathered here. Merlin looked at the researchers again. Yuan Xia's S-class ability label was so bright among a group of ordinary researchers, which was particularly eye-catching. Merlin's eyes moved down and fell on Mu Lanxue. She was stunned and narrowed her eyes. After a moment, Merlin curled his lips and grabbed Jiangmi, who was walking by her. Hardening, your mentor is not simple. Jiangmi? Looking at Jiangmi's confused face, Merlin hesitated and said, You haven't stolen Mu Lanxue's ability before? Of course not. Jiangmi doesn't steal the superpowers of anyone he catches. Once he wants to steal superpowers, he has to give up the superpowers stored in his body, which is very troublesome. Besides, Mu Lanxue has always been very good to Jiangmi, and Jiangmi has no intention of getting to know Mu Lanxue's past. Is it Mr. Mu's superpower, a B-level brain development? Jiangmi asked. Merlin patted Jiangmi on the shoulder. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a naive side. Mu Lanxue. But you are an SS-level superpower. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the researchers and the executive commissioner of the management bureau were all ready. A long-energy extension layer was built at the number 109 crack. Considering that there is black fog near the exit of the number 109 crack, this extension layer was built to isolate the black fog and ensure that the black fog would not leak into modern society. All executive commissioners and researchers entered the extension layer. Mu Lanxue controlled the number 109 crack. The energy layer floated. The boundary gate opened, and the thick black fog instantly filled the entire extension layer. 2 A-level executives walked in front, holding instruments to dispel the black fog in their hands, trying to dispel the black fog in front of them. But there was too much black fog here, and everyone had to wear black fog blockers and visual goggles to move forward in such an environment. After passing through the boundary gate, they came to another space. Jiangmi felt a clear sense of spatial heterogeneity, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The area behind the crack was already approaching winter. As far as the eye could see was a vast expanse of gray and black. Under the visual goggles, one could vaguely see the environment more than 20 meters away, which was a dilapidated ruin. This place had been abandoned for a long time, with black fog and weeds everywhere. There were also the remains of dead monsters on the ground, which turned into rotten bones, with only blackened flesh remaining on them. Nie Yin and other S-class researchers led the way in front, and the researchers hid in the safest circle in the middle. Everyone moved together into the depths of the crack. After walking a distance, the black fog gradually thinned, and the visual mirror could see more than 100 meters away. It was obvious that there were traces of the city here. The wide and damaged cement road, the green plants in the middle two-way lane, the traffic lights at the intersection, and the shops on both sides. Although there were no people and no monsters, it was obvious that this was a city road. A researcher squatted down and touched the cement road surface. The level of civilization here is not low. Looking at the shops again, even if the signs on them are no longer clear, some words can still be vaguely seen. Tian Xian was puzzled. Isn't it good to find traces of civilization? Isn't this more convenient for us to study? Mu Lanxue picked up the card that fell on the ground. This should be an ID card. It was so old that the words on it could no longer be seen. Only the national emblem on the front and the extremely blurry photo on the back could be vaguely seen. Mu Lanxue, although there are traces of civilization, there are no creatures that match this civilization. Ji Linglan and others next to him are only freshmen and have no idea about this. What does this mean? Mu Lanxue did not answer, but just sighed softly. Su Chen, who was standing next to her, was wearing a white protective suit and put his hands in his pockets. It means that civilization has been destroyed, he said. The level of civilization here is only a few hundred years behind that of Blue Star. They couldn't withstand the black fog. So Blue Star, it's hard to say. Ji Linglan, don't we have an energy layer to seal the cracks? Su Chen, have you forgotten that the energy layer of crack number 109 was broken 20 or 30 years earlier? The energy layer could still prevent the black fog, but in recent years, the energy layer has been broken more and more frequently. There are thousands of cracks on the Blue Star, And the energy layer is used to block the leakage of black fog and monsters. Once the energy layer fails, it will be a more terrible doomsday than 100 years ago. The group continued to move forward. The surrounding shops disappeared, and a wide entrance square appeared in front of them. The gate was magnificent, and the name of this place was displayed on the brick-red landscape wall next to it. Perhaps the building materials were strong enough, and even after so many years, the words on it could still be distinguished. Huaqing University. Behind the gate were several axially symmetrical flower beds, which extended people's sight to the horizon. There was also a majestic stone statue on the axis. The face of the stone statue could no longer be seen under the weathering of the black fog. It only felt that the elder stood with his hands behind his back, looking firmly ahead, and would be immortal. Behind the stone statue was a large building. The building layers on both sides were intact, and only the middle section of the building seemed to be smashed open by some huge force and turned into ruins. This ruin was the most severely damaged building that everyone had seen after entering the crack. What kind of power can cause such destruction? The researchers discussed the reasons for the formation of the ruins. Jiang Xiaobai asked Pei Zhixian, "Can you create such a large ruin?" Pei Zhixian shook his head. It was not difficult for him to destroy a building, but it felt wrong that the two sides were intact and only the middle was destroyed. Everyone was talking about the ruins, but Jiangmi was the only one who looked at the ruins quietly and remained silent. She knew very well that this was not caused by human power, but by cracks. At the beginning, it was at this place that Jiangmi saw the cracks for the first time. She clearly saw the whole process of the space tearing. A black crack suddenly appeared, and the middle part of the auditorium was crushed into ruins. It was clearly half a year ago. At this moment, when Jiangmi stood in the same place again and looked up at the building again, the black fog blurred her vision, and the auditorium was full of traces of ruins after history. Many years have passed. Jiangmi had to admit that the scene in front of her must have been many years away from the auditorium she saw half a year ago. Behind the 32nd crack is the Earth. Behind the 109th crack is also the Earth. Perhaps, behind every crack is the Earth. Earth's civilization has been destroyed. She can never go back. Are you okay? Su Chen stood beside Jiangmi at some point and handed her a bottle of energy liquid. The black fog barrier around him enveloped Jiangmi, and the black fog around Jiangmi dissipated a lot. Jiangmi opened the bottle cap and gulped down the energy liquid. Not bad, she said. To say that it is sentimental, it is a bit. There are so many students and teachers in the school. It is hard for Jiangmi not to feel sad that so many lives have been lost due to the cracks and returned to nothingness. But because she had seen the photo of the auditorium a long time ago, Jiangmi had a hunch that the Earth was behind the cracks. As for the goal of must return to Earth when she first came to Blue Star, Jiangmi knew that it was the driving force that supported her survival at the beginning. Now, she has met many people and made many friends on Blue Star. She has begun to accept the fact that she has become a Blue Star person. Jiangmi's hands drooped naturally, closed his eyes, and mourned for a minute. It was unknown how long it had been, when an executive officer suddenly said, "Didn't the previous report say that Rift 109 was very dangerous, with many monsters and very high levels? Why didn't we see any monsters all the way in?" The crowd came back to their senses from the chattering about the ruins of the auditorium. Forget about monsters. It's too quiet here now. How many monsters appeared in the black fog when Rift 109 rioted before? The Federation dispatched most of Livonia's forces to kill all the monsters. And now, they have been in the rift for 10 minutes. And they haven't encountered any monsters? No one survived the first wave of exploration of Rift 109. So everyone got very little information. When they heard this researcher say this, everyone immediately became alert and looked around covetously. I say, please don't let insect-type demons appear. Ji Linglong put her hands together and made a wish. I hate insects the most. Too scary. Beasts don't matter. But it's best if no insects come. Insect-type demons. Jiangmi thought about it. Does the demon bee count? But it's just a lot of them. Not very dangerous. Blue-striped spiders can also be considered insects. This demon is dangerous. And it's big. It looks scary. Thinking like this, Jiangmi suddenly felt something moving around. Almost at that moment, a blue light appeared above Ji Linglong's head, and a huge blue-striped spider fell from the sky and pounced on Ji Linglong. Jiangmi? Everyone! This spider appeared too quickly. No one reacted. just as the blue-striped spider touched Ji Linglan. Bang! With a sound, the hardened bullet accurately hit the heart of the blue-striped spider. Ji Linglan's mind went blank when she saw the insect. And she didn't react at all. The bullet hit the heart of the blue-striped spider, and the yellow pus covered her face. Ji Linglan was so disgusted that she vomited violently. But Jiangmi only killed the blue-striped spider, and couldn't stop it from rushing towards Ji Linglan. Ji Linglan was knocked to the ground by the huge blue-striped spider. Ah! Get out of the way! Ji Linglan was so scared that she cried loudly. Jiang Xiaobai hurried forward and moved the body of the blue-striped spider away. All these changes happened too quickly. When everyone reacted, they found that it was Jiangmi who fired the gun. Pei Zhixian gave Jiangmi a thumbs up. You must have scored full marks in crack biology. You can hit the heart of the blue-striped spider from such a distance. Jiangmi. She didn't know whether she scored full marks in crack biology, but she was very familiar with the internal structure of the blue-striped spider. After all, she had been there before. Tian Xian stroked her chest in horror. Fortunately, only one blue-striped spider appeared. It would be terrible if too many such disgusting creatures appeared. Everyone was grateful for surviving the disaster. And because of the appearance of the demon species, everyone felt more realistic about the cracks. After all, only places with monsters and demon species are cracks. By the way, a researcher said, this blue-striped spider is a sea-level demon species, with golden blood. Right. Although none of the executive specialists in this exploration team are sea-level. Sea-level golden blood is also very precious. One can sell for 1 million. The researchers immediately became interested and surrounded the remains of the blue-striped spider, ready to take the golden blood. Only Jiangmi widened his eyes slightly. Damn! How could she have forgotten that she didn't have any golden blood when she killed the demons? Chapter 56. Jiang Xiaobai protected Ji Linglan and ignored the golden blood, while the researcher in charge of the golden blood had stepped forward to look through the body of the blue-striped spider. Jiangmi clenched her fists. What to do? She had not intended to kill the demon in the crack. But when she saw Ji Linglan was almost seriously injured by the blue-striped spider, she subconsciously took action, which she did not expect. In front of her, the researcher took a test tube bottle and pulled open the body of the blue-striped spider. As the body gradually stiffened, the limbs became gray, and the stickiness of the blue-striped spider faded. The golden light flowed from the body of the demon, gathered at the heart, and condensed into a small pool of golden liquid. Done! The researcher successfully took away the golden blood. In the test tube bottle, the golden liquid showed a pure luster, magnificent and dazzling. It worked? Jiangmi was stunned, staring at the test tube bottle blankly. How could the demon she killed have golden blood? Jiangmi quickly opened the system interface. Every time a monster was killed, the system would pop up a reminder. Jiangmi found it troublesome and minimized the system reminder. Unless she opened it specifically, she would not see such reminders. The system information interface showed the latest message: killed an S-level mutant and gained 2,320 magic points. Current magic value, 34,100. This was a reminder of Jiangmi's killing of Su Shang. After that, she did not kill any monsters, so there was no related reminder. Didn't she kill the blue-striped spider? Did someone do it in secret? Jiangmi didn't understand. But she was no longer a college student who was not good at fighting. Her shooting skills had improved significantly. She clearly killed the blue-striped spider, so there was no reason for the system to not remind her. It was so strange. But Jiangmi couldn't tell what this strange feeling was. He just felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes watching them silently. Ji Linglan was still crying because her body was stained with the gnats of blue-striped spiders. A water-based psychic was helping her deal with the pus on her body. Qin Xianyu lazily lay on Yi Tongchen's back. She got tired not long after entering the crack, and she was carried in by Yi Tongchen for the rest of the journey. At this moment, seeing Ji Linglan crying so hard, Qin Xianyu got off Yi Tongchen and comforted Ji Linglan. Pei Zhixian leaned against a big tree, folded his arms and sneered. What are you afraid of? It's just a spider, not a nest. Linglan, you are too timid. You still want to come to the crack like this? Pei Zhixian, you bastard. Shut up. Ji Linglan cried, and didn't forget to retort Pei Zhixian. Pei Zhixian shrugged. You are a loser, and you are not allowed to say anything. You don't understand how scary insects are? Ji Linglan snorted. Such a big spider. Who knows if they have bacteria? Oh no. If there are spiders, there must be cockroaches. Right? Ji Linglong trembled when she thought of cockroaches. And Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly comforted her. Don't scare yourself. Pei Jixian shook his head. Coward. I have been here for so long, and I only saw a blue-striped spider. What's so scary about it? Stop talking. Jiang Mi suddenly interrupted Pei Jixian. Pei Jixian looked at Ning with a puzzled look. It was rare for Ning to lose her composure like this. Especially when she said this. Her shoulders were shaking. Following Ning's gaze, Pei Jixian turned and looked forward. Within the scope of the visual mirror, black fog rolled, and dust flew in the distance. As if some creature was about to approach, Pei Jixian squinted his eyes slightly, trying to see what it was. When his vision became clearer, the scene in front of him came into view clearly. Insect tide. There were countless insects running towards here. Because the distance was too far, it was difficult to see their size. But according to the surrounding buildings, they were all insects over 3 meters tall. All cockroaches. Densely packed. Overwhelming. Their long antennae danced in the air, like whips hitting the buildings, and the hard concrete buildings were instantly split into pieces. Some giant cockroaches flew into the sky, and the translucent front wings raised rolling dust. The remaining cockroaches worked harder and flew here like crazy. This scene was really shocking, especially such a giant cockroach flying in front of Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi saw a strange light flashing on its huge compound eyes. Help! Ji Linglong was already frightened. Jiang Mi was also a little uncomfortable with the local climate. The scene was in chaos. There were too many cockroaches. They were huge, and their skin was indestructible. Even though the executive officers fought back, some were still injured by the cockroach's tentacles. A cockroach suddenly pounced on Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi suppressed her nausea and immediately pulled up a magic layer to block it. Even though her hardening prevented her from being hurt by the cockroach's tentacles, she felt sick when she touched this creature. It's okay. Someone in the crowd sighed. Fortunately, it's just a sea-level demon. This cockroach is just huge in size and has strong tentacles, but it doesn't have any other attacks. Pure physical attacks are the least worth mentioning in the world of superpowers. But just as he finished speaking, Jiang Mi saw that not far away, a huge head suddenly emerged from a group of cockroaches. Its head stretched out towards the researchers, its tentacles swaying, and countless legs flying in the air. Centipede. Giant centipede. Unlike giant cockroaches, each leg of the giant centipede is stained with venom, and deep pits are corroded wherever it passes. Even the cockroaches stepped on by it screamed in pain because of the venom. A-level magic species, poisonous centipede. A researcher trembled and called out the scientific name of the centipede. The poisonous centipede was extremely fast. In a moment, it had arrived in front of everyone and stretched out its tentacles to destroy Jiang Mi's magic layer. Jiang Mi clearly saw that there was more than one poisonous centipede. After the first one appeared, more poisonous centipedes appeared from all directions. In a flash, Pei Jixian pressed his hands hard, and the huge gravity field instantly crushed the poisonous centipede closest to the crowd. But these demons seemed not afraid of death, and the remaining centipedes rushed towards the crowd one after another. Linglong! Pei Jixian shouted. Ji Linglong had risen to the air without knowing when. There were 2 metal plates under her feet, supporting her to rise steadily. In the air, the tears on Ji Linglong's face disappeared. She looked around the surging insect tide, then took out a huge loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Toxins are prohibited here. The powerful volume spread out in all directions, like water ripples under the amplification of the loudspeaker. Ji Linglong saw on her system panel that her real-time mental power value dropped rapidly because of this simple word. If there was only one poisonous demon on the scene, Ji Linglong's mental power would not drop so quickly. But when the number of poisonous demons increases, the mental power consumed by the same word will be different. This is also the reason why she wants to implant the system. She needs to know how much mental power she will consume every time she uses her ability. The poisonous ability of the poisonous centipede was banned, and the remaining skills were ordinary skills, which greatly relieved the pressure of the executive specialists. But the number of insects was too large. There were more than a dozen poisonous centipedes alone, and everyone was overwhelmed. However, Jiang Mi was able to handle it with ease. After Ji Linglong banned the poison, her magic layer would not be destroyed by the poisonous spider. These giant insects can only use normal attacks. But the gap between the S-level hardened magic layer and the normal attack is too large. and they can't break through Jiangmi's magic layer. Hiding under the magic layer. Safe and comfortable. The next second, Mu Lanxue drilled into Jiangmi's magic layer. She patted her chest as if she had survived a disaster. Oh my! It's so scary. Jiangmi followed the direction where Mu Lanxue fled and saw a cockroach the size of a palm. Jiangmi. Teacher. You are SS level. This is just a young cockroach. At most E level. But Mu Lanxue blinked at Jiangmi pitifully. It's really scary. Then, Su Chen also got into Jiangmi's magic layer. It's so scary. While he said this, he was holding an AK in his hand. And he used the AK to headshot the two giant cockroaches chasing him. And then hid behind Jiangmi with a horrified face. It's so scary. Let me hide. Jiangmi? A master of physical skills, who can challenge SS level is afraid of a C-level demon? Will anyone believe it? Jiangmi was speechless. But this is not over yet. The third researcher. The fourth researcher. The researchers who had always been able to hide behind the executives and barely fight the monsters with a submachine gun. All discovered the pure land behind Jiangmi. In this place full of demon insect hides. This is actually the only safe area. And as the number of researchers increased, Jiangmi had to expand her magic layer. This is not a big problem. After all, in the black fog, Jiangmi's magic is inexhaustible. Gradually, such a picture appeared in the cracks. All the researchers were in Jiangmi's magic layer. And all the executives were killing monsters outside. Maybe there were too many insect hides. And the executives couldn't kill them all in a short time. And the researchers were a little bored. Have you brought water? I'm a little thirsty. Yes. I have tea leaves. Oh. I have tea-making tools in my backpack. I thought they wouldn't be useful. Hey. I have melon seeds. I have poker cards. Let's play a game. So, Jiangmi saw that under the magic layer she had created, some of the researchers who entered the number 109 crack to explore were eating melon seeds and gossiping. Some were making tea around the stove. And some were playing poker. Only Mu Lanxue, Su Chen and others could take care of the demons outside. And occasionally comment on them. This cockroach is good. Fat. This one is not good. I saw it bumping into the protective layer for a long time. But it didn't make any cracks. It's too rubbish. The current demons are no good. What's the point of being so fat? The demons outside felt Mu Lanxue's provocation. Their tentacles fluttered wildly. And they were greatly mocked. Their eyes filled with anger. Then, they gathered their strength and rushed to the magic layer with all their strength. Get ready. Gather strength. Wait for the order. Go! Bang 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 bang. There were bursts of collisions outside the magic layer. Countless cockroaches and centipedes collided with the magic layer, feeling dizzy, and finally fell to the ground. Luckily, a few of them still had some strength left after the collision. But their tentacles were still shaking in confusion. Mu Lanxue and Su Chen continued to fool around. Crack. Crack. It's not okay after a collision? This world demon species is not okay. This is the most rubbish demon species I've ever seen. It can't even break this protective layer. Too lame. The future of demon species is worrying. Jiangmi. Theoretically, low-level demon species can't understand human language. But these demon species seem to understand a little bit. Because Jiangmi saw that after Mu Lanxue and Su Chen's ridicule, the tentacles of the fallen demon species stood up angrily. This touched their reverse scales. The demon cockroaches whispered to each other, and then continued to work hard. Their tiny legs trembled, struggling to support their huge bodies, and tremblingly climbed up. Then, the insects gritted their teeth, raised their tentacles high, and rushed to the magic layer like crazy. Boom! 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 Jiangmi couldn't bear to listen anymore. This went on and on. The demon seeds were like leeks in the field, planted one after another. The outside of the magic layer was already filled with the bodies of insects. Although they were not dead, they were almost unconscious. Seeing that the attack power of these demons was really weak, Mu Lanxue shook her head and ignored them. She took out a box of mahjong from somewhere, saw Jiangmi standing aside, and waved enthusiastically. Sure Ning! Come on! We are short of one. Jiangmi was silent. She glanced outside the magic layer. The executive commissioners were still fighting bloody battles. Then she looked inside the magic layer. It was peaceful and quiet. Everyone had a cup of milk tea. So comfortable. Jiangmi. Isn't this bad? Tian Xian and Su Chen were already sitting next to Mu Lanxue. While playing mahjong, they persuaded Jiangmi. You are a defensive system. What does killing demons have to do with you? Su Chen, the milk tea cooked by Xiao Tian is really delicious. Sure Ning. Come and try it. Jiangmi. This is really bad. Outside the magic layer. After the initial chaos, the executive commissioners can now cooperate in an orderly manner. Especially the members of the national team. The auxiliary psychics control the field. Control the insect tide to prevent it from spreading. And the offensive psychics are responsible for attacking, annihilating and killing all the demons with one blow. Among them, Jiang Xiaobai and Ji Linglan are in one group. And Yi Tongchen and Chen Xianyu are in one group. And the combination is very harmonious. Pei Jixian is the only one who was left behind. Because he is too strong. He has never had a partner. And he has gotten used to it. But now seeing that his friends are working together, he can't help but summon Shi Ning. Shi Ning, come here quickly. There are a lot of insects here. Help me block it. After calling several times, Shi Ning did not respond. Pei Jixian turned his head in confusion and saw Shi Ning hiding in the magic layer, sitting in a circle with Mu Lanxue and others, playing mahjong. Pei Jixian? Other researchers are like this. Even if they don't play mahjong, they are playing cards and eating melon seeds. Pei Jixian? Is the exploration of crack so leisurely? Why is it different from what he knows? Hearing Pei Jixian's call, Jiangmi took a big sip of milk tea and raised his head slowly. Ah, Captain. But I'm protecting the researchers. I don't have time to help you. The researchers nodded like crazy. Yes. We really need Shi Ning. Shi Ning can't leave. Pei Jixian looked at this scene. His expression cracked. Pei Jixian. Come on. Jiangmi touched a card and did not forget to encourage Pei Jixian. I believe you can do it alone. You are SS level. Mu Lanxue, come on. Xiao Pei. The insect tide depends on you. Other researchers also encouraged. Come on. Don't lose to the demons. You are the strongest team in our federation. Tongchen. Hurry up. It took you a minute to kill a centipede. You can't do it. Xiaobai. Don't stand there stupidly. Your metal piece is inserted crookedly. That's not the heart of the cockroach. Pei Jixian? Yi Tongchen? Jiang Xiaobai? The executive commissioners were also stunned. As federal civil servants, they have explored the cracks more than a dozen times. Which time was not licking blood on the tip of the knife. Dealing with the demons in the cracks is not easy. The key is to protect the researchers. The researchers are weak chickens with 5 scum in combat. And all their abilities are added to the brain power. And the monsters can't be beaten at all. This is the first time they don't need to protect the researchers. And they can focus on fighting the demons. Which reduces a lot of pressure. But why does it feel even weirder? Especially Jiang Xiaobai. He and Ji Linglan were both floating in the air, fighting against the demons at high altitude. When he saw the scene in the magic layer, his body trembled, and he almost fell off the metal sheet. This scene seemed familiar. Looking at the demons piled up like a hill outside the magic layer, Jiang Xiaobai inexplicably felt a sense of sympathy. The demons outside had been almost cleared. Pei Jixian, Jiang Xiaobai, Yi Tongchen, Malin, Nia Yin, 5S level attack type psychics, plus a group of other level psychics to control the field. It was only a matter of time to eliminate these insect tides. As the researchers finished drinking tea and playing cards, some researchers carried AKs and drilled out of the magic layer to deal with the demons that were knocked unconscious outside. After all, as long as they were demons, they would have golden blood, so they would not waste it. Jiangmi watched with his own eyes as portions of golden blood were separated from the demons and then collected into test tubes by the researchers. Each time they explore, researchers will bring at least more than 200 test tubes, which are usually not full. It is extremely rare for a swarm of insects to appear like the one in the crack number 109. And they are all demon species. Fortunately, Yuan Xie and Mu Lanxue each brought a team, with a total of more than 400 test tubes, which is enough. In a place where no one is paying attention, Jiang Mi's hand firmly pressed a giant cockroach that was unconscious, and silently hardened its internal organs. The cockroach died silently. The system did not remind him. Jiang Mi waited for a long time, but no golden blood was precipitated. Weird. Indescribably weird. At this time, a researcher came out with energy liquid and handed it to Jiang Mi. They believed that Jiangmi's magic layer was the mental layer. So they fed her a lot of food with added energy liquid to ensure that her mental power was enough to support the mental layer. This is also the reason why Jiangmi couldn't go out to help Pei Zhixian with her mental power value. Once the energy liquid is not continuously replenished, the protective layer protecting all the research institutes will not be able to hold on. Touching the mental power layer, the researcher asked curiously. Ning's protective layer is S-level defense. Right? What if she encounters an S-level demon species? Jiangmi had already felt this when she was fighting against Lei Sei. Her hardening layer is strong enough, and the same level attack system can't hurt her at all. But as time goes on, if she is attacked continuously, Jiangmi's defense will also collapse. Jiangmi explained the truth to the researchers, and the researchers showed some panic. Don't encounter S-level monsters. Don't worry. Don't worry. A researcher comforted. How can S-level monsters appear so easily? There are only 2 in the entire 109 crack. Yes. Not to mention that we have so many S-level psychics. We also have SS-level Pei. There is nothing to be afraid of. By the way, a researcher asked again, have you seen S-level monsters? The other researchers all shook their heads. How can it be so easy to see? S-level. Jiangmi has seen S-level monsters. It's the demon wolf that loves to eat small cakes and watch cartoons. It also likes to pretend to be a dog. This dog appears frequently in the academy, and many researchers in the academy have seen it. Who can believe that they keep saying that they have never seen S-level monsters? But in fact, they have seen them countless times. Jiangmi couldn't help but chuckle. The demon wolf followed her into the number 109 crack. But no one knew where it was wandering, as they were both S-class demons. Maybe it could find other demons. Just thinking about it, Jiangmi suddenly heard the howl of a wolf that resounded through the world in the distance. At the same time, a flash of white-silver light flashed, and a silver-white, 4 or 5 meter tall space magic wolf suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Jiangmi. Everyone. Xiao Ha? Jiangmi was confused. Except for Xiao Ha. She had never seen other space magic wolves. And the one in front of her, whether it was fur or eyes, was exactly the same as Xiao Ha. The space magic wolf appeared instantly, and all the researchers were frightened and immediately got into Jiangmi's magic lair. The demon wolf glared at the magic lair, its blue eyes full of contempt. It could teleport into the magic lair, but when it saw the piles of demon corpses around it, its dignity was seriously challenged. So it opened its bloody mouth and bit the magic lair. Jiangmi was confused, but he had a clear sense of survival. The moment he saw this scene, he immediately increased the hardness of the magic layer from S level to SS level. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and everyone heard the sound. But everyone couldn't tell whether it was the sound of the protective layer breaking. The space demon wolf retracted its mouth dully. Its wolf mouth was still long, but the teeth that were originally indestructible began to collapse and shatter, falling one by one, hitting the concrete floor, and smashing deep pits on the concrete floor. Everyone. Demon wolf? The demon wolf lowered its head in confusion, and touched the teeth on the ground with its huge claws. Its teeth. All fallen out. All gone. My teeth. My teeth all. Jiangmi heard the demon wolf's howling that resounded through the heavens and earth. I always felt that this scene was familiar. Then, the demon wolf's fierce eyes narrowed, overflowing with fierce light, and it waved its claws, waving one claw towards the magic layer. The researchers saw this, and instinctively leaned back. But everyone was in the magic layer, and it was useless to retreat. The demon wolf's claws swung across the magic layer, and the surrounding air waves rolled, and the bodies of the demons were blown away. But the magic layer was safe and sound. The demon wolf's claws began to break, fall off, and fall around the magic layer. Giant wolf? Researchers? The demon wolf's blue eyes looked at the transparent magic layer in front of it that could not be seen at all, and then looked at its own claws. Demon wolf, doubting wolf life. The third step. The demon wolf did not hesitate, teleported to a position several dozen meters away, and glared at the magic layer. For the last time. I still don't believe it. If I don't break this stranger wall, I will kill you two-legged beasts. The demon wolf howled to the sky, then stepped back and rushed to the magic layer. Jiangmi could already predict its fate, and closed his eyes sympathetically. Then, a crack sound came from his ears. The demon wolf's skull shattered, The demon wolf's eyes were full of stars. The demon wolf fainted. The scene was extremely quiet. Whether it was the executive commissioners, who were annihilating the insect tide, or the researchers hiding in the magic lair, everyone saw with their own eyes that an S-level space demon wolf just crashed into the magic lair and knocked itself down. The huge body of the demon wolf fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Although it was still breathing, it was unconscious. Ji Linglong looked at the fallen demon wolf and broke the silence. Isn't it said that space-type and S-level demons are the most difficult to capture? It seems that they are not that difficult. Right? Everyone was speechless. In fact, it is indeed difficult, but who knew it would be like this? Only Mu Lanchua walked to Jiangmi and lowered her voice. I thought the space demon wolf that hit you was already stupid enough. It turns out that this entire race is not smart. Chapter 57. Jiangmi wanted to defend Xiaoha's race. Although the magic wolf had a low IQ, Xiaoha often completed the tasks she assigned very well. However, looking at the huge magic wolf in front of him, Jiangmi fell silent. The researchers were extremely excited when they saw the scene, and they started discussing it all at once. It's really a space wolf, and it's already S-level. Ning's protective layer is so powerful. I didn't expect it. Just now, so many demons were knocked unconscious here. That's right. Soon we can even get S-level gold blood. I participated in the second crack exploration, and this was actually the easiest one for me. If crack exploration is so easy in the future, I am willing to come every time. A researcher waved at Jiangmi. Ning, you must join the administration after graduation. It's best to go to the crack every time. Yes. Yes. Another researcher said. I will sign up for a team with you in the future. It's so cool to be with you. Someone actually said that Ning's S-level was rubbish before. What's wrong with this person? This is simply the best ability I have ever seen. +1+1+1. The researchers became more and more excited as they discussed. And they had already arranged Jiangmi's life after graduation. Jiangmi. Suddenly, Jiangmi felt an unnatural breath in the air and turned back abruptly. Another silver-white shadow flew by, and where the magic wolf fell, another space magic wolf appeared. The second S-level demon species. The researchers who were joking around instantly became alert, and even the executive specialists who were fighting against the insect tide became nervous. The eyes of the space wolf were brown, full of anger. It slapped the blue-eyed wolf on the ground with its big claws, and the fallen wolf woke up. The brown-eyed wolf glared at the blue-eyed wolf and howled. Are you stupid? Who told you to hit this thing? Can't you just teleport in? The blue-eyed wolf lowered his head in shame. I just wanted to try if I could break that thing. My head is hard. I didn't expect that thing to be harder. Brown-eyed wolf. It rolled its eyes. Stupid. Blue-eyed wolf? Blue-eyed wolf, why are you scolding wolves? Jiangmi. Just from this conversation, you can feel the stupidity of this race. If it weren't for the space system ability, it would have been extinct long ago. The two wolves exchanged information and knew that the magic layer protecting the researcher in front of them was indestructible. They no longer planned to use the magic layer, but still stared at the researcher in the magic layer. The researchers immediately carried guns, daggers, and any tools that could protect themselves. Although Ning's protective layer was powerful, the space wolf could ignore obstacles and teleport. They could teleport into the safe circle. Everyone was alert to the S-level demons. The blue-eyed wolf still had a stupid look on his face, and a cunning flashed in the eyes of the brown-eyed wolf. It kicked its legs hard, and suddenly, a huge space hole appeared under the magic layer. The confrontation just now was actually opening a space hole. The space hole suddenly appeared, and the other end was hundreds of meters in the air. All the researchers in the magic layer lost their support points unexpectedly and fell rapidly. Fuck. You can't play like this. I'm afraid of heights. Help. Help. I'm going to die. The researchers screamed in the air. Jiangmi was also doing free fall in the air. She felt the appearance of the space hole. But unfortunately, she was now Ning, and the only ability she could use was Hardening. As everyone got closer to the ground, the speed of free fall became faster and faster. If they fell directly on the concrete floor from such a high altitude, they would definitely die. There were more and more screams around them. At the moment when everyone was very close to the ground, a gravity field changed the gravity in the area, and all the researchers floated up when they approached the ground. The researchers looked at the ground so close and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Jiangmi, with a bang, fell on the concrete floor, creating a deep pit on the ground. The higher the level of the ability, the stronger the mental power on the body, which can form a certain defensive effect against the abilities of others. If Pei Zhixian wants to control the gravity of the organism, he must break through the opponent's mental defense. The researchers were all low-level psychics, and their mental defenses were very easy to break through. But Jiangmi didn't remove her defense, so Pei Zhixian couldn't control her gravity. It doesn't matter. Jiangmi is tough. After smashing a deep pit on the ground, she stood up calmly like a normal person and patted the dust off her body. At the edge of the deep pit, a cement brick broke because it couldn't support it. Pei Zhixian. Researchers. Seeing that the space hole failed, the brown-eyed demon wolf was angry and stomped his feet again. This time the location of the space hole was extremely tricky. Not on the ground or in the air, but 1 meter above the ground. The huge space hole encompassed all the researchers and executive specialists on the scene. If the space hole at this location is closed, the effect will be similar to space slash. Enough to cut everyone in half. A trace of pride and complacency flashed in the eyes of the brown-eyed demon wolf, and he stomped his feet to close the space hole. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. This place prohibits space. The huge space hole collapsed and shattered in an instant, and all the space and teleportation channels were closed. The demon wolves were shocked. Prohibiting space means prohibiting their superpowers. They can clearly feel that after the superpowers disappear, not only can the space hole not be released, but teleportation cannot be used. The brown-eyed demon wolf realized the seriousness of the situation. Not good. Hurry up. If it weren't for Ji Linglan's ability, even if facing an SSS-level superpower, the demon wolf could hide for a while. And if it couldn't hide, it would run for its life. There is no creature in the world that is better at escaping than him. But Ji Linglan's ability banned their escape weapons. If they didn't leave this place quickly, the A-level psychics would kill them. The blue-eyed demon wolf listened to the brown-eyed demon wolf and turned around and ran. The brown-eyed demon wolf followed closely behind, leaping dozens of meters with its huge body and quickly leaving this dangerous place. Chase! Ji Linglan's superpower radiation range is only 100 meters. Beyond this distance, the demon wolf will recover its superpower. All executive officers were dispatched instantly, no longer paying attention to the insignificant bugs in front of them. At this time, catching the demon wolf is the right thing to do. Jiang Xiaobai hugged Ji Linglan by the waist, and the metal sheet carried the two of them to chase the demon wolf quickly. The 100-meter distance passed quickly, and Ji Linglan released a few word spirits to firmly lock the demon wolf's superpowers and prevent them from escaping with teleportation. Flying at low altitude, Jiang Xiaobai was faster, and the two had already caught up with the demon wolf and were ready to kill it. Come back! Pei Zhixian suddenly shouted. But at this time, Jiang Xiaobai was already blood-curdling, and the demon wolf was so close that he couldn't let it go. He waved the metal cones to attack, and countless metal cones were approaching the demon wolf. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to attack, a huge gravity field came down and smashed him and Ji Linglan to the ground. The body hit the concrete floor heavily, and Jiang Xiaobai and Ji Linglan felt that several ribs were broken, and blood gushed out of their mouths. At the same time, the two demon wolves jumped onto a building more than 20 meters high. Pei Zhixian, what are you doing? Ji Linglan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shouted to Pei Zhixian, who was chasing after her. Do you know that we almost caught these two demon wolves? Pei Zhixian slowly landed beside Ji Linglan. I only know that if you were a second slower, you would be dead. Ji Linglan was stunned and looked up following Pei Zhixian's gaze. In the visual mirror, she could only see the silhouettes of the two demon wolves on the teaching building, which were pitch black and huge. As the black fog gradually dissipated, the scene around them gradually came into view. On the rooftop of the teaching building, there appeared the silhouettes of more than a dozen crack creatures, each of which looked strange and had different sizes. They stood in a row and stared at the humans in front of them. Jiang Xiaobai frowned. What is that? Behind him, an executive officer with perception ability rushed over, felt the floating power in front of him, and said in a trembling voice, They are all demon species. S-level demon species. The executive officers all caught up, and the scene in front of them became clearer and clearer. 12. On the teaching building, including the space wolf, there are a total of 12 S-level demons. They looked down from a high place, staring at humans with a covetous look. On Blue Star, superpowers are divided into levels. The level of a superpower is determined by the level of the superpower. Although physical skills and firearms can change the combat ability of a superpower, on average, it can still be divided by superpower level. Humans use hot weapons and cold weapons to improve their abilities. And demons also have strong physiques and the instincts of wild beasts. The Superpower Management Bureau generally believes that between demons and superpowers of the same level, demons are still slightly better. Therefore, when 13 S-level demons appear, and there is only one SS-level superpower and 9 S-level superpowers on the human side, the combat power is very different. Ahead is the territory of the 13 S-level demons. Jiang Xiaobai and Ji Linglan will die if they take a step forward. The two sides were in a standoff. The demons were no longer prey. They occupied the high ground, and their power became stronger. They were not afraid of humans at all. Pei Jixian and others did not move forward. They looked up at the demons. And the demons also looked down at Pei Jixian. At that moment, a silent standoff began. Jiangmi felt that it was a collision of two forces. A PK between magic power and mental power. Cracks appeared on the wide concrete road in front of him. And the gap extended from the ground to the surrounding buildings. Whoever retreated would lose. In a moment, the building between the two sides broke into two halves. And this destruction continued. A researcher came from the square in front of the school and just passed by the building. The broken stones fell one after another. Jiangmi immediately touched the ground with both hands and ran to the damaged building in an instant, stabilizing the building's shape and hardening without being affected. There was a crack in the confrontation between Pei Jixian and the 13 demons. And the demons, who had the upper hand, felt uneasy. Humans cannot feel the black mist, but demons can. The human woman who used supernatural powers just now used magic power. The demons looked serious, whispered for a moment, stopped confronting humans, and turned around to leave the scene. Until all 13 demons left, the executive commissioners finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally left. Oh my god! If they had attacked us at that time, we would have been dead. There are 13 S-level demons there. I don't know 13 S-level demons. Mr. Pei can actually scare away all the demons. So amazing. You are worthy of being the strongest new generation. You are worthy of being our SS level. Pei Jixian did not respond, looked at his hands, and fell silent. No. He lost the confrontation just now. Even if it is SS level, it is very difficult to face 13 S-level demons. But the demons left. They seem to have encountered a greater threat. Jiangmi once again set up a magic layer to protect the researchers. Ji Linglan also cast the word spirit that prohibits poison and space here. Although she was not sure what the abilities of those S-level demons were, it was safer to have such a magic layer. The researchers were still chattering about the S-level demons, and they were obviously amazed by this phenomenon. Jiangmi was puzzled. 13 S-level demons. Are they considered a lot? She had no idea how many demons would appear when exploring the cracks. Of course, Mu Lanqiu explained. The Federation can only kill 1 or 2 S-level demons a year at most. 13 S-level demons are the share of demons killed by the Federation in 10 years. Jiangmi was surprised. That's not right. There are 5 S-level psychics in the national team alone. How can they only get 1 or 2 S-level golden blood in a year? Only Ji and Pei took S-level golden blood, said Mu Lanqiu. The other children took A-level golden blood, because they have strong mental power. They awakened to S-level. Ascending? Jiangmi knew that psychics could awaken to a higher level. Forget Yi Tongchen and Jiang Xiaobai. From this point of view, Chen Xianyu actually awakened to SS level? How powerful is this girl's mental power? The researchers discussed it again. It is obviously abnormal that so many demon species appeared in the crack at the same time. S-level demon species have evolved a certain IQ and have a strong sense of territory. It is impossible for them to live together. However, this is just old knowledge about crack biology on Blue Star. If S-level mutants can gather together, why can't S-level demons? After the S-level demons left, the researchers and executive specialists were no longer attacked by the demons. They continued to go deeper. When they passed the teaching building where the group of S-level demons had just stood, they saw the bodies of the first wave of explorers in the teaching building. The bodies piled up like a mountain, and the flesh and blood were eaten by the demons, leaving only the white bones. The moon was on the branches. And under the moonlight, the white bones glowed. The bodies of the first wave of explorers are all here. There are a few bodies missing, but they probably didn't survive and died somewhere else. After an executive specialist counted, he reported to an Yin and Yen. The two nodded and shook their heads. It is only a matter of time before they encounter corpses. It is easy to encounter the bodies of the first wave of explorers in the second wave of exploration of the crack. In this case, researchers will not deal with the bodies, but take away the exploration equipment on the bodies, which may contain useful clues for them. Some researchers pulled out the recording and video devices on the bodies of the dead. Most of the devices were damaged by monsters when the holders died. Only a few devices can still be used and record data. Monsters, all monsters. Monsters everywhere. All dead. No one survived. This maze is alive. Alive. We can't get out. We can't get out anymore. This maze will eat people. It will eat people. Don't eat me. Everyone can understand the first few sentences. They also encountered insectoids and knew the horror of demons. But they don't understand the latter words. What is a maze? There are too few clues. And the researchers can't analyze anything. It was dark. And the executive commissioners chose an open field and set up camp on the spot. Jiangmi and Ji Linglan's abilities can ensure that they will not be attacked by monsters below level A. But Yin still arranged for S-level psychics to stand guard every hour, so that if there is a demon attack, everyone can deal with it. Because Jiangmi had to maintain the magic layer for a whole night, he eliminated the guard team. And this job was mainly done by several S-level psychics in the attack department. In the evening, after eating canned food and lunch boxes, everyone went to rest. There were also researchers who liked to study, who dug out the equipment on the dead and continued to study the situation of the number 109 crack. The black fog still exists here, and Jiangmi's ability is full. After everyone fell asleep, she maintained the magic layer of the base and quietly left. She summoned Xiaohua only after she was sure she was out of Ji Linglan's control. Xiaohua lazily came out of the space power, and when he saw the round moon, he almost stretched his neck and howled like a wolf, but was stopped by Jiangmi. You've been hanging around here for a while. Haven't you met any other S-level monsters? Xiaohua looked suspicious, his round blue eyes full of doubts. Other S-level monsters? How is that possible? I haven't even met a monster. No. Jiangmi was even more confused, and asked, are there many S-level space monsters like you? Have you met a monster wolf like you before? Xiaohua looked at Jiangmi with contempt, and raised his dog head high. Woman, you are looking down on me. Do you think it's easy to upgrade? When I became S-level, the Wolf King Cub in our wolf pack was still A. Humph. With this ability, it will never reach S-level in this life. Don't even mention meeting other S-level monsters. I've only seen me, an S-level monster in my life. Jiangmi also felt that there wouldn't be too many S-level monsters. It's no secret that monsters can be upgraded by killing monsters. But most monsters can only be upgraded to A level in their ultimate life. The probability of 2 S-level space demon wolves appearing at once is really too low. Jiangmi was still thinking about the 12 S-level demons today. But Xiaohua's ears moved. Woman, the people in your base are so restless. Many of them have left your magic layer. Xiaohua is a space demon, and its perception ability is extremely good. Jiangmi's magic layer is indestructible after hardening. But as long as there is a supernatural power blocker, people can also leave temporarily. After leaving the supernatural power blocker, the magic layer will recover. Jiangmi has no perception of this part of the ability, so he didn't know that someone had left. Who is it? Jiangmi asked. A man and a woman. Xiaohua felt it. Oh, they seem to be very familiar with this place, and actually opened an underground base and got in. Chapter 58. Mu Lanxue and Su Chen came to an abandoned teaching building. The walls of the teaching building were full of cracks, and the desks and chairs inside were rotten and damaged. It had been abandoned for too long, and there was no sign of life. The two walked into the teaching building through the broken iron door, and walked all the way to the elevator. The steel elevator door was bumpy, and the steel had been corroded, leaving only the broken rust stubbornly hanging on the door. Su Chen raised his leg and kicked it, and the rusty steel fell off, and with 2 dongs, it fell into the bottomless elevator shaft. Su Chen took a searchlight and shone it into the elevator shaft. The light in the elevator shaft was dim. The elevator had crashed. and even the cable that supported the elevator fell to the bottom. Su-Chen and his team were on the first floor, nearly 100 meters away from the bottom of the elevator. Without safety devices, the two entered the elevator shaft and climbed down with their bare hands, like rock climbing. In just 1 minute, they had already landed at the bottom. The view in front of them suddenly became clear. There is a huge space at the bottom of the elevator shaft, and a door stands in front of the two. It is impossible to tell what the door is made of, but it feels indestructible. Even after 100 years, there is no sign of decay, and it is still nailed to the wall as if welded. Su-Chen walked to the door and entered the password at the electronic lock. He tried several times, but the password was wrong. Mu Lanchua reached out and touched the door. How about I melt this door? Su-Chen was speechless. This door is 1 meter thick. Besides, the executive specialist has perception. If you break through violently, he will find you. Mu Lanchua spread her hands. What should I do? This base looks big. Someone in the organization should know the password here. Right? Go back and ask? Su-Chen thought for a moment. Ning may know that she is a student of this school. Mu Lanchua's light brown pupils flashed a trace of surprise. Her grades were so good in the past. However, she seems to have forgotten the past. This is what confuses me. Su-Chen looked at the huge door in front of him, was silent for a moment, and said, She is not the same as I remember. And I don't know if she is the person I know. Mu Lanchua sighed. It's hard to say. And we can't test her. She looked around and her eyes fell on the elevator shaft they came from. This base is not secret enough. If we don't move the things inside as soon as possible, Yuan Xia and others will find this place in a few days, and that will be bad. The two thought about how to break the door and move the things in the base. Suddenly, Su-Chen's ears moved slightly, and he looked at the elevator shaft fiercely, and his sword-like eyebrows, like distant mountains, pressed down. They have already found us. Mu Lanchua's tent in the protective layer. Yuan Xia opened the tent, and the tent was empty, without a person. She's not here? Nye Yan's eyes showed some worry. Humph. She's not in the tent in the middle of the night. Who knows where she's hanging out with some man? Yuan Xia stood up unhappily. If it weren't for her seductive look, hanging out everywhere, how could she seduce you? Nye Yan didn't refute Yuan Xia. Why don't we just forget about it tonight? It's only the first day. It won't be good if something goes wrong. Forget it? Yuan Xia glared at Nye Yan. She stole my things, and you want to just forget about it? Why? Nye Yan. Don't tell me you're soft-hearted now. Nye Yan said anxiously. Of course I didn't. You'd better not. Yuan Xia walked up to Nye Yan and poked his chest wantonly. Find out your position. You are a dog here. You are not qualified to point fingers. Do you understand? Nye Yan bowed his head respectfully. I understand. Yuan Xia was quite satisfied with Nye Yan's submissive attitude. She tore open Mu Lanchua's tent again, found Mu Lanchua's hair, put it in a small thin sheet, and inserted the sheet into the visual mirror. The picture in the visual mirror changed. In addition to the visible environment in the black fog, Yuan Xia's interface showed green traces of human activities, the most obvious of which were footprints, scattered in the area covered by the protective layer. The density of footprints near the researcher area was the densest. There was a series of footprints in the east, which was the direction from which the exploration team came. On the other side, there was another series of footprints in the west, leaving the protective layer. Yuan Xia adjusted the viewing mirror and looked to the west. The direction of the footprints had left the protective layer and went further away. At night, in this place full of demons, she dared to leave. Yuan Xia chuckled. This Mu Lanchua is getting more and more interesting. The two followed the footprints and left the protective layer. When they walked to a sparsely populated area, the footprints became more obvious, which meant that the two were closer to Mu Lanchua. Yuan Xia could see Mu Lanchua's footprints in the viewing mirror, and Nye Yan could see two clear footprints on the ground, one large and one small, one male and one female. Lanchua came out with a man? Is it the school doctor who followed her? Why? Nye Yan's frown deepened, and in a blink of an eye, the two came to the dilapidated teaching building. Mu Lanchua's footprints extended to the elevator, indicating that she was in the elevator shaft. This corner was far away from the exploration team's protective layer. The two were about to enter the elevator shaft. Suddenly, a pair of deep blue eyes appeared in front of them. Yuan Xia and Ye Yin were both startled and immediately retreated more than 10 meters away. In the twisted space, silver light flashed, and a 4-meter-tall space demon wolf with silver-white fur appeared in front of the two. Demon wolf? How could it be here? Ye Yin immediately looked around vigilantly to see if there were other S-level demons following. There was only one space demon wolf in sight, but they still felt uneasy. Yuan Xia narrowed her eyes. She could see that the demon wolf in front of her flashed the color of doom. Apparently, when confronting 13 S-level demons today, Yuan Xia had not yet realized that the demon wolf would bring her bad luck. But now looking at this demon wolf, her ability told her that if she took another step forward, she would die. A thin layer of frost appeared around Ye Yin, which spread to the ground and quickly attacked the space demon wolf. There is only one space demon wolf here. If it can be captured successfully. Suddenly, Yuan Xia put her hand on Ye Yin's shoulder. Let's go! Ye Yin was stunned. This is an S-level demon species. Didn't you say that you have to get an S-level golden blood this time? Yuan Xia's face was gloomy. There is still time later. If we don't leave now, we will all die. The demon wolf roared, and the wolf howl caused the entire abandoned building to shake. It kicked its legs and rushed towards Yuan Xia and Ye Yin, without caring about Mu Lanxue. Yuan Xia and Ye Yin turned around and ran. The speed of the two was definitely not as fast as the space magic wolf. So along the way, Ye Yin released ice spikes to prevent the magic wolf from approaching. Perhaps the ice spikes worked. The magic wolf finally gave up chasing and only landed on the top of the teaching building, staring at the two people's backs as they went away. After the two people's figures had run far away and could not be seen, Jiangmi walked out from behind the magic wolf. Xiao Ha snorted proudly. 2 idiots. I yelled and they were scared away. It's useless. Jiangmi did not refute the magic wolf's words, but just looked at the direction where Yuan Xia and the others went away. Then she lowered her head and looked at the empty elevator shaft. This elevator runs through the underground and the entire teaching building. So even on the top floor of the rooftop, as long as the rusty elevator door is kicked open, you can still reach the underground. Xiao Ha stood next to Jiangmi and took a deep breath. Wow! It's so big inside. Go and take a look. After that, Jiangmi jumped into the elevator shaft. Without climbing or using any tools, Jiangmi landed steadily at the bottom of the elevator shaft after 5 or 6 seconds. She looked up and saw Su Chen and Mu Lanxue standing in front of a huge base gate. The two were stunned when they saw Jiangmi. Mu Lanxue was the first to break the silence. Is Yuan Xia gone? Gone. Jiangmi answered truthfully. Su Chen looked at Jiangmi, who was standing alone in front of the elevator shaft, and said, Don't hide. I know you didn't come down alone. Jiangmi waved his hand helplessly. The giant demon wolf came out of the space hole. Its huge body was slightly depressed underground. After leaving the space hole, Xiao Ha shook his body and turned back into a husky more than half a meter tall. Mu Lanxue and Su Chen were both shocked. Isn't this your dog? Jiangmi did not hide it. Yes, it is. Xiao Ha raised his head proudly. Look! Look! I am so good at disguising myself. Others think I am a dog. Jiangmi, what is there to be proud of in such a thing? She sighed and explained to Mu Lanxue. Yuan Xia has left. They think this is the lair of the S-level demons, and will not come here in a short time. However, Pei Zhixian must want to kill all the demons. So, Jiangmi looked at the gate of the base beside Mu Lanxue. Your underground base cannot be hidden for too long. Mu Lanxue and Su Chen also considered this. If it was in the past, an exploration team led by 1 or 2 S-level leaders would take several days to deal with demons and monsters, and they would not be able to take care of this side. But this time it might be different. Mu Lanxue looked at Jiangmi. Don't you ask why we are here? Jiangmi hesitated for 2 seconds. She had no intention of exploring the past of Mu Lanxue and Su Chen. After all, who doesn't have some secrets? But this is Earth, her alma mater. Even though she had only been here for a month, Jiangmi had a sense of belonging. And now, Mu Lanxue found a base 100 meters below her school. It was hard for Jiangmi not to be curious and not ask. What is this? Jiangmi asked. Su Chen looked at Jiangmi suspiciously. You don't know what this is? Jiangmi was even more confused. When Jiangmi saw the base, he guessed most of it. The appearance of the crack is the end of the earth. Most people will go crazy and kill people when the black fog sweeps over. Fortunately, although the black fog can penetrate solid objects, it takes a certain amount of time. Therefore, if you want to avoid the black fog, you need to build a base with a thick enough building. It is most suitable to build a human base within 100 meters underground. However, Hardening is just an ordinary student of the Crack Academy, a second-class citizen from the colony. Why does Suchin think that she should know this? Jiangmi paused, and asked instead, "What do you mean?" Suchin looked into Jiangmi's eyes. Her obsidian pupils were obviously full of bad water, but she pretended to be innocent, as if she really knew nothing. Suchin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you really not remember me?" Jiangmi was even more confused. "How can you say this as if a heartless woman forgets her husband?" "Jiangmi, you are the school doctor. How can I not remember? I'm talking about 10 years ago." Suchin interrupted Jiangmi. "We met 10 years ago. You really don't remember." Jiangmi? Jiangmi knew every word here. But when they were combined together, Jiangmi couldn't understand. Especially the last two words. Jiangmi. Jiangmi. It has been a long time since Jiangmi heard people call her like this. She almost had tinnitus when she heard it. Jiangmi stretched out her hand, and Glock pointed directly at the tip of Suchin's nose. She held down the trigger. "Who are you? Why, do you know my name?" Until this moment, Suchin's heart finally relaxed, and his eyebrows curved happily. "You are Jiangmi. I didn't recognize you wrongly." Jiangmi didn't let go, and Glock still pointed at Suchin. Suchin didn't care at all, and looked at Jiangmi again. "You lost your memory?" From the first time, she saw the crack to the blink of an eye when she came to Blue Star. If it wasn't for the soul traveling, Jiangmi must have lost some of her memory. She used to infer that she was not Hardening, which was just a very bold inference. But today, when she heard Suchin call her like this, her inference was correct. Suchin put one hand in his trouser pocket, not caring about the muzzle of the gun against his nose. The crack appeared in the second year of the Earth, and humans woke up to the fact that the end of the world was coming. Therefore, various forces built underground bases to temporarily resist the invasion of black fog. This is the base built by the teachers and students of Huaqing University. I have seen you here. That was many years ago. At that time, Suchin was only 15 years old. Their base could not resist the invasion of black fog, and a group of people fled and finally came to the vicinity of Huaqing University. It was the teachers and students here who took them in. Suchin had only seen Jiangmi once, when the teachers and students of Huaqing settled them. He knew Jiangmi's name by chance. It was just that the food at the Huaqing University base was limited and could not accommodate too many people. After a night, Suchin and his group left and went to other places. Suchin had a good memory, even if he had only seen him once. He remembered Jiangmi clearly. Jiangmi put away the gun and digested Suchin's words. So, she'd lost a lot of memories. Jiangmi didn't think it was a cliché that she'd lost her memory because she hit her head somewhere. It was unknown whether there was technology on Blue Star that could control memory. But there were definitely people who could control memory among the superpowers. Jiangmi was more inclined to believe that her memory was deleted artificially. Cracks appeared, and the end of the world came. After that, human society was in chaos, and it took a long time to maintain stability. Although Jiangmi had not experienced these, it was not difficult to guess with a little speculation. "What happens after that?" Jiangmi asked. "Humans have no ability to fight against the black fog," Suchin said calmly, his white hair blocking his eyes, so he couldn't see his expression. "The black fog is alive. As long as there are living things, they will try every means to infiltrate. No matter how strong the human base is, it will be useless. Researchers have found that the black fog cannot detect life at -170 degrees. Therefore, countries have launched the human freezing plan, and most people choose to enter the freezing chamber, so that they will not be discovered by the black fog, and at the same time, they can wait for rescue in the future. But," Suchin smiled bitterly, "whether they can be rescued is hard to say." Jiangmi can understand Suchin's bitterness. In peacetime, some people with terminal illnesses will choose to enter the freezing chamber, waiting for social development and technological progress, and then thaw and be rescued. But when all mankind has no power to resist, the freezing chamber becomes the last chance of survival. However, the freezing chamber cannot work forever. How long will it take to wait for the illusory rescue? At that time, for most people on Earth, Entering the freezing chamber also means death. I entered the cryostat in the second year of the human freezing project, Sister Lanchua said. Suchen looked at Mu Lanchua, who replied, the third year. After that, Earth civilization almost disappeared. After that, hundreds of years passed, and the cracks connected Earth and Blue Star. The people of Blue Star used the cracks as resources and accidentally discovered the human base. And we were also rescued. That was probably. Suchen thought for a while. It was 9 years ago. Suchen lived on Blue Star for 9 years. From the age of 16 to 25. Mu Lanchua is older than Suchen. She was awakened at the same time as Suchen and also lived on Blue Star for 9 years. Since the crack appeared on Blue Star, human bases have been discovered one after another, and humans have been rescued from them. The time is uncertain. Some are discovered earlier, and some are later. Jiangmi listened to Suchen's words quietly. Occasionally, Mu Lanchua would add a few words to explain. She never understood how she came to Blue Star from Earth. Now, it is very clear. She saw the crack coming, experienced the end of the Earth, and then entered the freezing chamber. Hundreds of years later, she was rescued and awakened by the people of Blue Star. Everyone's steps are the same. But in the process, Jiangmi's memory was deleted. As for why her memory was deleted, Jiangmi didn't know. But it is very likely related to the system implanted in her. Mu Lanchua was sitting on a high concrete wall. Now she jumped down from the concrete wall. This is why I accepted you as my student. Because we are the same kind. Mu Lanchua looked at the closed gate of the base. As for what is inside this base, I think you should already know. A spiral space hole appeared on the gate of the base. Jiangmi, Suchen, Mu Lanchua, Xiaoha, 3 people, and a dog stepped into the space hole. The environment inside suddenly became clear. As someone walked in, the lights in the base lit up one by one, spreading to the farthest place. This base is very large, but there are only more than 30 freezers displayed underground. Human freezing plant at that time. It was equivalent to sending death. Most people were unwilling to accept such a result, and did not choose to enter the freezer. In fact, not many people entered the freezer. Through the solid glass cover, Jiangmi saw the humans frozen into frost inside. They looked peaceful, with a bluish white on their faces. Jiangmi was unfamiliar with most of them until he walked to the back and saw a few familiar faces, who were Jiangmi's classmates. They had talked during military training. Jiangmi suddenly felt the reality of Suchen's words. She clearly felt that she was still alive. And there were still people in this world who knew her. She still had people of her kind. And she was not alone. Mu Lanchua patted Jiangmi's shoulder. This base is well preserved. These people will return to Blue Star later, and they will be fine after thawing. Jiangmi looked at Mu Lanchua. So you and Dr. Su often explore cracks just to find the human base? Yes. Mu Lanchua stretched lazily, and the sound of joints cracking came from her neck. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do after eating and drill cracks every day? You think they are all Zhong Zhengboen, the king of curling? She was unrestrained, hugging Jiangmi's arm openly, without the feeling of the gentle and lovely female teacher in the past. In case your superpowers are too high and you are targeted by the administration, I have to pretend to be a grandson in the academy, which is very tiring. Jiangmi, why do I feel that you are quite excited when you pretend to be a gentle and lovely female teacher? Speaking of this, Mu Lanchua reminded Jiangmi, we only need to know about the human base and the freezer. And don't tell any of the Blue Star people. Understand? Of course. Jiangmi nodded like pounding garlic. She was not a big mouth and didn't intend to tell anyone. But why can't you tell? Mu Lanchua and Suchen's faces darkened. After a moment of silence, Suchen explained, at present, it seems that some Earthlings are more adaptable to golden blood and black fog than Blue Star people. The Federation and some organizations are using Earthlings for experiments to study the reasons. Jiangmi felt a pressure on his chest. Using Earthlings for experiments. Everything that happened to her. Didn't it reflect all of this? She is a living experimental subject. Chapter 59. When Jiangmi and Mu Lanchua were talking about the cryopod, Xiaoha was bored and gnawed the corners of the cryopod. The cold metal equipment chilled his toothless gums, and Xiaoha cried in pain. How do you usually transport these cryopods? Jiangmi asked. Xiaoha can open space holes, but he can only open space holes in the same time and space. Blue Star and Earth are obviously in different time and space. so the space hole cannot be opened. There are more than one space-based demon species in the world, such as the magic wolf. Mu Lanchua clapped her hands, and a space vortex appeared in the void, and a cat with white fur came out of the space hole. Its ears are small and round, its pink nose is soft, and its big eyes are shining with crystal light. Looking at the base curiously, seeing Mu Lanchua, the cat stretched comfortably, and then, because its legs were too short, its short legs missed, and it fell into Mu Lanchua's arms with a plop. Jiangmi. Mu Lanchua. Mu Lanchua held the cat and introduced. The bag cat is a B-level demon species, and its ability is to have a storage space. Although the bag cat belongs to the space system, it is not a teleportation type of space system, so its escape skills are average, and it is easy to be captured by humans. This kind of demon species is common on the black market, and is usually used as shopping bags. However, cats are difficult to tame, so if you want them to be space bags honestly, you have to pay a price. Su Chen took out a small dried fish from his pocket, and the bag cat finally showed some interest. With a kick of its short legs, it pounced into Su Chen's arms with great difficulty, and ate the small dried fish excitedly. After eating the small dried fish, the cat stretched again and opened its storage space. As expected, it's the nature of a foodie. In the storage space of the bag cat, time is still, and theoretically, living things cannot be stored. However, the temperature of the humans in the freezer is below 170 degrees, and there is no biochemical reaction. It is equivalent to frozen ice cubes, so it is okay to put them in the storage space. Jiangmi was going to move the freezer into the storage space of the bag cat. The freezer and the frozen humans inside weighed half a ton, and she couldn't move it at all. There was a swoosh sound in her ears. Jiangmi looked up and saw Mu Lanchua in front of her holding a freezer in each hand and throwing it into the storage space easily. Jiangmi, where is the gentle and lovely female teacher? Jiangmi gave up the idea of helping, and Su Chen next to him gave up earlier. His physical skills were great, but in front of strength, he was just a school doctor with 5 scumbags. Seeing that Jiangmi had given up, he finally walked to Jiangmi and pointed at his heart. By the way, should we take out the vine you implanted in my heart? This thing looks small, but when it was implanted in my heart, Su Chen felt a real pain. After that, every time he talked to others, he had to be careful, for fear of revealing Jiangmi's secret. Vine? Jiangmi was stunned for a moment. Have you forgotten? Su Chen frowned. Jiangmi thought carefully, and suddenly remembered the time when Su Chen saved her when she was seriously injured by Zongjung Bo1. It seems that she was really ungrateful at that time. Su Chen saved her, but she still threatened Su Chen. Su Chen, do you remember? Jiangmi nodded obediently. Yeah. Su Chen, then take that thing away quickly. Yeah. Jiangmi nodded again, then shook his head. Su Chen was stunned. No. You are still worried that I will reveal your secret? Jiangmi, if we really count, we have known each other for hundreds of years. Aren't you too distant? Jiangmi smiled awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to, but that vine is fake. Su Chen? How can A-level plant control have such a strong ability? Jiangmi spread his hands. If that vine was within a certain range, it could really take your life. But I left that day, and as soon as I left, the ability to maintain the vine disappeared, and you were fine. Su Chen? Su Chen gritted his teeth. So, you have been deceiving me. You have no way to threaten me at all? Jiangmi scratched his hair. We have known each other for hundreds of years. Don't be distant. Don't be distant. Su Chen. An Yin's tent inside the protective layer. An Yin treated people while gulping down energy liquid. Today's insect tide was unprecedentedly strong, and we also encountered attacks from S-level space demon wolves. Many executive specialists were injured in the confrontation and needed healing help. Fortunately, although there were injuries, no one died. The situation on the researcher side was even better, and there were no wounded. An Yin led the team to explore many cracks, and this was his first time in the face of such a powerful enemy. Our casualties were extremely low. You know, the researchers are all fragile. They can't lift their hands or shoulders, and they can only be beaten when they come to the cracks. In the past, An never expected the researchers to be of any help in the battle, as long as they didn't die. Today, not only did no researchers die, But there were almost no wounded. The only 2 injured were not injured by the demons, but were tripped by the gravel on the road because of their carelessness. Sharning's defense is indeed powerful. At the beginning, when they, the instructors, heard that all the national team members lost to Sharning and her votes were taken away, they still didn't believe it, thinking that these kids were rebellious and deliberately let Sharning vote. But today, when they saw the huge protective layer under the sky, no matter how the demons hit it, it still stood firm. And Ian suddenly realized his shallowness. Controlling mental power is an ability of S level and close to SS level. Pei Zhixian and Zhongjung Bowen both know how to attach mental power to the surface of the body to avoid being harmed when encountering contact-type superpowers. Sharning's protective layer is most likely the result of mental hardening, which means that she already has the ability to control mental power. Putting aside Pei Zhixian, Sharning may be much stronger than most S-level players of the same level. According to the list of executive commissioners, Ian treated everyone one by one, and only Merlin was left in the end. Merlin was standing guard outside at this time, so he probably didn't have time. Ian took the initiative to leave the tent to find Merlin. Under a big tree near the edge of the protective layer, Ian saw Merlin. "I'm fine. I don't need treatment." Merlin refused Ian. "You don't have to worry about my mental strength." Ian emphasized, "The casualties of the exploration team this time are not serious, and my mental strength is enough." Merlin smiled. "I'm really fine." Ian looked at Merlin in confusion. It's not that he doubted Merlin's ability, but there were too many demon species today, most of which were A to C level demon species, so injuries were inevitable. Even Pei Zhixian had some bruises on his body. But Ian checked Merlin and found that Merlin was indeed not injured. Merlin shrugged. "I'm lucky." "Okay." Ian left Merlin a bottle of energy liquid to replenish his physical strength and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, Ian suddenly remembered that he and Merlin had worked together for several years. The 2 entered the national team at the same time and then stayed at the training base as instructors at the same time. Merlin's ability was very average among S level. In terms of defense, she was not as good as Jiangmi. And in terms of attack, she was not as good as Jiang Xiaobai. Her physical skills were not good either. She just spent her days in the training base in such a mediocre way. However, Merlin never failed in every mission. After going to so many cracks, big and small, Ian remembered that he seemed to have never treated Merlin. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the woman standing under the big tree. She was weak, as if she would be blown away by the wind. But no matter how strong the wind was, it seemed to pass by her. Suddenly, Merlin looked up and his eyes met Ian's eyes unexpectedly. While drinking the energy liquid, she smiled at Ian. In the second half of the night, Jiang Xiaobai and Malin changed shifts. Malin put down the energy liquid and got up to walk towards the tent. She did not enter the tent, but paced back and forth outside. Crack number 109 was her last chance to kill Sharning. Sharning refused to join the national team, which meant that she would not have to enter the national team training base in the future. And the instructors like them could only stay in the base all year round. And it was inconvenient to come out. If she missed this time, it would be difficult for her to see Sharning again. Malin wanted Sharning's ability. In today's insect tide in crack number 109, she saw the huge protective layer erected by Sharning. Such a strong defense force. Even S-level psychics could not break through. Not to mention Sharning's 2 abilities stealing and phase changing, which are really useful. However, it is also because Sharning has too many superpowers that it is not so easy to destroy her. If Sharning stole the superpowers of Chen Xianyu and Pei Zhixian, Merlin really didn't know how to attack her for a while. The sky was still dark, and it was also dark under the protective layer. Only the tent located in the center was lit. This is the research area, where there are many tireless researchers who are working day and night to do research. Some of them are dissecting the bodies of demon species, and some are analyzing the information left by the previous wave of explorers. Merlin entered the tent and walked to the energy liquid. "Hey! Teacher May!" The accompanying team doctor, who was responsible for providing energy, looked up. "What's wrong? You just spent too much mental energy standing guard. Do you need to replenish energy liquid?" "Yes," Merlin said. "The previous share was used up when strangling the insect tide today. I want to take tomorrow's share." "Okay. Wait a minute." The accompanying team doctor turned around and went to get Merlin's energy liquid. Merlin looked at the bottles and jars on the operating table. There were several bottles of energy liquid specially labeled Hardening to distinguish them from other energy liquids. Merlin picked up one of the bottles of energy liquid. I think Hardening's energy liquid seems to be particularly nourishing. Can I drink her one? No. The accompanying team doctor came over with a large box of energy liquid. It's not that I'm partial. Hardening's energy liquid is prepared for people with low mental power like them. The replenishment effect is particularly good. Your mental power is high. People with mental power like you may not be too nourishing after eating it, which is not good for the body. So her energy liquid has a very high nutritional value? Merlin asked. Team doctor, yes. To maintain such a large protective layer, you must replenish more energy liquid. Otherwise, with Hardening's mental threshold, how can he maintain a protective layer for a whole night? It is estimated that in less than half an hour, this protective layer will collapse. Merlin shook the bottle containing the transparent liquid. At first glance, this thing is no different from boiled water. It is made colorless and tasteless, so that it will taste good when added to various drinks. The accompanying team doctor took out 2 bottles of energy liquid from the box. Here, Mr. May. This is your energy liquid. He handed the energy liquid to Merlin. Merlin did not reach out to take it, but looked at the accompanying team doctor and smiled slightly. You said, can I add something to Hardening's energy liquid? The accompanying team doctor was stunned and frowned. What does Merlin mean? Does she want to harm Hardening? But before the team doctor could refuse, looking at Merlin's eyes, the team doctor's eyes gradually became dull, and the black pupils turned into 2 black vortices without any focus. He held the energy liquid in his dull hands and handed it to Merlin, saying mechanically, yes, yes. When Jiangmi returned to the exploration team base, the sky was turning pale, and it was dawn. Last night, they went to a rift and asked the bad cat to send all the freezers out. This was the first time Jiangmi met the extreme frost. People, this organization is full of earthlings. There is no strict hierarchy like the God's Gift and the Cube. And there is no code name. Their only purpose is to rescue the people in the freezer. Nothing more. Extreme frost refers to frozen humans. Jiangmi didn't stay for too long. Her magic layer could only last for a very short time after she left the crack. After handing over the bad cat, the 3 returned to the crack. Jiangmi's eyelids were fighting after not sleeping all night. Fortunately, she is now with the researcher and does not need to go out to kill demons like the executive specialist, so she can take advantage of the daytime to make up for sleep. After returning to the crack, Jiangmi did not return to the tent, but went to the executive specialist, who was responsible for food and accommodation, to get a breakfast. After eating breakfast and going to bed, you can sleep very well. While Jiangmi was eating breakfast, the accompanying team doctor came over and added energy liquid to her food. You have maintained your superpowers for a whole night, and your mental power must be almost consumed. Look at you. You have dark circles under your eyes. This is the energy liquid I configured, which can instantly replenish mental power. Hurry up and replenish it. After entering the crack this time, Pei Zhixian repeatedly emphasized to the team doctor that he should pay attention to Hardening's mental power at any time. The team doctor originally just dealt with it as a task, but with Hardening's protective layer, they all slept very well last night. Protecting Hardening is now the first task of all researchers. Thank you. Jiangmi thanked. The energy liquid developed by the accompanying team doctor is colorless and tasteless, and it will not smell good when added to food. So Jiangmi ate it with peace of mind. Not far away, Merlin, who also came to have breakfast, noticed the conversation between Hardening and the accompanying team doctor. When she saw Hardening eating the food with energy liquid, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky was completely bright. The black fog in the number 109 crack was a little thinner, and the visible scope of the mirror was also wider. But not of all people still had to wear black fog blockers. Last night, some monsters attacked the base, but they were stopped by the protective shield. The base was safe all night, and everyone slept very soundly. Today, some researchers will stay in the base to continue their research, while some researchers will go outside the base to do biological research under the protection of the executive commissioner. Similarly, some executive commissioners are responsible for dealing with the surrounding monsters and obtaining golden blood, which is a large income for the federal government. Everyone gathered in the west of the base and prepared to split into 3 groups to complete their tasks. Jiangmi must stay in the base with the researchers who stayed behind. After confirming the researchers and executive commissioners who were going to explore outside, Jiangmi opened the magic layer. The transparent magic layer gradually melted, and a doorway for 3 people to leave appeared. The executive commissioners put on their guns and drilled out of the doorway one by one. Just as Jiangmi was about to close the magic layer, the earth trembled. The bright sun became darker and darker, and within the range of the visual mirror, some evil power was swallowing up everything. Jiangmi's face was as pale as snow at that moment. She felt the loss of her supernatural power, and the magic layer built on the base instantly shattered. Countless hardened magic layer fragments fell like starlight, and finally melted into the black fog. The terrifying aura that swept over was even more excessive. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of Jiangmi changed. The concrete floor disappeared, the teaching building disappeared, and the school disappeared. The disgusting coldness crawled all over the world. Jiangmi looked up. In front of him, the empty base turned into a creeping corridor, and all the executive specialists and researchers who were about to leave appeared in the corridor. The surface of the corridor was extremely soft, and it was soft when stepped on, and there was a fishy feeling in the softness. Everyone was panicked, not knowing why such a change had occurred. Suchin pulled out a knife and scratched the soft ground. Blood immediately gushed out. After a moment, the cut tunnel automatically recovered and returned to its original appearance. Ji Linglong frowned. What the hell? So disgusting. And Ayin looked around. Aren't we in the base? How did we suddenly come to such a place? No one knew why. Because, from the base to this disgusting tunnel, it was just a blink of an eye. When Jiangmi felt uncomfortable and the magic layer shattered, the world had changed. Jiangmi's face was extremely pale. She was now extremely fragile without the support of her superpowers. Suchin immediately stepped forward and supported her. What's wrong with you? My superpower? Jiangmi gritted her teeth. It's gone. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone was at a loss. However, Jiangmi was not an exception. As she turned pale and fell into Suchin's arms, 2 other executive officers experienced the same situation. They all turned pale, and their superpowers disappeared quickly. It's poison. Suchin, as a doctor, drew a tube of Jiangmi's blood and quickly analyzed it. This is the toxin of the blood salamander, which is colorless and tasteless. Once taken, the superpowers in the body of the superpower will disappear. Blood salamander? Isn't that a B-level demon species? The demon species poisoned us? But how did they enter the base? Ji Linglong couldn't believe it. It's impossible. I clearly banned the toxin. Why is it poisonous? Mu Lanchua analyzed with a gloomy face. Your word spirit bans the rules in the space. The poison produced by the toxin-based superpower belongs to the rules, and can be banned, and the blood of the blood salamander is a real substance. Just like Jiangmi's magic layer can protect against matter, but cannot protect against supernatural toxins. Ji Linglong's ability is just the opposite. Protecting against rules, but not against matter. What should we do now? A researcher asked tremblingly. Sherning's defense layer is useless, and we are all trapped in this ghost place. What should we do? We must first figure out what is trapping us. Right? Another researcher carefully poked the soft surface of the tunnel with the tip of a pen. Why does this look a bit like the internal organs of a large demon species? Everything is soft. Don't say such disgusting things. Have we been eaten? We didn't see such a huge demon species. Fuck. I thought this exploration would go smoothly, but I didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing again. Suchin hugged Jiangmi, looked up, and looked around, because the tunnel was airtight, and no light could get in. The light here was even darker, and everyone used searchlights for lighting. Didn't someone say that yesterday in the recorder? Suchin said calmly. This is the Death Maze. The S-level demon fungus. Its ability is the Death Maze. Everyone's eyes widened. The S-level demon fungus is a demon species that has not been captured in the history of Blue Star, but is determined by researchers and scholars to exist. Its body is not very aggressive, or even non-aggressive. It is a group of fungi that mutated to form a demon species. However, its ability is extremely powerful. This is a rule-based ability. Only by fulfilling the rules can you escape from the Death Maze. And the rules of the game of the Death Maze are, you can only leave the maze if your hands are stained with blood. Tian Xion's voice trembled. What does hands stained with blood mean? Killing people, Suchin said. As long as you kill someone, you can leave. Chapter 60. We have so many S-Class. But we can't fight against an S-Class demon. Tion Xian couldn't believe it. You know, the whole team plus Yuan Xia. A total of 10 S-Class psychics. And an SS-Class Pei Jixin. Such a lineup is more than enough to attack a small country. But can't deal with an S-Class demon? Suchen shrugged. Rule-based abilities are like this. Just like G. Although he is S-Class. Can ban Pei's ability. In space, rules are king. Rule-based abilities, like space-based abilities, can override other abilities and achieve a cross-level challenge. It's just that for rule-based psychics, they may also be restricted by rules. For example, Ji Linglan can't say superpowers are prohibited here, or other people's abilities are prohibited, and even her own abilities cannot be used. Suchen stated, there are only two ways to deal with rule-based demons, like the mystic fungus. One is to find the mystic fungus and destroy it, the other is to abide by the rules. A researcher sighed. The key is that we don't know where the mystic fungus is hiding. If we can't find it, we can only abide by the rules. If we abide by the rules, everyone took a breath. At that moment, Jiangmi saw that everyone's expressions became unnatural. The researchers with low-level abilities were no longer at ease. Even Sherning's defense was useless at this time. The executive specialists with high-level abilities looked serious, and their eyes gradually changed when they looked at the researchers. Human nature cannot stand the test. And Ayin felt that the atmosphere was wrong and shouted, "Don't be stupid. The first task of the executive specialists entering the crack is to protect the researchers. What are you doing?" The leader's rebuke was a wake-up call. And many executive specialists woke up from their dreams, only to find that they had unconsciously tightened their guns at their waists. And Ayin encouraged, "Maybe we can find the mystery fungus. There are so many psychics here, including rule-based psychics. Can't we fight against the mystery fungus?" Impossible. And Ayin's words re-inspired everyone. After all, before the moment of life and death, some people can still stick to the bottom line. Yes. Maybe there is a way. There are so many of us. We can always think of a way. Is there anyone who can penetrate these flesh walls? Or teleport over a short distance? Yes. As long as one person can find a way out and kill the mystery fungus, we will not lose. Yuan Xia spoke faintly. But, unfortunately, the death maze is alive. Tion Xian's eyes were clear and blank. What do you mean? Yuan Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. It means that these living mazes naturally need life and blood to feed. Therefore, every 10 minutes, someone must die to feed these mazes with blood. Otherwise, Yuan Xia smiled, the death maze will start to eat people. She said it carelessly, but every word and sentence revealed a bone-chilling cold, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Many explorers were on the verge of collapse. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. It's been almost 10 minutes. Is there really only one way to die? Cheer up. And Ayin laughed. The mystery fungus is a demon species after all. After releasing the rule-based superpowers, it is impossible for it to be too far away from the place where the superpowers are released. Let's look for the mystery fungus first. We will definitely find it. This is the only way. It is impossible to really start killing people. The researchers and executive specialists all took action. And even if they were reluctant, they still began to look for the mystery fungus. Fortunately, there are many researchers here. Even if no one has seen the mystery fungus, the researchers can roughly guess the shape and characteristics of the mystery fungus. The death maze is a huge maze. The surrounding walls are covered with soft skin and flesh. Some people suspect that this is an extension of the mystery fungus, but it is not the main body of the mystery fungus. The maze is complicated, but as long as you find the exit, you can find the mystery fungus. The crowd held a searchlight and kept moving forward. When they came to a fork in the road, they stopped. Choose one of three, Pei Jixin said. Which one to go? Pei Jixin's ability is an attack system, which is completely useless for exploring the way. Walking in front is just to avoid danger and protect everyone. Yuan Xia walked beside Pei Jixin and looked at the fork in the road. 3 roads. All represent bad luck. This means that no matter whether there is a way out ahead, for most of them, the future is full of bad luck. Ji Linglan stretched out her hand. The road ahead is blocked. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud noises, the 3 passages ahead were blocked by the newly grown flesh wall. Ji Linglan. Everyone at the scene. If the road is blocked, how can we survive? An executive officer threw away the searchlight in his hand. Is this maze a joke for us? That's right. You can only leave if your hands are stained with blood. This is to let us kill each other. I knew that the crack where the first wave of exploration was wiped out can't be too easy. This crack is too scary. Yuan-Xia raised her hand and looked at her bracelet, which was counting down. When she entered the maze of death, she had already opened the bracelet and started counting. 10 minutes were coming. Suddenly, someone among the executive commissioners screamed, "Eating people! Eating people!" Pei Zhixian and other national team members immediately rushed to the source of the sound and saw a huge mouth with sharp and horrible fangs. The executive commissioner, who was poisoned like Jiangmi and could not use his superpowers, was caught by that big mouth and was about to fall into the abyss. Help! Help! He stretched out his hand to ask for help with all his strength. Pei Zhixian's movements were fast enough, but he still failed to catch the executive commissioner and watched him being swallowed by the big mouth on the meat wall. His gravity field suddenly blasted forward. At the same time, Yi Tongchen and Jiang Xiaobai also arrived. The three of them exerted force together, and the soft flesh wall was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. However, a mass of flesh twisted wildly, seemingly without feeling pain. In an instant, the blood hole as high as a person turned into the face of the executive commissioner, who was eaten. Sewn on the flesh wall. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with a dull look. This scene was too creepy. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground on the spot, and their legs were so weak that they couldn't stand up. The first person died. This was just the beginning. Everyone continued to look for the exit. The road that had just been blocked by Ji Linglan with the word spirit was now blasted open by Pei Zhixian with gravity. Everyone continued to look for the traces of the mystery fungus. Compared to the last time, everyone still had a little hope in their hearts. This time, everyone's eyes were filled with the grayness of death. 10 minutes. Soon. 10 minutes will be up. Everyone's heart was tightened, because no one knew who would die this time. The person who just died was an executive who was poisoned by the blood salamander venom. After he was poisoned, his supernatural powers could no longer be used. Does this mean that the maze will actually pick on the weak first? In addition to him, Hardening and another researcher were also poisoned. From this point of view, they are the weakest in this team. Jiangmi is weak and weak in her limbs. Su Qin got her a metal crutch, and she followed Su Qin and walked slowly forward. She walked slowly, and she and Su Qin fell behind. Many people turned their heads and secretly looked at Jiangmi. If the maze really attacks the weak, then Jiangmi and another researcher are undoubtedly the next targets. Just as the new 10 minutes were about to come, a scream suddenly came from the team. It was the poisoned researcher. It was him. But this time, he was not eaten by the death maze. The researcher covered his neck. Blood gushed out of it, staining his white coat red. Why? Why? He looked at the executive commissioner in front of him in disbelief. Why do you do this to me? The executive commissioner held the dagger and made up his mind. You are going to die anyway. Why don't you help me? I have old people and children to take care of, and my son is just 1 month old. I can't die. I really can't die. The researcher lost too much blood. His face turned pale, and he fell to the ground weakly. The death maze was sensed, and the creeping flesh wall absorbed the scattered blood. A big mouth suddenly appeared on the ground and swallowed the body of the researcher. Then, the researcher's face appeared on the soft ground and opened his eyes mechanically. Even though everyone had seen this scene before, when they saw it again, they still felt scared and uncomfortable. And the executive commissioner, who killed the researcher, whoosh, disappeared from the spot. He's out! He's out! Someone shouted. It turns out that following the rules can really get you out. Some people showed hope in their eyes, while others' eyes became dimmer. In the dark corridor, all kinds of creatures were different. After a while, everyone's eyes were cast on Jiangmi. The weak must die. After the first 2 deaths, this has become an iron rule. The 2 people who were poisoned by the blood salamander died. Jiangmi was also poisoned by the blood salamander. Living was just a burden to everyone. 10 minutes later, he would eventually be eaten by the maze. They were all going to die. So why couldn't they leave instead? Some people had already clenched their guns, and some had clenched their daggers. Stepping closer to Jiangmi, Su Qin pulled Jiangmi's hand and protected her behind him. If you want to hurt her, step over my body. Everyone was scared. Su Chen's height of 1.88 meters was very oppressive in front of many researchers and executive specialists. He looked down at them and had no intention of retreating. Don't think I don't know. This man is the school doctor of the Rift Academy. He has no superpowers. There is nothing to be afraid of. After Hardening was eaten, he must be the next one. Anyway, we are all going to die. So let's die together. Take advantage of these two people who are weak. Don't be soft. There will be no chance in the future. Walking in front was an A-level superpower from the administration. He was confident that he had a great advantage over the two non-superpowers, and couldn't wait to raise the dagger and want to end their lives. But Su Chen was faster than him. He didn't even use the superpower blocker. When the A-level superpower attacked, he had already attacked. His slender hands instantly pinched the opponent's neck, and his 5 fingers almost embedded in his flesh. Su Chen's white hair fell down, and there was a strange light flashing in his blue eyes. His fingers became stronger and stronger, and the A-level superpower's face turned red, and he couldn't breathe. He struggled and sobbed for help, but no one helped him. Just when the A-level superpower was about to die, Su Chen loosened his hand and threw him to the ground. The explorers around Su Chen breathed heavily. Is this a school doctor without superpowers? He can crush an A-level superpower to death in a few minutes. Is this man still a human? But 10 minutes is very fast. With a weak Hardening, who has no superpowers, what's the use of strong physical skills? After a moment of astonishment, greed appeared in their eyes again. Jiangmi looked at the explorers, who were eager to see what was happening inside. Have you ever thought that maybe it's not the fungus that's trapping us? What nonsense are you talking about? Even the maze rules match. What could be the fungus that's trapping us? You're just trying to escape and fool us. Hardening, I know I'm being unethical, but you'll be eaten by the maze in the end. So what's the problem with us killing you? Yes, you've saved people, so your death is worth it. Hardening, you were willing to save us outside the maze. So what's wrong with sacrificing yourself this time? Really? It's getting more and more outrageous. Several superpowers surrounded Jiangmi and Su Chen. They didn't dare to approach rashly, but they had already begun to use their superpowers quietly. Su Chen's physical skills are very powerful, but he has no superpowers. Isn't it okay to attack from a distance? Jiangmi noticed the little movements of those people and whispered behind Su Chen. Can you handle it? Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. I won't let you die in front of me. The superpowers surrounding Su Chen and Jiangmi have formed a force. Even if no one gave orders, they already had a tacit understanding and were ready to attack the two together, just when they were about to activate their superpowers. Pei Jixian, Jiang Xiubai, and Yi Tongchen suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen and Jiangmi. Standing between the two groups of people, Pei Jixian stood up and looked at those superpowers. His golden hair blocked his eyes, but it couldn't block the sharp light in his eyes. A bunch of trash. Those who want to move the national team. Have you asked me? Pei Jixian? Everyone was shocked. Su Chen and the poisoned Hardening are not to be feared. But the national team is different. In addition to the 3 main attackers, Ji Linglan and Chen Xianyu also came over and stood beside Jiangmi. The national team is here. 5 S-Class and 1 SS-Class Pei Jixian. This group of people is the strongest force of this exploration team. Even if others really want to attack Jiangmi, they have no chance. Pei Jixian, I know you are powerful. But what's the point of you protecting Hardening? Once 10 minutes are up, she is doomed to die. You S-Class are not afraid of the maze. But when we die, you will kill each other. Now kill the weak first. What's the problem? If you don't kill each other, tell us how to get out. Pei Jixian raised his eyebrows. How to get out? Just destroy the guy who is blocking the way. After that, 1,000-pound gravity emerged behind him, and the empty flesh wall was suddenly crushed into meat paste. The dead end in front of him was cleared, and a new passage appeared in front. Looking at the passage that could not be walked to the end, Pei Jixian said in a cold tone, It's not a space system. It's a real maze after all. What's there to be afraid of? He grinned, revealing a vicious smile. Doesn't the mystery fungus want to kill us? Then let's kill it first. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the gravity field collision became louder and louder. Countless gravity fields appeared, bombarding the soft maze. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and the air was full of the smell of rust. The whole space was still dark, but it was almost blown out of shape by Pei Jixian. His idea was very simple. Anyway, the mystery fungus must be in the maze. If it can't be found, it will be destroyed. If the entire maze is destroyed, Pei Jixian doesn't believe that the mystery fungus can't be found. That should be the most terrifying scene that the researchers on the scene have ever seen in their lives. Gravity field, metal, lightning, thrust, earth cone. All attack-type abilities bombarded the death maze at the same time. The maze, which originally carried the breath of death, gradually collapsed and was on the verge of death. If we keep bombarding like this, our researchers' eyes were excited. Maybe we can really find the boundary of the death maze. Even if we can't find the boundary, we can catch the maze fungus. Then we can survive. We may not have to die. 10 minutes have passed. But because of Pei Jixian's attack, there is no meat wall around. And naturally there is no big mouth to eat people. This is an excellent sign, which means that they have broken the rules of the death maze. The explorers on the scene are getting more and more excited. But at this time, the ground suddenly shook. The ground cracked into countless huge cracks. And the surface was ups and downs. In the trembling, people could not stabilize their bodies and fell to the ground. Some people even rolled into the cracks. Jiangmi also failed to stand firmly. She felt that the ground was deliberately bumping at her. She shook her body and tried to lower her center of gravity to maintain balance. But suddenly a very long crack appeared in the ground. Before Jiangmi could react, she was dragged into the abyss. Su Chen turned around and immediately reached out to her, trying to pick Jiangmi up. At that moment, the cracked surface closed, and the maze returned to silence. Jiangmi fell for a long time before landing on the ground. The ground was soft, and it didn't hurt to fall. But there was a sticky and fishy smell that made her feel very uncomfortable. She looked up, and the tall dome was about 50 meters away from her. The flesh wall sealed everything tightly, and no attack had been seen. Pei Jixian was half right. Death Maze is indeed not a space-based ability. This maze is built on the real land and must have its boundaries. But he forgot that this is a rule-based ability after all. So, even if its existence needs to follow the laws of physics and has entities in space, the rules in the maze are all defined by the maze. For example, the place where Jiangmi fell was obviously not too far away from the main force of explorers. But under the operation of the maze, the two sides may have been 180,000 meters away. Even if Pei Jixian bombarded that piece of land, it would be impossible to find Jiangmi underground. It seems that he has to find a way out by himself. Jiangmi climbed up. Fortunately, she felt much better, and was no longer as weak as before. There was a sudden sound of footsteps behind her. Very low, and almost inaudible on the soft ground. In the empty underground space, Jiangmi still caught the sound and turned back quickly. Under the searchlight, the figure of the person coming gradually became clear. When she walked in front of Jiangmi, Jiangmi finally saw her face clearly. Merlin.